Buckle in because you're about to follow the 1,000-hour journey on 416 Hero, with some hours sprinkled in doing content on our maxed account. Wait for it. Alright, made GIM account with friends on release, never had plans on playing. Ended up playing Ironman by myself, but on GIM. Here we are, here's my progress. Ended up doing quite a few things, now I'm gonna do it again. Except I'm going to cheat by giving myself all these items, all these dupes I've built up over the account. This isn't even all my dupes because I've actually dropped a lot of things over to my main just to have my main set up just in case, and bonds and stuff like that. But yeah, these are some of the dupes I have remaining on the account that I haven't yet dropped over. Actually, some of this stuff might not even be used as of this moment. I'm thinking of making a 50 defense account. That's probably not going to be locked or set in stone. I'm going to start it as a 50 defense account, but I might just get bored or frustrated with it and just make it a regular second GIM account. But yeah, we'll see. All right, I know I showed a bit of it off earlier, but you know, I guess before we switch the POV over to the fresh new account, I'm just gonna flex the bank a little bit. Obviously full Ancestral, Missouri, Torva, that's pretty much max of each style. Got the Ammies, the bracelets, gloves, whatever. The 3 mega rares, that's probably the biggest thing. Got all the capes, quiver, inferno. Don't have a Venator ring out of the 4 DT2 rings, but that's... Honestly, when do you use a Venator ring? I am actually working on it slowly right now, but the motivation for that is pretty low, hence why I'm making a new account. Got the Elite Void Ornament kits, Echo Verse from the most recent leagues. In terms of kits, the Dins, the Blowpipe, Sang kit, or I'm sorry, the Holy kit on the Sang Staff, the Sang kit on the Scythe. Got the Fortified Ward. That right now that's the only Corp shield I have. I don't have much Corp KC, but I did spoon this, quite a big spoon. I'm very low Corp KC. I don't know the exact number right now. Yeah, no GM, yeah, whatever. Never went for it. Skill issue or laziness, what have you. I never have any GP on my account. Here's my runes, some TPs. Kind of my farming tab with the bird's nest. I actually did 9,900 through bird houses only. I'll show you the potion storage in a second. Some raw supplies, gems, ores, logs, planks, bars. Here's the herb making tab. Got lots of herbs from all the raids I do, especially chambers. Some skilling outfits, graceful. Just a bunch of random junk that I don't really use anymore. You know, even the Dragon Warhammer goes down here now ever since the Elder Maw. Some old stuff like the Face Guard. Don't need it when I have Torva now. Yeah, just random stuff. And then I guess like here's like some loot and other random things. I don't know. The lower I get in the bank, the more messy it gets. This tab is like the dupes and whatnot. I showed off a bit of the dupes earlier. Some dupe kits. Alkables, I guess, and just more random junk. And then potion tab, I got quite a lot of brews because like I said, I got 9,900 through bird houses. And then just a little bit of everything else. Nothing too crazy, I don't think. But yeah, that's this account. Go. I'm actually logging in for the first time. No members yet or anything. I just made the account. Actually, at the time of this recording, I can't even add this account to my GIM yet. I gotta wait 7 days to kick out one of the inactive accounts and then add this one. Okay, display name, you know, with all MMOs or any online games really, you know, what are you doing if you don't take at least 20 minutes thinking of a name? Actually, before recording, I've been thinking of names, and Here we go. 416 Hero. If you know, you know. It's available. Set name. Alright, I know some people kind of have a go-to look when they create their new RuneScape characters, but I kind of just do whatever. This model looks nothing like any of my other accounts, but just kind of click some buttons, ended up with this, and I think I like it for now. You know, we can always change it. Let's just get it started. Okay, most important thing when you're making a new account and you want to be an Ironman of any kind, talk to the tutor right outside the mage instructor. So, let's go through the proper dialogue here. Oh, that was not the proper dialogue. Okay, talk to me about Ironman. Yada, yada, yada. You know, hardcores, UIMs, group Ironman, regular Ironman, unranked. Come on. Okay, I'd like to change my Ironman mode. And group Ironman. To set a pin. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, we got a pin, and we've selected group Ironman. Okay. Now, I think as a group Ironman, we don't talk to the magic. Okay, looks like we have to do the magic portion of the tutorial island. We just gotta make sure we don't talk to him and teleport to Lumbridge. Okay. Oh, good. Now it actually tells you to go to the node. All right, so we're done with the magic instructor. Now we actually head to the node. Okay, we are on the node, and I've got my blue group Ironman helmet on. Now we just gotta wait out 7 days for my group to clear up a spot so that I can add this account to the group. While we wait the 7 days out, I'm just gonna be on the main iron playing like usual, but also I'm gonna do a bit of prep work here and there. Right now, I'm thinking of making a bunch of house tabs and trading that over so that the new account can have access to all these TPs, the stamina pool, and just be able to do quests really quickly and get around really easily. So with adding this new account, I'm still very much a Blue Helm Group Ironman. Because we're adding a fresh new level 3 account to the group. They're not bringing anything along, they are not bringing any stats, but that means we're going to have some trade restrictions with that account for about the first month. So, for example, we're not going to be able to trade over a shadow and have that account use it right away. For this first month, I'm probably just going to have it be handed some teleport tabs, maybe some stamina pots, some low-level weapons, like maybe a rune simi or something like that. The wait is over. I am on the island with both my accounts. And it's time to apply. Okay. It's in a group. You'll lose your prestige. Yeah, prestige is fine as long as we don't become unranked. I don't want to do that. Apply. Yes. There's the application. And then switching over to my main here, it says 416 Hero wishes to join your group. Invite 416 here to your group. Yes. And we are sure. Oh, here we go. And we're in. All right, as we get started on our new Ironman journey, I'm going to park my old Ironman at the Zaya Blood Runes. To get ourselves going, I've handed 2 bonds over from my main. So we'll be bonded for about a month and then we'll extend it from there. Okay, now that we're a members account, one of the first things we're going to do is actually hit up the group storage and grab a bunch of house tabs that I put in there earlier. That way we're going to have access to our POH. On our very first episode, I very briefly explained some things about our game plan with the account. During the downtime, some things have come up, so we're going to be doing things a little different. I'm still going to be trying out being a 50 defense account, and that's subject to change. Keyword we're going to try. And while I was looking forward to playing with myself, I've got a good buddy of mine, Ben Jorkin, with me along for the ride. So essentially, we're going to be a duo GIM. that's placed within an overall 5-man team with my main original account that I did show off last video, if you want to check that out. One big thing is we're going to have access to my main's POH, the player-owned house. So we're going to have teleports and the ornate rejuvenation pool. So honestly, that's going to be pretty game-changing for an early game account. But other than that, we're going to try to do the bulk of things on our own. Oh, and don't worry about the other names in my GIM group. If you look over here on the side on my Ironman group tab, those are inactive accounts that I talked about earlier. All right, we're going to get started with X marks the spot. Looking for a quest, yep. Yep, we're going to be a space bar holder. Not even going to pretend. And we're going to scam the magic tutor. Thank you for the runes. Pick these back up. You know, even though I'm not a big fan of questing, the early game Ironman, well, part of the appeal is like the ability to start all these quests and run around and just do everything, run around the map, and if you're new, explore the world. Even if you know what you're doing, you're getting all these levels and EXP so quickly, getting so many things done, so many unlocks. I feel like this is a very common Iron Man start. We're gonna be up here at the top of Lumbridge Castle, and we're gonna light these logs, these 4 log spawns, for some fire making levels. Oh my god, level 2. Hello? Light the log. Alright, with this last log here, we're gonna hit level 15. And now we're gonna move on. I also picked up some of the logs, banked them, and now we're making some arrow shafts for some fletching EXP. Probably some arrows for later. Or darts. Oh wait, no darts, what am I saying? Arrow shafts? Darts? What? Hello? Yeah. Alright, let's start a little pickpocketing. We got some thieving levels and a bit of GP. If we could just, you know... Yep, there we go. And level 5 thieving. You can now steal from cake stalls, tea stalls, crafting stalls, and monkey food stalls. Cake stalls are pretty big. Okay, I came to dig up this spot right here for X marks the spot, but I forgot my spade. Okay, be right back. And here we go. We're going to talk to Father Eric here and start up Restless Ghost while we're in the area. Now, I've been running around Lumbridge and, well, now I'm out of run energy, and you know, I don't even have my house tabs on me, but I realized I can't actually use the house until I unlock POHs, if I remember correctly. So we're definitely still on our own for right now, at least. Okay, so I'm not going to show every step of every quest and whatnot, but we're about to get the Ghost Speak amulet, I think. You know, pretty iconic item. There we go. First quest completed. X marks the spot. We're heading our way into Falador right now to start the Night Sword. And while we make our way in, there's something special. It's very nostalgic about Falador for me. I just feel like when I was a little kid playing this game, Falador just felt so far away from Lumbridge and Varrock. I needed to come to the Wildy real quick to grab these 2 iron bars, and I'm not going to lie, while looking for the spawn, which I'm standing on right here, almost got murdered by these bears. I remember doing this part, teleported to Castle Wars, and making my way over to Yadnil, and on a hardcore, I stopped in my tracks right here. Like, I was really scared, but you know, we're just a regular GIM account this time around. We're just going to run right through. We're totally not going to die. Do I eat? No, we're good. We're good. We made it. I'm fairly certain those ogres could have one-shot me at 10 health. Alright. We're gonna kill a couple of imps here since we're heading up north anyways, and they're in the area. Am I gonna get one of the beads for the What is that quest called? Imcatcher? Oh, level 2 magic. And a mine talisman. Mine goblin deep. You know, as I'm running around doing all these quests and stuff, this is the first time I'm really in the early game experiencing the run energy changes, and I gotta say, it is really nice. Monk's friend completed. Oh, there we go. 1 quest point, 2,000 woodcutting EXP, and 8 law runes. Where does that put me at? 13 woodcutting, not bad. 2 more till oaks, I believe. We're working our way up to Sears Village, and we're gonna hop to a forestry world. We're gonna hit 15 woodcutting, and I'm gonna see if I can get any forestry events for some extra EXP at the oak tree up there while we're at it. Alright, we've made it to Sears Village. We're level 15 woodcutting, so we have access to oak trees now. Got a steel axe on me that I can't even equip yet. Still no combat stat. And we are on World 444. It's an official forestry world. We're going to see if we can get any events. We do have the forestry kit on us that we picked up back at Draenor, but I guess we could have picked one up here too. I think by hanging out right here in the middle, where the oak trees are, not only can we get potential forestry events on our actual tree, but then there's the maples up there that people are chopping, and then down here to the top left, people are cutting yews there as well. So our first forestry event with some roots and a bajillion people here. We just hit level 30 wood cutting. I believe that's an unlock for willow trees. We're gonna keep chopping oaks here for another 5 more levels to get access to teaks before we dip out of here. Oh, there we go. 35 wood cutting. Teaks unlocked. Oh, wow. And a clanmate just got 99 magic. Classic YouTube RuneScape content creation moment here. I just hit a total level of 100 as I'm burning up these oak logs, and I missed it. So you're welcome. We still have a few logs left, but we have hit 35 fire making, which I think is important because that will now enable us to burn teak logs. Made my way back to RD. We're going to do some thieving here at the cake stalls and then the silk. Here's level 10 thieving. We're about to hit level 20 thieving here right now. Boom. Now we can get silk stalls. Now the thing is, I'm not sure if we should go to this one on the north side or the one on the west. I want to say the west. Oh, I'm going to go with the north one, actually. I don't know if it was always like this in the past, but I'm noticing that I'm pickpocketing or stealing from the market stall, rather, the silk stall, and the hero doesn't care. I could have sworn they used to be like the guards and the knights. Okay, I was just about to say here's 25 thieving until we were rudely interrupted. Let me just run around real quick. 25 thieving. In terms of thieving, we can move on to fruit stalls, which some of you may have seen this coming since I pulled up in Artie. We're about to embark on the notorious quest, Sheep Herder. Oh my god, I pushed this crab so close to the gate and now it's just booking it all the way back. We're almost there with the first sheep. We're almost there. You know, honestly, not too bad. That only took me like 3 minutes for this first one. You wouldn't believe it, but first try on the second one. Surely didn't just jinx it. Oh, yep. And another one. I think they did make some changes at some point that made this a little bit better. And the fourth one. I think this one's the last one. It is okay. I think they did make some changes because that did not feel that bad at all, besides the first one. And there we go, sheep herder completed. Now we're heading east to Witchhaven to complete Sea Slug. Sea Slug completed. Some fishing EXP. Very nice. Oh, and that puts us at 24 fishing. We're about to sell all this silk that we stole from the silk merchant earlier. Just sold the last of the silk, and now we have 10k. I believe that's enough for a player-owned house. Actually, a house is only 1k. I thought it was 10 for some reason. But nevertheless, we now have our own POH, and we're going to use the lamp on construction. Level 4. Okay, this was a little bit unexpected. I finally decided to use my teleport tabs to the POH, and I was expecting to go to my other account's house, and I even preemptively moved it from Prifidinus to Hasidius, but I realized I haven't even unlocked Zaya or Hasidius specifically in this account. So now I'm at Remington, like an idiot. I guess we'll move our house to Remington for now. Cost me 5 grand. We are officially in for the first time. Look at this. Total level 155 account with 4 construction, and I have access to the pool. No access to the fairy ring or the tree yet. I have to do a couple of quests for that. But I got the portal nexus here. Got the spellbook swap altar. The ornate jewelry box. Yeah, we're going to be flying all over the place. So while we're up here, we're going to get started with Dwarf Cannon, and we're going to come back and finish this later. We are going to do this railing fixing part, though, and I probably should have brought some food. Last railing here. And we didn't die. We didn't actually take that much damage, so that's good. Okay. Might just die to this one last railing piece, I guess. Nope, we're good. Oh my god, this is going to be so good. So this part of Dwarf Canyon, we have to go to the cave right next to the fishing guild. I'm low on run energy, and I got to regen a little bit of health. So guess what? Huh? Why didn't that work? Oh, it's because I haven't added myself in the other account. Okay, well, I can just TP through the menu to the group house, I guess. Interesting. So I've been world hopping and picking up these planks just by the Barbarian Outpost here, and I realized my other account has a couple of planks just sitting in the bank for whatever reason. And that should be enough to cover for the construction EXP that or the construction training I'm gonna do later. So I'm gonna stop world hopping now, and I'm just gonna yoink some planks from the bank. Yoinking 74 planks that were conveniently placed in the group storage. Forgot to mention, but we also started Waterfall Quest while we were up here, and now we're gonna make our way over to the Gnome Stronghold. I just realized I should probably start doing random events on this account. I usually tend to ignore them, but our first one, Evil Bob. What are we gonna get? We got 650 fishing XP, which actually puts us at 25. Got all the ingredients for Plague City, the Hangover Cure, and we're gonna get started. This quest was a lot quicker than I remember it being. We get a Ardugne teleport scroll. We're in Varrock now, and we are working on Daddy's Home, the mini quest for some construction EXP. Daddy's Home mini quest completed. That puts us at level 10 construction. We were level 4 before this. And we're going to open the crate for our rewards. We got a Falador teleport out of it, some planks, some bolts of cloth, steel bars. That's nice. I've made my way over to the Isle of Souls, and the reason we're here is we're going to go chop some teak trees, get our wood cutting and fire making levels up. Yes, we're probably going to head to Wintertod. We'll see. Oh, and I've also got this rune axe out of the group storage for when we do hit 41 woodcutting, just to speed it up a little bit. I honestly forgot about forestry already, and I just got an event by myself here, and the EXP is so good, already 38 woodcutting. There's 40 fire making, 10 more levels to go until we have the levels for Wintertod. While I do wood cutting and fire making on the side, I'm going to be hard mode tobbing on the main iron. Another random event. Let's see what kind of reward we get from this one. Assuming I got the right key. There we go. Yep. What's our present? 2 kebabs. We're about to reach level 48 fire making, so 2 more levels to go. But the key here is 200 total level. 2 more fires here, and we're going to hit 50 fire making. With that, we can now go to Wintertod, so we're out of here. We are here in Draenor to get our oh, that's the wrong guy. Our trusty Chronicle. We're now in our POH, and we're going to train up some construction levels by building some bookcases. I think we may have to start out with some chairs first, because... Oh, never mind. It's just because I forgot my nails. Be right back. Okay, got my nails. We're going to be making bookcases to level... I don't know what level, but we have 120 planks. Alright, this is the last of the planks, and looks like we're at 20 construction. Got some feathers here at the Port Sarim fishing shop, and then we're going to make our way to Wintertod. I thought I could take advantage of the POH and use the games necklace to go to Wintertod, but it looks like it is not available. Oh, it says you must have visited Great Karen before you can teleport there. Okay, we can do that, and then we'll come back to the POH. It'll still be quicker. Okay, I talked to Veos, and I went to at least the port on Zaya, and I came back, but it looks like it still doesn't work, so I guess we're going to have to walk after all. We're passing through the Arceus library right now. Honestly, this is a good place for our early game source of rune crafting and or magic EXP. We've arrived just outside Wintertod, and looks like with all the arrow shafts we had and feathers, we made it to 15 fletching. So we're going to have a good baseline start in Wintertod to gain wood cutting, fire making, and fletching levels. 416 hero needed 2 more pieces of warm clothing, so I went to Draenor and got a rainbow scarf, and then we're here at the battle staff store to get a staff of fire. And then we'll just put it in the group storage. Turns out the rainbow scarf is untradeable, so that's unfortunate. However, it says on the wiki that purple gloves count as a warm item too, so... Here we go, we're walking to Wintertod for the first time here. And I know there's been some changes to Wintertod, and I haven't been back to Wintertod since those changes, so... I'm not really sure what's going to go on. I'm definitely going to have to turn on player entity hider, because there's just so many people here. As we get started here... Obviously, we're at 50 fire making, we're at 48 wood cutting and 16 fletching, and 20 construction. We'll see where we end up. I'm not quite sure how long we're going to be here for. Okay, you can't make this up. Literally 2 seconds after I recorded that last clip, I just died. With the Wintertod arena being so freaking bright, something I've done is dimming it by using a screen marker and making it opaque. Okay, one of the big changes is that there's no physical loot crates anymore. You just come out to this cart, I believe. There's a search and a big search. I think we're going to be going to the cart to pull our rewards pretty frequently here, at least in the beginning. We're going to want that pyromancer outfit as soon as possible for sure. Just realized I made a mistake here when I was looking for my 4 pieces of warm items to wear. I replaced my Clue Hunter gloves with purple gloves, and that was because the rainbow scarf was untradeable. So I'm gonna go get the rainbow scarf right now myself, and luckily I have the TP available now, so I can get back here pretty quickly. I am doing some hop pod, so I'm hopping between worlds, so I don't have to wait for the downtime of games. But right now it's out of sync, so let's just see what we pull out of 6 crates. Nothing interesting. First clog on the account is the Bruma Torch, and with that we can bank our fire staff that we used as a warm item, as well as our tinderbox. In the middle of a game here, but we're about to come up on one more 60 wood cutting. Oh, and we got interrupted, so we couldn't even see the pop-up message. $50 wood cutting. Oh my, a tomb of fire. A tome. Tome of fire, let's go. I can't even equip it. I need level 50 magic. Here's level 30 fletching. And we're interrupted again. We got a big level coming in just a second here. Boom, there it is, 69 fire making. Okay, our first pyro piece. Oh, and some burnt pages to follow. Nice, 2 clog spots and 1 set of pulls. We've got 40 rewards to pull here. Let's see what we get. Oh, gotta enter my pin. Here we go. Some more burnt pages. Oh, gloves, nice. Let's put those on. Almost missed this level, but 40 fletching. We just missed out on recording 30 construction at the end of the last Todd game. And finally, our second pyro piece. It feels like it's been a little while, but there we go. $80 fire making. I'm gonna fletch one of these roots here. That puts us at 44 fletching, but more importantly, 300 total level. Regarding the winter Todd changes, I'm really feeling it now that I'm past 80 fire making and I have 4 pieces of warm clothing. I'm up to about 60 rewards to be collected right now, and I've been able to do that in like one trip, one sitting, because I've barely eaten any food. I brought out 6 cakes originally, and I still have 2 and a third. Oh my, a dupe tome. There it is, 50 fletching. We are coming up on our very first level 90 on our account, 90 fire making. We can now burn redwoods. Any second now. Oh, there it is. 60 wood cutting. We can now cut yews. Pretty huge. Let's go ahead and do some pulls. We have 54 rewards to pull. Let's see what we get. Another Tome of Fire. That's my third one. Magic logs, very nice. Catching the construction levels are a bit difficult because they're pretty random, but we just got 40 construction. Wow, 92 fire making. There's no way you guys would be able to guess what I would be saying right now. Finally, another pyromancer piece. Oh, and there's the boots. Let's go. We got the full set and 361 Winter Todd kills. Oh, and it tells you your claims too, so 889 claims. 60 fletching. Here we go. We're going to chop the last Bruma root. Put in here. And 99 fire making. Our first 99 on the account. Now, this may have only been a few minutes for you guys, but it was much more than that for me. Okay, so let's take a look at what our loot was. First, let's pull up the collection log, Winter Todd. So our KC was 634 KC. We ended up pulling 3 tomes of fire, which is incredibly lucky. We pulled 593 burnt pages. We got almost 2 full sets of pyro. Here are my dupes, including warm gloves and the torches. No dragon axe for the pet, but that's not really a big deal. And then when we open our bank, our cash stack is just under 1.1 mil. And I did try to organize the loot a little bit here, so here's all the food, all the logs. We got 174 magic logs, which is pretty interesting. That seems like a lot. I don't know. To me, that seems like a lot. And then here's the herbs. Not too bad, not too bad. Now we look at our total levels. Obviously, we just hit 99 fire making and we're out of Wintertod because of that. We finished at 66 woodcutting, 64 fletching, and 46 construction. Honestly, I got a lot more construction EXP than I was expecting. Okay, so that wraps up Wintertod. We're probably not going to come back. We did get 99 fire making after all. As for what's next, we're probably going to get into some more questing. We've barely done any quests. We only have 5 quests completed, actually, and 8 quest points. So yeah, we're definitely going to quest so that our stats are a little bit more well-rounded, get some key area unlocks, and then we're going to get our thieving, our agility, fishing, cooking levels up a little bit, and then we'll see from there. Before we close out the video, I almost forgot, but of course we have to talk to Ignatius Vulcan here and claim our fire cape. Or not fire cape, our fire making cape. There's a difference. There's a difference. Sheesh, it looks so good paired with the pyro outfit. Very nice, very nice. Welcome to another GIM progress video. I noticed my clips were a bit all over the place, so let me just briefly explain what you're about to see in this video today. We're fresh out of Wintertod and we're going to be questing and doing Diary tasks a ton. We also made a pit stop at Fishing Trawler. We are here to scam the Magic Combat Tutor some more because why not? Free runes. 30 mine runes, 30 air runes. Right now we're just gathering all the items we need for several quests. We got some eggs, buckets of milk and whatnot for Cook's Assistant, for example. And we're running up to collect the ammo mold and the notes for Dwarf Cannon that we started a little while ago. Quick POH teleport back to Varrock, and now we're talking to Gertrude to start Gertrude's cat. Here's the beauty of multi-questing. We just talked to these kids as part of Gertrude's cat, and then while we're here, we're going to talk to Romeo to start Romeo and Juliet. As well as Demon Slayer. Up here in the Varrock Castle to talk to Reldo for the Knight Sword quest. Back in Varrock Square, we also have to buy a newspaper off of this guy. I believe this is for a diary task. Buying a raw tomato off of this guy, also another task. I believe this is the Blue Moon Inn. Anyways, we're here for the bar crawl. Okay, we did the museum quiz. And 1,000 Slayer XP, 1,000 Hunter XP. That puts us at 9 and 9. I've got my clanmate on his pure account here that hasn't done Shield or Rav, luckily, so I'm able to do it with them. On our way to murder Johnny the Beard. He needs the key. I'm killing Johnny the Beard. Murdered. Handing over the weapon store key to clanmate right here. Apparently he's just kicking the level 23 guard or whatever he has to kill right now. I was gonna do the lean emote here while I was waiting for him to finish his part, but I don't have it unlocked. Oh, there's the certificate, and I think I give him one as well. Boom, we traded, even though I'm an Ironman. No way. Okay, I believe the very last step here is to hand this certificate over to King Roll. Oh my god, 1 quest point and 600 coins. We're rich. Both completed the quest. Oh no, he got 2 defense on his pure. It's over. Stealing some tea real quick for another diary task. Talk to Aubrey to hand off this research package for Rune Mysteries. And I think this quest actually unlocks rune crafting. Although, like, I guess we're not finished yet. We have to go back to the Wizard's Tower. Wait, he just gave me a Phoenix crossbow. Can I actually use this? I can equip it. According to the wiki, this is the equivalent of a bronze crossbow, and it's best in slot for free to play. Up here by the sawmill to do Gertrude's cat, but also I believe chopping this tree is yet another easy task. Gertrude's cat completed. We get a kitten, a chocolate cake, some stew, 1 quest point, and a little bit of cooking EXP. That puts us at level 12 cooking. In the wilderness here, it's onto the Zamorak Mage real quick. Or, in the wilderness to talk to the Zamorak Mage real quick. 400 total level. Made our way over to Taverley, and we're going to start Witch's House. We have retrieved the ball, and we avoided detection from the witch. And now, Witch's House completed. Perhaps I should have watched my stamina before running through this. Anyways, we're doing Druidic Ritual right now to unlock Herblore. Druidic Ritual completed. Spoke too soon? Going through some dialogue? Hold spacebar. Boom, there it is. Plus 250 Herblore XP. And this quest gives 4 quest points? For such a short quest, that's for a lot of quest points, I feel like. Anyways, level 3 Herblore as well. Back in Remington to start and complete Witch's Potion. Completed. We're about to cook up a red berry pie, and there's just absolutely no way that this is going to burn, right? 0 chance. Here we go. And first try, nice. While in Port Sarim, if you go to the jail and go upstairs and talk to the security guard, he'll hand you a book. There it is. You read it, and that's a achievement diary task. Red berry pie for our boy Thurgo. Coming down here to mine the 2 blue right for the rest of this quest, and just pointing out that this is also where the Royal Titans are. Those new prayer scrolls are going to be good for us in a little bit. Running into the Falador Castle right now, talking to the Squire to finish up the Knight Sword. This quest is really good for the early game because, boom, there it is. Almost 13k smithing EXP, and that puts us at 29 smithing without ever having trained any smithing. We're in Al-Kharid now, and we're just going to pick up all the ammo molds. In the palace now, starting Prince Ali Rescue. We need that free gate entrance, of course. You know, we can't be paying 10 GP every time. While we're in the area, fishing an anchovy here in Al-Kharid is actually an achievement diary, so the fishing spot disappeared. There it is, first try. We're going to get started on the tourist trap here. Hopefully we don't die. I completely forgot to get runes to kill this guy, so be right back. Okay, we got the captain safe spotted behind one of his mercenaries. Nice and easy. We're just going to fire strike him to death. This is another spot where you can really feel the agility changes. I'm running through this cave, and stamina's pretty good, although we are about to run out. But almost done with the quest here, but I don't understand why you have to right-click search everything in this quest. It makes no sense. Tourist trap about to be completed here. It's important that we pick agility as the reward we want, and it's twice over. Agility. I think everybody picks agility. That puts us at 26 agility. Very nice. We went from 1 to 26. Okay, what we're going to do now is minigame TPing the fishing trawler, and we're going to go ahead and grab the angler outfit. I think people actually say it's not worth it in terms of the experience boost, unless you're going for 200 mil fishing XP, which we are definitely not doing, by the way. But it's just something I want to do. I want to get the outfit, and potentially in the future, the Spirit Angler version of it as well. Before we start doing fishing trawler though, I'm going to take advantage of the fire here and the bank chest that's close by, and we're going to try and get our cooking levels up. First fishing trawler game completed. Let's see what we get. And a load of junk. Ooh, 30 fishing off of that last trawler game. Fishing trawler game number 19. We got the boots. Oh my, I'm actually in the middle of a hard mode tub on the other account right now, but angler pants, angler waders, let's go. Oh my god, 24 pulls and we got our third piece already. Just one more to go. We just need the hat. There it is, the fourth and final piece. Yes, there are no angler gloves, okay? Just to be clear, there's no angler gloves, but we have completed full angler outfit in 46 KC. Very nice. Guess on a new account, we should be doing random events. Just wrapping up the Gravedigger random event right now. This should be it. Talk to Leo. Think I've finished. It's going to take a look. And we got 2 clogs. We got the zombie gloves and the zombie trousers. Nice. We're going to farm some of these imps to get the beads for the... Once again, I can't remember the name of the quest. Imp catcher, imp catcher. It's like self-explanatory. But yeah, we're going to try to get the beads now. Oh, just got the red bead. And I forgot to mention, we came out of the fishing trawler trip with 36 fishing. Let's see if we can get a bead here. We just got the red one back to back. Come on. Nope. A ball of wool. White bead. That makes 2 out of 4. And there's the black bead. Just one more to go. Just hit 20 magic. No 4th bead yet, though. Now, I was hoping for no dupes in terms of getting the 4 beads, but we just got a dupe white bead. Wow, another white bead. What's the one we're missing? Is it the yellow one? I never remember what color they are. A 4th white bead. What is going on? Okay, I've been scattering the ashes from these imps, and we just got level 4 prayer, which puts us at 500 total. I was not expecting that, actually. Ooh, and just like that, we got the yellow bead. Nice, that didn't take too long. We're going to get started on Fight Arena, since we're in the area, and we're going to do Tree Gnome Village after this, too. So part of this quest is to hand this guard some alcohol, and if you think about it, there's a lot of quests that require you to give somebody alcohol, which is I don't know, something to think about, I guess. Mage is so OP in the early game. You just safe spot everything, and just fire striking stuff does a good amount of damage. So I believe this is the last mob we have to fight in this quest, and then after this we'll be done. Fight Arena completed, 2 quest points. Some good amount of attack EXP and a little bit of thieving EXP as well. That puts us at 29 attack. Just like that, wow. And we gained some thieving levels. I'm not sure, maybe just 1 or 2. Either way, we're at 27 thieving now as well. There's Tree Gnome Village completed. This is big because now we have access to spirit trees, and we have one of them in the POH. Continuing the bar crawl mini quest. We're running the tutorial right now to get our first Slayer task. We're going to do some Slayer up until 42 magic. Some chickens just north of Lumbridge. Second task is bats. We're going to kill them just south of Camelot here. Just hit level 10 Slayer. Ice Fiend's task. We're going to do this on Ice Mountain. Down in the stronghold killing minotaurs for another task. We just got the Frog Princess random. And we're about to hit 30 magic. Okay, let me just try and kill this Minotaur before we do the random event. There we go, 1 prog token. Oh wow, and a right skull half. We're going to need that for the scepter, which I believe is a Varrock Diary task. Just wrapped up the goblin task here, and the big thing here is that we have done enough tasks, 5 tasks, now we can actually start earning Slayer points. Little rare moment where I catch both my accounts at the POH at the same time. I'm just fishing anglers on the maxed account, and obviously doing Slayer on the other one. Okay, coming up on 30 hit points. 25 combat. On a cow fight task right now, and we just hit level 20 Slayer. We got stuck on a cave crawler task. They poison you, and I don't have any anti-poison right now, so I just decided to call it there on Slayer, and I'm going to train my magic on these moss giants and bury big bones while I'm at it to get a little bit of prayer EXP. 40 magic. And 28 combat level. Today, we go after the early game Iron's best friend, Artie Cloak 1. Now, back to mining amethyst on the maxed account for me. We're going to go ahead and boost ourselves up to 43 prayer. So our method's going to be using a house tab, and then going to the portal nexus, and going to, I believe, Gorok. Yep, and then just running south, there's the altar. And then we'll just purposely die to something. Oh, this would be awkward. That. Oh. Oh. That is very awkward. Alright, let's try to run further away from the Chaos Fanatic here. We're going so fast, I missed the level 10 and the level 20 pop-ups. Okay, so we finished the inventory. Now we intentionally die to the Chaos Fanatic. Also, it looks like we just zoomed past 600 total level. There's 40, and then we're just going to finish up 3 more levels so that we have our overheads. Okay, earlier you saw me pull out about 500 dragon bones, and that is completely overkill. When I plugged it into the calculator, I looked at the EXP instead of the number of bones. Okay, we're back to questing now, and we're going to get started on Haziel Cult. Haziel Cult completed. A little bit of thieving EXP. We're making our way over to Brimhaven so that we can do Tribal Totem. That's Tribal Totem done, which also puts us at 30 thieving. Dwarf Cannon completed. Waterfall quest completed. Let's see where our attack and strength end up at. 30 strength and 40 attack. We made our way over to Hasidius, and we're going to be thieving these fruit stalls up until, I believe, 42 thieving. Oh, and it looks like it's actually a diary task as well, so that works out. You can actually get into a pretty good rhythm just running back and forth, so much so that I actually missed the 40 thieving level pop-up. So yeah, anyways, a couple more levels and we're going to be out of here. We just got done with thieving. We home TP'd back to Lumbridge, and we're going to get Cook's Assistant done, and then we're going to get started on RFD so that we can at least have access to the bank chest in the basement. There's Cook's Assistant. There we go, 20 balls of wool to Fred the farmer, and there's Sheepshire. We're in Draenor right now. I just gathered all the supplies I needed for the Prince Ali rescue quest. And while we're here, we're going to do the Draenor agility course for 1 lap, because that is a diary task, I believe. Also, just right beneath the course, we're going to talk to this guy to start Vampire Slayer. Making my way over to the Wizard's Tower, I'm going to turn in the notes for Rune Mysteries, and we're going to do Imp Catcher. We already got the beads up here. There's Imp Catcher, and there's our best in slot amulet for a little bit. And there's Rune Mysteries. Teleport to the mines through this guy in the Wizard's Tower basement, and that's a diary task. Also in the basement, I believe, is, yep, this skull. I believe that's for Restless Ghosts. Why, hello there. We're about to get the greatest weapon of all time. The Silverlight. That turns into the Arclight, that turns into... No, that turns into Darklight, that turns into Arclight, that turns into Emberlight. I remember as a kid I had to write down the incantation or whatever, the chant, because I would never remember it. But with Quest Helper, click the blue text. And there we go, Demon Slayer completed. Wait, I don't get the pop-up. Hello? I guess the wizard interrupted me. Look, remember when I said like you had to give someone alcohol? Look, we're giving Dr. Harlow some beer just so he would give us the steak for Vampire Slayer. Since we've been out of Wintertodt, we've been zooming on the quests. Oh, there's a random event. And I've been using house tabs left and right. Okay, this is the second time we've gotten the Gravedigger random event. Last time we got 2 clog spots. Let's see what we get here. A zombie mask. Nice. Romeo and Juliet completed. 5 quest points just for that. Here we go. It's time. We're starting Grand Tree, one of the iconic quests. So we're on Karamja right now. We're doing parts of Pirate's Treasure as well as going to the dock here to do a diary task. When I was a kid, I always added an extra A into the name Karamja and it became Karajama. I don't know why, but it stuck with me for a long time until like I realized that there was only 2 A's. Why does having this white apron on make me look thick as hell? Man, the Grand Tree is kind of a troll quest. It just makes you go up and down the tree, back to Glow's house, then back to the tree, back and forth. Okay, we have a choice here. Do we just want to talk to him, or do we want to commit murder? I think we're going to commit murder. And there's Grand Tree completed. Some fat attack EXP, some agility EXP, magic EXP, and access to gnome gliders. Doing biohazard right now. Got the gas mask on. Teleported to Camelot, and we're going to get started on Merlin's Crystal. Getting a fishing rod for later. Man, this guy is just really in the middle of nowhere. But we're going to get started on fishing contests by talking to this guy. Running up north now to start and complete murder mystery. Dude, what kind of name is Gossip? There it is, murder mystery completed. Quick little crafting EXP. Doing the bar crawl mini quest really makes you realize just how many bars there are around RuneScape. Yeah, this is perfectly normal. We're just doing a fishing contest up against a vampire. Sinister Stranger. I wonder if that's like a Marvel reference, actually. That's fishing contest completed. We're pulling out 600 soda ash and 600 buckets of sand. Handed over from the other account. It's just a bit of a time save. I already had it on the other account, and I didn't need a world hop and buy from the charter ships. Up here with Doric, about to do Doric's quest. Think I already have everything on me. Yeah, he's even confused. Boom, there it is. Last step of Pirate's Treasure here, I believe. We just have to kill this gardener. Dig up the loot. And there we go. Pirate's Treasure completed. Since we're in Falador right now, we're going to do Black Knight's Fortress and Recruitment Drive as well. Came to the monastery to pick up a cabbage. I always wonder why this quest specified that you cannot have a cabbage from Draenor Manor. Alright, do not eat the cabbage. You right click, use. There we go. That's Black Knight's Fortress completed. Gave us 2,500 coins, 3 quest points. Mime show random. And we got an emote, glass box emote. I never knew you could actually use one of the weapons here to fight this guy. I always assumed you just had to box him. This is the classic puzzle with the fox, the grain, and the chicken. There's recruitment drive done. Friendship ended with the blue wizard hat. Black wizard hat, new best friend. We teleported to Castle Wars and just ran north. And we're about to do the observatory quest. Right here, there's a super anti-poison 1-dose spawn for some reason. I just picked a couple of these up. This is going to be good for a few things. I think certain Slayer tasks, for example, the Slayer task we left off on, the cave crawlers, they poison you. We're going to need super antis for that. And I think a couple of quest mobs may poison you as well. I don't know. I'm not sure. There's observatory quest completed. We just gotta grab our Ghost Speak amulet to finish off the Restless Ghost, I believe. I have the skull with me. And we do have access to the RFD chest. Now, we did get started at the very least. He's gone. There's Restless Ghost completed. If I remember right, this is actually the first quest we started, so we finally got around to completing it. I forgot to do Goblin Diplomacy while we were in the Falador area, and I also accidentally made a purple dye while I was trying to make the orange dye. So we're here back at Wyson the Gardener, and we're going to try and get some more wood leaves for another blue... what am I saying? Blue dye. And then, if I remember right, this quest, you end up having to dye one set of armor blue, one set of armor orange, and then they just end up with the default one anyways, which is why you need 3. The brown armor, yep. And there it is, Goblin Diplomacy. 5 quest points. Dude, some of these early quests give a lot of quest points. Okay, with Goblin Diplomacy done, we can now start the Lost Tribe. Obviously, going for 99 fire making off rip at Wintertodt is not necessary at all, but something that's really nice if you do end up getting it is that it counts as a light source and it can't go out either. So I'm able to just have my cape on and go in here, pick up the brooch. Back in Varrock, we've continued the Lost Tribe. We picked up the priest gown for Shadow of the Storm later, and now we're going to finish off the Abyss mini quest. As it turns out, the priest gown doubles for finishing up Biohazard, and it's going to be useful for Shadow of the Storm later. Spoiler alert, huge find that the West Arty plague is actually just a hoax. There's Biohazard completed, a little bit of thieving XP. We're about to do dig site here, and I think a major time save here is going to be the access to the portal nexus, because I believe, which one is it? I believe this one, Sentiston. Yes, it puts us at the south of the dig site, right next to the exam center. And there's dig site completed, 15,000 mining XP, very nice. And 2,000 Herbal is actually really good for the early game, 17 Herbal. That was interesting. I'm able to use the Champions Guild teleport without having done Dragon Slayer. I guess it's because it puts you outside. But anyways, we're going to get started on Dragon Slayer. And we're back in Arty to finish up Arty Easy Diaries. Something that pretty much every Iron must do. The Arty cape is so good. I guess less so for me because I have access to all the teleports, but nevertheless, EXP lamp as well. On my way to pull the Wildy lever, surely nothing happens. We're good. Okay, already easy diary completed. Got ourselves Arty cape on, or Arty cloak on, and an EXP lamp that we are going to be using on agility. We don't have 30 Herblore yet, so we're going to use it on agility. 34 agility, very nice. We're going to be flip-flopping between POVs today as we get 416 heroes situated to do some barbarian fishing. I guess this is an inside look as to how we play both accounts. We're going to do Jungle Potion and then Shiloh Village right after. Okay, mid-quest here, but I just get the feeling I somehow missed 700 total level. And now we're at 741 already. I think it's just because we've been flying through the quest. Jungle Potion completed. Wow, getting the Shiloh Village before you actually do the Shiloh Village quest is a massive pain in the ass. Honestly, I should have traded myself some stamina pots because I've had to walk all the way from Brimhaven all the way down. Ain't no way I walked all the way down here and now I have to go up here to talk to this dude again. Oh my. Funny memory here, having to cross this bridge. I was watching my friend do this very quest and he had an inventory full of cakes. And he just failed over and over again. He used all his cakes. He TP'd out with more cakes, came back, and he crossed on the first try. So let's see what happens for us. Oh, well, surely second time, right? Never mind. Okay, they say third time's the charm, right? It's true! Shiloh Village completed. 26 crafting. Back in Camelot finishing up Merlin's Crystal, then we're going to start Holy Grail next. There it is, 6 quest points. Massive. Playing the organ in the church, diary task. I feel like the Boots of Lightness aren't really needed anymore, but since we're in the area, we're going to grab them anyways. It wouldn't hurt. Here we are, fresh new kicks. And of course, while we're in the area, Elemental Workshop 1 completed. And that's the Lost Tribe completed. A Ring of Life. And 3,000 mining XP. Just 1 quest point though. Okay, this was a little while ago, but I couldn't remember the name of the quest to unlock blackjacking, and we're about to start it now. It's the feud. Once again, another quest where there's a part where you have to give somebody beer. Why is she just not in the building, but instead behind it? Hello? Alright, there's the feud completed. We unlocked blackjacking. Ah, the classic. I went to start blackjacking, and I just got my ass beat. I had to give myself some GP because I had all my house tabs and all my coins on me when I died, so there's no way of getting back there. Neat little trick to blackjacking is you want to position the bandit or whoever you're blackjacking to be near the bottom of your screen so that you can right-click knock out and then left-click pickpocket with as little mouse movement as possible. If you set it up well, you might not even have to move your mouse at all. Anyways, we're only here for one more level. We're level 49 right now. We're about to hit 50 in a little bit. And then ideally, we move to Varlamore Thieving. And there it is, 50 thieving. We are out of here. I do not want to do any more blackjacking if I don't have to. We are here in Shallow Village. I decided to do some fishing now. Okay, I don't have a fly fishing rod. Scratch that. Be right back. And we're back. Okay, we're going to get started on some fly fishing right now. We're going to get some levels up in preparation for barbarian fishing. And I'm doing this now because I'm about to pot some tobs on the other account. Also, one more thing. I just feel like if you're wearing the angler outfit, you have to put the RD cape on. Because look at this. Look at this. What the? And there's 40 fishing already. These levels are going to fly by. Wow, we just got a back-to-back. So Mr. Blorva guy over here, Pepperington, just got a Justy legs, which completes Justy for him. And then Me No Lucky here just got a Sang, and I think that's 7 out of 7 for him for top items. There's 50 fishing. We're going to get 8 more levels before we go over to barbarian fishing. I think we want to get 58 because at 58 we unlock another tier of fish. I think there's like 3 or 4 different ones at barb fishing, if I recall correctly. And we want to get to 58 just so we have a higher chance of fishing the higher level ones for more EXP. Alright, now that I'm not actively tobbing, I'm gonna 3-tick here and there where I feel like it, and an AFK some, and we'll get to 58 just a little bit quicker. 2 more fish here, and we're gonna hit 58 fishing. There it is. We can move on to barbarian fishing now. We're gonna do our cooking here at the Rogue's Den. We're gonna cook all our trout, I think. And this is a good spot because there's a fire right here and you can talk to this guy to bang, so you don't even have to move. Coming up on 20 cooking. If I could just stop burning, that'd be great. There it is, 20 cooking. Oop, I didn't even realize this was coming up, but we hit 800 total. 30 cooking. Just came back from grabbing a snack and we're 40 cooking. I've got a lot more trout to cook than I realized. So here's 50 cooking, and we still got another 800 or so trout to cook. We finally got done with cooking all the trout, and we've made our way over to barbarian fish. We're going to barbarian fish up until we get 50 agility. That way we can go back to the Rogue's Den and get the Rogue's outfit for thieving. Ooh, This was not the level I was planning on recording, but 33 strength. And there it is, 60 fishing. Okay, so I'm still barb fishing right now. Just hit 60 fishing recently. But we're gonna try our hand at a little bit of corp. Roll the corp lottery today and see if we can get anything. And today from corp, we're going to get 250 soul runes. Okay, I guess we'll do another kill though. Second KC, we get 250 law runes. There's 40 agility, 10 more to go until we get our rogue's outfit. Still barb fishing for that 50 agility, but we're gonna do some more hard mode tob on, wait for it. Very nice. No purple, never lucky. Dude, this guy's ragging my tiles. Oh snap, we hit 40 strength. There it is. Might be a good one. 1511.4. Okay. Nice. But no purple. Not me 3-tick fishing in between tob raids right now. I purposely died at Verzik so that I could 3-tick fish on the other account, you know? You gotta admire the dedication. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do to get the gains. I've been catching some red chinchompas here and there on the maxed account, so that when we get to SOT on 416 Hero, we can boost our range levels a little bit. That way I don't have to 5-1 the Corrupted Gauntlet. Second Mime Show event. And we actually got a clog. Mime Mask, let's go. I'm actually in the middle of editing one of the videos here, and we just hit 69 fishing. Nice. And there's 50 fishing. I think this one's a big one. Yes, it is, because we now can fish sturgeon, which is going to increase our EXP rates here up by a lot. Okay, so after reaching level 70 fishing, I've now fished like 4 or 5 inventories, and I haven't caught one sturgeon yet. And I'm just now realizing that not only do you need 70 fishing, but you need 45 strength and 45 agility. So I have the agility level, we're at 46, but we're not quite there yet on the strength level. There it is, 45 strength. Now we can start catching sturgeon. I'm here at the Corrupted Gauntlet on the maxed account. Even though I've completed Corrupted Gauntlet for quite some time now, I got the pet pretty early on. I got the 6 armor seeds I needed, and I even have both enhanced weapon seeds now. I still do usually about 1 CG a day just to upkeep shards. And turns out that one I just did was 999. Let's see if we get lucky on anything. Nope. Rune chain body is a better GP, and of course the shards that we need. Cosmic runes are always nice for thralls and enchanting jewelry. Got the Corrupted Gauntlet KC out the way. I'm still barb fishing on 416 Hero. Meanwhile, I'm now off to Corp on the maxed account in hopes of getting an Ellie one day. So I do have a lot of goals with 416 Hero, but while I'm doing Corp on the maxed account, I've been thinking, you know, at worst, if I burn out of the account or just, you know, get bored of it for some reason, at worst, it can just help me at Corp. Or maybe AFK Vires or something. It can just become like a supply gathering alt. So really, no matter what happens, it's a win-win situation for me. Pinball random, just finished. I forget what you get out of these. Gems, probably? Oh, yep, 2 diamonds. I'm catching gray chins right now. I'm not sure if this is entirely worth it. You did see me catch some red chins earlier. Or before, in preparation, just to get some range levels up for Corrupted Gauntlet. But red chins are at level 55 range, and gray chins are at 45. So I don't know if chinning from 45 to 55 will be worth it, but nevertheless, I'm gonna at least catch a couple here. And there's 50 agility. We are now able to go to the Rogue's Den and get ourselves the thieving outfit, the Rogue's outfit. But I think I'm just going to camp out here at the Barbarian fishing spot for a little bit longer. The agility and the strength EXP is just too good to pass up. Welcome to another GIM progress video. We're just doing some angler fishing here, AFKing with some dude standing right next to me. But in today's video, we're going to continue to get gains at Otto's Grotto. But that's going to take a back seat, though, as we start Perilous Moons on Wait For It. Ooh, frog token number 2. Our inventory is filling up, though. Just hit 50 strength here. So pretty much as we fish, we're going to get a agility level first, and then a little bit later, we're going to get a strength level. Okay, this really caught me off guard. Turns out I am out of feathers. So here's my max main to transfer over some feathers. A little care package. Boom. Here we are in Camtorum, getting ready to step into Perilous Moons. I haven't brought it up much, but the goal for 416 Hero is to be a 50 defense account. 50 defense specifically for Moons gear. However, I'm here geared up to the max on Wait For It, the maxed account, because I've done some looking into Moons on a low defense account, and in short, to sum it up, it's just not it. Okay, we are officially in. Let's just get set up here. I'm gonna get some fishing supplies, some herbal supplies. Okay, to make the potions, we need to grab these grubby saplings, use the pestle and mortar on them, and then use the paste that you get, and you make these moonlight potions, which give you attack, defense, and strength. So it's like a super combat essentially, and it also gives you prayer. It says +0 right now because I'm max prayer. Okay, first case here of the grind. Oh, what? Hello? Huh? Huh? Alright, fresh off that double chest, we're just flowing right into the next kill. Nice thing about Moons is it has a really nice flow to it. You go through the eclipse, then the blue moon, then the blood moon, then the chest room, and you get put right back at the start. And you can just go round and round and round. Still reeling from that double chest just now, and kind of realized that I don't know the rates here. So I'm gonna have to look that up in a second. Okay, we're at the blue moon now, and I just pulled up the wiki. It's looking like it's about a 1 in 19. Okay. Any back-to-backers? Wow, never lucky. Third KC. Nothing. Here we go. Here we go, here we go. Come on. Okay, so let's just do a little walkthrough of the moon's rotation right now. So first thing you do is fight the eclipse moon. Okay, once you have finished with the eclipse moon, you then run east, and that takes you right to the blue moon. Once you have completed the blue moon boss, you will run east once again. Once you're done with the blood moon, you actually come out to the same position you were at before, but this time you run south down this long hallway. Here in the loot room, you're gonna get a blood moon. Nope, never mind. Keep in mind your run energy, and whenever you need it, you can just make a cup of tea. All right, 10th KC since we started. Surely this is a chest with a unique. No way, dude. The blue moon phased when it was 1 HP, and not even the thrall killed it. I can feel it. This one has something in it. Okay, a blue moon helmet. Let's go. First unique since the double drop. Can we get a back-to-back? The KC number 50. I am feeling lucky. Okay, never mind. I guess I was feeling something else. Alright, last KC of this session, and we don't even get rewarded. Alright, it's a new day for me. We're back at Moons. Starting at 57 KC. Let's see what kind of drops we can get today. Alright, first KC of the day. Let's see what we get. Surely some blood moon. So this is the main reason, the number one reason why I'm choosing to do Perilous Moons on my maxed account rather than 416 Hero, where at best it's going to be 50 defense. The Blood Moon. The life-stealing mechanics are absolutely brutal. What if we rotate our camera this way? Maybe we get loot this way. Never mind. Hey! Clog number, I think, 5 at Lunars. The Eclipse Atlatl. Yep, that's the 5th item. I guess the 6th clog if you include the darts. Very nice. At 64 KC. The Blue Moon boss is by far the quickest one to do. The site just absolutely crushes it. And we get a back-to-back. Unfortunately not. 69 KC, surely a drop. I'm gonna try something different here. The slow walk up. And... oh man, that's so stupid. When you open the chest, but then you don't click anything and you just close out of the pop-up, it just automatically puts it in your inventory. Oh, Blue Moon chestplate. Is that Blue Moon completed? Oh no, we're still missing the tacits. Let's take a look at the log. That was KC number 77. And yep, we are missing the Blue Moon tacits. And then that'll be our first moon set completed. Ooh, freaky Forester random event. Nice. We got a top out of it. No back-to-back. Alright, since we pulled the dualies earlier, I can finally do that combat task, Betrayal, where you use the respective moon weapon against them. So I have these dualies here. And here we go. Combat task completed. Betrayal. Dude, this guy has no shoes on. The guy in the bandos. Here we go, here we go. And 1 maple seed. A Blood Moon Helm at 87 KC. I think we're actually pretty lucky right now on the overall log, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 if you include the lateral darts in 87 KC. Very nice, very nice. 2 out of 4 on the Blood Moon set. Any back-to-backers? Nope. Here we go. Last one before I go and grab some dinner. And nothing. Honestly, though, the soft clay is good for making house tabs. That 416 hero just absolutely burns up whenever I'm questing. Oh my god, a Ben Jorkin sighting. Here we are, about to open Lunar Chest number 100. And in this chest is going to be a triple unique. Well, there are 3 items. A Blood Moon chestplate. I think all that's missing is the tacits for Blood Moon. Nice. KC 102. Here we are. Collection log. Yep, just the pants for Blood Moon, just the pants for Blue Moon. And then Eclipse top and the helmet. Blue Moon Tacits. Let's go. Let's take a look at the log here. Oh, that completes Blue Moon. Nice. So with the last item being Blue Moon Tacits, we completed the Blue Moon set. And now I think what we're about to do is every Peerless Moon's rotation, we're going to skip over Blue Moon. So I just did Eclipse, and then now I just do Blood Moon, and then I'll go claim the loot from the chest. What? Where am I going? Oh, there we go. Okay, just completed a KC where I did Eclipse first, and then Blood Moon second, and then obviously to the loot room. I heard that it might be more optimal to do the Blood Moon first, and then the Eclipse, and then it might route you better to the loot room. Let's check it out. Okay, so completing the Blood Moon puts me here, and this is the entrance to the Blue Moon. Where does this entrance take us? That's the Eclipse. Okay, interesting. Okay, we finished the Eclipse Moon. Now where does it put us? Straight back outside, and then I assume we go through here, and that puts us to the room just outside the blood room. Oh, no, this is the loot room. So it does seem like doing Blood Moon into Eclipse is more optimal than Eclipse into Blood Moon, so we're gonna stick to that now. Are you feeling it now? Oh my, let's go! Let's go! Blood Moon completed. Alright, let's take a look at the log here. 124 KC, full Blood Moon, full Blue Moon. And now we're just missing the Eclipse Moon Helm and the Moon Chestplate. Yeah, now we're only doing Eclipse, so I actually have to run the other way now. I was going the wrong way. KC number 150, we get 84 Atlatl darts. A little bit unrelated here, but we just hit 1,000 corrupted gauntlet completion count. Let's see what we get. Dragon arrows are in full helm, 2 rune plate bodies, 8 crystal shards. A little update on 416 hero, as we've been primarily doing moons, but in the background we've still been fishing. And let's just speed this up a little bit here, or try to, at least. Kind of failing. Just one more, I think. Boom, there it is. 80 fishing. Infernal eels. Oh, that could be kind of nice. We can't get there yet, though. We need a fire cape. Ooh, I think this is the first time we're getting this random. Alright, what are we getting? A camo top. Alright, took a bit of a break from the moon's grind, and now we're back. We just gotta stock up again. Here we go. First chest of the session, surely. Yes, just what I wanted. 17 clay. Second Freaky Forcer random event. Portal. There we go. Some shorts. Very nice. Alright, for chest number 200, we get a whole 9 buckets of super compost. Alright. With that being said, I think I'm going to take a break from Perilous Moons for now. We're still missing 2 pieces, the same 2 pieces, the Eclipse Moon chest plate and helmet. But yeah, we're going to take a break. I'll probably do some chests, some more Perilous Moons down the line at some point to finish the clog out. I'm sure I'll want the full Eclipse Moon set. But yeah, for now, I'm going to take a break. And we're going to wrap up Barbarian Fishing as well. And then we'll continue questing and skilling as needed. Alright, back on 416 Hero here. Like I said, we're going to move on from Barb Fishing. But I'd like to get just one more strength level to even it out between strength and agility before I leave. So I got about 400 fish to catch until I get that strength level. I'm going to speed things up here, power through with 3-tick fishing. And then I believe, like I said a little while ago, we're going to get the Rogue's outfit and get our thieving levels up. I think the target goal is going to be 72 for Wild Gothic Sleeps. There it is, 57 strength. That puts us at 900 total. Okay, so we're leaving Barbarian Fishing for now, temporarily, at 81 fishing, 57 agility, 57 strength. Coming up, we're going to be getting our Rogue's outfit, utilizing some tech to speed us up. And then we try out Varlamore Thieving for the first time. We then do some interesting multi-skilling. Alright, we are at the Rogue's Den. We're going to do the mini game here. I think first we have to talk to this bald dude right here. We are now able to go in. I wonder if I have the tile markers. Okay, turns out there is a plugin called Rogue's Den. So I just installed that and let's get started here. Alright, first run through. Are we going to get anything? Nothing. The course is honestly a lot longer than I remember it being. And even with the run energy changes, we ended up running out of stamina. So, while we're cooking, my clanmate here, Me No Lucky, might be cooking as well. He says to pot share a stamina dose right before you go in. Now, I don't know if I'm going to do that because using staminas for this is just kind of crazy. I mean, I do have a lot of staminas, but I'm gonna do it at least once just to see if it actually works. Okay, I brought Wait For It over to the Rogue's Den here, and let's try this out. We're gonna pot share. I always forget which one is it. Is it this one? It is. Okay, we have received the pot share. Now, oh my god, I think it works. At the end of this run here, we're going to have to see what stamina we end up at. We're probably still going to do a couple of inventories of cooking in between runs, because I don't plan on just force feeding staminas back up to 100 run energy every time. That would get expensive real fast. I'd like to think that these stamina doses I'm using for this are free, and they're the ones that come from Tob, the ones that I smuggle out of Tob. Alright, we have made it to the wall safe with just under 40 stamina. This is pretty good. And we get a Rogue's Equipment crate. Let's go. A piece of Rogue Equipment. I guess it does not matter which one we pick first. We get a mask. We just hit level 55 cooking. Cooked about 2 or 3 inventories. We're at 80 run now. I'm just going to finish up this inventory. And then we are good to go for another run. Here we are again, and unfortunate. Aw, man. Sweet. We got another crate. Let's get the top. That's 2 pieces. You know, I really wish there was more consistency with the outfits here. So the Rogue's outfit is one of the outfits that has gloves. If you think back to Wintertodd, the Wintertodd Pyromancer set only has 4 pieces, and the warm gloves are not part of the Pyromancer piece, or the Pyromancer set. And then after that, we got the Angler outfit, and there's no Angler gloves either. It's just the hat, the top, the bottoms, and the boots. So why is it that the Rogue's outfit has gloves? Couldn't get the back 3 back, unfortunate. Yes, another crate. This time we get the boots. And only the gloves remain. Come on. And I was really hoping that one was going to be the one. No, come on. Alright, surely we don't miss out on the crate 3 times in a row, right? Of course we do. No way, dude. Are you serious? This is it. Without a doubt. 100%. Without any uncertainty. This is going to be it. You know, at least we didn't fail. I lost count. I think this is like 8 in a row or something. Nine runs in a row where we either get a rogue kit or fail to open safe. Finally, we are done. Give me the gloves. Thank you, thank you. Imagine if I just like clicked the wrong one. There it is. Put that bad boy on. And let's head to Varlamore. Now here's a question actually. Do I have to do any quest to get to Varlamore? I currently don't have access to fairy rings. So, with that being said, I think I will have to do Children of the Sun. There we go. That's Children of the Sun completed. Access to Varlamore. Alright, let's head to the center of Varlamore. I believe that's where we want to go. Okay, so this is going to be my first time trying out Varlamore's anything, but let's see. I think this guy here is doing it too. I think all we have to do is wait for these children, these little guys, to say something to these wealthy citizens, and then that's when they're distracted when we can pickpocket them. Okay, so there are the kids crying, and then the citizen walks up to Leo, and now free pickpocketing. Coming up on 60 thieving. I've only been doing the AFK portion of this method, where I pretty much only have to click once every 70 to 100 seconds. There it is, 60 thieving. We've stocked up about 184 house keys so far. I am going to try out the house keys in a little bit, but for now I'm just going to keep stocking them up. Okay, trying out the house portion of the Varlamore thieving right now. Seems pretty chill. It's probably not as AFK as thieving the citizens in the center of the bazaar, but I think this should be better EXP. Okay, someone's coming back, so we dip out. Peace. Wow, this plugin is OP. It even tells you which house to go to next. I've been doing this for a bit now, and I think I've got the hang of it. I've taken out a chisel from the bank because occasionally you get these items that you can chisel down and it'll give you blessed bone shards. So that's going to be passive prayer EXP essentially. And then you also get, oh, I was too busy yapping and I didn't get the bonus EXP right there. So yeah, that's what it is actually. Whenever an arrow pops up, you want to switch over to that chest or wardrobe and you'll get bonus EXP and potentially some extra valuables. But the thing you're going to get the most is these things, they're just labeled valuables. And and you can turn it into an NPC. I'm not sure what the NPC is right now. I think maybe next to the bank over there, you can turn them in for actual GP. Right here, if you hover over it, it says my 1,500 valuables is worth about 83k. And then you also just get like random assortments of like jewelry. Like for example, I got a gold ring here, a gold amulet. Some of it's useful, some of it's not. I've gotten a couple of ruby necklaces, which are going to be nice for dig site pendants. Some sapphire rings, good for recoils. So I think if you wanted to, you could also bring alks or runes for enchanting. And you can make some jewelry or make some extra GP as well. For right now, though, I'm just going to be banking these when my inventory gets full. Okay, I was only able to catch a bit of it, but basically the gist of it is the house owner comes back into the house. You kind of get a text alert as well as just being able to see them. You hop out the window, and then you rotate over to a different house. So if you're on the western side of Varlamore here, there's 3 houses. There's this one to the northwest we're heading to now, this one just south of it, and then this one further east. You pretty much go in a rotation between the 3 of them, and every time you have to leave one house, the next one should be available. 69 thieving. I'm feeling a little extra motivated right now, so we're going to head over to do a little bit of blackjacking, see how long that lasts. The beauty of this is that there are options now, right? You can go to Varlamore for some lower intensity but slower EXP rates, or you can go back to the traditional routes and still have really click-intensive things but fast EXP. No, I took the carpet and I just realized I forgot the blackjack. Okay, we made it here, and I'm just checking. Now that we're 69 thieving, we're able to thieve the Menophyte Thugs. I'm not sure what the rates are going to be like, but that will be what we're doing. So let's head down here. First things first, actually, I didn't bring any food with me, so I'm going to buy some wines off of this guy. So I already found this guy trapped in this room. All I had to do was walk up here and then get him up against this wall. And now we're set up. With the camera angle and everything, we don't have to move our mouse. We just have to right click, left click, and repeat. Okay, we got to level 72. We're going to move on for now because I want to make some active progress right now. We're going to do some questing, and then I'll return at some point to get to 75 for sure. Whether that's going to be at Varlamore or more blackjacking or maybe RD Nights, I'm not sure. But for right now, I just want to move on. So there's the golem completed. Some of you might already know what's coming next. We're going to work on Shadow of the Storm. During the previous quest, I had to run there every single time. Now that I've completed the quest, surely I have access to the magic carpet over there, right? Let's find out. I do, very nice. We're in the middle of the quest right now. I had to teleport out anyways to make the demonic sigil. But I also brought along the rune axe because chopping the trees back here, the teak trees, is a diary task, I believe. Yep, there we go. And then let's just continue on with the quest. Now, this is the first time we meet Evil Dave. Okay, it's time to fight the boss for this quest. We're just going to go ahead and flinch it. You know, for as long as I've had this rune simi, this is the first time I'm actually using it. There we go. Just had to face tank it a little bit. Okay. As most people do, we're going to put our rewards in the ranged because that puts us from 1 to 27 range, just like that, off of one quest. Have you guys talked to Oziak? So the next step for us is going to be getting the Varrock Easy Diary done for the armor, giving us the mining perk. And with that, we're going to be mining a whole bunch of iron ore and superheating them at the same time. At first, I thought I could probably do something else other than this, but I decided that I'm going to go ahead and do this anyways because it's just a really good way of getting mining XP, smithing XP, and magic XP all at once. And we're going to later convert all the iron bars into darts, which I don't have any of to trade over even. And those darts are going to be useful for when we're doing Slayer tasks later for barraging and stuff like that. So it all works out. So here we go. We're going to trade over 6,000 nature runes and 500 cosmics. Nothing in particular there. But you know what? We're just going to go ahead and trade ourselves 700k. But let's just pretend like we actually went and bought these runes, right? You know, just we're underneath Falador right now in the mines, and we are going to trade Drogo the Dwarf for, oh, wait, not this guy. Okay, we're trading, where'd he go? We're trading this guy for the Addy and the rune pick. And definitely need to get the Addy one because currently we're 34 mining. I probably had a extra rune pick lying around somewhere, but I mean, we had to come down here anyways, so might as well. Starting and completing the Varrock Easy Diary right now. So first things first, we feed the stray dog some bones. We need to get more kudos before we speak to the curator, so we're just going to go up here and tell this guy about the adventures we've been on. All right, let's use the lamps. Got 2 of these bad boys, 1,000 EXP. That puts us at 23 herblore. And another one, 24. Speak to the curator in the museum. There we go. Running up to the sawmill. And we are going to be making 1 singular plank. There we go. The Earth Altar is right next to us, but we do not have an Earth Talisman, I don't think. As it turns out, we don't have an Earth Talisman. That's what I thought. I don't recall ever getting one. So we're just going to run through the abyss. Oh my god, I was trying to take one of the little pathways and I almost got murdered. Maybe I should bring some food. Oh, are we dead? I'm 9 HP? And I'm... Okay, good. When you're in the animation, it doesn't do any damage to you. Okay, where is the Earth Altar? Here we are. Craft 1 singular rune. Well, mining this 1 iron ore for the diary task got me 35 mining, and we can now mine sandstone. We went to Shiloh Village for our fishing, so we never actually came here, but this is a diary task. Also in Barbarian Village, we have to make a bowl. There we go. Now off to the Stronghold of Security. This is weird. I'm fairly certain I've been down here before, but I guess not. Got all the tasks done, and now we talk to Toby back in Varrock. Yep, we completed the easy task. And he tells us all the perks we have, and we get an antique lamp and Varrock armor. We are at the Ardi Monastery, and the mining grind is going to begin now. So this is where we're going to be mining our iron, and then we're going to be super heating it on the way to the bank over there, and then we can just use our Ardi Cloak 1 to TP back here and rinse and repeat. Oh, and before we gain any levels here, we're starting off at 43 magic, 32 smithing, and 35 mining. So at first I was trying to superheat while mining, but I think using the knife and T-clog to 3-tick, and then just walking and superheating on the way to the bank is going to be the optimal method. I can definitely say this is not the first time I've done this, and once again, I just want to point out the run energy changes being absolutely massive. It turns out you don't actually have to have your run on at all. So today I learned. We just hit 40 mining, but we're going to need 1 more level until we can use the rune pickaxe. In terms of other options, I can think of other things to do to train magic. For example, we can go to Mage Training Arena, and for mining, we can just do star mining or something like that. But smithing, I don't really know where we're going to get smithing EXP from, and this is honestly a pretty satisfying way of doing it. We're leveling 3 skills at once. 41 mining. That enables us to use the rune pickaxe. I'll finish up this inventory and then grab it. Oh, there's 50 magic. You can now cast snare. Time to catch some people out in the wildy. Wow, in the 1100 or so iron ore that I've mined so far, this is the first gem that I've gotten, an uncut sapphire. There's 55 magic, if I'm not mistaken. That is high alch. Yep. Alright, we're done mining and we're just superheating the last of the iron ore in our inventory. And then we're gonna move on. We're gonna finally unlock Mauritania. We're gonna do some Priest in Peril, whatever falls, Nature Spirit, and it's a whole new area to unlock and more quests to do. It is time to make some real gains. The iconic Dragon Slayer 1 quest, and one of the best transportation methods around the game, fairy rings. We're in the middle of Priest in Peril right now, and I remember this quest, the dialogue being pretty funny, because of the twist. It's one of those cases where you think you're helping, but you're not actually helping, and you get tricked pretty much. Okay, I did not actually come prepared to fight this thing, but I think it's okay. We're just gonna staff bash it with Pray Melee on. I was running back to the temple with some pure essence that I need for the quest, and I realized that I can start the famous quest, or the infamous quest, Rag and Bone Man. Actually, the first quest isn't that bad. It's the second one that gets everybody all annoyed. Not sure if I showed the stats after that iron ore mining session, but we finished off at 55 magic, 42 smithing, and 50 mining. And there's Priest in Peril completed. Completing the Nature Spirit quest here. And this quest is the first quest that I've completed that's going to give me defense XP. So I go from 1 to 13 defense. Oh, and we also hit 50 combat. Oh, and all the EXP and levels we got off of just finishing that quest, we are now over 1k total. We're 1009 total level. Look, I know everybody wants to read this quest as Creature of Frankenstein, but it is Frankenstein. Completed. 1000 thieving EXP and the Ring of... Alright, is it Charos or Karos? One of my clanmates is even pointing this out. It's the Mandela effect. Okay, I don't know about that. Stopped by the Champions Guild to continue Dragon Slayer. We asked to do 20 million questions. And then we also bought some green D'hide Vams, chaps, and a coif, none of which we can wear yet. Actually, I think we can wear the coif at least. Yeah, we can. And let's go kill some of the things for Rag and Bone Man 1. Okay, just got the ram skull. I believe if we head this way, we can find a bear. Okay, at least we can find the unicorn here. We're gonna need that too for the horn, I believe. Actually, with the unicorn, it's just a bone. And then there's a bear right here, so that works out. Teleport to Camelot, and we run down here to this tower where we killed some bats before for Slayer tasks. We're gonna have to kill another one. Doing Elemental Workshop 2, it was also a task to kill one of each elemental down here. And there's the diary. Okay, I thought I wasn't going to get it for a second, but there we go. Diary task completed. Elemental Workshop 2 completed. 43 smithing, 37 crafting. Very nice. Back in Lumbridge Castle, grabbing the anti-fire shield. Or anti-dragon shield. We finally have a offhand of some kind. Also, lots of Rag and Bone Man pieces we gotta pick up here. So we just got the goblin skull and then now the giant rat bone. And we're gonna head into the cave for the big frog legs. Here we go, starting the Lost City, which will eventually lead us to Fairy Tale Part 1 and the start of Fairy Tale Part 2, meaning Fairy Ring soon. And running up to do Ernest the Chicken and finish off Vampire Slayer, which I think we started pretty much like on day 1 of this account, but it's been a good bit now and we're finally getting around to finishing it. There's Ernest the Chicken completed, 4 quest points. And there's Vampire Slayer completed. Alright, we've banked everything and we're about to head over to Intrana. I always hate going to Intrana just because you have to de-equip pretty much everything you have. And then sometimes the game tells you, hey, you can't bring that. And then you have to figure out what in your inventory or what you're wearing you can't bring. It just gets annoying. Alright, how many zombies will I have to murder to get this bronze axe? Okay, that only took, I think, 3. 3 or 4, not too bad. Okay, this bad boy is level 101, but as soon as you spawn it and you just run over to this spot in between these 3 fungi, you're good to go. We're gonna get a whole bunch of extra Draman branches here. One for the obvious Draman staff, and then I believe we're gonna need a couple for a few other quests, and then, I mean, some extra ones don't hurt in case we lose them for whatever reason. Made our way into Zenaris, and there's Lost City completed, 30 quest points. We're up to 103 quest points now. Time to Martin the Master Gardener to start Fairytale Part 1. The 3 items we need for Fairytale Part 1 here is an uncut diamond, a raw cave eel, and some edible seaweed. Okay, I don't think that's too bad. I think the only thing that's kind of out the way is the cave eel. If I'm not mistaken, that might be in the Lumbridge Swamp Cave, potentially. I'll check that out. An uncut diamond we can pull straight from the bank. The raw cave eel, we're going to need a fishing rod, I think a regular one, and some bait that we don't have any of. What? Well, let me go get some bait. Since we got 81 fishing, we can actually access the fishing guild. We have more than enough levels for it, and let me just get 1 bait pack. There we go, 1 raw cave eel, just like that. There's a few ways to get edible seaweed, but I think the easiest way for me is to grab it on, wait for it, on Fossil Island. 416 Hero doesn't have access to the Fossil Island yet, haven't done Bon Voyage. We will though, eventually, obviously, for birdhouses and the ammonite crabs here. But yeah, this is just going to be the quickest way, so let me grab it real quick and meet up with 416 Hero. There he is, or there I am. He is me. There we go. Magic Secateurs acquired. Let's go kill Tangleroot. Just like during Shadow of the Storm, we're gonna flinch the boss. I think I called this boss the Tangleroot, but it's actually Tanglefoot. Anyways, that's complete. Fairytale Part 1 completed. Farming XP, attacking XP, magic XP. We're back in Draenor, telling the Martin right away to get started on Fairytale Part 2, because I believe there's actually some downtime during this one. Like you have to come back 5-10 minutes later to talk to him again or something like that. Also, since we are back in Draenor, we're going to go ahead and finish out Prince Ali Rescue. We have everything we need that we've accumulated before. Once again, giving somebody beer. Wow. Just started on the Evil Dave subquest of RFD. Prince Ali Rescue completed. Absolutely massive, because now we don't have to pay 10 GP every time we go through the gate. Oh, and 3 quest points. Also, I just realized, you know, with over 50 magic now, I can actually equip the Tome of Fire. Nice. Even with it being empty, it still gives us some magic bonuses. At this stage of the account, we don't have the requirements, the level requirements to complete Fairytale Part 2, but as most people would recommend, you start the quest and you do up until the part where you can unlock fairy rings, which is what we're doing right now. Doing this maze portion of Dragon Slayer. And I believe here is the first map piece. So for the second map piece, we can either pay him 10,000 coins or just murder him real quick and then telegrab the map part. Of course we're going to telegrab it. What do you think we are, rich? Here we're on the docks and we are going to buy and fix up the ship that we're going to take. Down here in the Dwarven Mines, we're about to go through this magic door and get the final map piece for Dragon Slayer. Search the chest, there we go. I believe this is the last step before we set off. We just have to talk to Ned and get him to captain our ship. We fix up the ship only for it to get absolutely destroyed. We're not that low level, so we should be able to just get this done without any flinching. And we have overheads too, so that makes a huge difference. Although I am getting kind of shit on right now, and my prayer's running out. Alright, I didn't bring that much food. We're chowing through it right now. I'm just gonna go ahead and do this the good old-fashioned way. I just noticed this rat under me, and I remember watching one of my friends do Dragon Slayer on a hardcore, and they of course they were doing the flinching method, and they misclicked on a rat and just absolutely chanced themselves. Imagine dying during Dragon Slayer 1 due to a rat. And the dragon is down. Back in Edgeville to complete the quest. Yes, I actually did it. Boom! Dragon Slayer 1 completed. The iconic free-to-play quest. Whole bunch of EXP, and we're not going to get a rune plate body. I mean, we can't even use it. But look, we only got 34 defense. However, we are going to buy a green D'hide body. Can't use that right now either, but we will. Today we're continuing to knock out more key quests, notably Underground Pass and Monkey Madness. We are inching closer and closer to Recipe for Disaster. Here on Wait For It, we teleported to the Warriors Guild so that we could get some stews, because we're about to do the stew portion for Evil Dave for a Recipe for Disaster. Classic, I didn't have any GP on me and I tried to buy something. Alright, I should have this correct. Yes, okay. Back in Lumbridge, give the stew to Evil Dave, and that is one of the subquests completed. In the basement, we're going to start Death to the Dorgishan. Actually, we're going to do this quest all the way through as well, so that we can have access to the bone crossbow. So for this quest, we're going to need 2 full ham sets. I was able to scrounge up 1 full set from some leftovers in the shared storage and the other account. And then looks like we're just going to need to get another pair of boots, the cloak, and a logo. So off to the ham hideout we go. Alright, I got the 2 sets of the outfit. Now we can do the quest. No, not my boy Zanuck. There we go. Death to the Dorgishan completed. We can now... Oh, first of all, 28 range. We can now wield bone crossbows. So let's trade this guy right here. Get ourselves a bone crossbow. I'm going to get a bone dagger while I'm here too. I think that could come in handy. And let's just get a good bunch of bolts. In the middle of doing Holy Grail here. So for this Black Knight Titan, you do have to finish it off with Excalibur, but you can actually use your rune simi or whatever weapon you have to do most of the damage. There's Holy Grail completed. That's some more defense EXP for us, putting us at 39 defense. Now, I don't think any of the quest rewards will push us past 50, but I've made it a point to not train defense just yet until I get all these quests done, just to be safe. We're up at the Barbarian Outpost. If I'm not mistaken, we should be done with the bar crawl. So let's go ahead and talk to... Who is it? This guy? Alright. I would like to smash vials. Yeah, I think so.
This drink, I like it.
I know, it's great, right?
Another!
So, I think you can also just toggle that now in the settings, actual game settings. Okay, so bar crawl completed, and then we're also going to go in here real quick and complete 1 lap of this agility course for a diary task. And should be 1 lap. There we go. Medium task completed. Now we're at the lighthouse to do Horror from the Deep. So instead of taking that really annoying short, it's not even a shortcut, but it's like a agility thing where you have to hop through the rocks to get to the lighthouse. I can just TP to my POH and use the fairy ring to put us right next to the lighthouse every time. So I'm hopping in, getting ready to fight the Dagnov Mother, and it looks like there is a... Well, with that name, seems like a UIM. Getting ready to fight it. It's interesting. I thought this area would be instance. I'm surprised I'm able to see this. I don't think I've ever done this with anybody else here. Alright, I actually have to TP out. I did not bring nearly enough food, so let's just grab a whole bunch. I only had like 5 pieces of trout. Alright, round 2. Oh, what the... Okay, I got it safe spotted, and it is going much better this time. What is green again? Range. We're not going to do that. Didn't even bring a range weapon. Couple more hits here. Gotta cast Water Strike right now. 3 HP, and boom, there we go. Oh wow, it just finishes the quest right then and there. I closed out the pop-up by accident because I wasn't expecting that. Anyways, here's 32 range, 56 magic, 58 strength. That gave us a lot of EXP actually. So after doing Horror from the Deep, that put us at 32 range. I went ahead and finished a Slayer task I didn't finish before, and that put us at 33 range. Originally, I was going to continue doing Slayer, but instead I think I'm just going to come here to the sand crabs and train to 37 range. 37 because that's going to be a quest requirement for Spirits of the Elid. Okay, we just hit level 37 range. That's the range requirement we need for the quest. So now we're off to do an Animal Magnetism and Spirit of the Elid. And there's Animal Magnetism completed. And now we have an Ava's Attractor. And there's Spirits of the Elid complete. Good chunk of prayer EXP. Alright, it is that time. Time to start one of the iconic quests. Underground Pass. Oh, there's some crazy luck here. So the first 4, it's just a straight line. And I tested this 5th one, it's not it. So let's see if we have to go this way. And then will it be here? It is, okay. Okay, I want to say I have the level for the shortcut. Yeah, it's just 50 thieving. We have 72, so we don't have to go through this. Just got the Clank's gauntlets. Best in slot melee gloves for now. Managed to pick up the witch's cat without any issues. Now we just have to make it back to the house. Now we can just safe spot these 3 demons and even just telegrab the amulets that they're going to drop. Alright, we got the 3 amulets, and oh yeah, I was like, where'd they go? We placed them in that chest, and now we have to just, oh, actually, I think this actually works out. I think that's actually quicker. If there's a time to fall, it's right there, I think. On my way to fight Calrank the Spider. I remember doing this on a hardcore with no overheads, and this seemed very scary, but I don't think it's that bad. Not only do we have overheads this time around, I'm also utilizing a corner safe spot, so nice and easy. Just recording this clip to say that Underground Pass has largely gone pretty smoothly. I fell 1 time. Surely I won't jinx it right here. Yeah, I only fell 1 time, and it was actually a really convenient time. It sped the quest up. Wow, and we are out of there. All we have to do is return to King Lathis to finish the quest. On to King Lathis to finish out the quest. There we go. 5 quest points. 3k agility, 3k attack EXP, Iban staff, and Iban blast. Okay, if we finish the quest, now we talk to the Dark Mage, I guess. Can you upgrade? Yes, there we go. Rip 200,000 coins. Which we can't even use because we don't have 50 attack yet. What the hell? We cannot escape it. We have to do Slayer, even though I don't want to. But what I was going to say was that we have to do Slayer to train our attack levels up. And I was going to make a strength amulet, but turns out we don't have 50 crafting. But you know what? Through the power of being a GIM. Wow, no way. We just got a ruby amulet. There we go, Amulet of Strength. Alright, Turiel, what are you going to give me as a task? 20 ghosts. Ton of Vanica here for my 20th task, so I can start getting some Slayer points. I skipped over 10, I just kind of forgot about it. And what is this? Otherworldly beings. I actually have to look this up. What is this? All right, as it turns out, it's these bad boys in Zanaris. They're level 64. I have to kill 54 of these? Do they drop anything? I have never been here in my life. Look at the reaction in my clan chat too. They're just like, what? TPing to Falador Park right now, talking to certification to buy some initiate armor because I figured that I think I already got the helmet out of the quest. I figured the way we're going to be doing Slayer is we're just going to be using overhead praise a lot, TPing out, and then going right back to the spot. So might as well get the extra prayer bonus. Still working on 50 attack here, but we hit 60 combat level earlier, and now we just hit 40 hit points. And there's 50 attack. All right, let's move on to do Ghost Ahoy and Monkey Madness. We're in the middle of Ghost Ahoy right now, and I forgot to bring a weapon to kill this giant lobster, so we're just staff bashing it with our drum and stuff. And there's Ghost Ahoy completed. Got the Ectofile, which is a really good one-click teleport. It is time for Monkey Madness 1. Any puzzle solvers? Without the plugin, of course. Alright, we're going to be really patient. We're not going to get caught even once. Yep. Alright. We're going to be really patient and not get caught even once. Okay, I think this next rotation here for this gorilla is going to be it. Oh, maybe not. Nope, it is. Okay. Follow them out, pretty much. Go, go, go. Wait, what? Oh my. There's no way. There we go. We're just gonna finesse 4 of those monkey talismans for RFD real quick. Okay, I grabbed my 4 monkey talismans that we will be needing. I came back to the temple though because we need to kill one of these monkey guards up here as well as one of the zombie monkeys. Okay, turning in all the talismans and bones here. Gotta be really careful not to bury them. Otherwise, I'm gonna do it all over again. Alright, time to fight the jungle demon. Wow, my internet went out in the middle of fighting the jungle demon. Where am I right now? I just kind of chilled on the outside until all these little dudes out here got it down low. Now I'll just finish it off. 15 HP left, should be any second now. And there we go. There we go, Monkey Madness 1 completed. So being a level 50 defense account, or that's the plan anyways, we got to be careful with our defense levels. I haven't done any defense training at all. I'm currently level 39 solely off of quest rewards. Now, Monkey Madness has a huge combat EXP reward by Tonda Darrow after the quest. And most people will typically do attack and defense EXP, and that's what we're going to do as well. Alrighty, we just did the training, and we jumped from 39 defense to 46. We jumped from 50 attack to 52, and I don't know what our hit points were, but we're now 44. Of course, right after the quest completion, we have to come back and buy ourselves a dragon simi. We can't use it yet, we need 60 attack, but we'll get there eventually. Next up, we're going to do the quest Wanted. Oh, and we gained so many levels off of doing Monkey Madness 1 that we are now over 1100 total. It's coming back to me now what quest this is, and all I gotta say is there are like 20,000 unskippable cutscenes. Not even cutscenes necessarily, it's just dialogue that you can't skip. This quest has taken me longer than Monkey Madness 1, and it's only because these NPCs never stop yapping. And this all-powerful wizard that just KO'd everybody decides to now staff bash me. Genuinely, this quest is in contention to be one of the worst ones. But we got it out the way, and we gained 5,000 Slayer EXP from this, so that Slayer EXP is always good. I know all the knights here are Sir puns, but I've never noticed this dog. Is this new? How long has this been in the game? Cerberus. We're doing a bit more Slayer. The goal is to try and get our range level up to 40, and then once we get to 40 range, we'll switch over to meleeing and getting attack to 60. Man, early game Slayer is just so unbelievably ass. With that being said, I'm gonna get 40 range at crabs. Oh, and there's 40 range. Unfortunately, we do have to keep doing Slayer, but instead of ranging, I'm gonna go get my melee gear out and try to power through it. We're trying to get 40 Slayer here. I teleported to Edgefield, a bank, and I just made the realization. We can get a rune plate body, and let's go to the Champions Guild and pick up some rune plate legs. Here we are, rune plate legs, and boom! Look at this absolute unit. On my way to Vanica to pick up my next Slayer task, hopefully he gives me some good. 14 vampires. I don't know if this is the best location, but what I could come up with was the Haunted Woods and these feral vampires, level 61. We are on another Vanica task here, and for this one, we're killing Ice Giant. After another 9 Turiel tasks, we picked up another one from Vanica, and now we're at Ogres. I'm doing Slayer on Wait For It right now as well for the Imbued Heart grind, and I decided to use my scythe on Gargoyles just for fun. It's ridiculously expensive. Not at all worth it, but I mean, look at this though. Back at Vanica, what are we gonna get? 87 crocodiles. There we go, missed the pop-up, but 40 Slayer. We can move on to some more questing now. We're down here in Morton to start Shades of Morton, and instead of having to run south of Canifis, I was able to just teleport to Barrows, and then it was a short distance over here, so that's convenient. There's Shades of Morton completed, 38 crafting, 26 herb lore. We can now make energy potions. Okay, there is a book, I think. Maybe this diary. I'm gonna assume it's this diary that we can take to the apothecary in Varrock for some bonus herblore EXP. Here we are. I wonder if we can use it on the apothecary. Yes, we can. Now we move on to Hero's Quest. We're at Brimhaven now. This is the part of Hero's Quest where you need someone from the opposite gang to help you out. So I have Peppy, aka Pepperington, although by next week his name will probably be something different again. Okay, he's given us the key. Now we talk to Charlie the cook, do some sneaking around, then we bop Grip, I think, through the window. Now we just have to wait for Grip to be lured in. There you go, he should grab the key and get the candlesticks. And there we go, he gives us a candlestick. Getting the ice gloves from the Ice Queen right now. We're not doing very much damage. Okay, it took a little bit, but there are the ice gloves. Got all the items we need for Hero's Quest. And what are our rewards? 29k EXP spread over 12 skills. I think we get defense EXP out of this too, right? 59 strength, 28 herb lore, 44 smithing. We can now make steel two-handed swords. Oh boy, game changing. 67 combat. Oh, that's it? I was kind of expecting more. Next up on the list is Fremenic Trials. Looks like we need level 40 crafting, so I'm going to go ahead and chisel some gems we got from Wintertod. And there's 40 crafting. That did not take long at all, only a couple of sapphires. Dude, we got to put our pet rock in here? What the... This part of the quest is really just a Fremenic exclusive of the One Small Favor. And there's Feminic Trials completed. Little bit of defense EXP from this quest. Puts us at 47, which is still okay. On to Throne of Miscellanea, and I believe the next quest, the follow-up quest, is Royal Troubles, so that we can finally start Kingdom. That's Throne of Miscellanea completed. And there's Royal Trouble completed. We're going to do Bon Voyage next, but first we have to get our kudos up. Oh, I was not paying attention, but we just found a... Well, it says clean necklace now, but it's a ruby necklace that unlocks the dig site pendant. Got pulled into some hard mode tops here, so I sent 416 here to the crabs, and we just hit 50 hit points. Oh my god, sailing has been released. Classic, I couldn't get the clip, but Bon Voyage completed. Setting up for my first birdhouse run here, and the great thing is, I don't even have to set up my own clockmaker's bench. Also, I don't have to make 10,000 dig site pendants because I have access to this one right here. While we wait to do our first birdhouse run, we are going to do the giant dwarf so that we gain access to the blast furnace in Celtigrim. Paying a visit to our boy Thurgo again with another red berry pie. Oh, this is the part where we have to hand in like a random assortment of ores or bars. Let's see, I think the first one was silver bars. Wait, it doesn't tell me. I can ask him again, right? 4 silver ore. We can do that. Oh, is this new? We have the option of skipping the cutscene. Nice. Quest completed. A little bit of mining, smithing, crafting, magic, thieving, and fire making EXP. This is going to make farming so much easier. So I did pull a dupe bottomless compost bucket on wait for it at one point in time, and I think I'm just going to go ahead and hand it over to 416 Hero. Early game farming always sucks because you have to juggle all the buckets and whatnot, but not if we already have a bottomless compost bucket to begin with. We're still waiting on the birdhouses right now, so I'm just going to go ahead and do some crafting while we wait. Crafting levels are always going to be good to have. This is something I should have done before doing the giant dwarf, and that's to plant these barley seeds because we're going to need some barley malt for the following quest that we're going to do, and that's a forgettable tale of a drunken dwarf. Okay, birdhouses are finally ready. We go from 9 to 10 off of one birdhouse. 10 to 12 off of the second birdhouse. And level 14 off of the last one. So we're able to do oak birdhouses now. While we wait for the barley to finish growing, we're going to do Tears of Guthix. There we go. Tears of Guthix completed. 1k crafting XP. And of course, we're going to do the actual Tears of Guthix minigame right away. And we go from 9 to 14 rune crafting. Perfect, because I think at level 10, or we needed level 10 to be able to do Guardians of the Rift. We are getting started on the Forgettable Tale right now, and after this quest, we're also going to do the Garden of Tranquility. Both of these quests have a lot of downtime when you're just doing nothing but waiting for stuff to grow. So this is the perfect time. Remember when we mined 2,300 iron ore and smelted them into bars? We're going to turn those into iron dart tips. Just set up the vat, and now there's more waiting. So we're going to do some herb lore at the bank. After what feels like an eternity, we finally finished Forgettable Tale. I was on my way to pick up some more items for Garden of Tranquility, and we just got a new clog. A new hat. Just hit 38 herb lore. This is a big one because we can now make prayer potions. Imagine if this quest actually made you push it all the way from Lumbridge to Varrock Castle. Garden of Tranquility completed. 5,000 farming EXP. That will put us at 30. Staying on top of our birdhouse runs now, and we just hit level 20 hunter. Before we know it, we're going to move on from oaks to willows. We're currently in the middle of doing the Eyes of Gluffrey quest. Down the line, we're definitely going to do the next quest, the Path of Gluffrey, so that we can get our hands on a warp scepter. This stupid machine took me way too long, I'm not going to lie. I just couldn't get the right shapes. And that's the Eyes of Gluffrey completed. 57 magic, 25 rune crafting. Moving on to the Tower of Life quest now, and for some reason in this quest, they just have to drag it out. Like, look at this. We're pulling out one item, and it's taking 5 to 10 seconds to pull it out. And there's Tower of Life completed. We're up to 151 quest points now. And before we get out of here, which one of these altars is for the raw chicken and the swordfish? Looks like it's the southwest one. And for the diary task. There we go. Another birdhouse run, and that actually put us at 1200 total. I was in a little bit of a lull, but I figured out what to do next. We're gonna do Temple of the Eye to get some rune crafting EXP, so that we can get to do What Lies Below, which I believe is a prerequisite for Defender of Varrock. Oh, and to further that train of thought, we want to do Defender of Varrock because it gives us smithing EXP. We're going to need 70 for Song of the Elves. There's Temple of the Eye completed, Guardians of the Rift unlocked. Sticking with the Defender of Varrock questline, we're going to be doing Below Ice Mountain. This should be a quick quest. Not sure how many frog tokens we need, but I'm going to go ahead and do this random and get another one. Below Ice Mountain finished. So I'm getting started with farm runs now, and obviously the birdhouse runs as well. It honestly feels like we are now in a different era. Of course, we're still questing, but now we got to keep up with these. They're not quite dailies, but just general upkeep, right? Farming to get our levels up, herb lore. We have moved on up from oak birdhouses to willow. Starting on Temple of the Icov, this is also part of the Defender of Varrock questline, but it's also important in general. So you're supposed to use ice arrows on this guy, but if you just have them in your ammo slot and you use something like knives or darts, you can actually cheese this. Once again, missed the clip, but that's Temple of Icov completed. That put us at 42 range, which is for Void. We're only 76 EXP away from 43, actually. We took a little break to get 60 attack, which should come up in the next hit. There we go, 60 attack, 69 combat, nice. We're currently waiting on some willow trees to finish growing so that we can do Enlightened Journey. In the meantime, we're going to try to get level 50 construction through Mahogany Homes. 14 contracts in, working on our 15th, and this is the first time we have to teleport to Varrock. Anyways, here's 50 construction. Finished with construction, now let's grab our willow branches. Now that we have our willow branches, we can continue and finish the Enlightened Journey. Enlightened Journey completed. Most important thing out of this is this sick bomber outfit. You could probably work out that from all the questing that we've been doing, we're working towards RFD and Barrow's Gloves. So we just got a couple more quests to do, and we're actually pretty close now. Big chompy bird hunting completed. Another birdhouse run, and we just hit level 30. Rag and Bone Man 1 completed. Dang it, I missed it again. I closed the pop-up. But 60 magic, that's big, because I think that's the requirement for Mage Arena 1. Family crest completed. We can now go and grab the Goldsmith gauntlets. Working on Death Plateau right now, and it's yet another quest involving giving somebody alcohol. Death Plateau completed. That's Troll Stronghold completed. Riding the carpet on my way to start Desert Treasure 1. This is going to be a big quest. Obviously, it's the last quest before RFD, but also this will unlock the Ancient Spellbook. Fighting the first boss for Desert Treasure 1 right now, nice and easy because of the ice gloves and using Water Blast. Alright, how many lockpicks will it take for us to open this chest? We're on number 2 right now. Nope. Number 3. Nope. We did it! We got it. Let me hit the bank and find out how many lockpicks that took me. So originally we had 50 lockpicks, and now we have 17 remaining. So that means we used 33 lockpicks for the chest. That's honestly not too bad. I'm not gonna lie, this took me several trips. I died a couple of times. I just couldn't get a safe spot to work. Alright, we finally got the diamond. Let's get out of here. Here's the third boss we have to fight. That is not my Ivan staff. Whoops. So for this one, I think you can cheese it by just flicking range and melee prey, because it'll switch depending on which overhead you have on, right? But if you keep switching, it confuses it. And you're kind of just flinching it in a way. Everything about this last boss is just made to annoy you. Like the amount of effort it takes to get here, and then like this guy constantly freezing you when you're just trying to get close. And then after you defeat the boss, it still makes you walk all the way around to get up this mountain. Got all 4 of the diamonds. We just gotta place 1 in each corner of this pyramid. Running through the pyramid took a few tries, but we finally made it. Desert Treasure 1 complete. 3 quest points, 20,000 magic EXP, and the biggest thing of all, ability to use ancient magics. And the best thing is, for us, we don't have to run all the way here to use this. Or not the lectern, but the altar to spellbook swap. We can just teleport to our POH. After completing Desert Treasure 1, we now have finished all the prerequisite quests for RFD. We just need a few more quest points from outside the quest line though, so after that we'll be able to complete Recipe for Disaster and get Barrow's Gloves. We're going to do the quest Regicide here, and I want to say that this quest will give us enough points to complete RFD. Staying on top of our farm runs, we just hit level 40 farming. Just hit 34 hunter, which means teak bird houses. Good thing I brought both logs with me, I wasn't sure. Okay, this quest took a fair bit, but Regicide is completed. 3 quest points. Not only that, but we now have access to Zulrah, although I don't think I'm quite ready for that yet. We still have the RFD subquest to do, but I'm thinking ahead for the boss fights, and I want to get a Mage Arena 1 cape, I think. It is a Friday right now, but it's only Mage Arena 1, and we're in combat here anyways. It should be fine. Alright, nice and easy. We just got the Mage Arena 1 caves. Just one more quest before RFD, and that's Hand in the Sand. We're gonna need this 1 quest point. Once again, use beer on an NPC. Don't mind me, just casually have a wizard's head in my backpack. And that's Hand in the Sand completed. Now we can start the RFD subquest. Completed the General Goblin section. We did Evil Dave earlier, so that's 2 done already. Mountain Dwarf subquest completed. Okay, I was not expecting a clog while I was down here, but fresh crab shell, okay. Pirate Pete's portion finished. I was in the middle of doing the Monkey Ambassador subquest, and I realized I needed 70 cooking. So here I am cooking away with 60, and we need another 10 levels. While we're cooking away on 416 Hero, I'm on Wait For It, humidifying jugs to create jugs of water, so that we can later make wines for faster EXP. I've been sitting at 60 cooking here, but I've been making the wines and I just haven't let the EXP drop yet. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to let the EXP drop because I have to go do a birdhouse run. So let's just do this last inventory and let's see how big of an EXP drop we're about to get here. A casual 364k. We went from 60 to 68, so 2 more levels to go until we can finish out the RFD subquest. I plugged my current EXP to a skill calculator and was able to figure out how many more wines I needed. So 400 wines later, give or take this inventory, we are about to be... Wow, I was hoping I timed this better. But we're about to be 70 cooking. Oh. You know, 577 EXP short. Okay, one moment. That is awkward. I thought wines would stop failing or going bad at 68, but I don't know, maybe I was wrong. Anyways, now here's 70 cooking. I'm definitely going to grab more than one snake corpse just in case, because it would be very unfortunate for it to burn and then for us to have to go all the way back out here and then back. No issues there. Cooked it on the first one. So here's the stuffed snake. There we go. Another one down. And that's another one done. 173 quest points. Only 2 to go. Another one down and just one more to go. And that's the last subquest. Alright, let's get geared up for the fights. Ooh, that was very close actually. The floor in here is so hard on the eyes. I don't remember it being like this. Yeah, the first one was cooking me, but this one, nice and simple. Nice and easy. This guy's hitting 17s on me. That kind of hurts. We're doing lots of damage though, so this is good. And there we go. Alright, for this next one, I think we're going to need a little bit more magic defense. Oh. Can we get it within this phase? Yes, there we go. Time for the final boss himself. There it is, recipe for disaster completed. Barrow's gloves. Wow. Honestly, all things considered, that did not feel like it took too long. Here we go. How much do these bad boys cost? 130k? Not bad at all. The obvious Ironman goal these days is to get to Song of the Elves for the Corrupted Gauntlet. But Recipe for Disaster and Barrow's Gloves will always be important and remains iconic. It's definitely one of the key stepping stones for any account. Now that we have it, as for what's next, we are going to work towards Royal Titans and the Prayer Scrolls, which will actually be our best in slot as a 50 defense account. Following that, we'll make our way to Song of the Elves and the Corrupted Gauntlet. And plot twist, we're probably going to get the Blade first. Just finished a farm and birdhouse run and I was thinking about my next steps. I was looking at my skills and obviously we need a bunch of 70s for Song of the Elves. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and get a graceful outfit. I haven't got that yet. And then after that, I'm going to go to the blast furnace with the gold gauntlets and get our spinning levels up. We're going to be at the Falador agility course for the next 16k EXP or so. And then that'll give us 60 agility and we'll move on to the Sears course. Oh, first Mark of Grace. We should be picking up level 60 agility in the middle of this lap, I think. Yep, there we go, 60 agility. We can now use the werewolf and Sears Village course. I actually don't know what the werewolf course is, but I imagine that's probably somewhere in Mauritania. But where we're going is the Sears Village course. Just hit 60 strength. At this stage of the game, we're probably going to be setting up shop at Crabs a lot whenever we have any downtime, just so we can get our stats up as much as possible. Another birdhouse run, another leveling milestone, 40 hunter. After the Falador course, we've since moved on to the Sears Village rooftop. We're actually already 26 laps deep, and we have 11 marks of grace. Now the question on my mind is, am I going to be able to get 260 marks of grace first or 70 agility? 260 marks being the amount we need for full graceful, and 70 agility so that we move on to a different rooftop course. And of course, that's a Song of the Elves requirement. I want to say that we're going to hit 70 agility first. I've just been yapping away in clan chat and running the laps, and I kind of just realized, this is another case with the run energy changes. I don't know, I always just like to point this out, but when you used to do this course, especially without the diary for the teleport that puts you right in front of the bank, you would definitely run out of stamina often. But it's not the case right now. Stamina has not been an issue. Earlier today, when I first logged in, I did my farm run as you do, being an Ironman, and I hit 46 farming. What I didn't realize was at 45, I have access to the farming guild. That kind of just slipped my mind. So this is huge. We only have this area for now at 45, but at least we have the big compost bin. If I recall correctly, the big compost bin is literally double the capacity of the regular compost bins at the other patches. And honestly, just upkeeping compost from this one compost bin is enough for me. 100 laps on the Sears Village course. That's 200 laps at the Sears Village rooftop course. We are currently level 63 with 44 marks of grace. We still got 7 levels to go, and we still got 216 marks of grace to go until a full graceful outfit. Just doing another tree run here, and we hit 1300 total. Just got back to the rooftops after a farm run and birdhouse run. We are currently level 66 agility, so 4 more levels to go. We're at 81 marks of grace. Just completed lap 400. Just a bit of an update here. We have passed 500 laps on the Sears Village agility rooftop courses. And as a side note, we now have 62 attack and 69 strength just from AFKing crabs on Fossil Island. What that means is we can now go to the Warriors Guild and grind out the defenders. There's 50 Hunter. And by the way, we're moving on up to Mahogany Birdhouses. We actually could have done this one level early at 49, but it is what it is. We've made our way over to the Warriors Guild, and that's right, we're about to start the Defender grind, but unlike a normal account where we go all the way to a Dragon Defender, we're just going to stop at the Rune Defender. That's going to be our best in slot. We're still in the middle of our agility grind, but in the AFK time that I have, I tend to go to the Ammonite crabs, and I figured getting a Defender now is better than later. I've gone ahead and collected 1100 Warrior Guild tokens. This should last us a good while. Classic, I just missed the level 70 strength pop-up. It feels a little bad to TP out when we're not even out of supplies yet, but we have a farming contract to do as well as a birdhouse run. After the completion of the Fremenic trials that we did a little while ago, we did unlock Berserker Helm, the Archer Helm, and the Farseer Helm. This was a step that I was going to skip over and just not purchase because I already have the Moon's gear ready and waiting. However, based on the order of things I want to do, we probably won't be 50 defense for a while. So I went ahead and got the Berserker helm. This would help greatly on this grind, as well as AFK and crabs. Okay, the Bronze Defender. I'm happy to get it, but unfortunately, this was not a very good start. That is KC number 92 to get the Bronze Defender. All right. Not too long after, at KC 127, we get the Iron Defender. The bronze was at 92, so 127 minus 92, quick math, 35 KC. I will take it. This absolute champion over there in the corner in full dragon is a pretty interesting account. It has level 100 mining and level 115 smithing. And then everything else is all below 80. It's like between 50 to 80. There it is, Steel Defender at KC 164. So the last one was at 127. 164 minus 127. 37. Wow, not long after, we get the Black Defender. KC 175, so only 11 kills later. Wow, we are on a roll right here. Look, I still have a full inventory. That is KC 178 for the Mithril Defender. Alright, we are absolutely just flying through the defenders now. Unfortunately, I didn't get a good clip of us getting the Adamant Defender, but I just stepped out as soon as I got it. That was KC 190. And there's the Rune Defender. I got a little too excited and picked it up. Didn't even let it really show up on the ground. Well, we are out of here. Final kill count is... Can I not wear this bad boy? Oh, no, I did. There we go. Final kill count is 230. We first came in here with 1,100 Warrior Guild tokens, and we leave with 90. We are looking like an absolute unit. Approaching 800 laps on the Sears Village rooftop course, and we are almost done. Just under 5k EXP to go until we hit level 70 and we can move on. Here it is, lap 801, and that puts us at 70. We couldn't quite get the perfect clean 800, but nevertheless, we have 70 agility as a clanmate just gets a Zamarakian spear. We have 161 marks of grace. That's 99 marks short of getting full graceful, but that's okay. We'll just head on over to the Rogue's Den right now and get the pieces that we can get. We're here in the Rogue's Den, and I believe what we're going to do is check the value of the top and bottom, actually. The top is 55 and the legs are 60. I think those are the two highest priority things to get here. And that leaves us at 46. Now we do have Boots of Lightness, and for the Blast Furnace, we're going to be equipping Ice Gloves and Gold Gauntlets anyways. So we either pick the cape or the hood. We're going to go with the hood here because more times than not on a farm run or something, we're probably going to have our Arty Cloak on anyways rather than a graceful cape. So here we are. Here's our new look. We just need to withdraw the Ice Gloves and Gold Gauntlets from the bank, and we're going to head on over to the Blast Furnace. So now that we have some graceful pieces and more importantly 70 agility, we're going to move on to smithing and try to get 70 in this skill as well. We're here at the Blast Furnace and we're going to be smelting gold ore. Using the Blast Furnace is about 72 kgp per hour, but being that we're below level 60, we have to pay an additional 2.5k per 10 minutes. But once we're over level 60, that 2.5k per 10 minutes will be gone. So here's a quick example of what we're going to be doing. I took out all the gold ore, dumped them in here. I make my way back over here, wait for the EXP drop. There it is. Switch to Ice Gloves, and I can take all the gold bars immediately. Switch back to the gold gloves, deposit gold bars, take out gold ores, and rinse and repeat. This inventory we're about to put in right now should get us to level 50 smithing. 20 more levels to go. A huge quality of life for me right now is that I'm just absolutely chugging staminas. Traditionally on a solo Ironman you wouldn't do this, right? Even if you had staminas, you would be very reluctant to chug all the stamina pots just for this, but for me, I just want to get these done as quick as possible. With this inventory, we're going to hit 60 smithing. There it is. And we now no longer have to pay this foreman for extra, what was it, 1.2k? Really, the GP is not the issue. It's the fact that you have to take out the GP and give it to him. He doesn't pull it from the bank or the coffer, so it really disrupts your flow having to take out the GP every 10 minutes. We are running out of stamina, but this is our very last inventory of gold ore. And in just under 3 hours, we have hit 70 smithing all the way from 48. Now that we've knocked out agility and construction out of the way, we still have a checklist of skills to get to 70 as for the Song of the Elves requirements. That being farming, herblore, hunter, mining, smithing, not smithing, we just did that, and woodcutting. While crafting isn't one of the skills required for Song of the Elves, I'm going to work on 60 crafting real quick, just so that we'll have the crafting level required to make U birdhouses when we get around to 60 hunter. And there's 60 crafting. I think what we're going to do next is work on our mining levels. We're going to head over to the Motherlode Mine. Motherlode Mine's not the best EXP per hour, but I do want the Prospector outfit. It's been quite some time since I've been at the Motherlode Mine. The upper level hopper is new to me, and I'm sure they've made a bunch of other changes too. So it's going to be interesting to check everything out. Been staying on top of my farm runs here, and we just hit level 60 farming, so we can move on from maple trees and now plant yew trees. Chipping away at the Motherlode Mine still, but this inventory that we deposit should get us there we go. Should get us 60 mining. 10 more levels to go for the coveted level 70 for Song of the Elves. We are currently level 62 mining, and I have not used any of these nuggets yet. But now that we have 100, I think the first thing we're going to do... Now, I don't know if this is the meta thing to do or what people like to do, but what I'm going to do is unlock the upper area first. So apparently at some point they lowered the requirement from 72 mining to 57, so that works in my favor. Just logged in for the day and did my tree run, of course. We were level 62 farming, but after the trees we hit 63. But at 62, we could garden pie boost and get into the left side of the farming guild, which has the tree patch, the herb patch, and the anima patch, but most importantly, the Hespori cave. So we went ahead and planted a Hespori seed. Now that we're done with the tree runs and our birdhouse run, we're back at the Motherlode Mine, mining away. And yep, that is a dragon pickaxe. I recently hit level 61, well, we're actually almost 63 now, and I just decided, you know what, we're just trying to speed this up, we're trying to get to Song of the Elves, so I'm just borrowing the dragon pickaxe from myself. Just logged back in after eating dinner to continue Motherlode mining, and this cowman guy was offering to trade me his gold nuggets so that I would have access to the top bin. I don't think he realizes that they're not tradable, like whether or not I was an Ironman or not. But he reminded me, and I checked my gold nuggets, and I think I have enough now. So let's talk to Percy. And let's see. Yeah, 50 nuggets for the upper hopper. There we go. Another update on our birdhouses. We are moving on from mahogany homes, and now we're doing U-logs. Another farm run, another level. Level 65. That is access to the Hespori area in the farming guild, which we've already been to because of the boosting pie. But now we don't need to boost anymore. After a couple of days, my first Hespori is finally ready. Here we go. Oh, I didn't bring any pots. Besides the resource, I didn't bring any super attacks or super strengths. I got the anti-poison though, so that's important. Oh my goodness. The great thing about Hespori is the fat EXP you get. But let's go ahead and replant a Hespori seed. We don't need to compost it either, actually. What we got out of it was an Addis seed and palm tree seeds. I don't think I've showcased this in a little bit. Aw, man, this is what I get for trying to record this. I just turned my log into a teak stock. Anyways, I don't think I've shown this recently, but yes, I'm still hunting red chins from time to time. I think I'm up to about 2.3k, 2.4k right now. I didn't even realize this was coming, so I replaced this birdhouse and we hit 60 hunter and I missed it. But there it is, 60 hunter. 10 more levels to go until we hit the required level for Song of the Elves. Oh my god, I did it again. I missed the 70 mining pop-up. But yeah, here we go. Nevertheless, 70 mining. Now we're going to move on to wood cutting, I think. I think I'm going to go do some maple trees. I want to do teaks realistically, but my hardwood trees on Fossil Island aren't grown at the moment. And the only other options for teak places I can think of, there's no bank close by. So we're going to do maples. Now that we're 70 mining, taking a look back, we have 88 golden nuggets left after using 100 to unlock the upper area, and then another 50 to unlock the hopper that's up there. Unfortunately, we haven't unlocked any prospector pieces yet, but that just means we'll come back to the motherlode mine in the future. Just like with mining and giving ourselves the dragon pickaxe to use to speed things up, I went ahead and gave myself a dragon axe. We're going to be chopping maple trees here in the woodcutting guild, and I think the game plan here is I'm going to turn these maple logs into arrow shafts. We are still working on 70 woodcutting on 416 Hero as a Song of the Elves requirement, but here on Wait For It, we are hunting the Imbued Heart, currently on a neck reels task, and we are at almost 21.3 million Slayer EXP. That's the last maple log. We just hit 70 woodcutting. So in terms of Song of the Elves, we still got Herblore, Construction, Hunter, and Farming to go. Farming is going to be time gated, and we're 68, so that's coming in soon. Construction and Herblore I'm not too worried about. We definitely have the supplies we need to get 70. Hunter, I would prefer to do birdhouses only, and that may take a little bit longer, but that gives me the chance to do more quests. Maybe this is a little bit of a spoiler recording this intro here, but you guys already know I went to Moons. Today we work on locking in our defense and prayer levels through questing. We will never be able to train these skills again once we hit 50 defense and 63 prayer. As for what quests we're going to do, well, I've mentioned what lies below several times before, and that required 35 rune crafting, which we have now. We got that through Tears of Guthix the other day, which I tried to record, but upon watching the recording back, it turns out I was recording the wrong POV and I was just recording, wait for it, fishing some Karam ones. But yeah, we did Tears of Guthix, and that got us from 32 rune crafting to 35 rune crafting. So we're going to do what lies below as well as all the other quests that give out defense as a reward. That means after that, we'll be able to wear our Perilous Moons gear finally. I wasn't expecting this, so I didn't catch it on the recording before this pop-up happened for the completion of What Lies Below. But the game did ask me if I wanted the EXP rewards from this quest. Now, since I've already taken all the defense EXP I'm going to get into account, I went ahead and clicked yes. So that's 8,000 Runecraft EXP and 2,000 defense. I know I complained about the wanted quest, but I equally... Okay, maybe not equally, but I also don't like this quest, A Soul's Bane. Now, truthfully, I'm not a huge quester, but there are quests that I do like. But I've only really pointed out the two that I really don't like, and that's Wanted and A Soul's Bane. The thing about this quest and the Wanted quest, and what I don't like about them, is that it takes needlessly long. It's not long because the story is expansive or, just in depth. It's just needlessly long, like these cutscenes that don't really actually do much. Okay, Soul's Bane is done. This is one of those things in this game that I never actually knew how to pronounce because I've never heard of this word outside of the game. But I believe we have completed the quest in search of the Meyer key. Here's another neat group iron dynamic here. The shopkeeper for the quest in aid of the Meyer key requested 10 snails from 416 Hero. And instead of having to go around Mauritania and find the snails, I was able to just get 10 snails off of the shopkeeper itself on, wait for it. And now I can just easily trade over the 10 snails. The follow-up quest to the previous one in aid of the Meyer key is now completed. We're down here in South Keldegrim. We're about to get started on Between a Rock. If I remember right, this quest is short and a little bit funny. Ah, yes. I believe this guy wants to be launched from the cannon with a golden helmet on. Oh, I misremembered. Turns out we're the ones being fired in the cannon. That's another 5,000 defense EXP after the completion of Between a Rock. That puts us at 48 defense. And I believe we have just one more quest to go in terms of defense EXP. And that's being Olaf's quest. We are here just east of Relica, starting Olaf's quest, our very last quest in terms of quests that give defense EXP, so we will be ready to equip Moon's gear shortly. Here it is, search the chest again to finish the quest. Surely we're not going to be 50 or over 50 defense. Boom, gives us 12,000 defense EXP. That will put us at 49. And we just need to manually train up another 2.4k defense EXP. The next step for us is to train at crabs for this remaining 2.3k EXP to get to 50 defense. And then afterwards, we're going to range, got my range here in the inventory, to 45 so that we can start chucking some gray chins for more range EXP. Couple more hits here. 36 EXP to go. Oh, there it is. 50 defense. And now we stop training defense entirely. Oh, in combat, so the little pop-up closed, but that's 45 range. Let's go grab some chin. We grabbed our chins and we made our way to the temple spiders in the Forthos dungeon in Karend. Now, two things. Yes, I do not have Void at the moment. And two, we're not at the Monkey Madness 2 caves. But obviously we don't have 69 Slayer right now, so we don't have access to the caves to chin the monkeys there. So this will have to make do for now, and not to worry, we're not going to be chinning for too many levels. We just need to get to 60 so that we can use a rune crossbow. And really just get enough levels so that we can do Royal Titans. Absolutely flying through the levels right now, just hit 50 range. Still got plenty of gray chins. We are back at Ammonite Crabs because unfortunately I ran out of gray chins and we stopped at 53 range. At 55 we'll be able to use these red chins, so maybe we'll go back to the temple spiders when we get that. Just hit 55 range, we can now use red chins, but for right now we're going to go ahead and switch to our melee gear and train up our strength and attack. We're going to train our attack to 70 and our strength to 75 so that we can start using our Blood Moon set. There's 75 strength, missed the pop-up because we're in combat, but we're going to be switching over to attack now to get it to 70. On a tree run right now, and a big level is coming up. There it is, level 70 farming. That is the requirement for Song of the Elves. That just leaves Construction, Hunter, and Herblord to go. While we're AFKing some crabs on 416 Hero, I decided to head back to Perilous Moons to try and finish out the log. We were missing two pieces, that being the Eclipse Moon Helm and the chest piece. But at KC 212, we just pulled the Eclipse Moon Helm. There it is. I just got back from dinner, did some more moon runs, and here we are, 232 KC Eclipse Moon chest plate. That is the log completed. Let's take a look. If I can find the... Where is it? Moon's apparel. Yeah, that's right. It's green now. It's glogged. There we go. Not too bad at all. We've been doing some hard mode Tob on the other account right now, but that means I've placed my account for 16 hero at Crabs. We've been training up strength and attack. We just hit 70 attack. I really should go get the Blood Moon set now. Because with 70 and 75 respectively, that's the requirements. Of course, the 50 defense as well. But kind of in the middle of a hard mode top session right now, so I'll go just grab that later. After a couple of sessions at the Ammonite Crabs on Fossil Island, we've made it to 70 attack and 76 strength. And we got 50 defense earlier. So now we have the Blood Moon outfit on. We're technically ready to do Royal Titans, but I think we're going to try and get 63 prayer, primarily through quests first, so that when we do get the prayer scrolls from Royal Titans, we'll be ready to use them. First on the list was Making History, giving us 1000 prayer EXP. Bro, this isn't even a real bear, it's just a dude. Another quest completed, Mountain Daughter, 2 more quest points, and 2000 prayer EXP. Next up was another slice of ham. And turns out this is the quest for the Ancient Mace. So not only do we get prayer EXP, but now we have the Ancient Mace. This is not actually a quest, but it is a prereq for a quest that I can't think of right now. So we're doing Skippy and the Moogers real quick. Just remembered why we needed to do the Skippy and the Moogers mini quest, and that's because of Rag and Bone Man 2. We are now doing Zogre Flesh Eaters though. Although we only need partial completion of this quest, I might as well do the whole thing. This is also going to be for Rag and Bone Man 2. Fighting Slash Bash right now using Crumble Undead. The ability to make Relisim's Balm and Brutal Arrows. That's Zogre Flesh Eaters completed. We're now getting started on Rag and Bone Man, starting off with the bats just south of the Odd Old Man. The frustrating thing about this quest is that the drops are not always 100% drop rate. For example, I think I'm trying to get bat wings right now, or yeah, bat wings, but I had to kill a couple there. Luckily that did not take too long, but it can. Took me 6 KC to get the experiment bones. Now on the canvas for the werewolves. I decided to use range for most of these during the quest. Oh, there's the gold bones. Just because I want to get range a little bit higher. We AFK'd at Crabs and got our melee stats up pretty high so that we could use Blood Moon. We're not able to use the Eclipse set yet, as we need 75 range as well. I am looking to chin, like I did a little bit earlier, but I'm going to need Void first. But so down here in the Varrock Sewer, we were here for zombies, and the rats are right here as well. We need those as well. And that made me think, if we were ever on a rat slayer task, we could do some scurrious. Had to get these cave goblins, and they're so deep into the cave that I'm almost out of run energy by the time I got here. Running through the desert right now, and I've already got 3 out of the 4 things I need out of the desert. We just have to go to the vultures now. And it does feel like I'm flying through this, except I checked the list and there's still a ton more bones to collect. We have to go to the ice giants down here, and while the quest helper points me to the area by the blue right ore, surely these ice giants by the Royal Titans work too, right? Confirmed, they do. Ice giant ribs. This portion of Rag and Bone Man 2 for the Moogers is the reason why we needed to do that mini quest earlier. Just have to stand further away. It is an explosive after all. Working on the Jogers here, and we just got 70 hit points and 1475 total. We're down here in the Giants Den to get Fire Giants, but while I'm here, I might as well get 1 Hill Giant, 1 Moss Giant, 1 Fire Giant. 1 of each, essentially, because I believe that is a combat achievement task. After this Fire Giant goes down, we should get the task. There it is. Oh, and we get what we needed for the quest as well. 2 in 1. I swapped the melee gear here, and I'm wondering if using the dualies with the Blood Moon set is just better on everything over the Dragon Simi. The thing is, not everything's weak to crush, right? So I'm actually not sure. Oh, I gotta get out of here because I'm almost dead, but I just got a long bone and the troll bone for the quest in the same draw. Just one more thing to obtain from the Zogres for Rag and Bone Man 2, and then we will be done. All things considered, this was not as bad as I remember it being, and that's likely because I have teleports to get around the map easier. If I was a traditional solo Ironman, it would take much, much longer. After 5,000 world hops, because the mechanic of this thing over here is real clunky, we have finally finished Rag and Bone Man 2. This time around on this account, we get it done nice and early, whereas on Wait For It, it was probably one of the very last quests I bothered to do. But we do it early because 5,000 prayer EXP. That puts us at level 50 prayer, which is actually a prereq for one of the next quests we're going to do, so we don't have to manually train to 50. That's nice. The 50 prayer rec was for Great Brain Robbery, but before we do that, we have to do Rum Deal and Cabin Fever first. There's about 5 minutes of downtime waiting for these blind weeds to grow for the quest Rum Deal, so I'm just going to showcase what I've been doing on Wait For It. Aside from the hard mode tops that we do occasionally, I've been fishing a ton of Karam wands, and the plan is we're just going to launch ourselves, by ourselves, I mean 416 hero, to 99 cooking. I don't think we're anywhere close yet, but I think we've got about like 20,000 Karam wands. We'll see. Rum deal completed, and we get a holy wrench. Pretty big. I believe sometimes a holy wrench can save you a couple of prayer doses or two, depending on the content you're doing. We get 7,000 prayer EXP though, which is what we're looking for. Well, sailing has been in the game this entire time. The ending of this quest had a pretty long cutscene, but there we go. Cabin Fever finished. Another... Oh, actually, we don't get prayer EXP for this, but it's a prereq quest that we had to do. We obviously can't buy wooden cats off the GE as an Ironman, but we can make them. And luckily for me, I already have the table or the bench. So we're just going to go... Oh, we had to make one at a time. Are you kidding me? The Great Brain Robbery completed. Honestly, I'm not too sure what this quest is about, but this is what you get for space barring through it all. Anyways, that is 6k per EXP. A blessed lamp. Is that like a EXP lamp? It is an EXP lamp. I should double check what I should use this for. Probably not prayer. I think I'm going to go ahead and use this lamp on Slayer. We got 5k EXP out of it. Very nice. And so it begins. We're about to do another one of the infamous quests of RuneScape. One Small Favor by Tanda Yanni Salika in Shallow Village. As we're doing the quest here, I just want to once again reiterate, it's honestly not that bad for me because I have access to all of the teleports. So this is such a huge quality of life thing. We're at the portion where we have to cut these gems for one small favor, and there is a chance for you to fail them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to trade over the chisel and all these gems to Wait For It, who has 99. Oh, that's awkward. No inventory space. We're back. Here we go. Got the inventory space now, accepting the trade. And obviously the sapphires won't fail, but these other gems, let's see what happens. So far, so good. Oh, wow, we broke a red topaz. All right, now that we're done with the gnome glider section, we are now officially halfway through One Small Favor. We just have to go back to all the original NPCs that we talked to. Finally, after running all around the map, teleporting everywhere, we are back in Shiloh Village. Gonna talk to Yanni here. And we're gonna... Even with all the teleports and stamina pots, this quest still took quite a bit. But there we go. It's completed. 2 quest points, 2 antique lamps for EXP. That's going to be good. And this quest doesn't even give prayer EXP, which is what we're after. However, it is a prereq quest to Swan Song, which is what we'll be doing next. What do you mean you're out of runes? I kind of regret bringing my range gear now. This would have been so much faster if I just brought my Blood Moon. The sea trolls you're fighting in this quest don't even give you real EXP. You just get 1 EXP drops, which is kind of lame. Well, of course this would happen. So I TP'd out because after I caught 5 monkfish, I burnt 4 out of 5 of them. And I was like, I'm going to have to fight more sea trolls, so let me just TP out and get my Blood Moon. I come back, I fish 4 more monkfish without being interrupted, and I cook all 4. So that was a waste of time TPing out. Oh, there's the sea troll queen. Can we melee it? We can. Can I play mage against this? I didn't bring any food. That'll be fine, right? Wait, can I flinch it? Oh, I'm TPing out, TPing out. Seriously, what is up with this? You don't even get EXP on the boss fight. Okay, 3rd time's the charm. Here we go. Oh, gotta eat. There we go, 10k prayer EXP after the completion of Swan Song. What I wasn't expecting was 50,000 fishing EXP. After that, we're here at Barrows to do 1kc. Now, Barrows items aren't actually going to be useful for us, at least the armor. But there is a mini quest that you do here that will give you, I believe, 20k prayer EXP. Well, we're going for 1kc here, and we got a Darrock cave. Ooh, we just got a combat task out. Look at that. Whoa, I accidentally spawned 2 Darrocks. What the heck? Alright, can we get a 1kc clog spot here? Moment of truth? Nope. Here is the lamp. We're rubbing it for 20,000 prayer EXP. That now puts us at 53 prayer. The game plan is going to be Fairy Tale Part 2 next, but we're going to need 57 Herblore. We're only 38 right now. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to try and make some prayer pots, and when we hit, I believe, 45 or 43, we're going to switch over to super attacks. Quick jump from 38 to 40. While we're continuing to make prayer pots here, let me just talk about why we need to do Fairy Tale 2, and also tell you that after Fairy Tale Part 2, we're going to do Land of the Goblins. Now, neither of these quests give prayer EXP. At least I know for sure Fairy Tale Part 2 doesn't. But what does give prayer EXP is the mini quest Hope Spear's Will. And, of course, with questing, these first 2 quests I mentioned, Fairy Tale Part 2 and Land of the Goblins, are prereqs. Just hit 45 Herblore, which means we can move on to super attacks. I think at 52, we're going to make super energies just so that we can get better EXP rates on the way to 57. So as I'm making the super attack potions on 416 here, I am also making potions, although unfinished potions, over on wait for it. This just saves a bit of time so that I don't have to spend time making unfinished potions, which give you no Herblore EXP on 416 Hero. Midway through this inventory, we are going to hit level 52 Herblore, which means we can move on to super energies, but also we just hit 1500 total. As we're making the super energy pots here, it looks like 57 Herblore, the requirement for the quest, is boostable. But I'm always of the mindset, especially now that we need 70 Herblore anyways for Song of the Elves, is that you might as well get the actual level because the end goal is 99 in the long run anyways, right? I think there are a few exceptions to that though. For example, with construction, if you're 70 something construction, you need 83 to get the ornate pool and jewelry box, right? Now those things are probably worth getting as soon as you can. Just hit 55 Herblore, we're switching over from super energies to super strengths. There it is, 57 Herblore, just what we needed. Now back to questing. Once again, we've just been absolutely burning through teleport tabs. So we're going to have to make some more. Looks like I dropped enough certificates, so I'm going to have to come back here and grab another one if I can remember how. Okay, we grabbed a certificate. We're back at the hideout. We have everything we need. We just have to talk to, or give the magic essence to the Fairy Queen and talk to her. There's Fairy Tale Part 2 completed. Another EXP lamp after this quest. Very nice. A little bit of Herblore EXP and Thieving EXP as well. Up next is Land of the Goblins. I just need to make a couple of dies here. Doing Land of the Goblins right now, and this is the quest where you can turn into a goblin. Now, which one do we want to be? Let's go ahead with this one. Why not? Our boy Zanuck is locked up behind bars, man. Nearing the end of the quest now. This is a little gauntlet portion where we have to fight a bunch of what looks like undead goblins. Once again, I didn't bring any food to a quest boss fight. Surely this will be fine, right? It's like I forget I'm on a 50 defense account that doesn't have max strength and attack, no less. Yep, we had to TP out. If it isn't the consequences of my own actions, wasting my time. We're back and we get the job done right there. Oh, there goes Zanuck. That's Land of the Goblins done. Now we can finally do Hope Spear's Will. So it seems like Hope Spear's Will is just a follow-up mini quest to the previous quest we just did, Land of the Goblins, because we're back at this place. And I think this time around we have to fight all the undead goblins without any armor or weapons. Okay, this third guy, level 88 Moschin, is kind of whooping my ass. No! The good news is the gravestone is out here, so I'm able to loot this. No way, it's gonna make me do it all over again? So you can't really protect Prayer Flick these guys because they always do at least 2 different types of attacks, and as far as I know, you can't predict it. So this guy, I mean, he looks like he's ranging me right now, but it's actually a mage attack. I guess I can also try just camping one of the protection prayers. That way I'm probably protecting at least 50% of the attacks. Well, that one was tough, and to think there's actually one remaining. And now we know that if you TP out, you have to start all over. Okay, yeah, there is just no chance. In the interest of saving myself some trouble, I'm going to TP out now. So I've come back, and it looks like I don't have to start from scratch again. Maybe there's a checkpoint, because the first time I had to TP out, I was only on the 3rd one here. But the second time around, I made it to the very last one. But, I mean, this works out in my favor. But as you can see in my inventory, I guess I went a little overkill just to be sure this time. You know, maybe this isn't overkill, because I'm getting my ass beat right now. I should have brought more super combats. What is this? Oh my... This inventory I brought might unironically not be enough. Oh my. Well, this is awkward. I was thinking this is like a regular quest and there'd be a pop-up once I finished everything, but turns out all I had to do after I boxed those goblins was come here and bury them. Well, I just hit 56 prayer. I believe that was like 40,000 prayer XP I gained. Now that we're done with that, I'm just going to do a quick birdhouse run here. You know I got to stay on top of those. We're currently at 64 hunter. Again, we need 70 for Song of the Elves. But up next, we are going to manually train prayer. We're going to try and get it to 63. 63 being the requirement for, I believe it's the Dead Eye prayer scroll, the prayers from Royal Titans. Of course, our method of prayer training is going to be hitting up the Chaos Altar with some Dragon Moons. This didn't take too long. Prayer training is really quick, especially if you're willing to go into the Willy Altar. So with these last 6 bones, I brought 6 just in case, in the small chance that this doesn't happen. Well, Here we are, just 6 bones remaining. Boom, 63 prayer. Mystic Vigor and Deadeye. Let's go ahead and TP out of here. We had to lay out a lot of groundwork, but we finally made it and we are ready to do Royal Titans. This is what our loadout looks like. We got the full Blood Moon set with a Strength Amulet, Rune Boots, Barrow's Gloves. We haven't got the Jad yet, and our range levels are actually pretty low still, so we're still rocking the Fire Making Cape, mostly for the defense purposes. Our range gear, which is honestly not that important since Royal Titans is primarily a melee fight. We got the Magic Shortbow, Green D'hide. I could possibly upgrade this to Blue D'hide, honestly, but We got the Avas, and as a spec weapon, we got the Dragon Dagger. Bring in a super attack, a super strength, 4 prayer pots, and then the rest is just Karambwans. Now, I don't know how this is going to go. We're 50 defense, obviously. 77 strength, 70 attack. The stats aren't super high. I've only ever done Royal Titans on a max gear, max account. So we'll probably have to make some adjustments. Here we are into our first Titan fight. It doesn't really do us any favors for one thing, that our pots are not on left click drink. And we're doing it with a UIM that hasn't done this before, so I've at least had some reps on my other account. We'll see how this goes. Bro, he didn't go. Hello? And first KC, here we go. It took 4 minutes and 16 seconds. It was meant to be 4:16. So we're just regrouping after that fiasco of a first KC. Let's go over the gear a bit more. So someone is going to have Fire Wave and Water Wave, I believe, for the walls. And unfortunately, in my current setup and stats, I'm not going to be able to do that. So whoever I'm going to do Royal Titans with is going to be in charge of that role, and I'm just going to be a leech. Ideally, I would have Thralls, but I have not even done a single quest in that quest line in order to unlock the Book of the Dead and Thralls. Alright, I am doing with a UIM right now, so when he died, it was a bit of a process, but I think we're ready to try a second KC now. Hey, we got some kind of combat task. And we beat our PB by almost 3 minutes. Coming up on another KC here. If I could do some damage. Very nice. Alright, we're trying something a little bit different here. I was noticing I was doing practically no range DPS whatsoever, so I dropped the range switches in order to bring more prayer pots and a little bit more food. Hey, we got a prayer pot. Nice. So here's the thing, right? In the beginning, right here, I'm just standing around doing nothing because I don't have a range weapon at the moment. Wow, a 126, a fat new PB. That's actually a task as well, a CA task. Oh, another task completed. The hard combat task. I need room. Royal Titan Champion. I can only assume that's the 10KC combat achievement. Managed to do this KC with no food left. Surely rewarded, right? Another palm tree seed. And another water battle staff. I'll take it. No way, he just got the prayer scroll on, I think 14 KC. I think I have one more than him. Damn, I got excited, but I just got pages. And he actually got the amulet. So I believe you need law runes and big bones to get the amulet, and you can TP right back. And you can also TP to the other giant bosses. Alright, I am standing outside the Royal Titans on both accounts, and I'm about to attempt to dolo the boss. Okay, I didn't really say anything there, but I was just focused up, and that was not too bad. I think less prayer pots and more food. Getting the hang of this. Getting it real close there. That was last kill of the trip. What are we gonna get? Some money and seeds. Alright, we're back for a second trip. So I unfortunately died on both accounts. I got distracted. Things were actually going pretty smoothly until I was like, wait, is my mic working on the recording? And then the little portal thing came up, and then boom, double death. So neither account has any prayer scrolls right now. On Wait For It, we have 192 KC, and here on 416 Hero, we have 39. So I guess we're technically dry. Hey, we got the giant soul amulet. That's the TP for this place. I decided to turn on a damage counter plugin, and it appears that Wait For It is doing 3 times the damage than 416 Hero is. We're getting more accustomed to the dolo method now, just taking a look at the log while we bank for more supplies. We're up to 56 KC on 416 Hero now. We got the amulet, some pages, nothing else to show for now. Over on Wait For It, we are up to 211 KC. I did some KC on the day of release, and I pulled a Fire Element Staff Crown at some point. We're up to 4 Giant Soul Amulets. Got a decent amount of pages, but no prayer scrolls even on this account. Also, now that we're in the flow of things a bit better, I can kind of explain or try to explain what's going on while I'm in the middle of the fight. So over on Wait For It, I'm running pot share on the Lunar Spellbook. And since 416 Hero is kind of bare bones right now, he's just receiving the pot share, not really on anything else. It seems like we can ignore the walls. They disappear in a timely fashion for the most part. So it seems like bringing elemental spells aren't necessary, more of a quality of life type thing. I try to keep both characters stacked up on top of each other so that the pot share is easy to do. Due to the gear and level difference, I often have to pot share on Wait For It, even when Wait For It does not necessarily need it, but 416 Hero does. It's always worth it to pot share because either way you're using one dose. Looks like I just picked up a combat task by mistake. So the typical strategy is to focus one down on the first phase so that you eliminate the range phase as soon as possible. But then on P2, when they're both on the each side of the platform, you want to get them both down around the same time, similar to in Chambers and the Olm Hands on P3. I made a mistake there. I accidentally killed the Fire Queen. No, Wait For It has sniped the Deadeye Prayer Scroll at KC 224. Just got another combat achievement. It takes too long. On Fossil Island right now after doing a birdhouse run, and my mahogany trees are ready. I kind of made a mistake. I didn't realize that my trees were ready here, and I did a tree run already. But if I had come here first, I'd likely already be 75 farming for magic trees. But I plan to use instead. Not a big deal, but just like a little bit of an EXP waste. Oh my god, it happened again. I got the prayer scroll on Wait For It at KC 247. Recording is hard when you're playing two accounts at once, but here's the prayer scroll. Mystic Vigor Prayer Scroll. Let's go ahead and read this bad boy. Let's take a look at the prayer book. I don't think it actually moved anything. Yeah, it bumps Deadeye and Mystic Vigor closer down at the bottom of the prayer book, but it just essentially replaces the old prayers. And of course, let's take a look at the collection log here. We now have both prayer scrolls. We've got 8 giant soul amulets so far. And of course, the fire element staff crown I mentioned earlier. I guess now we pull from the ice one. What is the ice one called? Again, just want to say it's really hard to keep up while playing 2 accounts, but we passed 100 KC on 416 Hero. I somehow just got perfect Royal Titan. What? Doloing. And now we're taking a break from doloing and we're joined by one of our clanmates, Where Ya, to do some more Royal Titans. And just like that, a new PB 112. I think my Dolo PB was like a 114. So we just finished the KC here, and an interesting tactic is he's gonna TP out, hit the Narda TP to regenerate his stats, while I come in on Wait For It, drop a bunch of supplies that will show up in a second here. He comes back when the fight starts, and I can just stay here. Yep, and towards the end of this fight, the loot on the ground, or not the loot, but the supplies on the ground I dropped earlier, are finally here. Oh, and a new PB. Oh my, 101 PB. We are zooming. That's 150 KC, and we get a rune axe and 15 gold ore. That's it. Still grinding away at Titans here, but we just hit 80 strength. Oh wow, and that was a sub 1 minute Titan. Absolutely flying now, just got a 55-second PB. Coming up on KC 200. Surely we get a prayer scroll here. And 70 coal. Just wrapped up a duo session with the clanmate. Let's take a look at the log now. Royal Titans, there it is. Unfortunately, nothing to show for. We got 3 giant soul amulets now and 41 desiccated pages and 213 KC. Even if we were doing barely any damage, like 30%, I think we're still due for a prayer scroll now. But anyways, I'm going to continue the grind. We're going to go back to doloing because I don't think there's anybody available to duo with right now. We just got the Ice Element Staff Crown on KC 283 on Wait For It. So aside from the pet, we have everything on this account. This makes sense because if you look over on the top left corner here, the party damage tracker, it looks like Wait For It is doing about 75% of the damage, and 416 here is doing about 20% of the damage, sometimes 30. So let me go over briefly, from my understanding anyways, how the drop table works at the Royal Titans. There is a damage contribution factor, so when it says that a prayer scroll is 1 in 75, that assumes a solo rate. So naturally in a duo, if you assume that the two people are doing exactly 50% damage each, then it is technically a 1 in 150 for one person. Now, obviously, with the gear and level disparity between these two accounts, it is not a straight 50-50. So, in order for 416 Hero to get a drop, it is going to be likely a much higher KC. Bad news, Wait For It has pulled yet another unique, the second Ice Element Staff Crown at 313 KC. The sort of good news is that if I pull another Fire Element Staff Crown and Wait For It again, the staff, the completed staff, is tradable. So 416 Hero will be able to complete it. But Wait For It has to pull the Fire Staff Crown. Scratch that. It's not just sort of good news. It is good news. Turns out these pieces are tradable. So all I have to do is pull another Fire piece, and we'll have a staff for each account. All right, we are dueling with someone else now, Mina Lucky, but I did a solo kill, and that took me 5 minutes and 19 seconds. Safe to say that even with the damage contribution concept with the loot, duoing with someone that's going to do like 70% of the damage is going to be worth it. Ooh, a first clog on 416 Hero, but unfortunately, there's the Ice Element Staff, which we don't need. But that is KC number roll times 261 for our first unique other than the amulet. Now this situation is actually a little unfortunate. Like I said earlier, we need another fire piece for the staff. But I still need both prayers on 416 Hero, so we might end up getting a third ice piece, and there won't be any use for it. I've been primarily pulling from the Ice Titan in hopes of getting the Deadeye Prayer Scroll first, and then once I get that, I'll move on to the Fire one for the, I think it's called Mystic Vigor. After doing nothing but Royal Titans all day, main-handing these dual, I don't even know how to pronounce this, the dual Makas. I had to turn off game sounds. I typically play with them on, but I don't know. It just got a bit tiring. I think my head hurts. I don't know. Just TP'd out of a trip, but that was 300 Royal Titans. No new uniques just yet, unfortunately. I don't think I really showcased this, but when I do have a duo partner, I just stick Wait For It outside with some supplies, like Super Combat, some prayer pots, some more Kawan bonds, and I periodically go into the room whenever my teammate TP's out to regenerate their prayer and HP, and I resupply myself since I don't do the TP out method. Little bit of an intermission here, but let's take a look at the collection logs between the two accounts. I guess it could be somewhat, I mean, at the very least, it's interesting to look at. So on 416 Hero, we got 300 kills, no prayers yet, 8 amulets, and 1 Ice Element Staff Crown, and 92 pages. Over on Wait For It, we have both prayers, 11 Giant Soul amulets, 2 Ice Element Staff Crowns, 1 of the Fire ones, and 136 pages in just 13 more KC. I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner, but I can also spec transfer. It is late in the night, 28 minutes before a game update of some sorts. 343 Royal Titan KC, and no prayer scrolls just yet. Yay for me, post update. Let's get back to Royal Titans. So on 416 here, we have 343 KC, and let's switch the perspective over to wait for it real quick. And the respective KC on here is 313. But the only thing we're missing on here is the pet. So we did a pretty extensive session with a UIM last night, and we were consistently doing about 32% of the damage. If I'm doling by myself, it is likely a little bit lower contribution just because this gear has, or this account has a bit more gear. Although, if you take into the fact that maybe I'm less efficient with my hits, doloing, maybe it's around the same. I'm going to turn on the game sounds on wait for it so we can hear the sight today. I'm quite tired of hearing the dual. I have no idea how to pronounce. I suppose on wait for it, I should pull from the fire, the Branda, the Fire Queen now, so that I can try to get a second crown piece. Oh, that was KC 350. Nothing yet. Alright, just banked and started another trip. This time we turn on the party damage plugin and let's check out what kind of DPS we're doing on both accounts. So far on this trip looks like, according to the party damage tracker, 416 hero has done about 1,000 damage. Meanwhile, wait for it has done 2,600 damage. Doing a birdhouse run here, but just running the numbers, I was doing about 30% of the damage on 416 hero. Honestly, that's not terrible. Oh my god, it finally happened. KC 394 Deadeye Prayer Scroll. Wow. Now we're going to be pulling from Branda the Fire Queen in order to try and get the other prayer scroll, the mage one. I believe it's called Mystic Vigor. It's going to take a little bit to get used to the fact that this prayer is down here in the bottom left of the prayer book. Kind of a weird spot. I can't believe it took us almost 400 KC to get one of the prayer scrolls. And my duo partner, Mino Lucky, just got himself the Deadeye prayer scroll. Another update here. It's been about 50-51 KC since we got the Deadeye prayer scroll. Nothing really of note so far here at 444 KC, just 13 giant soul amulets now in our log. I haven't really figured out a good way to fit both clients on a 16:9 resolution screen. So this might look a little bit different than the clip earlier, but I'm going to go ahead and record some footage of me doloing again. It's at 74 hit points, 88 combat. After going pretty hard on Royal Titans, this is what our log looks like. Not much to show for besides the Deadeye Prayer in 463 KC. We did get the ice piece for the staff, the ice element staff crown. So I went ahead and combined it with a fire piece that I got off of the other account, wait for it. And now we have the twin flame staff. My original goal was to get both prayer scrolls before Corrupted Gauntlet, but honestly, I'm feeling a bit burnt right now. Keep in mind, I did all that KC, 463 KC, in only a matter of a couple of days. So with that being said, I think I'm going to move on from Titans for now. It's been a good bit since the recording of that last clip. I said I was moving on, but you know what? I went straight back to Titans. I'm sure you're thinking the Mad Lad went back and did it, but I'm here to tell you. Actually, let me just show you. That's right. Nearing 700 KC and we still don't have the Mage Prayer Scroll. We don't have the Fire Staff piece either, but that's okay. While doloing, I pulled a second one on wait for it here, so now we have one staff for each account. But where is my prayer scroll? Oh my god, it finally happened. It finally happened. We're getting out of here. Yes. There's the log. Mystic Vigor Prayer Scroll. KC 718. During the excitement of pulling the prayer scroll, I didn't even realize that on wait for it, in the very same kill, I pulled my third fire element staff crown. I only realized after I looked at my screenshot in the Runelight profile, and I saw the chat box. So I logged back on, and honestly, I had my doubts that I even picked it up because I didn't realize in the moment, but I guess I just am naturally a loot goblin or something, picked it up, teleported out, and banked it without even realizing. It's crazy to say, but we're done with Royal Titans now. Like, actually done. And we can move on. As for what's next, we're going to knock out Defender of Varrock real quick. This quest actually gives us a decent chunk of Hunter EXP, and we're still not 70 Hunter yet. We're going to do some magic training bursting the armored zombies. If we get a zombie axe, cool, but I'm not sure how useful it is for us, since we're going to be using the Blade of Saildor anyways, and we have the Blood Moon set. After that, we'll knock out 70 construction at Nurplor. Oh, and at some point, we're going to get Void so we can finally chin some range levels, like I've been talking about quite a few times. Over on Wait For It, we are here at LMS. Honestly, this is long overdue, but I went ahead and grinded out some points. It didn't take long, actually, because I had about 40 something points just stocked up from before, but we have 76 now, and what we're going to get is the rune pouch. We're not going to get the rune pouch, we're going to get the rune pouch note, because we're getting this for 416 hero. Okay, the description when you read it says to use it on a bank boot, but I wonder if it works on a bank chest. It does. Okay, there we go. Rune pouch acquired just like that. Ooh, was not expecting that combat task, but that's 5 KC, so Hespori Adept. And there it is, we get 2 combat achievements. Actually, we got 3. First one was getting all these flowers down within 5 seconds. We did that in the beginning. Then we did plant-based diet, and what was the other one? Hespori Isn't. One of them is to finish it off with a spec, and the other one is no prey. We're going to talk to Gommel here to claim our easy combat tier achievements and rewards. Alright, we're just outside Varrock, heading northeast to head to this inn called the Jolly Boar Inn. And we're going to get started on Defender of Varrock here. We're in our Mystic's gear with an Ancient Staff. We're going to be on the Ancient Spellbook, because we're going to be bursting the armored zombies. While we're working on that on 416 here, I have sent Wait For It back to the mines, the Zaya mines that is, to recover some of the blood runes that I've used. Over the many KCs at Royal Titans, we were definitely draining scythe charges. It was adding up quick. We're very early on into the quest, but we've made it down here to the armored zombies already. We're going to pause the quest for now, and this is where we start our magic training. We're taking advantage of the fact that this is currently an instance area for us. So it's essentially a free world. I went ahead and muted game sounds because these armored zombies are just loud and obnoxious. We are ice bursting and occasionally blood bursting to heal ourselves up. There is one ranged zombie that will spawn that will absolutely mess us up. But all the other ones are melee, so we protect melee. Like I mentioned earlier, our goal here is to just train our magic levels up. If we happen to get the zombie axe, that is a nice little bonus, but truthfully, I don't know how that's going to be useful for us. Another key thing here is to hopefully get 75 magic, as once we hit that, we'll be able to use our Frost Moon gear. The magic levels are also going to help, of course, with the Fragment of Saren fight. So the armored zombies seem to spawn in clumps. So right here in this area, there's about, I don't know, 6 or 7 of these bad boys. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to barrage them down. And then once I'm done with this clump, instead of waiting for them to respawn, I'm going to go through this gate over here. And just down the hall, there is another group of armored zombies. And I'm just going to be running back and forth. That way there is less downtime. Now, to be more specific, these armored zombies drop a broken zombie axe, which you would need to take to an anvil with 70 smithing to turn it into a usable zombie axe for yourselves. Now, the drop rate, I believe, is about 1 in 800. We're currently at 77 right now, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. Oh, there it is. I was actually running away from that clump, but there we go. Broken zombie axe. That is KC99. It's really just that easy. Didn't even take 100. Well, we didn't hit 75 magic because we got the axe that quickly. I'm going to go ahead and finish the quest now, and we will figure out where else we can train magic in the future. So to finish off this quest, I'm going to have to fight a couple more things. I'm going to go ahead and melee them. Now, instead of using the dualies, the Blood Moon dualies, or the Dragon Simi, I'm going to go ahead and fix this broken zombie axe now. Yes, I would like to repair it. And there we go. You successfully repair your zombie axe. Let's put that bad boy on. Now, I think comparing it to the dualies is a very situational thing, but definitely compared to the Dragon Simi, the zombie axe is going to be always the better option. Oh no, the Varrock Castle is under attack. It's a zombie apocalypse, and this dude Reldo is still just chilling in the library, bro. What are you doing? That's Defender of Varrock. Finished pretty quick quest, actually. We had a whopping 15k smithing EXP, which, honestly, I wish I did the quest sooner, so that I could at least make use of that to reach the 70 smithing threshold. But we do make use of the 15,100 EXP, which, to be honest, doing the quest, I don't understand where the Hunter EXP comes from. But I'll take it. So after the completion of Defender of Varrock, we still need to pick up more magic levels. 2 more levels so that we can finally start using our Frost Moon or Blue Moon gear, whatever it's called, and just higher magic levels in general for our fight for Fragment of Saren. I decided to come over to the Monkey Madness 1 tunnels and start bursting these skeletons down here. I believe this is the next best thing if you don't have access to the Monkey Madness 2 tunnels, which we do not. Our Slayer level is still just 48, and you need 69 for Monkey Madness 2. Now, I've never been here before, so I don't know if I'm doing this the best possible way, but it seems to be working pretty well so far. I believe the gist of it is that these skeletons will reanimate from the bones on the ground, so you want to pick up the bones if there's like a huge stack in one tile and just spread them out, giving them more opportunities to spawn. And that way, that's the reason why there's so many skeletons here. I think when I first showed up to the spot, there was only like 3, but as you can see, just right-clicking these piles, there's probably like over 10 now. Wow. What? Not expecting this at all. Just pulled a skeleton champion scroll. Still at the monkeys here in the Monkey Madness 1 caves. Almost out of prayer pots, actually. That is the first champion scroll on the account. Unsure if the loot tracker is entirely accurate, but it says 368 skeletons. No fucking way. I just got another champion scroll. I teleported out of that last trip to do a birdhouse run and resupply on prayer pots. And I just got a second champion scroll. Probably not even 20 kills later. A couple more casts here and we're going to hit 75 magic. We're going to TP out as soon as we hit that, because 75 is going to allow us to go and get the Mage Arena 2 cape. That is a pretty big DPS upgrade, and we will also be able to use the Blue Moon gear. Also a pretty big upgrade. All of these new things will give us more, obviously more magic attack accuracy, but also damage. Here we are with our Blue Moon outfit. I keep thinking it's called the Frost Moon, but it's the Blue Moon outfit. We have it on for the very first time. Having this outfit on makes me realize that, hey, you're in the way. It makes me realize that, dude, okay, you know, maybe this is not the best spot, but makes me realize that I need to get myself some infinity boots and a mage's book as well. With the Frost Moon or Blue Moon spear, it's a two-hand weapon. But let's say we were barraging with the ancient staff. A mage's book would be ideal. And I don't think there's anything better than a mage's book that we'll be able to use. We definitely can't use a ward from TOA because of defense levels and prayer, I think. Made my way to the wilderness to do Mage Arena 2. This is going to be a huge DPS boost for magic. So let's get started. Okay, I already made a mistake. I need to be on the standard spell book. Before we officially begin Mage Arena 2, there's some tail end stuff of Mage Arena 1 that we need to do. Yeah, we have the God Cape, but we need to do 100 casts of Saradomin Strike, Claws of Guthix, and Flames of Zamrock respectively in this arena so that we can use these spells outside of the arena. Now the annoying thing about this is that there is no auto casting these spells. You have to manual cast. So you're just sitting here spam clicking the spells hundreds of times, 300 times to be exact, 100 of each spell. We just got done with the Saradomin cast. Now we're moving on to Claws of Guthix. So 100 of these and then 100 of Flames of Zamorak. And finally we have our Zamorak staff and cape, and we're gonna do last 100 casts of Flames of Zamorak here. Now that we're done with the 100 casts of each spell, we're gonna venture off deep into the wilderness to fight the 3 bosses. Found the first one pretty quickly, the Justiciar Zachariah. Alright, that's the first one down. We got the Justiciar's hand. Let's head back to the bank and then head out for the next one. We had to scout some locations, but this is going to for sure spawn the Guthix boss. Unfortunately, I was just staring at the minimap. I ran through some poison spiders, and I kind of just refused to go bank for an anti-poison right now, so hopefully that doesn't bite me in the ass. There it is. Oh, okay, one more hit. Boom. Ent roots. So that's 2 out of 3. We just gotta make it back to the bank. Is there a flinchable spot here? Maybe behind the skeleton remains? Never mind. Maybe behind the... this thing? Nope. Alright, we're just gonna have to tank it. Okay, seems like this guy does a lot more damage. I inadvertently... I think I dodged that, right? You know... Oh my... That's unfortunate. I probably should have read up on what the bosses did as a quick refresher. It's been a long time since I did this. And this is what happens when you just go in with no guide. Or reading. This is why I hate the wildy. So I got back to my gravestone and I mean, most of my gear back. Everything that was mildly important. Although nothing I brought to the wildy, obviously, I'm not willing to lose. But I got my red d'hide back, my glory back. But for some reason, I lost my Zamorak cape. And all my food that I brought is gone. So I really don't know how the wildy works, man. There's so many different rules. Depends where you're at, what you die to, like, I don't know. Alright, we are back. I very quickly skimmed the wiki. So apparently when that ball comes at me, I just have to run away from the boss like 12 tiles or something to negate its damage. So we'll just keep our distance to begin with. That way when the ball does come, we can clearly see it and react quickly. So we're doing this quest at exactly level 75 magic, which is the base requirement. However, if I was level 80, it would actually make this quest a little bit easier because of this spell, Charge. It temporarily increases the damage or buffs the damage of these spells that I have to cast. This is already going better than last time. But yeah, you know, this is why you thoroughly read up on content you're about to do. Even if you've done it before. Because you just might forget some stuff. I'm just gonna safe up here. I don't know what the max it is, but this guy does a lot of damage. Definitely the highest damaging boss out of the three. There we go. Boss is down. Demon's heart on the ground. Let's pick it up and get out of here. Back at the mage bank. Let's talk to Collodion. And we use a god cape of your choice. Well, I'm going to go with the Saradomin one. And it's going to turn it into an imbued god cape. There it is. Oh, the Zamorak staff I'm wearing currently is preventing me from wearing it, but there it is. Let's take a look with our Frost Moon set. Blue. I don't know why I keep calling it Frost. The Blue Moon set. Look at that. Sheesh. We're back at the Monkey Madness 1 caves, and we're gonna get some more magic levels. This time around, we're doing much more damage. We're just hanging out at the Falador Park, but if you take a look at my inventory, you can take a guess as to what our plans are gonna be. Yep, that's right. We're gonna do Mahogany Homes. We're gonna get started just over here with Amy. We're gonna go from 50 to 70 construction, and in the meantime, I'm gonna high out some rune arrows that I have to train up magic and get some more GP. I'm actually on the wrong spell book right now, so I'll fix that in a second. Through a Mahogany Homes calculator I found online, I was able to figure out that it's gonna take me approximately 198 adept contracts, that being using teak planks, to get from 50 to 70. That's going to be about 2,300 teak planks and 100 steel bars, according to this calculator anyways. We'll have to see if that holds true. We're off to a terrible start. I already misclicked and I asked for a novice contract instead of a adept contract. So I think that is oak planks. Good thing we have some. I don't even know where I got these from. Maybe some of it was from Zombie Pirates, but I didn't do very many of those. There was a quality of life update for Mahogany Homes at some point, and now you can just left click everything. Before it would open up an interface and then you'd have to remove it, build it, it's just extra steps. But now it's just left click everything. It feels good that I'm already making use of the twin flame staff. It serves as a fire staff and a water staff combined, so it's saving me a good bit of runes whenever I'm teleporting, and high alching as well actually. Just picked up another contract. This one's to Norman's house, south of the Fountain in Falador, right here. And this contract, well, we gotta go upstairs real quick. There it is. This contract gets us to 60 construction. So another 10 levels to go. So let's take a look at the reward shop real quick. There's nothing I really want to get just yet with my available 256 points. The first thing we're going to look to get is the plank sack to 350 points. I think this is the general consensus that everyone should get the plank sack first. That way you can carry twice as many planks in your inventory. The outfit is another one of those skilling outfits that gives you an EXP boost, but I don't really know how much of a difference that makes. But eventually you're going to have so many points that you'll be able to spend the points on the carpenter's set anyways. Just finished up my 90-second contract. And we're going to talk to, Amy like usual to claim our next contract. It's going to be in Insidious. But we're going to go to the rewards because we have 352 points. We're going to claim the plank sack. There you go. There's the collection log. And now we should be able to do mahogany homes at a better rate. We just hit level 63 construction. In terms of EXP, that means we are halfway to level 70. Well, I didn't even mean to do this, but we left off on 100 contracts exactly, and I noticed that my mahogany... Oh, wrong location. I noticed that my mahogany trees on Fossil Island are complete. I don't think they've died, so this is about to be some fat EXP. Here we are. 15.7k, 15.7k, and 15.7k. Just 29.4k shy of hitting level 80 farming. So this little sequence I just had is a fantastic example of how much of a time save the plank sack can be. So I first got a contract that led me to this house right here, which I believe is Jeff's house. After the completion of that, I came up here to claim another contract. Then I got Bob's house. After Bob's house, I came back down here, got another contract, and I got Jeff's house. So just 3 contracts just like that without having to bank. I decided that we're going to do a Tears of Guthix game while we still can. Our lowest skill at the moment is 38 runecrafting. Wow, and we come out of it hitting exactly 40 runecrafting. Very nice. We're here on Fossil Island because you guessed it, we did another birdhouse run. We are now 53.4k EXP remaining till 70 hunter. As for construction, we're still working on that. We're 67 right now. We got 3 more levels to go. But I'm going to take a bit of a break from that and sprinkle in some nice bank standing to do some herb lore. Working on making some super strength pots here, and within this inventory, we should hit level 60 herb lore. We're in Insidious just outside the home portal working on one of the contracts. Actually, this contract is contract number 200. We are nearing the finish line, just a couple more contracts. About 29k EXP to go until we hit 70. Entering this house, and I'm fairly certain this is going to be the last contract we have to do to hit 70. Let's find out. I think with the final EXP drop when we talk to Norman over here. Here we go. There it is, 70 construction. All that remains in terms of Song of the Elves is 8 more herb lore levels and 45k EXP of Hunter. Another tree run. Another farming level milestone, level 80. 5 more until we unlock the final area for the farming guild. I guess another 2 levels, and then we can pie boost into it if we really want to. Early and mid-game irons have so much to do. I've been heavily focused on 416 Hero, particularly with that Royal Titans grind. Wait for it actually also got roped in, you know, we were doloing Royal Titans. But now that I'm just working on herb lore on 416 Hero, I have the opportunity to do some stuff, some progress on this account. Although, I don't know how much progress, like 2 Corp KC really is in the grand scheme of things, but progress is progress. At the rate we're progressing on 416 Hero, I think soon enough I'll be able to send it here to Dolo Corp and just speed up kills just a little bit. After doing some Corp, I decided to come to Sarachnis here because I realized I'm a little low on red spider eggs to make super restores, so let's just do a little bit of Sarachnis. Still working on herb lore in the background. We are currently level 65. Well, it's level 70, it won't take too long. I think it goes without saying that the site absolutely goes nuts here, but something that's really OP here as well is the Arania boots. I don't get caught in webs, And just a little extra side note, these webs that you have to go through to get here, typically you have to slash them, right? But with the boots on, you kind of just phase right through them, so you don't even need to bring a slash weapon. But in terms of fighting the boss, the Irania boots just allow me to turn my prayers on, click the boss, and pretty much AFK. Occasionally when I have spec, I'll declaw spec. I just keep my prayer and super combat up, and I deft charge and thrall where I can. And that's pretty much it. Just reached 300 Sarachnis KC. Not sure how many I've done in this one trip though. I think 9 or 10 maybe. No red spider eggs yet. This trip is wrapping up soon, and it doesn't look like I'm going to get any red spider eggs, unless right here. Nope, uncut rubies. Wrapping up this inventory of super strengths, and just in time as I got to go pick up dinner, we hit 70 herb lore. All that remains is 25k of hunter EXP. I'm going to go ahead and wait for my birdhouses. I still have to knock out roving elves, Morning's End Part 1 and 2 before the actual Song of the Elves quest. So I should be able to get a couple more birdhouse runs in the meantime. And then, if we still need some Hunter EXP, I'll just go train on, I don't know, like salamanders or something. Everything we've been working on so far has led up to this day. Today, we knock out the Song of the Elves questline, starting with Roving Elves in the Morning's End Part 1 and 2, and then finally the Grandmaster quest itself. Just about to finish Roving Elves here, and at the end of this quest, this NPC will give you an option of either getting the crystal bow or the crystal shield. And I was asking the clan, like, hey, which one should I get? And they were like, probably the bow. And I'm like, I'm still thinking about it, right? And then I realized I can't even use the shield. The requirements, let's take a look here, is 70 defense with 50 agility. Well, we're a 50 defense account, obviously, so there's only one option. Let's be real careful here. This is the part of the quest where we have to shoot these dyed, bloated toads at sheep for some reason. I don't know. Like I said before, I am a quest spacebar holder, but why in the f do we have to do this? I don't know. But where are the sheep? Here we go. Here we go. No, no. Here we go. Don't move. Don't f***ing move. First try. Looking for a yellow sheep. That's the farming or the fishing guild master. There we go. For the longest time, I didn't know there was a West RD teleport, but I've since added that to the Portal Nexus. So a bit of a time save there. This is part of the quest where we needed to get another barrel of Natha, however you pronounce that. But luckily we already did that when we were doing, what was the quest called? Can't remember what the quest was called, but we already grabbed it is the point, so. And that is Morning's End Part 1 completed. Only Part 2 to go, and in terms of Hunter EXP right now, 16.7k. That is 17 birdhouses to go, so I think it's 17 anyways. So 4 or 5 more birdhouse runs. Here we are at the Tempo Light. I can only assume that's what it's called because of the music track. But this is the part that Morning's End Part 2 is known for. Let's see how long this takes us. Oh my, we're getting absolutely smacked. Let's turn our prayer on. Had to TP out as part of the quest to talk to some more NPCs, but now we officially begin all the puzzles. I have my inventory set up here with some Karam wands, some prayer pots, some stamina pots, and we got ourselves a death talisman courtesy of wait for it. Oh yeah, one of the biggest frustrations of this puzzle is that the mirrors aren't stackable. They take up 1 slot each in your inventory. Whereas I believe when they released Song of the Elves, they made that change to make it a little bit better. TP'd out for the birdhouse run. And now we have 12.6k EXP to go. Surely third time's the charm. Looking good. Just for convenience and comfort, I've kept my prey melee on. I've been shredding through the prayer pots, but that's okay. And I've been chugging stamina pots like no tomorrow, but that has definitely helped with this quest as I have to do so much running. I believe this is the last thing we have to do in the temple. Use the newly made crystal onto this. And yep, now we TP out. Except I'm out of charges on my crystal teleport seed, so that's a little unfortunate. And that is Morning's End Part 2 completed. A fat 60,000 agility. Honestly, that checks out with all the running you have to do. Almost gained a level. 1.4k shy. Now looking at Hunter, that's 12.6k EXP to go. Yeah, I think I am going to have to do salamanders or something. Let me figure it out. Went to the fishing guild here, picked up some small fishing nets. We are going to hunt some red salamanders. And currently, for the life of me, I cannot remember where the red salamanders are at. I'm looking on the map, I'm like, where is it? Alright, through the help of the clan chat, he said above Castle Wars. So I was like, oh, okay. It's right here next to the altar. The Arania altar. Alright, with just 12.6k EXP to go, this should not take too long, I don't think. Got about 7.5k EXP to go, and wow. Actually, training Hunter kind of sucks. We still have about 5k EXP to go, but it looks like our birdhouses are ready. The birdhouses will get me about 4.1k EXP. So we're going to train up another 1,000 EXP here, and then we should be good to start Song of the Elves. And with this final birdhouse, we hit 70 Hunter. And 1,600 total. Wow, crazy how that worked out, actually. Oh my god, we are infiltrating the RD Knights. Alright, we did the Morning's End Part 2 light puzzle earlier. Now we are in the Grand Library for Song of the Elves. Yep, I mentioned it earlier, but in Song of the Elves, these mirrors are stackable. I'm going to take the opportunity here as I'm running around everywhere to say, I mean, it kind of goes without saying, but I'm going to say it. Run energy change is very good here. Oh, here comes a little agility check. First, spoke too soon. I was gonna be like, first try, it's too easy. Never mind. Alright, we finished the library and we instantly get a random. Let's do this real quick. Just got an EXP lamp from that random event because we already finished the outfit. Also, I was autopiloting clicking the blue icons through quest helpers so hard I didn't even realize I finished the library, which is why I started that recording outside of it. First quest boss fight of sorts in Song of the Elves. Oh! This place is in shambles. Yet, they still have bank services. Let's go. Down here in the underground pass, we got another little fight to do. This is a bit like tower defense. So I think the strategy here is to tag all the rangers and then just body block the meleeers because you want to prevent them from breaking down the barrier. Oh, we got it. First try. Wait, they break through anyways, man? I forgot about this. Oh, this is a boss fight. Wait, how do you do this? I didn't read. Protect from melee. He can drain your stats to drink super restore. I don't have super restores. Okay, not too bad. It was a little closer than you would think, just because I wasn't prepared in the beginning. We're just outside the entrance to fight Fragment of Saren here, and we've sort of geared up. We got our Blue Moon gear with our Blue Moon Spear. We're going to be on the Ancient Spellbook using Bloodburst. We got a bunch of Karambwans here, and I have wait for it here to trade over some supplies. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to trade over a Super Defense, a Forgotten Brew. I had an antidote just in case, but we don't need that. We're going to trade over like 3 brews, a restore. Okay, I just needed a quick refresher of how the fight's going to go. We're going to go ahead and pre-pot now, and let's just send it. The darts are going to for the little crystals that spawn, that healer, and you got to get rid of them as soon as possible. Take 2 here. We're going to make some minor adjustments. I decided to bring a magic short bow and some bronze arrows just so I can reach the healing crystals quicker. And this time around, I'm just going to pack more brews with me. I also noticed I was wasting a lot of time healing when I didn't need to. The only time I need to be full health is for the big attack, which is the 4th special. And we're also going to bring along the Forgotten Brew with us. Oh, that is not a good start. Didn't have autocast on. Next attack is a clone. Get ready for the crystals. I can already tell that went better than last time with the darts. I think I should brew before the big attack. Essentially overheal. Our DPS seems to be better this time around too. TP into melee range. Next up is the clones. Come on, let's do a little more damage here. There we go, big hit. We're boosted up to 85 magic right now, so that's good. Alright, after this is the healing crystals. Now let's overheal now. Wish I had another dose of the ancient brew, but we do not. I noticed we had the magic level to brew once and still be in autocast for Bloodburst. So I'm gonna try to do that so I don't miss attacks. Oh, I was not ready for that. It's okay, we have plenty of supplies. Even without the brews, this has just gone much better than the first attempt in general. Alright, we're already overhealed for this big bomb attack, so we're fine. We might get one more if we don't do enough damage here. So we'll just keep that in mind. Alright, healing crystals next. After the healing crystals, we'll just safe up again in case we get the bomb attack. It's actually likely to happen. Man, we are not doing any damage here. Hopefully we finish it before the bomb attack happens again. There we go, just hit a 1. And Fragment of Saren is completed. Or defeated. We're entering Prifdinus. And that, my friends, is Song of the Elves completed. 4 quest points, access to Prifdinus, 40,000 EXP, each in agility, construction, farming, herblore, hunter, mining, smithing, and woodcutting. We're now at 218 total quest points. That gets us 71 agility. Oh, that was it. I was expecting more pop-ups. All right. To the gauntlet. Hello, this is 416 Hero, and welcome to my Trust Fund Group Ironman. I've made it through Song of the Elves and to the Corrupted Gauntlet with some help of my maxed GIM account. Wait for it. And this is a wait for it. Let me show you just how maxed I really am. There's some more stuff in the bank, but this is the gist of it. If it wasn't clear, both accounts are me. I started 416 Hero just over a month ago as an addition to the GIM team. As the first videos of the series suggest, we're running it back. But this time, we're aiming to do PVM content as a 50 defense, 63 prayer account. There aren't many rules here, hence the Trust Fund Group Iron comment, but I'm going to try and strike a balance of personal fun and a sense of progression. Our first test on 416 Hero is the Corrupted Gauntlet. I know, typical, but we're going for the blade first. That's the difference. Despite being able to hand myself everything, there's some interesting restrictions that Jagex themselves have put into place. Because 416 Hero was added well after the initial formation of the team, he's not prestiged. Let me show you what that means. Here are some items that 416 Hero can technically equip, but I actually can't. Here's the Occult Necklace. It says, you need at least 1 Smoke Devil kill before you can use this item. And likewise with the Tormented Bracelet, it says you need at least 1 Demonic Gorilla kill before you can use this item. Interestingly, I was able to trade over and use the Moon Gear that I earned on Wait For It. There's a list of items that have that restriction on the wiki, but even that isn't a full list, so we'll have to figure it out as we go. And one last thing, before we get started, I just want to once again reiterate that I'm always going to prioritize fun. If I go dry on the Enhanced Weapon Seed and stop having fun at the Corrupted Gauntlet, I have a Blade of Sailor collecting dust in Wait For It's bank. This is future me here popping back in to make a few more comments. This is a reintroduction of sorts to my series, or maybe we can consider it a new chapter or season. I want to clarify that you can kind of consider 416 Hero to be the main character, and Wait For It will pop in on occasion to showcase late game progress over there. We're also going to be diving into some Dolo content as well, like we did with Royal Titans. I'm thinking the likes of Corp or any of the God Wars bosses really, and whatever else comes up. Let's get started on the Corrupted Gauntlet grind. Once we're done with that, I'll lay out a more long-term roadmap of sorts for the account. Oh, you thought this next clip was going to be me in the gauntlet? Well, I'm here to tell you I got to do a farming contract, a tree run, a birdhouse run, and then we'll step foot in the gauntlet. You really can't blame me, this is just basic Ironman discipline. Doing my birdhouse run and we're getting in there, I swear. But isn't this the part where I have to make some kind of joke or reference to the gauntlet being a prison and how I've been sentenced? Nah, that's too expected. Maybe let's not do that. This Bryn guy won't let me into the gauntlet until I talk to him, but he doesn't know that I've done well over 1,000 corrupted gauntlets. Yes, I would like to go in. Alright, first we have to do a regular gauntlet, and then it'll let you do the Corrupted Gauntlet, which is definitely what we're going to be doing. The difference in drop rates is just too big. But while we're doing the regular gauntlet, Casey, I'm going to do my best to try and explain how we're going to tackle the gauntlet. Basically how we need to due to our stats. We're 50 defense, 77 magic, and 66 range. I was going to get a much higher range levels, but that required me getting chins, which I have some. I did get some chins. But in order to use chins more effectively, you want void, right? And I just haven't gotten around to doing that. So we're going to see how we're going to do. We're probably going to have to 5-1 with magic realistically. But I do have the Titan Prayer Scrolls. We'll see how much of a difference that makes. Okay, clearly I was thinking too hard on what I was trying to say, and I was just running into random rooms and not doing a proper rotation around the map. It is the regular gauntlet, but let's focus up here, actually get our supplies that we need. Surely in a regular gauntlet, we're not going to need to T2 prep, but we are going to T2 prep, at least the armor, for Corrupted Gauntlet. T2 armor and T3 weapons, but I think in this regular gauntlet we can kind of just do whatever. Well, this is something we have to be very careful of whenever we're using the melee weapon. There is a controlled method that will give us defense EXP, which is what we don't want. We do have the attack style plugin that hides the defense options, but it looks like this was set to controlled by default. We're going to put it to swipe. Man, the regular gauntlet is so easy. I spent so much time in the beginning just yapping and running around doing nothing, and I still have 5 minutes to prep. Here we go. Let's go take on the regular Hun lift real quick. And that's the first gauntlet completed. What are we going to get? 1 rune chain body, 28k coins, and 6 crystal shards. Now the real grind starts now, the Corrupted Gauntlet. Let's make sure we do this properly. The margins are much tighter. I'm going to hit the small mobs for a weapon frame. Unfortunately, I took the 3rd one, which is guaranteed. Sometimes you get lucky and get it on the 1st one. We're going to collect... Typically, I collect 2 herbs, but maybe on this account I do 3. We're going to check this room for a demi-boss. There's a ranger. We'll keep that in mind, and we're going to chop this tree here for some bark. We are T2 armor prepping, which I actually just remembered. I already forgot. So we're going to need more than just 3 of each. We'll try to remember and not scuff this first run. I believe you need 4 of each. Okay, we got a bear and a ranger. I want a mage. Start trying to make our potions as we go. Let's get this corrupted dark beast. Now back on wait for it, I did do the corrupted gauntlet with similar stats, around 70, like high 70s mage, just below 80. And I actually had lower melee stats, and range levels were even lower. I didn't range at all. I definitely 5-1. But it's been so long playing a maxed account that we're pretty much going to have to relearn just how difficult this is at this level. Now I said we need a major, but we're going to go ahead and kill this bear, because if we find another bear, it's going to give us the mage orb. Let's go ahead and crush some of the shards while we can. No fishing spots either. This is honestly very unlucky. Okay, we have a dragon here. Let's go ahead and fight this. And check what's over here as well. Wow, we don't need... Yeah, this is very unlucky right now, honestly. I'm gonna go ahead and pick up this leaf as well. I might actually end up having to make another one. Okay, we don't need 3 leaves. So we're gonna drop 1. We're gonna drop the scepter here, so we can get the 4th fish from the spot. We're gonna TP back to the center here. Maybe it's 7 and not 4. It's probably 7, now that I think about it. Alright, we're going in. Let's see what happens. Wow, I'm very, very surprised I got that kill. That was not good at all. But that is 1 KC. We got the gauntlet cape. That took 1126. Not great, honestly. But like I said, I was surprised I even got the KC, so we'll take it. Let's see what we get here. 135 nature runes. 268 law runes. Alright, just standing outside here for a second. Now that I'm not in the gauntlet, under a time restriction, and trying to think about what to say, I can more clearly say what's going on. I might have mentioned that you need 4 pieces of each respective resource while I was doing the gauntlet there, but I believe it is 7. Hence, I had a tier 2 helmet, a tier 1 body, and a tier 1 legs, which doesn't do me any favors because you need a full set for a tier to be worth it. There's no point in having one singular T2 item. 2nd KC without any issues. It was actually somehow slower, I don't know. It felt better though. And we even got a combat task out of it. What are we gonna get? A Dragon Alley, that is big money. Another KC, another PB. Well, actually, we didn't get a PB on the second one. When I completed Song of the Elves and made it to the Corrupted Gauntlet on Wait For It, I'm fairly certain once I made it there, I never left. But on 416 here, I don't really feel as inclined to camp it that hard. We're still going to come out and do our birdhouse runs and farming contracts and whatnot. We're really going to try to pace ourselves. We rushed pretty hard to Soat and kind of neglected playing and making any progress on Wait For It. So we might try to do that in between sets of Corrupted Gauntlet sessions. Maybe get some more Corp in, Fasani's Nightmare. There's still some stuff I need to do on that account. Incredible RNG on this one. We have 3 tier 3 weapons. Not that it's super important because we're 5-to-1ing anyways, but it's nice to have that extra damage or potential damage whenever you're doing that one. This felt like a quick one. And it is, I think, a new PB by about a minute. Also, I believe 5KC Gauntlet Veteran task. And that is Corrupted Gauntlet Veteran 5 CGKC. Surely rewarded? Never mind. I was just thinking to myself at the end of the last Gauntlet run there that honestly, it does not feel as difficult as I remember it being level 77, 78 magic in that range. I think it's a combination of having Mystic Vigor now, which helps a little bit, as well as just having all this extra PVM experience under my belt. Playing Wait For It was my first Ironman, and as the Ironman mode is famous for, you're kind of forced into doing a lot of different content that you typically wouldn't as a regular main account, right? So through Wait For It, I really gained a wealth of PVM experience from obviously the Corrupted Gauntlet to all the different Slayer bosses. And during my time playing Wait For It, TOA also came out, and then I actually learned Theater of Blood on Wait For It. I never did Theater of the Blood on a main account. And let's not even get started on the more recent additions like the Colosseum and the Quiver Grind. Now, I'm not saying the rest of this journey is going to be a breeze. We're still a 50 defense, 63 prayer Ironman at this point in time. I have a feeling I'm going to get slapped up pretty hard by a couple of bosses. Well, we are locked in it now. What comes first? 400 Corrupted Gauntlet or the Enhanced Weapon Seed? Obviously, I'm very excited to now be at the Corrupted Gauntlet, but the only downside is this takes up so much attention that I'm not sure what I can do on Wait For It at this point in time. While the KCs are a bit slow right now, going anywhere between 10 to 12 minutes, it has felt pretty comfortable. Let's see what we get here. 5 rune full helmets. Whenever you first get to a new piece of content on the account, you always get caught off guard with the combat tasks. So Corrupted Gauntlet Master, I guess that's 10 KC. RNG really just be RNGing. This singular room has 4 herbs. I had to reset a run earlier because I couldn't find more than 1 herb, and I was running all around the instance here. Remember when I said it felt easier? Well, I just had 1 bad prep run that I should have reset, but didn't. That was a mistake. And then being slightly tilted from that, I went back and died from just lapsing concentration at Hunliff. The margin for error is very, very small. I think I'm going to take a bit of a breather by doing some AFK fishing, and then we'll get back to it when we untilt. Wow, looks like that short break did wonders. Just got a sub 10 in UPB. Let's see what we get here. Wow. Was not expecting that. New PB, 955, Gauntlet Master, Perfect Corrupted Hunlist, and Wolf Puncher 2. What was that? 3 CAs and 1 new PB. Let's take a look at our combat achievements, actually. We're 71 points away from medium tier. Surely, after all that, we get something out of this. Wow, imagine. Imagine if I got even like an armor seed. That would have been good. Holy. That's faster by like a whole minute, isn't it? 8:43. Let's check out the loot. Nothing. 25 KC. Let's see what we get here. Ooh, our first log at the Corrupted Gauntlet, a crystal armor seed. Unfortunately, we do not use the armor, but we'll take it. If it comes down to it, we can break it down for shards. That was Corrupted Gauntlet completion number 28. Can we get a back-to-backer? Unfortunately not. 5 rune full helms though, shoosh. Time for another Hespori. I always forget that the flowers pop up at the start. What are we getting today? Let's find out. Some limpworts, okay. Another day, another fruit tree run. We will head back to the Corrupted Gauntlet in just a second here, but for today on Wait For It, we're going to be at the Amethyst Mines. Ooh, picked up another farming level during the tree run. 82 farming. What does that get us? Oh, I skipped the... Well, I don't know what it gets us. Pretty clean first of the day, all things considered. Whoa, what kind of camera angle was that? Alright, what are we going to get? 40 uncut emeralds? No way! We are currently 40-something KC into the grind, and honestly, I feel like we're back into the flow of things now. I'm kind of just autopiloting through the prep phase, which is pretty nice. Yep, I decided anytime I want to take a break from running the Corrupted Gauntlet, I'm just going to head over to Otto's Grotto and do some barbarian fishing. It's a nice AFK, but still somewhat efficient thing to do, training our agility, fishing, and strength all at once. About to do another routine birdhouse run, and I don't know if I've really shown this, but this is what I like to do. Whenever I have a birdhouse run, I like to teleport to the farming guild, have GP on me, buy out the shop here, which I actually already did, that was me, and then I, go do my birdhouse run. Between buying occasionally from Amelia there and the seeds you get from farming contracts, it usually gives you more than enough seeds for birdhouses and you'll never run out. So far today, we've made 5.6k amethyst arrow tips over on Wait For It. And there's a second armor seed at KC 49. That's pretty lucky. I don't know why I'm so excited, actually. I have no use for these. I guess, unless I break them down into shards. I completely forgot that 50 KC was a combat task, but there it is. A Grandmaster combat task, no less. Let's see what we get here. Back to back? Nope. Just came out of a 13-minute and 13-second Corrupted Gauntlet. That actual Hunlef fight lasted almost 6 minutes. With the stats being this low, sometimes when you don't hit, you just don't hit. See, and the KC right after that last one, this Hunlef was 1 minute to 2 minutes quicker. What are we gonna get though? 11 crystal shards. Honestly, ever since they buffed the amount of shards you get out of the Corrupted Gauntlet, it has been crazy. We're up to 515 total shards already. Whoa, I got the exact same Hunlef time in back-to-back KCs. 703 prep time, 423 Hunlift kill time on KC 54, and then on 55, 730 prep time, 423 Hunlift kill time. And 5 rune full helms. Back in September 2024, they buffed the amount of shards you get per KC. They bumped the Corrupted Gauntlet drop from a range of 5 to 9 shards to 7 to 12 shards. With that said, we're now at 61 CG KC plus 1 regular KC, and we're at 579 shards. At this rate, when we hit 400 KC, the rate for the enhanced seed, we'll have roughly 3.8k shards. That is more than enough to corrupt our weapon and then some. Getting later into the night, but we're still at the amethyst mines. We're up to over 12k amethyst arrow tips now, and our gem bag is apparently full because we got the sapphire. That was a relatively quick one. 919. 19 uncut rubies. Well, we're up to 63 KC. I think I did 33 today. I'm gonna call it a night here. Gonna AFK some barbarian fishing, edit a video, and then we will continue the grind tomorrow. Good morning, gamers. Just woke up, it's a new day. Today's background activity on Wait For It. As you can see, got the forestry outfit on. We're gonna chop some redwoods. I don't know why, I don't really need to. I still have, let's take a look here, over 8,000 redwood logs, but we're gonna go ahead and chop some redwoods today for the background activity. Obviously on 416 here, we're going to resume the Corrupted Gauntlet grind. Shout out to this guy in the chat, Hero Sir, saying this isn't 416, Hero. What are you doing here? And unfortunately, I missed it. I wasn't reading in chat. I was AFK making some coffee, and when I got back, I just hopped straight in the gauntlet. I wonder if he's going to be outside when I finish this one. First of the day, good luck me. Surely this goes well. It wasn't pretty, but we got the job done. What are we going to get on the first KC of the day? 193 cosmic runes. And a fat stack of cash, actually. Holy. A 919 on the faster end things. Let's see what we get here. 4 rune platelets. 69 KC. We started off the day at 60 Corrupted Gauntlet KC. We're at 70 now, so 10 KC in. I'm going to take a bit of a break. We're going to chill here at Barbarian Fishing. We are currently level 82 fishing, just under 10k EXP remaining until we hit 83. Wow, another armor seed at only 74 KC. That is the third one. So 3 armor seeds, 1 weapon seed, 74 KC. Can we get a back-to-back? We cannot. A little update on the birdhouse runs. We're still keeping up with them. Honestly, doing them every 45-50 minutes is a nice break from the Corrupted Gauntlet grind. We're currently at level 72 Hunter. And at 74, we'll be able to move on from U's to Magics. But we'll also need to get our crafting up from 62 to 75 in order to make magic birdhouses. We will cross that bridge when we get closer to 7400. But for now, there's still quite a good amount of birdhouse runs with U logs to go. So we will worry about it later. A new Hespori PB. And what do we get? 1 Renar. Wow, exactly 100 dragon arrows. Last KC before dinner. It's cooking up. It cooked up a weapon seed, but not the enhanced. Wow. That is KC number 85, our second weapon seed. I think our log is actually kind of crazy right now. Oh my, we just got back-to-back weapon seeds. So we got one right before I went to dinner, and we get one right when I come back from dinner. Interesting. Why couldn't it have been the enhanced? Can't actually complain though. 86 KC. This is crazy. The corrupted gauntlet session has been interrupted by a farming contract and then a tree run. Oh, we're gonna get a level out of this too. There it is, 83 farming. Let's see if we unlock anything. Ooh, spirit trees. That's actually pretty massive. And while we were doing that farm run, I'm still on it actually, but I see the clan chat notification that, wait for it, has achieved 15 million woodcutting EXP. One more thing before we head back to the gauntlet. Our mahogany trees are done. Let's check out the EXP drop. 15.7. 15.7. 15.7. We just got to level 83 and now we're already almost 38% in. I pulled up the DPS calculator here from the wiki to showcase the DPS difference between the three attack styles and why we must pretty much have to 5-to-1 with the staff. So with each respective setup, we have the T2 armor with the T3 weapon. So the staff, the bow, and the halberd. If you look over to the right here, you can see the whopping difference and how the staff is so much better at 5.303 versus the bow's 3.072 versus the halberd's 3.853. And of course, this is with the respective prayers with Mystic Vigor, Deadeye, and the combination of ultimate strength and incredible reflexes. Now I got curious. My range level is only at 67 right now, right? So I was like, you know what? I could do with bumping it up, right? But what range level would I have to reach to match the mage DPS that I have now, currently at 79 magic? And the answer is 95 range to get a comparable DPS output. That is crazy, and that's not going to happen anytime soon. I guess we have no choice but to continue 5-to-1ing. Even if I did get Void right now and chinned up some range levels, that wouldn't even really help, honestly. While we're making hypotheticals, I might as well input some increased levels for melee as well, right? Well, we could have 99 attack, 99 strength, and then we would be 0.1 DPS better than our current mage. So if anything, if I was to train outside the gauntlet right now, I should just train more mage. Quick update over on Wait For It. Been chopping the redwoods and we're now at 9.3k redwood logs. The Corrupted Gauntlet is the first big test for any Ironman these days. This is usually the first PVM grind. At a drop rate of 1 in 400 Corrupted Gauntlet KC, the enhanced weapon seed is a game-changing, account-altering reward. Originally, the seed could only be turned into the Blade of Saildor, but then came the Bofa. Then came the Bofa. Obtaining the Bofa will propel a traditional account forward, taking on countless bosses and even using it at the pinnacle of PVM grinds, the Inferno. Well, we're not doing that. We're getting the Blade. Welcome to the second episode of 400 Corrupted Gauntlet, or the Enhanced Weapon Seed. Oh snap, I'm barely even paying attention during the prep phase, but we just hit 80 hit points. Another day, another tree run. Just gonna plant down some palm tree seeds and got 2 remaining magic saplings, do a birdhouse run, and you already know where we're heading back to. It's just so sad our palm tree died. I probably should get some papaya to pay for these, to be honest, but so it's another day at the gauntlet. I believe we are on day 4. We completed Song of the Elves late in the night, I'd say technically 5 days ago, but in terms of full days of doing the gauntlet, we've done 3 full days of doing the gauntlet, and now we're on day 4. We're sitting at 94 KC, 3 armor seeds, and 3 weapon seeds. I think we are pretty lucky so far. Over on Wait For It, we're just gonna go back to the amethyst mines. I always do enjoy a little bit of amethyst mining. The nice thing is you never have to bank. It's always really nice when you have so many crystal shards that you can just make at least some armor on the first rotation around. The weird thing was I made the U shape over there and I didn't get a weapon frame, so I kind of had to sneak off over here. Get these bats, and on this third one we should get a weapon frame. Yep. But it's a very humble first CG of the day so far. We even get a corrupted dragon. Very clean first of the day, very minimal amount of mistakes, and surely we will be rewarded for it. With 7 crystal shards. Never mind. And that is 100 KC. What are we gonna get? Honestly, the 100 KC has come quicker than I thought. It's really flown by. It is Birdhouse O'Clock. I'm actually running out of U-logs. I'm gonna have to get some more. I think this birdhouse run, and then the next, I'm completely out. Entering the Hunlift fight here, we have about 1.2k magic EXP to go until we hit 80 magic. And hopefully the level up message doesn't kill us. There it is, level 80 magic. Ooh, exactly 1111. It's meant to be. Never mind. Making my way back to the gauntlet just after a birdhouse run here, and I was looking at the loot tracker. We passed 1,000 shards. In fact, we're at 1,021, and our KC is currently 107. And another crystal weapon seed at 109. I think that is our 4th one. Yep. So we got 7 seeds, 3 armor, 4 weapons. Currently working on KC 117, or I believe number 23 for the day. And I'll tell you what, things were going pretty smoothly up until 20. I think like now that I'm trying to push past 20 KC on the day, I'm kind of just losing focus. I've definitely taken a couple of off-prey hits at Hunlift. But if we can keep this pace up, we should, or hopefully anyways, you can never guarantee, that we will get an enhanced seed shortly. While on this grind, I have been thinking, what happens if I reach 400 corrupted gauntlet KC and I don't have an enhanced seed yet? Well, you know, if I was a traditional solo Ironman, I wouldn't really have any other options, right? Besides maybe just taking a break and doing something else. But I would want to come back eventually. But like I mentioned before, I do have a Blade of Seldor sitting in Wait for its bank, not even being used. And quite frankly, the Bofa on that account is not really being used right now anyways either, ever since the Tebow. I do wonder if I should reach 400 KC and not get an enhanced seed, if I should just kind of use it as a get out of jail free card. While I don't have any issues with the Corrupted Gauntlet, I quite enjoy it actually, but to be stuck here is a completely different story. It's still very early on in the grind here, so I'm not saying that I'm just gonna back out of this Corrupted Gauntlet run right now and pull out the blade. But it is just something to keep in mind, something to have in our back pocket if we just no longer feel like doing the gauntlet. Unfortunately, just came out of a CG with nothing but an adamant plate body for loot. That's because I clicked under the boss and got stomped out. But anyways, I got curious here. I wanted to look at the scoreboard, the KD ratio here. We're at 120 completions right now with 14 deaths. I think that comes out to somewhere between 8 and 9 KC per death, which is honestly not too bad. I'll take it. I think I would have a little bit better of a ratio if I did less KC in a sitting. Right now, these first couple of days, I'm really grinding them out, doing 15, 20, 25, I think even 30 in a day. And once it hits the 20 plus, like I said earlier, it starts getting a little bit rough. So start making more mistakes. In fact, I think I am at somewhere over 25 KC right now for the day, so this death was sort of due. It's always a good feeling doing a birdhouse run and knowing that on this specific run you're going to get a level up. There it is, 73 Hunter. You can now trap black chinchompas. I didn't know it was 73 actually, that seems kind of a random number. Wow, another crystal weapon seed. I think we've gone 5 weapon seeds now, up to 125 KC. It's been a little bit since the last drop. I'm not sure what the KC was, but either way, we have 8 drops in 125, so that's very lucky, I think. We're now at 128 CG KC, so I think that makes 34 KC on the day. I'm going to take a break right now. I don't know if I'm going to do any more tonight, but anyways, we TP'd here to the RD Monastery, and here's an Ironman pro tip. You should plant a whiteberry bush at the RD patch because you're going to frequently TP here, whether that's for the altar for prayer restore, or the fairy ring over there, or the spirit tree to the northwest, or even the bank to the northeast. Basically, you're going to be in this area constantly. This is why the RD cloak is prioritized so much for Ironman in the early game. And if you have a whiteberry bush planted here, every time you TP in, you can just quickly grab some whiteberries, which I've already done. I have some in my inventory. And note it with the leprechaun and just continue with whatever you're doing. You're going to need the whiteberries to create super defense pots. Wow, right now I've got everything to do. I got the fruit trees, the regular trees, the farming contract, and my birdhouses to do. Well, and my Hespori is ready too. I'll gear up for that after this farming contract. That's Hespori KC number 10. I don't have a spade. Awkward. Alright, that's KC number 10 for Hespori. And we get white lily seeds. That's actually good. And we hit 84 farming. Quadruple U roots. I don't think that really matters to us. Working on the palm trees. Make sure to collect the coconuts. Aldor Park for the regular tree run. Can't forget to collect your whiteberries. And finally, of course, our birdhouse run. That was a bit of a trip, but now we're heading back to the Corrupted Gauntlet. Likely the last CG of the day, KC 136. What are we going to get here? 2 ruined chain bodies, 12 crystal shards. Alright, let's take a look over at Wait For It. We've been amethyst mining almost all day. I logged out for bits of it, but we're up to 12k amethyst arrow tips. Good morning, gamers. Another day. Every day when I first log in, I'm at the farming guild on both accounts. So here on 416 Hero, I'm just working on a bush patch right now. And over on Wait For It, I'm working on the compost bin. And I swear, every time for the first 5 minutes logging in, I just go cross-eyed just because I'm at the farming guild on both accounts, and sometimes I get things mixed up. You know, I get one contract on one account and I get another contract on another account, and I like flip them sometimes just by accident. Here's another Ironman farming tip. Well, it's not exclusive to Ironman, but here we go. So I grow watermelons here to put into the big compost bin. Sometimes it is a farming contract too, so it's 2 birds in 1 stone. But anyways, if you're trying to fill up the compost bucket but also harvest a patch, you can have 1 watermelon in your inventory. On the same tick, you click harvest watermelon and also use a watermelon on the compost bin. And it does this weird thing where it does both things at the same time. I am making some house tabs over on Wait For It right now. But I'm thinking I don't really need to rely on these anymore. 416 Hero is 80 magic now, well into the Well, at least out of the early game, it's always debatable, what people consider the early, mid, late game, end game, yada, yada, yada. But basically, it's been quite some time. We have the magic level, the house teleport, and then some. But some extra house tabs laying around could always be nice, especially if we're on the wrong spellbook. I checked the Slayer task I have on Wait For It, and we're on a Blood Veld task. Very easily AFKable with the Venator bow, so we're going to work on that. And of course, on 416 Hero, after completing my tree run and my birdhouse run, we're back at the gauntlet. We are currently at 136 KC, 15 deaths, so ratio's still looking pretty good. Let's take a look at the log real quick before we hop back in. 3 armor seeds, 5 weapon seeds. And one more thing, pulling Deadeye on Wait For It was actually beneficial too. I'm using it now on the Slayer task. I'm cooking up my food, just about to hit the hunt lift, but we got a superior. First KC of the day. I was trying to juggle killing that superior Bloodveld and doing hunt lift at the same time. Wasn't too bad though. Unfortunately, no imbued heart, obviously. Otherwise, I would have probably been on the other screen right now going, oh my god. But anyways, as a trade-off, we're going to get the enhanced seed right now, right? Oh, an armor seed to start off the day. Not an enhanced weapon seed, but we will take it. KC number 137. I'll say it again. These armor seeds I really don't have a use for on this account because they require 70 defense to use the armor. However, I guess it's just always nice to see a 6.2 mil drop. Also, that last hunt lift was a 416 hunt lift kill time. It was meant to be. Barbarian fishing whenever we have downtime and or just don't feel like doing Corrupted Gauntlet has really been paying off because there is 84 fishing. And actually, soon enough, we're going to pick up an agility level too. 1.6k EXP to go. I wish I recorded this earlier, but I actually died to a demi-boss because my focus was split between the 2 accounts. I was juggling doing a Slayer task on Wait For It while fighting, I think it was a Ranger, a Dark Beast, here in the Corrupted Gauntlet, and I just wasn't paying attention, right? And it looked like I was praying the wrong prayers. I was praying melee against the Dark Beast. So I kind of decided, you know what, today I'm going to take it easy, take it a step back. I'm not going to AFK anything on the side, I'm just going to focus on the gauntlets. Just ignore the fact that I have 5 of these Grim Leaves, and I'm going to drop 2 of them. Holy, a 1316, a 546 hunt lift. It was hiding something, surely. Never mind. Just picked up a crafting level. We're now 63. The EXP is not much, but it adds up, between cooking, crafting, and I think smithing as well. Not to mention fishing, woodcutting, and mining. Ooh, the sandwich lady wants to give me a baguette. Will it be stale? Will it be stale? It is not stale. Never. I have no idea what's going on today. It hasn't happened in like the first 4 or 5 days of doing the gauntlet, but today I've already reset about 4 to 5 runs just because the game is skimping out on giving me one specific resource. Like just this last one, I could not find any roots at all. I don't know. Just bad RNG all stacked up today, I guess. I think up until now, I've only ever reset like maybe 2 or 3 preps. So 4 to 5 resets just today versus the 2 to 3 resets over the last 4 or 5 days. I mean, you tell me, I don't know. Another 1111. Let's see what we get here. 5 runeful helmets. I don't know why, but that drop gets me every time. Just AC 150. No fucking way. No fucking way. 163. Casey, we got the fucking pet. What the fuck? KC 163, 1 Young Lift, 4 Crystal Armor Seeds, 5 Crystal Weapon Seeds. You know, it's only fitting because back on Wait For It when I was doing this grind, I got the pet on 66 KC. Bro, what? Yo, the fuck? No, the RNG! That's not the drop I wanted. It's almost like a rite of passage type thing that I have to get the pet first and then the enhanced seed. This is also the first pet of the account, Young Lift. What a first pet to get, honestly. No scaling pets yet, but I will take it. To think that I was actually done for the night too. I did what, like 20, 23 KC for the day, and then I was kind of struggling towards the tail end of it. Decided to call it a night. Did some Corp KC on Wait For It, but then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna come back, and look what happened. In the middle of 416 Heroes Corrupted Gauntlet grind, we took on a little side quest. We took this opportunity to live out our Dolo GIM dreams and get some bossing done on our maxed account. With this farming contract, with the magic tree, it puts us at 85 farming level. Now we have access to the back of the farming guild right there, and right away we get a palm tree seed contract. We're back at the Amethyst Mines today on Wait For It. I just find that this task is the easiest thing to do while doing the Corrupted Gauntlet. But before we go back to the Gauntlet, another fruit tree run. Today's starting KC is 165. And that's first KC of the day, 1111. Perfect, right? 11 uncut diamonds. Well, 852, that's definitely the second fastest time we've had. That was a 250 Hun lift too, so fastest fight by far. No, it finally happened. I forgot to cook my food. Huh, that was interesting. I just picked up a medium task in the Coranda and Cabos area for the achievement diary because I teleported to the farming guild. You know, I was about to do my birdhouse runs, get some seeds from Amelia over here, and I misclicked on the door. And looks like I've never actually entered through the doorway to the farming guild. I've just TP'd here since I have access to the POH. Just did my 20th CGKC of the day. Was about to do a birdhouse run, but I noticed Hespori is once again ready. So let's knock this out. I forgot my dragon dagger. Oops. 11 Hespori KC. That was a 140, no new PB. Let's see what we get. Palm tree seeds. We always take those. Big level coming up on this birdhouse here. 74 Hunter. You can now catch ninja implings and place magic birdhouse traps on Fossil Island. Well, let's check out the skilling tab here. So, birdhouses, 74 Hunter for the magic birdhouse. But if we look at crafting, go under other here, you need 75 crafting to craft a birdhouse trap from magic logs. As you can see, we're currently 63, so we're going to have to go work on that. Over the course of 185 corrupted gauntlets, we've accumulated a decent amount of gems, actually. Of course, there's also the leftovers from Wintertodd and just other ways of getting it, like Slayer and whatnot. But the point is, we have plenty of gems to get our crafting levels up. I'm not sure how many gems we're going to have to go through, but we're going to get to 75 crafting one way or another. Before we get started on the crafting grind of 75, it is that time of the week to do Tears of Guthix. We can still do Tears of Guthix without worrying about leveling our defense by accident, because our rune crafting is still as low as 40, and we also have Slayer currently sitting at 48. So as long as we pay attention to these two skills and make sure they don't hit 50, we should be safe to do Tears of Guthix. And we jump from 40 to 42 rune crafting. Bank standing and cutting gems isn't particularly interesting, so while I do that, I'm going to do a couple of Fasani's Nightmare on Wait For It. As you can see, I only have the Inquisitor's top. It'd be nice to have the helmet and the pants as well. Actually, I think it's a skirt. And the first Fasani's Nightmare KC in quite some time actually went pretty well. I cut through all the sapphires we have, so we're moving on to emeralds. In the middle of a Fasani's kill right now, so hard to really switch to POV, but 65 crafting on 416 hero. We are nowhere near 75 crafting right now, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to do the birdhouse runs with U-logs in the meantime. We hit 66 crafting and now we're on to rubies. Something tells me I'm not going to have enough gems. I went through all the rubies and even all the diamonds, basically all the gems on this account's bank. Now we're sitting at 67 crafting, still 8 levels away from our target. Before I take from our trust fund, wait for its bank that is, I decided I'm going to make some phoenix necklaces. This is a classic 2 birds with 1 stone situation, because I'm going to need phoenix anyways. For a few reasons, but namely, I used them at hard mode top. After making a good amount of necklaces, I think it's time to just knock out the levels. We're taking out a handsome 6,000 uncut diamonds, courtesy of Wait For It, and we're going to launch ourselves to 75 crafting, so that we can get back into the corrupted gauntlet sooner. "70 crafting, 5 more levels to go." A little while ago, I mentioned being a little low on red spider eggs. We came to Sarachnis but left empty-handed unfortunately. I thought this was a perfect time, while working on 416 Heroes crafting levels, to try our luck again. I went ahead and muted game sounds while we're here. Sarachnis sounds aren't very pleasant. Anyways, Sarachnis is a fairly simple boss and is made even simpler by having gear like the Scythe, Missouri, and Arania boots. Now just like that, 3 kills in, we get what we were looking for, a giant egg sack. That will net us, I believe, 100 red spider eggs. But while we're here, we're going to finish out the trip, at the very least. But as I was saying, simply turn your prayers on, click the boss, and hit it till it goes down. Bring thralls, death charge, and a spec weapon will speed things up. Alright, but what if you're not in max gear? Well, you may actually have to hit the smallest spiders. One does mage damage, and the other does melee, respectively. Without Arania boots, you'll get caught in webs, and that's pretty annoying. Not my problem, though. Alright, while I'm AFKing Sarachnis on Wait For It, let's check in on 416 Hero. We are currently at 72 crafting, so 3 more levels to go. Between Sarachnis, Venenatus and Spindle, as well as Araxor. Oh, and let's not forget about Verzik either. What is the obsession with spider bosses? This took a bit of time, longer than expected honestly, especially since I went with cutting gems, but we finally hit 75 crafting, and our little side quest is over. Members can now craft red dragon hide chaps, slayer rings, magic birdhouses, and divine rune pouches. Oh, divine rune pouches is actually huge. Obviously, we were after the magic birdhouses. The Corrupted Gauntlet is the first big test for any Ironman these days. This is usually the first PVM grind. At a drop rate of 1 in 400 Corrupted Gauntlet KC, the enhanced weapon seed is a game-changing, account-altering reward. Originally, the seed could only be turned into the Blade of Saildor, but then came the Bofa. Obtaining the Bofa will propel a traditional account forward, taking on countless bosses and even using it at the pinnacle of PVM grinds, the Inferno. Well, we're not doing that. We're getting the Blade. Welcome to the third episode of 400 Corrupted Gauntlet, or the Enhanced Weapon Seed. The little detour we took away from the Corrupted Gauntlet led us to this. Magic birdhouses. Now that we have this set up, we don't have to worry about our crafting levels for quite some time. That's because it'll take us getting from 74 Hunter to 89 until we reach Redwoods. By then, we'll need 90 crafting to craft Redwood birdhouses. Anyways, let's get back to the Corrupted Gauntlet. Our starting KC now is 185. Just came out of KC 200. What are we gonna get? Nothing interesting. 29 uncut sapphires. Alright, that was a bit of a risky one. I had less potions than I wanted to just because I couldn't find an herb to save my life. So I started flicking a lot during that fight. Surely I am rewarded for it. Oh my... no fucking way! That took me an extra second to process because I thought it was just a weapon seed, a regular weapon seed. But that was actually the enhanced. The enhanced at KC 202. Wow. Okay, let's take a look at the collection log. We have green logged the Corrupted Gauntlet at KC 202 with 1 obligatory regular gauntlet completion. We have the pet, 4 armor seeds, 5 crystal weapon seeds, 1 enhanced crystal weapon seed, and of course the gauntlet cape. Wow. Alright, it's been a couple of minutes since I pulled the enhanced seed. I kind of just processed it. The clan chat went wild. Talked to them a bunch. Now I've got it sorted out. So, with this enhanced crystal weapon seed, as you know, or if you don't know, I'll say it again. We're going to make the Blade of Saildor. Now the blade is going to cost us 100 shards to make if we have the smithing and crafting level requirements, which I believe are 82 respectively. But we don't. We have 75 crafting and we have 71 smithing. We could go get those right now, or we tack on an extra 50 shards, making it 150 total shards to make the Blade of Saildor. After that, it will cost us a whopping 1,000 shards to corrupt it. I've seen a few people get confused at this point of creating the weapon that you want, respectively. Now, if you have the levels yourself, you use the bowl. If you don't, you talk to the NPC. And then you ask them, could you do it for me? And we gotta be careful here. Pick the right option. We would like the Blade of Saildor. Honestly, this feels illegal, but for this account, this is the route we take. There it is. Now we well, we gotta, yep, there we go. Just talk to her again. Blade of Saildor corrupted. Huh. It'll cost us 1,400 shards. Either way, we have the shards. Let's do it. Okay, slight correction here. Although most of what I said is correct. it will cost you another 400 shards to corrupt the Blade of Saildor if you don't have the skilling requirements. So in total, I believe that costed me 1,500 shards, which checks out. So the clanmates and I wanted to do a super scuffed top run using my Blade of Saildor. However, as we were talking about it, I tried to equip the newly made Blade of Saildor, corrupted, mind you, and it occurred to me that I don't have 80 attack, which is the requirement. We have Fairy Ringed into Mauritania, and I'm making my way over to the Theater of Blood. Despite what I said, not being able to use the Blade of Saildor right now, the clan and I have decided to send a scuffed run anyways. On my way there, I'm going to have to check whether I should use a Dragon Simi or a Zombie Axe. I'm thinking a Zombie Axe. Made our way over to the top bank and we geared up. I have no idea why there's so many people here actually. But anyways, we're just packing our inventory with a bunch of brews, bunch of restores, some super combats, and a 4-way switch of each style. As for the other weapons, we're going to be using a Dragon Dagger for spec, and we're going to use the Dualies for Nilo Room. For our mage, we got the Blue Moon top and bottom with the Ivan Staff and Tome of Fire. We're going to be using Ivan Blast. And for range, we're not 75 range yet, so we don't have access to the Eclipse armor that's sitting in our bank. So we're using red D'hide, although technically I can use black D'hide. But we have red. And we're using the MSB and the Ava's Accumulator with Amethyst arrows. This is it. Our first Theater of Blood. I'm not even going to pre-fire with the magic short bow. Ideally, I would have at least thralls, right? But we're here for the most giga-scuffed raid possible. Honestly, it could be worse. At least we have Blood Moon, we have Zombie Axe. We have the Makas. I wonder if the Makas would be good for these crabs right here, actually. Oh, my prayer drain is crazy. I should probably be full killing the crabs, actually. I don't have a sight. Look at this absolute champion in top. What if I get a purple? That would be something. Surely a skip? Of course. There's only one way to do this raid. And it's gotta go fast. Never mind, we leaked. Abort! The UIM doesn't have a chally, bro. What? The Grandmaster in max gear is panicking. The raid is... Oh, no, we're good. Let's check out this maiden time. 217, let's go. Better than 416. Surely the 2 down for combat achievement? Surely. Wait, I gotta go around. Unless this is an entry mode thing. Actually, yeah, if I pick up a good amount of CAs here, that'd be really good and get mediums. Oh, I'm so late. Hello, hit? I don't even have a salve. I haven't even done Haunted Mine. Oh my, big hits. Maybe I should have brought one extra Divine Pot. Think big. I don't have spec. I don't have my defender on, I'm trolling. No fly. No fly. Very close to the 2 down. No! Average bloat. They're talking about carrying me. I'm carrying them. Now we're gonna need a stamina here, most likely, and let's get another piece of hard food. Let's drop a brew and equip our dualies. I actually don't know if they should be on accurate or aggressive. Probably aggressive. Oh, I have the majors highlighted right now. Let me fix that. I can't even remember the last time I MDPS'd in top. I'm always a freezer these days. Oh yeah? Nilo Prince? The set effect is going off? The set effect is going 4 in a row. 5 in a row. 6. I have to equip the Tome of Fire first, which is a little annoying. I guess I can try to reorganize my inventory to where I naturally do that. Keep our prayer up. Oh, I'm getting messed up. The pillars are going down! No way a pillar is gonna go down in a normal top. What are we doing? What are we doing? No! I even had it set up the right way, but like I just naturally clicked the weapon first. I'm struggling to do my switches because it just looks so strange in my inventory. I could not bring the Avas, to be honest. That'd be okay. Is that my brew? That's my brew, right? Pick up the brew! Am I hitting decent? Yeah, sure. Staying in the wrong spot. Hello, are we gonna spec? It's 200 defense! Oh my... Okay, we're gonna need some more restores. At least 2 of those. And, maybe 1 more for good measure, I don't know. And then 2 sharks. Tons of points in a normal top. Oh my, I bonked it. Oh, I just hammered on 0 defense. This man's scythe was on crush. He's trolling. Huge dragon dagger spec. He's trolling. Dude, what is going on? That hurt. I'm kind of slapping. Okay, I hit a 5. I cannot stress enough how scuffed this is. Obviously the gear as well, but my stats are very low. We have 74 attack, so we can't even use the blade we just got. Only 85 strength, 67 range, and 81 magic. Ideally, when we first get to top, we're gonna have high 90s at the very least. Okay, at the very least, actually, we should be able to use our Blade of Saildor. We could have pogwebbed. Oh my. Oh my, 416 hero has completed the Theater of Blood. It's too easy. A 2047. There's no purple. Dude. That's blood vials maybe? 1 KC pet? 50 blood vials, we will take it. That is a collection log. We're back in for a second KC. Maybe this time my teammates won't have their sights on Crush. And being only 63 prayer, I'm just chugging potions. I used a whole super restore just to do Maiden. He's trolling. No way they didn't commit. Here we go again. No way, there's perfect blow. It's too easy. Sheesh. Seems so funny 5-ticking with a zombie axe. 42 max it. Much cleaner second KC. Surely a purple. A new PB. Dude. Oh my god, we're rich. 65 runite ore. And that concludes 2 top KC. That was pretty fun, but we're not quite ready to camp top just yet. There's a list of items that we're going to need to go get. But pulling the Blade of Saildor right there was so unexpected, and it was just a spur of the moment thing to come and pot 2 tops. Everybody thought, including myself, that I was able to use the Blade of Saildor, but I didn't have 80 attack, and I didn't even think about it in the moment. We were already of the mindset that we were going to pot some tops, so I went ahead and came anyways with a zombie axe. Before we started the Corrupted Gauntlet grind, I mentioned that I would talk about a roadmap for the account. Well, I'm going to gather my thoughts, let the enhanced weapon seed drop really sink in, and we'll discuss it in the next video. It's the day after we pulled the enhanced seed. I've been parked at the Ammonite crabs for most of the day, and we've gained 4 levels so far. And it looks like we'll be able to hit 80 attack later tonight. While we're working on this, let's talk about our next steps and what the roadmap looks like. It's a bit of a meme at this point, but getting Void Range is still on the list. We're going to get 56 Slayer through questing and tasks to get our new best in slot magic weapon, the Warp Scepter. This is going to be pretty big because with the Ivan Staff, we are locked to the standard spellbook. Which leads me to the next thing. We'll look to do Kingdom Divided to unlock Thralls. After getting the Warp Scepter, we can take our new gear to the Dagonoth Kings to get ourselves a Berserker Ring. We'll also head to Zora for a blowpipe, and we'll get the quest while Guthic sleeps done, and grind for a set of Burning Claws. Some of these goals I will have to accomplish in a specific order, but in general, I'm not guaranteeing we're doing this in any specific order. With that being said, I'll see you guys when I'm at 80 attack and we can get started on our new journey. Still working on the 80 attack, but in the meanwhile, wait for it, is at the Zaya Mines rune crafting some blood runes. We're going to stock up for our scythe, as I feel a Fasani's Nightmare grind is on the horizon for us. A couple more Maka bonks here, and that is level 80 attack. We can finally equip the blade. Let's get out of here. It took about a day's worth of AFKing Ammonite crabs to go from 74 to 80 attack, but we got it done. Although it is an unconventional path to choose a blade over the bow, we will be making good use of this bad boy. Well, I was getting ready to quest again, but I've been called upon to Tob. Honestly, when you're playing on a pure or restricted account of some sort, you gotta take every chance you can get. Those opportunities won't come often. The first couple of swings with the Blade of Saildor, also known as the Salad Blade, just easier to say. Oh, max hit, 38. Feels good, man. Two down combat task, let's go. And a new PB 1740. No purple. Well, we knocked out a quick 2 raids. Nothing interesting this time around. It is super late in the night, but we just hit 70 range. Today is the day we are going to achieve combat. We will not stop until we hit medium combat tier. Our first stop, if you couldn't tell, oh, perfect timing, is Scurious. Let's take a look at the combat achievements real quick here. Scurious. So here we are, Scurious combat achievements. 1 KC for 1 point. This one, Sit Rat. If we get lucky, we'll get a rat bean weapon. If not, that's fine. We'll just skip over that. Scurious Champion, 10 KC. Perfect Scurious, 2 points. And 6 giant rats within 3 seconds, another 2 points. Scurious was introduced back in January 2024, placed in the Varrock sewers. It serves as an early or mid-game boss that provides great combat EXP and introduces new or inexperienced players to PvM mechanics. First KC under our belt, Scurious Novice. Ironically for us though, we've done 4 top KC and we're just now doing Scurious. And that is 10 KC. We get a Rune Battle Axe, Scurious Champion. Next up, we're currently on Fossil Island, running south to fight the crazy archaeologist. We're going to unlock the final mush tree here, Sticky Swamp. This boss is fairly simple. Attacks with range and melee, but just turn on prey range and keep your distance and simply mage the boss. Prepare to run across the room whenever he says, learn to read. Just like that. Oh, that took a hit. That's 1 KC, Mage of the Swamp. I believe that is for maging the boss. That should be it. Perfect. Oh, it's not called perfect. I'd rather be illiterate is the name of the combat task. But essentially that is the perfect task. Now with this boss, we just have the 10 KC task and the 25 KC task. And that is 10 KC, 15 more to go until we're out of here. Okay, mildly interesting, but we just picked up a black D-hide body. This is actually an upgrade for us, but only for about another 5 more range levels. At 75 range, we will be using the Eclipse set. And that is 25 KC combat task completed. And we get a crystal key to boot. We still have 43 points to go until we reach medium. So here we are at Barrows, and maybe we'll pick up some items along the way. Of course, armor won't be useful to us. Oh, and this is an opportunity to use the new Twin Flame Staff from Royal Titans. It is slapping. No, don't hit me! We are on our first run right now, and we already failed the Can't Touch Me CA. So we're going to go ahead and try the Carol's one, where we have to kill it with only specs. Now, unfortunately, I just dumped my 4 DDS specs right there. And, didn't kill it, so I think we're just going to stand here and wait for our spec to regen. All that for a double 0? I just realized I forgot to bring food. So I've been sitting here waiting for my Spectre regen, and then I remembered, I'm a GIM. So without further ado, here is some spec transfer. Surely we get it done here. There we go, just like that. Here we go, will we get an item? Nothing. This is it. Everything has lined up for the Can't Touch Me CA. I did Darok successfully. I did Guttons. Carol's free, obviously. You just pay range. And I did Varrock. And it is an Aram's tunnel. So I just have to go to Torag now. And hopefully not mess this up. So far so good. Finish it here, please. Nice. Now all we have to do is keep Prey Mage up the entire time, not smite ourselves, and this combat achievement will be done. Absolute perfect situation. We spawned Arams at the chest. Keep our prayer up. And there we go. I think we just have to loot the chest. Surely we get a drop as well. We do not. However, oh, we get 2 combat achievements in one. Can't touch me and pray for success. Pray for success is kill all 6 Barrows brothers and loot the Barrows chest without taking any damage. Oh, that kind of goes hand in hand. The next combat achievement we're going to do here at Barrows is the Faithless Crypt Run. Basically all that is using no prayer. The only scary part here really is Darok, because with the way Darok works, the lower his health is, the higher max hit he has. So, as we're nearing killing him here, he could just one-shot us. Oh! Alright, that's out the way. Everything else should be easier. We have an inventory full of Karambwans, and we're just gonna face tank everything. You know, I'm not sure why I didn't just entangle it and run away. I just face tanked it. Nothing in the chest, but we get 3 combat points. All that remains at Barrows is the 2 KC task at 10 KC and 25 KC. Oh, that's 10 KC. I'm just kind of autopiloting right now, so I didn't even realize. Opening chest number 15, I believe a drop at Barrows is roughly 1 in 15, so surely we're gonna get a drop here. Of course, in reality, that's not how it works. Here we are, our final KC, KC number 25. Haven't had any drops yet. Will we get it now? Nope, but we have the combat task completed. This is what we came here for. We have 30 points to go. Made our way over to the Chambers of Zarek. We're probably not going to complete any KCs just yet. What we can do is complete some of the room-specific combat achievements. There's the CA, perfectly balanced. We're now at the Ice Demon room where we're going to attempt to do 3 combat achievements at once. The first one being simply to get kill credit without taking any damage. And it goes hand in hand with the next one, Blizzard Dodger, to receive kill credit for the Ice Demon without activating to protect from ranged prayer. And lastly, kill it with fire, finish off the Ice Demon with a fire spell. We have our trusty Twin Flame Staff and a Tome of Fire, and we're going to be casting Fire Wave. The Ice Demon is almost ready to fight, so we're just going to pot up now. Remember not to activate range, protect from range. Let's try not to get hit here. Oh, auto cast is off. That's spooky. That could have been bad. There we go. 3 combat achievements all at once. It's too easy. And cryo no more. I believe there's a few other CAs we can do at Chambers, but we're going to have to reset the raid and find another layout. For this next one, we're at the Guardians room, and we simply just have to hit the Guardians and finish them off without getting hit by falling rocks. Oh, wow, we didn't even need to do both of them. We just need to kill one. There it is, dancing with statues. Next up, we have the Muttadow's room. Now, the combat task is to prevent them from eating from the tree and healing. Well, an easy solution is to simply cut the tree first. But there we go, there's Mutta Diet. We're now outside the shaman room. We simply just have to kill one shaman without taking any damage. There it is, Shazian Specialist. And with just 2 points to go, we're here at Sarachnis, and we simply need to kill it with a crush weapon. So we have the zombie axe with us, we're gonna pot up and let's head in. I wonder if the dualies would have been better actually, I'm not sure. But the first thing I thought of was the zombie axe and I just came right over here. We're only here for 1 KC, so just a couple more hits here. And there we go. Newspaper enthusiasts. You've completed enough combat achievement tasks to unlock medium tier rewards. You can oh, let's get out of here. Can I get my soul runes now? Thank you. Oh yeah, we're on a different world than on wait for it. Made my way to the Warriors Guild and we're gonna talk to Gommel here. Talk about combat achievements and tell them we've completed a combat tier. There we go. We get an EXP lamp that we're going to put in the Slayer. 10,000 Slayer EXP. That puts us at 49 Slayer. We also get the Gommel's Hilt 2, which gives us 3 teleports to Trollheim per day. Well, with us finally knocking out some combat achievements and reaching the medium tier, we can finally set our sights on pest control to get Void. Considering how many times I've mentioned this in the past, it is long overdue. Oh wow, I just double clawed the enrage phase. Oh, and that's perfect for Sani's. My pure group Ironman 416 hero is progressing fast. The PVM grinds are starting. With less and less time, I must make every hour and minute count on my maxed account. Wait for it. I've given myself 7 days to try and get a drop at Fasani's Nightmare, a boss that only main game collection loggers or endgame retirement home Ironmen go to fight. Today, starting at an even 200 KC with just 1 Inquisitor's Top and the pet transmog, we embark on a journey to do as much KC as we can bear. With the ever so rare drop rates, this is a marathon. Yet each KC feels like a sprint in itself. I don't know how many KCs we're gonna do. I'm on the wrong spell book, so tremendous start. But we're gonna go as long as we can. I don't even have my max cape. It's over. First KC, the famous or the infamous drop, 24 bass. Here is the minigame TP to Clan Wars of shame, because we forgot to bring a TP out. And let's make sure we get on the right spellbook. I've decided to go on this Fasani's grind because I've been heavily invested into 416 Hero over the last few months. But that said, we need to make some progress on the other account too. If you're wondering what I'm going to be doing on this account in the meantime, it will likely be some barbarian fishing and ammonite crabs to train our combat stats. We're a couple KCs in now, and with this committed grind, I'm hoping to get into a good flow and rack up a few hundred kills. I've never been able to do more than 1 to 3 a day. Let's go over the gear setup real quick. The only Inquisitor's piece I have so far is the top, so I'm wearing Torva for the helm and legs. We're using the Rancor. I know there are people out there that use the Blood Fury for comfort, but in my opinion, that's too great of a cost. We have the Gommel's Penny to save a few charges. We got the Ferocious Gloves, Primordial Boots, the Ultor Ring, and of course the Scythe. We have a full 9-way switch with Shadow and Ancestral, including the ring, boots, and cape. Honestly, the 9-way switch is a bit of a pain, but I think it's worth it for the pillars. We have the blowpipe to deal with the sleepwalkers between phases, and the SGS to deal with the parasites. It also helps us heal in a pinch. Unfortunately, we don't have the Voidwaker, so we go with the next best spec weapon, the Dragon Claws. I swear these things are pretty inaccurate though. With the exception of the big items, there's not many great drops here. But hey, a stack of brews? I'll take it. We're currently at KC 209 with 1 item. According to the wiki page, it's a 1 in 113 chance to see any item. I think we may be seeing a second item soon. I actually hope it's another Inquisitor's piece, so that it directly helps in getting more KC. Another Saradomin brew drop. We will take it. And few serums, also a good drop. When I'm at barbarian fishing, I actually have to drop fish pretty frequently. So I think, for the most part, I'm going to be at ammonite crabs more times than not. We are ending the night on KC 220. We will start again tomorrow and see how much KC we can knock out. It's a new day, first KC of the day. Yesterday's session went pretty well. Hopefully we can repeat that. And died on the first KC of the day. Unfortunate. We went deathless yesterday. I guess it's just evening out. Now let's pretend that didn't happen. First KC of the day, we're going in. First KC of the day. Magic logs. Very clean kill. 430 blood runes. Oh man, the deaths really are evening out. Another walk of shame to go collect my stuff. We are currently at KC 223, so we've only got 3 kills so far, but we've died twice already. It's not looking good. Unfortunately, just made a ton of mistakes there and had to TP out, but better than dying, I suppose. Gold ore. Nature runes. It felt fast. Never mind. It felt fast for some reason. Quick little update on 416 Hero. I'm still fighting for my life right now at Fasani's, but we've been AFK at the Ammonite Crabs training our range up, and we are just under 100k EXP to go until we hit 75 range. There we go, there it is. Now this is huge because we can finally use our Eclipse set and the, how do you pronounce it? Addle? Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, this second day is not going nearly as well as the first day. We are just now making it to 10 KC after, I don't know, 3-4 deaths, a couple of TP outs. We're going to try to get into a swing of things and try to get to another 20 KC on the day, hopefully. So whenever I'm shadowing these pillars, I'm not sure if I should be using Augury or Mystic Vigor. I ran it through the DPS calculator and they both end up at the same max hit. So does that mean I should be using the lower prayer consumption prayer at that point? I'm gonna give Mystic Vigor a couple of goes here. Honestly, I'm not even sure if I can tell the difference. The Spores and the Void Tiles are the worst combo. We are only 12 KC in for the session, but I'm taking a bit of a breather, AFKing some anglerfish here. Hopefully, when I decide to go back, things will go smoother and I stop dying. Alright, here we go again. We're gonna knock out 8 straight without dying, hopefully. First kill back. What are we gonna get? Uncut rubies. Oh wow, I just double specced, double clawed the enrage phase. 4 blood runes. Oh, and that's perfect Fasani's. It only took me 235 kills. I'm actually a little surprised that I never got perfect Fasani's before. I never accidentally went for it. But I guess every time I got a quick enrage phase, I would mess up earlier, and vice versa. During the enrage phase, I typically just let the sleepwalkers go in. That's why I proc redemption, because more times than not with a scythe and 100 spec bar, you should be able to kill it relatively quickly. And if all else fails, as long as you have prayer still and you proc redemption, you should be good. Well, after getting the perfect task, it's safe to say the break I took helped. It took quite some time to get here, but assuming this next KC goes well, we're going to hit 20 on the day, just as we did yesterday. It's pretty brutal because I actually ended up spending more time today fighting Fasani, but we're ending at the exact same KC. Hopefully tomorrow we won't die as much and we'll get into the 25-30 KC range. But everything could change if we get a drop on this next KC. And cosmic runes. Okay, that is KC 240. Oh wow, I just double specced, double clawed the enrage phase. Oh, and that's perfect Fasani's. My pure group Ironman 416 Hero is progressing fast. The PVM grinds are starting. With less and less time, I must make every hour and minute count on my maxed account. Wait for it. I've given myself 7 days to try and get a drop at Fasani's Nightmare, a boss that only main game collection loggers or endgame retirement home Ironman go to fight. Today, starting at an even 200 KC with just one Inquisitor stop and the pet transmog, we embark on a journey to do as much KC as we can bear. With the ever so rare drop rates, this is a marathon. Yet each KC feels like a sprint in itself. It is day number 3, but before we head back into Fasani's Nightmare, over on 416 here, we gotta do our farm runs and of course Hespori. We are also debuting our new best in slot range gear today, the Eclipse Moon Set. Minus the Eclipse Atlatl, obviously we're not going to use that on crabs. Heading into our first KC of the day, day 3. Our starting KC is 240 and we haven't had any drops yet. Maybe today will be the day. So for about half the KCs yesterday, I started using Mystic Vigor instead of Augury, and I think I'm going to stick to that. I haven't really noticed a DPS difference, and it saves a bit of prayer. Oh my. First KC of the day, and I died just like yesterday. This is because I glanced over here. You see how this Ammonite crab is over here? I noticed someone, I mean, they probably didn't intentionally mean to crash. That's why they dragged the crab away, but that distracted me. I looked over, and that was just enough time for Fasani to flick to a melee attack, and I'm dead. I just TP'd in and see my clanmate. Where are you at? First KC of the day, actually, hopefully. First KC of day number 3, and we get 210 death runes. I feel like this is deja vu because I forgot my max cape again, and so I don't have a TP out. Actually, that's not true. I have the Draken's Medallion that can take me to the top bank. 13 sharks. There's actually a couple of people in the clan also doing Fasani's Nightmare at the moment. And I was kind of cracking a joke about how you can tell because everybody's only going to reply in the clan chat in like 7 to 9 minute intervals. Alternatively, you could read the chat, try to respond in the chat, and then die. Zamorak Brews. For those of you that do Fasani's Nightmare or Nightmare, do you guys take the time to decant these potions into 4 doses so that you take out as many doses as you can out of the trip? Otherwise, you just kind of leave them there, right? Just got out of a KC and catching up on the clan chat. This is the Fasani's Nightmare experience in a nutshell. 24 bass. Could be worse. Could be 17 bass. And then apparently, I'm so dumb, I walked there for 2 KC when I have the Slep teleport already. For those of you that don't know, walking to Fasani's Nightmare or Nightmare without the teleport takes like a solid 2 minutes. And another person goes dead on the last KC of the night. People were trying to encourage him to do one more, and he's like, too late, already uninstalling the game. KC 246, some death runes. Quick update over on 416 here. Still parked at the Ammonite crabs, and I've been looking at the Eclipse Moon armor set. Honestly, it looks really good. Minus the derpy helmet, that is, but the top and legs are pretty clean. But yeah, anyways, we've been training our range levels up. We're now 77 range. Before we started this grind, I made it a point to fully charge my Tumikin's Shadow. A fully charged Shadow holds 20,000 charges. Now 48 kills in, we are at 16,751 charges. I wish I did the same for the Scythe, but I didn't preemptively charge it, so I don't really know how many charges we've used. I'm going to estimate around, at minimum, 3,000 charges. I think I had a lot more than 1,400. Needless to say, using a scythe and a shadow is very expensive. As a main account, you don't really get your money back until you get one of the uniques. And for an Ironman, well, you don't get your money back at all. We're going to try out a few adjustments here. So in place of the Magus Ring for the pillars, we're going to use a Lightbearer to regen spec. And in place of the Saradomin Godsword, we're going to use the Elder Maul and try to spec Fasani at the beginning of each phase. We're going to see if that makes any difference. Here we go, first hammer, and it hits, no way. KC 250. Obviously, you can't really take anything away from just one KC, but it was a sub 8-minute kill. I tend to get over 8 minutes more times than not, and all 4 hammers for each phase landed. Honestly, it checks out. Fasani's is a crush boss, and hammers are crush, so it makes sense. So the second KC was a little bit slower at 806, but all things considered, with me messing up walking into spores a few times in that fight, an 806 is pretty good, and once again, all 4 hammers landed. I'm going to grind out more KCs with this new setup, and we're going to see how it goes. The 746. A 717. Wow. Everything's fine. Oh my. And time is 7:28. It's fine, it's fine. This is only like the second death of the day. It's fine. We are now at 260 total KC, which means we've completed 20 KC on the day. Right now, we are pacing 20 a day, exactly. 20 on day 1, 20 on day 2, and now 20 on day 3. But it's been going so well today, I'm going to push for a couple more. We're now up to 24 KC on the day, but as you can see here, another walk of shame to go collect my stuff. With that being said, I think I'm going to try and push for one more to end at a nice 25. On this last KC, I brought the Magus Ring and the Saradomin Godsword just because it was part of the bank tag layout. So we're calling it a night on day 3. 20 KC on day 1, 20 KC on day 2, and 25 today, totaling 65 KC. No drops yet, unfortunately, but I think we are due soon. We're here at top bank to recharge our scythe as we are down to under 500 charges. Oh, that was my cat. And there we go. It seems like we can't fully charge it, but we're up to 19,953. Day number 4 is upon us. With 65 KC from the previous 3 days, let's see what we can get to. Well, looks like there's a system update in 40 minutes. We can probably knock out a few KC before that. First KC of day number 4. Coins. I actually think this is the first coin drop I've had since the start. 69k. Very clean second kill of the day. And we get rewarded with Saradomin Brews. With just 15 minutes ago until the update, I think I'm going to do one more KC here. I could fit in 2, but it might be close and it's a little RNG, so we're just gonna play it safe. Okay, right before the update. Huge claw specs. What are we gonna get here? 19 grimy torstal. We're back after the quick system update. Hopefully, we've been blessed with some RNG this week. What the? A second parasitic egg and 22 bass. Let's take a look at the collection log here. Second egg at KC 271. The drop rate for the parasitic egg is 1 in 200. At the risk of jinxing myself, I just want to say, KC flies by really quickly when you don't die. I say this because we already racked up 7 KC on the day and it really hasn't felt that long. I guess I did jinx myself. Between the last clip and now, it is several hours, still within the same day though. Now it's just nighttime and we are 8 kills in, if I can do math correctly. You look away for half a second and you're back in Lumbridge. I've been so locked in on doing Fasani's Nightmare that I completely overlooked the fact that we hit 80 range. While the main focus this week has been Fasani's on Wait For It, the combat EXP we've gained over here at Ammonite Crabs has been massive as well. What a scam! There was literally nowhere for me to go other than run into a spore. So I realized in the last recording I couldn't quite capture exactly what happened. So I was in this situation, standing in the middle fighting Fasani, and all these blue tiles that I marked were covered, so they were unsafe tiles. Now these 2 green tiles I marked were the only quote-unquote safe tiles I had. But the problem was there were spores, these red tiles there. So how does it make sense that my only safe tiles were to run into spores? And few serums. To be honest, when I first started this grind 4 days ago, I thought I'd be getting a drop pretty soon. The drop rate to see any unique item from Fasani is about 1 in 113. I got my Inquisitor's top back on KC 115, so right around the rate. Now, 161 KC later, I haven't seen anything besides a second egg. The clock is ticking, so we'll keep pushing on. No fucking way, man. A third egg? Dude. Yep, let's take a look at the log here. KC number 283. We just got our third egg. Our only actual item is the top. The eggs are 1 in 200, by the way. That was KC 285, meaning 20 on the day. Let's see how many more we can knock out. I'm beginning to have my doubts on the Elder Maul specking each phase, but the alternative is Dragon Claw specking, which is very hit or miss. There's not much I can do other than to go grind out a Void Waker or spam easy clues for a ham joint though. 37 uncut emeralds. This KC, total KC at 290, marks 25 on the day, which marks the same amount we did yesterday. As we do more and more each day, I get more and more comfortable doing the boss, so it feels easier, and naturally I die less and I'm able to get more KC. We're going to see how many more we can knock out. If I can get to a nice 300 before I end the night, that'd be great. And in the middle of that 25th KC, we hit 85 hit points over on 416 Hero. The HP levels count more than ever with just 50 defense. 21 Bass. Our clanmate just got an Inquisitor's plate skirt. Surely I get a drop here too, right? Come on. I'm feeling it. Sarah Dome and Bruce. No. We're currently at KC 293, but at this point I am determined to get to 300 before I get off for the night. We're starting to run low on these Relisims bombs too. In case you didn't know, you can use these instead of Sandfuse serums. This is mostly useful for Ironman or people that just want to save a bit of money. This is probably much cheaper. You can get these after finishing Zoger Flesh Eaters and talking to the NPC south of Castle Wars. It's getting to that point in the grind now where I'm getting desperate for a drop. There's people that will advise you against doing this, but I ran the dry calculator on the OSRS wiki. Let's just take a look. 73%. Ooh, a max claw. Surely a drop. Magic logs, never lucky, man. Actually, it's not even luck at this point. I'm due a drop. KC 299. We just have 2 more shots at this for the night anyways. Come on, give me a plate skirt. Or not a plate skirt, but you know. Okay, prayer pots. Heading into KC 300, the final KC for the night. How satisfying would it be to get a drop right here, right now? No. We go again. And a bad camera angle there, and I didn't see the spore. Alright, we really struggled through this last KC, but here we go. I almost blowpipes back. And my claws hit a 0. Second one landed though. Here we go, KC 300. Soul Runes. And so we end day 4 with a new PB of 35 in a day. This totals up to 100 KC during the 7-day marathon of ours, and 300 KC overall. With 3 days to go, I'm almost certain that we'll get a drop. But anything could happen. Catch you in the next and perhaps final video. My pure group Ironman 416 Hero is progressing fast. The PVM grinds are starting. With less and less time, I must make every hour and minute count on my maxed account. Wait for it. I've given myself 7 days to try and get a drop at Fasani's Nightmare. We are on day number 5, and to start the day, of course, I gotta do my farming contracts and birdhouse runs, and I got both my accounts working on the herb patch. Another day, another Hespori. Ooh, and we get the bottomless compost bucket at KC 15. The duplicate bucket from Wait For It, a massive quality of life, but it's nice to know that I've gotten it myself on this account now too. Maybe one day we'll pay it forward to a 3rd account in the GIM group. So I mentioned the other day that we were low on Relisim bombs. So we're here south to Castle Wars and we talked to this guy, Uglug Nar, or whatever his name is. Trade him, and he has a stock of 3 doses. It looks like each 3-dose potion is 200 coins each. If you guys don't already have the potion storage, I highly encourage it. If nothing else, but for the fact that you don't have to decant potions. We are on day number 5, and today we're starting at KC 300. And the first hammer misses. Is that a bad sign? First KC of day number 5. And we start off with Zamorak Brews. Oh, that could have been bad. I clicked on the sleepwalker. 7:28, pretty fast time. KC 3:02, and we get some sharks. Whether it's going to be today or the final 2 days of the 7-day marathon, I hope we get a drop. Just as we run out of prayer, 15 sharks. And there it goes, first death of the day. Unfortunate. Honestly, it was one of those where I definitely should have started brewing. I was kind of on the back foot and I was trying to recover and I just never did, and it caught up to me. I really don't know why I'm so stingy with my brews when I have over 6,000 of them. This has felt like a fast one. We'll have to see though. Half the time whenever I think it's fast, it's not even fast. But I've been seeing some pretty big numbers. Here we go, moment of truth. A 7:37, it's not like breakneck speed, but I think what it was the first half of the fight was a little bit slow, but the second half of the fight was fast. Huge claws. Come on. Samurai Bruce, come on, man. Ooh, that was a little sketchy. 23 bass. Oh wow, that's 10 KC on the day already. Feels like we're flying through these now. Ooh. I was a lot further away from that pillar than I realized. I was trying to reach the far top right corner one, and I got dragged under the boss. Unfortunate. And that's the second death of the day. However, I'm going to take that as a sign to take a break. We're going to do some angler fit. Oh, dude, I just got here. All right, I'm back from my break. Just ate a little bit of dinner. We've since re-geared. We're at 10 KC on the day number 5 here. Let's try and get at least 20 like we have the previous 4 days. I gotta be missing something here. It happened again. There were no save tiles except to run into a spore. So I had some vague understanding of the corner tile being safe, but I was always under the impression that you had to time it and that it was only safe for like a tick or a specific tick or something. But I'm currently being told that that corner tile on Fasani is always going to be safe, so we're going to try to keep that in mind. I'm just now noticing that my prayer potion stack has fallen below 1,000. Fasani's is really burning up the supplies. Despite having over 300 KC now, I've never actually read a full guide or watched an extensive video on Fasani's, so there are probably some tips and tricks that escape me. But hey, we learn as we go, and anyways, it seems like we do it just fine. A death here and there really isn't a big deal, honestly. Unless you're a hardcore, then one death, then see ya. While the southwest corner tile trick is good to know and is useful in certain situations, I was thinking more about it, and it doesn't really solve the issue that I was dealing with. So I'd be fighting Fasani in the center tile here, and there would be spores adjacent to this tile that I'm spam clicking on right now. And all these other tiles are covered. So even if I ran into this corner tile here, I would still get hit by the spore. 24 bass. Nature runes. So the clanmates and I were talking about the hammer versus claw debate again, and it just occurred to me that I have a PB of 704 from claw specking. Now this was a while ago, so it was possibly before the Inquisitor's top 2. My guess is that the maul specking gives me a faster average time, but the claws have the potential to just hit big and give me a new PB. Sandfew serums. Actually, a drop that I don't mind. KC number 20 on the day, and we get Sandfew serums. Of course, I'm going to go ahead and try to pick up as much as I can because as an Ironman, I am not making Sandfew serums. Those things are a pain in the ass. No. So we are at KC 322 right now, and our log still looks exactly the same from when we last checked it. One Inquisitor's top that we've been using and we've had since the start of the grind, and 3 parasitic eggs. We have the rest of tonight and the next 2 days to hopefully get a drop. And at this point, I'm really hoping it's not somehow going to be a dupe. And above all else, please no more parasitic eggs. Oh my... I just died to the dash again. Despite the fee being only 60,000 coins here, my coffer has taken a beating. I was over 1 mil in the coffer before this grind, and now we're down to 421k. 21 sharks. Ooh, a 717. That's probably the fastest kill I've seen in quite some time. Oh my... I don't know why, but I'm playing really zoomed in now, and that time I couldn't even see where Fasani teleported to dash. Sarah, Dome, and Bruise. We will take those. I'm losing the plot. Heading to our final KC of day number 5, KC 330. Surely last on the night, we're going to get a drop here. Here we go, last KC of day number 5. Cannonballs. Ending day 5 out of 7 here with an overall KC of 330, meaning we've done a total of 130 so far. More to come the next 2 days. We are on day number 5, over on 416 Hero here. Looks like it's been a week and we can do Tears of Guthics again. We're still 42 runecrafting and 49 Slayer, so below the 50 defense, which is what's important. So let's see what runecrafting level we end up at. And we go from 42 runecrafting to 44. I said day 5, but I mean day 6. 6 out of 7. Yesterday we knocked out a solid 30 KC. Let's see what we can get today on day 6. And dead first on the day. Honestly, I'm being slightly sidetracked by this dude standing here crashing me after I hopped like 50 worlds to find an open world. I'm gonna start being that guy for real, because why do I bother being courteous of others and hopping 50 worlds to find an open world just to be here for 15 minutes and then someone just crashes me right away? Like, why don't I just be this guy? Like, honestly. Making a new account has been very exciting, but this is honestly one downside. It's safe to say that the majority of the player base is in this mid-game stage, right, where everybody's training up their stats and whatnot. So naturally, I'm going to run into more people. And by more people, more assholes. Anyways, that's the end of my rant. I am going to get back to grinding Fasani's Nightmare. Alright, first KC of the day was a little shaky, but we got it done, and we got sharks. Hope we get warmed up quick here, because Death's Coffer is taking a beating, and we can't afford these. Dude, I was getting ready to spec at the start of this new phase, but then I spec'd the parasite by accident, dang it. I ate all my food, but I'm still alive. And we still have prayer for redemption, just in case, for the enraged phase. Surely I get rewarded for actually clicking yellow to survive, right? Here we go. Rune arrows. Mildly interesting, repeating number, KC number 333. Prayer potions. I'll be taking those. Been using up a lot of these. So off of that last enrage phase, you notice that I sometimes don't have the second claw up. And I think this is just user error. Sometimes I switch off from my light bearer too early, and the second spec either doesn't come up at all or late into the enrage phase. Oh my... Man, you can't do this, boss, with any distractions. You look away or glance away for 1 second and boom, you're dead. Okay, it's time to lock in for real. Massive 1, but the hammer hit, so that's fine. We're up to KC 337 now. How sure can we be? What the? What? We're up to KC 337 now. How sure can we be that Fasani's Nightmare actually gives drops? Yep, I'm back in Lumbridge again. So what I'm feeling on day 6 here is that there is a curve in progression when you're doing a grind like this. In the first few days, you're a little rusty or unfamiliar with the content, so you're going to die more. Then, in the middle, you get comfortable and you're in a good flow. Towards the end, however, like today and I imagine tomorrow, you start to really zone out on the content. It doesn't help going dry either. A hard-fought 10 kc on the day so far. Oh my god, I'm gonna do my best to stay alive here, but Blocketeer in my clan chat just not only got the Grandmaster speed time out of nowhere. Actually, he knocked out the Master and Grandmaster all in one go, but then he just pulled the pet. A dupe pet. 3 pets and 300 kc, he says. Oh, I'm almost dead. Huge claws. And magic logs. Well, I'm 18 kills in on the day, and I was about to take a break anyways, but once again, 416 Hero is being crashed. So you know what? Fuck this guy. I'm gonna go AFK crabs on this account as well. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just training to get 200 mil strength XP, you know? Gotta play for those high scores. I think after I'm done with this Fasani week, I'm gonna train in Nightmare Zone if I ever need a train combat, because I'm just so tired of this shit, man. The craziest thing every time is that I hop 2 worlds on the account that I'm actually trying to train on, and I find an open world. And it's so funny, every time I pull up on my maxed account, within 2 minutes, they leave. Still taking my break here, sitting on 18 kc for the day, but we just hit 85 ranged on 416 Hero. I honestly did not expect to get this much EXP from this grind. Alright, I think it's actually been a good couple of hours since we did our last KC. Bit of a break there. Now let's get back to it and hopefully get a drop. In the first KC back, what are we getting? Cosmic runes. Here we go. KC 350 blood runes. So that is 150 total kills since we started the 7-day marathon. Currently on day 6. Still got the rest of the night to go and tomorrow. Unfortunately, same story. No drop just yet. Over on 416 Hero, I decided to switch over to train up some strength EXP. We're currently level 86. Should be able to hit 87 within an hour. Without fail, every time I glance away from my monitor and it flicks the melee and just one-shots me. We've knocked out a few more KCs and not much has really gone on, unfortunately. No new drops. But we're about to head into our 30th KC on the day. That is KC 370, meaning 170 KC in 6 days, and we did a whopping 40 today. After hitting 30, I was able to get into a groove and knock out another 10 relatively quickly, but it's now late in the night, so we'll just get off, head into day 7, and hopefully, please, get a drop. Day 7 of 7, the final day is upon us. Of course, we got to start out the day doing Hispori and other farming related things. Ooh, just 1 second shy of tying the PB. With 170 kills in 6 days, we are on the final day. Let's try to knock out at least 30. I will not accept anything less than 30 to get us to a nice even 400, which means we would have doubled our starting KC. That being said, let's get to work because 30 KC is actually a lot. And the first KC of the day. Wow, first KC of the day, we get a new PB. We beat our previous PB by 12 seconds. It is 6:52. I was just about to crack a joke about how I finally didn't die on the first KC of the day. And not only did we not do that, we just got a new PB. I kind of had a feeling we were going fast when I entered in rage phase with only 90% spec. That has never happened before. So we're starting out today completely different, completely the opposite of how the last 2 days went, so maybe this is a sign of good things to come. And there goes the first death of the day. I was just one tick too slow from switching. Yeah, I probably should have TP'd earlier, but I was gonna see if I could get lucky. I was completely out of food, and I was sub 15 HP, so I couldn't even proc redemption for that. Unfortunate. And that makes 10 KC on the day. So far, so good, besides having to teleport out of that one in rage phase. But honestly, that's better than dying. Our target is to get another 20 KC before we end off the week. You know, right now there's just not much to say, unfortunately, other than where is my drop? Like, literally anything, you know? Like Inquisitor's Piece or an orb. Although I will say, if I do get an orb right now, with the way the drop table works, I'd be considered lucky. Funny how that works. Oh my... A mace! A fucking mace! What KC was that? 385 on the final day of the 7 days. We finally get a drop. Honestly, I'm kind of speechless right now. It's like, yeah, I was expecting a drop, but to get a mace? What is the drop rate on the mace? It's a 1 in 1,250. This bad boy is worth 403 mil right now. Sheesh. Of course, we got to take a look at the log here. KC 385. 185 kills in this 7-day marathon so far. We're going to shoot for 400 still. We're going to see. But now we have 2 Inquisitor's pieces. We got the mace and the top. Oh, and yeah, the 3 parasitic eggs. Before this 7-day marathon, I had gotten the Inquisitor's top at 114 KC. Now at 385 KC with the mace, that makes a 271 KC gap between the 2 drops. Which means before today ends, there's actually a chance that we could get a 3rd drop. But that might just be asking for too much. Anyways, the scythe is still going to be the go-to for me. It is still better than the mace. However, just for the fun of it, I'm going to go ahead and do the next KC, the back-to-back attempt with the mace. No back-to-back, unfortunately. Okay, I know. I'm sure you noticed. I forgot to equip my Avernic Defender with the mace. However, my point still stands. The scythe is still better. While I'm still going to be using the scythe, the mace does have its use. I don't have a ham joint, and as such I've been using the Elder Maul, a 6-tick weapon, to deal with parasites and husks. Now I can use this 400 million GP weapon to kill husks and parasites. Oh my... I didn't record the enrage phase, but... a nightmare staff! Just 3 KC later! What is going on? RNG gonna RNG. No drops in 271 kills. And then within 3 kills of each other, we get a mace and now a nightmare staff. Let's take a look at the log, but I mean, I just showed you it only 3 KC ago, but there we go. 3 items now. Nightmare staff in there. Guys, at the risk of sounding greedy, day 7 is not nearly over yet. It's still early. And we're due more than 3 drops. We're at like 3.4 right now or something like that. It's just so crazy seeing these collection log messages in the chat box. Oh my, I was fighting for my life on that one. Anyways, 602 blood runes, that is KC number 390. I took a bit of a break for dinner, but now I'm back to knock out 10 more KC so that we can reach the nice even number of 400. Having done 185 KC over the last 7 days, my inventory was set up a certain way, and in the last few KCs, it has since changed, and it's actually really messing with me. The struggles of getting new gear. We have just a few more KCs to go until we hit 400 Fasani's Nightmare, but we're over on 416 Hero because you just saw it. We hit level 90 strength. We've been at Ammonite Crabs all week, and we've been reaping the rewards. 90 strength, 85 range, 87 hit points. And we are heading to fight Fasani for one final time this week. In the middle of my final KC here, and where Yat has achieved 200 million hit point EXP. Truly maxed. And we finished the final KC with double claws. What are we getting? 18 sharks. We'll take it. 400 KC. Well, let's take a look at the collection log one final time, although nothing has really changed since KC number 388. And of course, we gotta put on the Nightmare Staff one time for the one time. Although we don't have any orbs. Maybe that will come in the future. But for now, we turn our focus back to 416 Hero, our 50 defense, 63 prayer, pure. My 50 defense account is going to take on the hardest PVM challenge from 2005. That's right, Jad. Even today, the Fire Cape is a major milestone for many people. Well, what does it look like to do fight caves in 2025 in old school RuneScape? Let's find out on 416 Hero. But before we even step foot in the fight caves to fight Jad, we need to accomplish a few things to get there. First, we need higher range levels. Thankfully, while I was away at Fasani's Nightmare, I got my range levels up to 85. Second, higher HP levels is a plus 2. We're now at 87, thanks to Ammonite Crabs. However, Jad has a max hit of 97. So even still, one mistake and it's over. We're going to boost our range levels even higher. If you've been following the series for a while, you know I hunted some red chins. I said I would throw them when I had Void. I put that off for so long, but today's the day we are getting Void. While I'm going to be racking up the pest control points to get Void, I'm going to be on wait for it to hunt even more red chins. We're going to be using the middle boat here because we're not level 100 yet in combat. And to be honest, because of our 50 defense and 63 prayer, we're not going to be level 100 for quite some time. At this point in time, we're only going after the range void set, so we're going to need just 850 points for the helmet and of course the top, bottom, and gloves. Thanks to us achieving medium combat achievements about a week ago, we get 2 bonus points per game, making it 6 points per game for us. So let's give a really quick rundown on pest control. So you come onto the island and you hop into these boats. there's a beginner, intermediate, and veteran boat. The veteran boat will net the most points, but you're going to need at least level 100 combat. Because I'm not a level 100 combat, I'm at the intermediate boat. You need to be at least level 40 to be in the beginner boat, and you need to be at least level 70 for the intermediate boat. Once you load into a game, you're going to run into the center here, and there's this void knight that you're supposed to protect. Now, the best strategy is to close these gates and run to the portals and destroy the portals as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it looks like there's currently no one at this portal. Now, each portal actually has a attack style weakness, and now I'm dead. But generally speaking, whatever attack style you choose to train is going to be good enough as long as you focus down the right things and there are enough people in the game. Occasionally, spinners will spawn, this highlighted mob right here, and those things will heal the portal. So if your team lacks DPS and the portals aren't going down, make sure to target those before you hit the portal. Now, you can't just hit any portal. You have to pay attention to which portal has its shield down. So right now, the east one has a red box around it, meaning you're free to hit this one. I'm hitting the spinners right now so that they can't heal the portal, and now that they're gone, I hit the portal. Again, I just want to reiterate, please hit the spinners. There's an important distinction here. This game mode is safe for hardcores, but it is not safe for group hardcores. And one more thing, besides the void points that you actually get a little bit of GP per game. Not a crazy amount, but it's like a nice little bonus, you know? If you're playing pest control at the peak hours during the day, games should go by pretty quickly. I'm currently playing on a Sunday afternoon, so naturally there's a lot of people. And sometimes when there's a lot of people, there's going to be multiple pest control games going in at once. So if you hop into the boat and the game seems to have skipped you over, because there's actually a player cap per game, I think it's like 25 or 30, something like that. Don't worry, you're probably going to get into another game really quickly. As a side note, I swear once upon a time, pest control used to not give you any combat EXP for whatever reason. They must have changed this at some point, and honestly, this change is for the better. I never understood why you couldn't get combat EXP. Quick update on the red Chinchompa hunting situation. We're just about to get 300 in our inventory. I believe 416 Hero has about 2,000 sitting in his bank. Let's see how many red chins we can hunt during this pest control grind. We just passed 200 pest control points off of the last game, so we're a little under 25% of the way there. And we just hit 1,000 red chins hunted in this session. Pest control is a reflection of real life. When people enter a room that has a closed door, and when they leave, they don't close it. No fucking way! UIM Tebow! He called it earlier today. UIM gets a Tebow. This man is running out of excuses to do the Inferno. Or to not do the Inferno, rather. Anyways, final pest control game. Finally, we're going to reach 852 points, assuming we don't fail this game. Honestly, at this medium boat, games do fail semi-often. With our points, let's talk to the Void Knight. Scroll down in the reward shop, and we're going to get the Void Knight top for 250 points. We're going to get the robes and the gloves. And we got to be a little careful here. The helmet, but the range helmet. There we go. Collection logs. And let's put it on. Sheesh. He's in the way. Here we are. That took quite a bit of time, but we got it done. Over on Wait For It, we've been hunting red chins the entire pest control grind, and we ended up with just shy of 2,000 red chins. Obviously, I was not hunting them very efficiently. We're not going to waste too much time here, but just real quick, but a rather significant upgrade that we're going to give ourselves is the Amulet of Fury. So let's go ahead and make that real quick. We're going to want a Onyx Amulet Unstrung. Combine it with the Ball of Wool. We get an Onyx Amulet. And I'm on the wrong spellbook. Here we go, standard spellbook and enchant. There we go, an Amulet of Fury. Let's go ahead and put that in the group storage. Over on 416 Hero, let's grab it out of the storage and put this bad boy on. There we go. Off to the tunnels. Made our way to the tunnels. Here we are set up, throwing some red chins. We got about 4,400 chins to chuck. We'll see what level we get to. We're currently halfway through 85, so I think we're going to get to 86 for sure. Got some divine range pots with me, prayer pots, and just a little bit of food just in case. Okay, now we're really into it. We've got it set up. We're getting big EXP drops. I'm on the way over with Wait For It to drop some more supplies. We're going to need a little bit more food and some anti-poisons. Here we are. We made it on Wait For It. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to drop some Corwambons and the anti-venom potion and then TP out. Of course, we're using the new Royal Titan Prayer Scroll, Deadeye. Here comes supply drop number 2. Ooh, I missed a pop-up, but that was 86 range and 88 hit points. About 600 chins chucked so far. I think just about 1,000 red chins have been chucked so far. The EXP is flying. We're halfway to 87 range. 87 range, and we still got 2,500 chins to throw. We have about 1,800 red chins left. I think we're going to be able to get to 88 range, but we're not going to have enough chins to carry us to 89. So once I hit 88, I'm going to stop there, and then we move on. Just a couple more chins here, and we're going to hit 88 range. One more throw. And there it is, 88 range. We are out of here. After almost 3 hours. Oh, I'm not logged in on the other account. I can't TP out. That was a lot of skeletons. Okay, now we can TP out. We are now ready for the fight caves. 62 waves to get through, and then we meet Jad at 63. Now, as someone who has done countless Jads, on top of all the harder PVM grinds I've done, including Bulwarva, Inferno, and the Quiver, I'm still kind of nervous for some reason. For one thing, we're 50 defense and 63 prayer. And I think the biggest reason is, this is something I'm supposed to do, no problem. But all it takes is one mistake. But before we head in, let me just show you my setup real quick. We're going to be rocking the full Eclipse set. We're going to have an Amulet of Fury, Barrow's Gloves, Snakeskin Boots, and our inventory looks like this. We're going to have the Divine Range Pot, a range pot, a whole bunch of super restores, one brew. Honestly, I probably won't need the brew, but like I said, I'm a little afraid for some reason, so I'm going to bring that just in case. And then we have 7 Corwambons. One small adjustment, I'm going to bring 1 stamina. There it is. It has been done with supplies left over as well. We didn't end up using the stamina pot, but that's okay. Our first big PVM achievement on this account. Feels good, man. It honestly wasn't too bad, but 50 defense is definitely scary and makes everything a lot scarier. Well, it has been done. The pinnacle of PVM back in 2005, but done in old school RuneScape 2025. All these restores left over tells me that I probably could have just used my offensive prayers a bit more often. I was pretty conservative with that. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this was pretty nerve-wracking. I can only imagine what it's gonna be like when I hit the Inferno. And our first drop, wait, is that what we need? That's what we need! First drop! Zulrah has been around for quite some time. Ironman and normal accounts alike will farm this boss for its uniques and resource-heavy drop table. From RCBs and Ivan Blast, to the Twisted Bow and Tumikin's Shadow, you can farm Zulrah all the same. But what is the meta for the 2025 early to mid-game Ironman? Let's find out. Zulrah is located on Zolandra, accessible by charter ship, the ferry ring, and the Zolandra teleport. The teleport scroll puts you right outside the boss. However, you can only get the teleport scrolls from the boss itself. And unless you can guarantee that you can do at least 3 kills per trip, those scrolls won't last. So our best option is the ferry ring. The only issue is we're only 72 agility. But we could use Summer Pies, a +5 agility boost every time we run to Zulrah. A Summer Pie requires level 95 cooking to make, so this is where we call in Chef Wait For It. But it's not as simple as that. there is a multi-step process to make one singular summer pie. First, we need a bucket of water and a pot of flour to make pastry dough. Then put the pastry dough in the pie dish to make a pie shell. Once you have the pie shell, you then use a strawberry on the pie shell, and then you get part summer pie. After that, use a watermelon to put on the summer pie, and now you get a second edition of the part summer pie. But we're not done yet. Now you need a cooking apple to put into the pie dish, and now you finally have a raw summer pie. Now you swap over to the lunar spellbook so that you can cast bake pie. And there you go. Finally, after all those steps, you have one summer pie, a +5 agility boost. You know what? On second thought, I'm just going to train to 76 agility. And there's 73 agility. The last time we did agility, we came away with the graceful hood, top, and legs. Let's see if we can get enough marks of grace to unlock the remaining gloves, cape, and boots. Quick little update on wait for it. We're going to be cooking some food here because that Royal Titans grind from a little while ago really drained a lot of my food. We're kind of on the recovery phase here on wait for it in terms of the food and the blood runes and all the supplies. Just got some downtime right now, so I'm just barbarian fishing. I'll head back to the rooftop courses in a bit, but we just got an EXP lamp, and I've been consistently putting it into Slayer. This one should put us at 50 Slayer. There's 75 agility, one more level to go until we can hit the fairy ring for Zulrah. However, I'm going to finish this lap here, and I'm going to move on to Prif. I'm not a huge fan of this course, and while we won't get marks of grace at Prif, that'll be okay. We'll just finish out the full graceful set at another time. 93 laps at the Prif agility course, and we finally hit 76 agility. We can now use the fairy ring to Zulrah. I almost forgot about this, but over on Wait For It, I am currently making some rings of recoil. It's going to be really important to reflect damage onto the snakelings at Zulrah. And of course, 416 here does not have access to Zenyte jewelry just yet, so I can't even trade over my Ring of Suffering if I wanted to. Alright, let's get started here. The fairy ring code is BJS. And the reason why we need 76 agility is because this fairy ring is on this small little island here, and you have to cross this stepping stone. And then we just make our way over here, and this is the little boat to get to Zulrah. Before we head in, let's talk about our gear setup real quick. We are going to be using the Amulet of Fury and the Barrow's Gloves for both attack styles. We have the Blue Moon outfit, but paired with the Twin Flame Staff and the Tome of Fire. We're going to be casting Fire Wave. We're going to see what the damage output on that is going to be like. Zulrah does have a fire elemental weakness. Of course, we got the God Cape as well, and the Ring of Recoils, like I mentioned earlier. For our range gear, we're going to be rocking full Eclipse so that we have the burn effect. And yeah, that's about it, really. All right, let's get started. All right, completely forgot, but if it's your first time here at Zulrah, you have to talk to the NPCs so that they'll let you, quote-unquote, sacrifice yourself to Zulrah. Okay, now we should be good to go. Yep. Let's drink our extended anti-venom plus. Oh, a max hit of 50. And we're only 82 magic. This divine range pot. Get ready for the mage phase. That will be coming up, I believe, after this. Alright, first time using the Eclipse set on Zulrah. Oh my. Zulrah's max hit is a 41, so you have to watch out for that. And of course, you could also get comboed out by the snakelings. You know what? I forgot to bring prayer pots. And that's pretty important. Oh yeah, this thing is like 6 tick or something. Very awkward to flick, actually, 6-tick. I'm about to smite myself here. Please kill it. Ooh. Chanced. We chanced it for the first KC, but we get Zulrah scales. Guaranteed, of course. 1 KC, that's a collection log. Okay, that went pretty well, all things considered. This time we have our prayer pot, so it should go smoother. Zulrah in 2025, I should say. Got some moons gear, got the twin flame staff, new prayers. We're using an anti-venom pot that it was just made available last year. Another KC down, let's go. A sub 2-minute kill. So this shouldn't be surprising at all, but I think being only 50 defense, we're getting clapped up pretty hard. I'm only doing 1 KC trips, as my inventory of food does not look too good. And can I use the Eclipse spec here? No, it appears that you need to be in melee range to use the spec. That's interesting. Yeah, I have no idea how the moonset special attacks work, actually. Teleport scrolls. And another new PB. I think we only beat our PB by 1 second there, but a new PB is a new PB. We will take it. While I'm farming Zulrah on 416 Hero, I'm actually making more house tabs over on Wait For It. I had actually stopped upkeeping these a while ago, but I realized that at Zulrah I'm going to need it because my rune pouch is going to be filled with runes for Firewave. So I don't actually know if the Zulrah items are on the list of restricted items to trade between GIM accounts that are non-prestiged, but nevertheless, we've made it to Zulrah on 416 Hero, and technically, I can trade myself over a dupe blowpipe. I don't feel like it's necessary for us to do that though, so we're going to go ahead and try to farm one out for ourselves. In before it takes us 2000 KC, but we'll see. Wow, that was a 3-minute and 15-second kill. I guess this comes with the territory since the Twin Flame Staff is a 6-tick weapon. There's going to be quite a bit of variation, I think. Let's talk a bit about what we're after here. Zulrah has 4 uniques on its drop table: the Tanzanite Fang for the blowpipe, Magic Fang as an attachment to the trident, the Serpentine Visage for the helmet, and Uncut Onyxes. Each drop is 1 in 1024 respectively, but you get 2 rolls per KC, so they are effectively 1 in 512. And overall, to see any drop, it's going to be a 1 in 128. Because of our account restrictions, we're only really after the blowpipe. Uncut Onyxes could be useful too, for our Zanite Jeweler down the line. So just there, I was able to do 2 KC in 1 trip. Those are going to be few and far in between, and even if I finish 1 KC with plenty of food left over, I probably shouldn't go for the second KC. The difference between 1 KC to another is pretty big. My PB is 140 and I've hit that a few times in the 140 range, but on the other end, I've had a couple of 3+ minute kills now. Just for the sake of consistency and to save myself the frustration, I think we're going to stick to 1 KC trips for now. I got baited by the combat task. I thought I got a drop. Zulrah Adept, that is 25 KC. Ooh, a new PB. That really caught me off guard. A 134 beating out our previous PB by 6 seconds. It's actually crazy to see these kind of kill times with the stats that I have. 82 magic, 88 range. Ooh, I got baited by the loot beam there, a magic seed. We do need those though. This feels like a really fast one. And it is a 122. Absolutely nuclear. And there is the variation in play. The kill after we got a 122. This one is a 322. Legitimately a whole 2 minutes longer. It is what it is though. And that is 50 Zora KC. Oh, I forgot they did this. The first 50 times you die at Zora is free. But now, if I die, it'll cost me 100k. Well, I'm gonna call it a night here. Getting the 76 agility took much longer than I thought. But I mean, hey, agility is a slow skill, so I don't know what I was thinking. But I squeezed in these 50 KCs for the night. We will continue the Zora grind on the next day. I was just doing my daily farm run and didn't realize this was coming up actually, but 90 farming. You can now grow redwood trees. This is the account's third 90 plus skill. We picked up a hunter level from our birdhouses too. But anyways, it's back to Zora. We're starting at 50 KC today. And first KC of the day, some battle staves. And dwarf weeds. 127, honestly mid-kill there. I thought I was going to get a new PB. And our first drop, a Tanzanite Fang. Wait, is that what we need? That's what we need! First drop! 60 KC! It's just that easy. It's really just that easy. 60 KC, here's the log. This really feels like the first big drop on the account. I know I got the zombie axe before, which was a pretty nice loot beam itself, because that thing is what, like a mil, 2 mil? But I didn't really have much use for the zombie axe, to be honest. But this blowpipe is going to be big. Anyways, we're standing here at Castle Wars because in order to make the blowpipe, you need 76 fletching, I believe. Now, 416 here doesn't have 76 fletching, we just have 67. So what we're going to do is trade it on over to, wait for it, a 6.8 mil drop on 416 hero. And then over on, wait for it here, we're going to use a chisel on the Tanzanite Fang, creating a blowpipe. And let's trade the bad boy back over. I also forgot to trade over some amethyst darts. This is going to make the blowpipe worth using right away. In fact, we're now going to be benching the Eclipse Atlatl in favor of the toxic blowpipe. I think I mentioned this before, but the blowpipe was really the only thing we were after here. But I honestly did not expect to get it at 60 KC. With that being said though, I feel like we have to give the blowpipe a few test runs at Zora. So we'll do a few more KC and then we'll work out what to do next. So there were a few occasions where I tellied out, hit the ornate pool, and just came right back without banking. If my inventory still has a lot of food, right? But this doesn't work out every time. What? I honestly thought I took 8 that, but I guess not. Oh well. That's actually our first death of the grind, and that's okay. You know what? On second thought, I think I'm going to end it off at 69 Zora KC. So you want to get raid ready as fast as possible as an Ironman. What do? Well, I've already taken some steps, like getting Moon's Gear and a Blade of Saildor. What's next? Well, we're going to go after the Baby Trident, aka the Warp Scepter. And here's how we're going to do it. We're going to need 56 Slayer, but we're just currently at 50. Let's work on that. by not doing Slayer. When I said not doing Slayer, I mean by questing and doing diaries so that we get the EXP lamps to get as much Slayer EXP as possible. I'm sure after we get all the easies and whatever medium diaries we can do, we'll still have to do a bit of Slayer training. Anyways, we're getting started with this one quest in which I don't know how to pronounce besides Little Helper. I'm going to need to get this quest done for Desert, I was going to say Elite, but Desert Easy. We're off to a terrible start. Turns out I needed to give that NPC some water skins, but because I was standing there so long recording my clip, I consumed my water skin. Oh yeah, this is the quest where it keeps putting you outside the maze and you have to keep running back in. And that's the quest completed. A little bit of EXP and the Cat Speak amulet, which we will actually need for future quests. I think for the Dragon Slayer 2 questline when we eventually get to that. But anyways, with that out the way, we can now do all the tasks for Desert Easy Diary. Step 1, fill up a water skin from a cactus in the caves to pick up some potato cacti. Apparently you can just cheese this by picking up and dropping the same one over and over again. Now in Narda to get this guy to clean some herbs for me. Just gotta do floor 1 of the Pyramid Plunder minigame. What if we get a 1kc? Never mind. Had to go into Pyramid Plunder to grab an artifact real quick, and then we sell it to this Simon guy by the Agility Pyramid. And that is Desert Easy complete. Let's go claim our EXP lamp. If I'm not mistaken, there used to be a die requirement to use this shortcut for the Alcarid Palace. So we get the Desert Amulet 1, but more importantly for right now, we get the Antique Lamp, putting the EXP into Slayer. That is 2.5k EXP. And we got 6.8k to go until we get another level. With that out the way, we are moving on to Falador to complete the Falador Easy Diary. Filling up a bucket at this water pump right here. Talking to the hairdresser in Falador to get a different hairstyle. Of course, we gotta take off our hat. I don't actually really want to change anything, or do I? I don't know. In the park, we gotta get rid of one of these ducks right here. Next step is to make some bluerite limbs. I'm really hoping I got an extra bluerite ore. Maybe it's just sitting in the bank. There it is. Gotta thank my past self for that one. Just made the bar, but while we're here, we're also gonna make a silver tiara. That's gonna be the next step. Made it to Doric's Anvil, north of Falador actually, to make the bluerite limbs. Now the Mind Altar looks like it was pretty close to the Anvil, but in reality you have to go all the way around and then up north. Use the Mind Talisman on the altar, and now we have a Mind Tiara. Final step in the castle, talking to this dude right here, Serenity, to find out our family crest. And very conveniently, the diary guy we talked to is just outside. We got Falador Shield 1, and now we got another antique lamp. Into Slayer. We're now in the north, the Fremenic area, to complete that easy diary. First up is to hunt a Cerulean Twitch, whatever that is. Kill 5 rock crabs. Chop an oak tree, or just get 1 log rather, and light the fire. Fill a bucket at this well in Relica, and now we run across to change our boots. Next step, create a silver tiara from scratch in Relica. Any day now. The quest helper has lied to me. Apparently that was a medium task. But oh well, at least we got it done. First time to Waterbirth Island. I think we're here to pick up a snape grass. Just 2 tiles away from us. There we go. Oh, we have to collect 5. Okay. Over in Keldagrim for our last 2 steps. Okay, I thought that was going to be our last step. But apparently we still have to craft the tiara from scratch, which I thought I did. But I don't know, let me try that again. Let's try this again, but I mean, I even recorded this and I showed you guys. a silver tiara from scratch. There's the silver ore. Now we're at the furnace. We're going to use the silver ore on the furnace. We got a silver bar. And with the silver bar, we make a tiara. There we go. That is strange. Maybe it thought I ran out of Relica at some point and it glitched. I don't know. But anyways, we have it done. Let's go collect our lamp. Fremenic Sea Boots 1 and the EXP lamp plus 2500 Slayer EXP. Next up is the Candor and Easy Diary. We're over in Catherby. We're going to talk to Harry, pick up a big fishing net. And we're going to try and get some mackerels. First try. Oh, I got all this random junk in my inventory. We're going to need to create a fish bowl, which I believe we can do with molten glass and a blowpipe. Or not a blowpipe, but you know what I mean, glass blowing pipe. Do a little bit of fishing in the aquarium. Buy a stew from the bartender, 20 coins. And just run northwest of here to plant some jute. Final step, we're going to have to cross this log near Galahad. Alright, let's TP back into Camelot to claim our lamp. This lamp is gonna push us to 51 Slayer. And 1700 total. I forgot about that actually. Hopping off the boat to make our way to Brimhaven to do the Karamja Easy Diary. First step is to travel from Ardi to Brim... What? Oh, I guess I've never made the trip this way. It's from Brimhaven to Ardi. But I've done the Ardi to Brimhaven side multiple times. Gotta mine some gold ore here. How long will this take me? Not too bad. Didn't we just have to pick up seaweed in another region? Anyways, this is also another thing where you can cheese by picking up and dropping the same one over and over again. And that's done. A little bit of combat to close out this diary. Gotta fight a Joger real quick. Now we gotta talk to Pirate Jackie the Fruit for our reward. Karamja Gloves 1, and of course the Antique Lamp. The Karamja Diary is actually one of the better rewards. Now of course the easy ones don't really give you much, but the higher tier ones will teleport you right to a Slayer Master, teleport you straight into the gem mine, and I believe, actually I think even the Karamja Gloves 1 gives you a discount in the Tokov shops. Now all the other easy diaries gave me a 2.5k EXP lamp. But this one gave me 1k. And I think this is because the Karamja Diary was the first diary that was ever released. And I guess they never retroactively fixed this. Or maybe it's not even a fix, you know, it's just something they decided that should be 2.5k later on. A few more diaries to go, so now we're knocking out Karend and Kabos. Again, this diary actually very useful with the Rada's Blessing. Okay, we ran all the way over into this pub just to make a strength potion in here, I guess. In the Arceus Library now, gotta help out one of the NPCs to find a certain book. Now, the Arceus Library is actually a very good early game training method for rune crafting and or magic respectively. Most people will probably knock out some rune crafting levels here. However, personally, one time on a hardcore, I was high alching and doing the Arceus Library to rush 80 magic for a Barrows portal. Of course, we didn't do any of that this time around, it wasn't needed. The Wintertod Parable is what this guy asked of me, and we got it. Let's turn it in. The Karend area, or Zaya in general, is so large that for this next step, it was actually quicker for me to teleport to Draenor Village, run to the port here, and then talk to Veos to get to where I need to go. All we gotta do down here is look at their store. Diaries are very good to do because of the rewards, but I swear some of the tasks are just so pointless. I'm just not a big fan of some of the tasks. However, this is one of the ones that feel a bit more natural, though. You know, naturally you're going to have to use altars to regen prayer. I wonder if this agility course is actually good outside of just doing it for the diary. Also, this actually looks kind of cool. I don't remember this. I guess the last time I did this was before they reworked Zaya. Okay, 1 lap completed, and that is Karen and Kabo's diary completed as well. Let's go collect our lamp. Radha's Blessing 1 and the Antique Lamp. See, this one gives 2.5k, just like all the other ones, except Karamja. Moving on to the Lumbridge and Draenor Easy Diary. First step, into the sewers to fight a zombie. Oh, and we just one-shot it. It's too easy. Don't think we have a water talisman, so I'm just going to head to the Abyss. There's the water runes. Alright, we got to make some bread real quick. I have the bread dough. Can I even burn bread anymore? Probably not, right? We are good. Let's talk to Hans real quick. He's running away from me. Hello. Chop an oak tree. Burn an oak log. And off to Alcarid. You know, this is one thing that doesn't really make sense with the Lumbridge diaries. And it's not just the easy tier too. The diary includes Alcarid as part of the Lumbridge and Draenor diary test. But wouldn't it make more sense to be part of the desert? Well, mining the iron ore was actually our last step, so let's head back to Lumbridge. We get the Explorer's Ring, which is also a really useful diary reward. We're halfway to 52 Slayer. Obviously, I've been using Quest Helper, but we're going to use our brain a little bit. Imagine that. So we're going to need some earmuffs. But while we're here, right next to the Slayer Master, we're going to talk to Spot. These names are weird. But we're going to tan our black dragon hide that we had in our inventory. And that is 2 tasks in 1. Oh, also, we needed a Slayer task from this guy. You know what? I actually completely forgot that we were on a crocodiles task. And I believe this was from Turiel too. So, okay, we are back in the desert to finish this crocodiles task. I think this is going to go by pretty quickly. Last time I was actually doing Slayer, and on this task, I was much, much weaker. But now, we got a Blade of Saldor, a Fire Cape, a Defender, Barrel's Gloves, Amulet of Fury, and let's not even forget, 91 Strength. Yeah, we're like 3-4 hitting these crocodiles now. Last crocodile here, and we will have finished this Slayer task from who knows how long ago. If I could just hit more than a 1, thank you. And that actually puts us very, very close to 52 Slayer. But now that's out the way, we go back to the... How do you pronounce names in this game, man? But anyways, here's a new Slayer task, 30 ghosts. We can actually do that. I didn't mean right now, we gotta continue doing the diaries, you know? I killed the Banshee so quick I didn't even get to record it, but here's 2 cosmic runes for evidence. Dude, this Wolfbane dagger is so tiny. I haven't been back to this herb patch since the Garden of Tranquility quest, but we're back so that we can place a scarecrow. Here in Port Phasmatis, we're gonna cook a thin snail and hopefully not burn it. How do I get in there? Oh, there's a door. Oh, I thought we burnt it for a second, but we're good. Oh, and that's all the diary tasks done. Talk to Le Sabre. Talk to this lady here just outside of Canifis. And Mauritania Legs 1. Of course, the lamp. This is going to get us to 52 Slayer. Ooh, jellies. Moving on to the Western Provinces Diary. This is a pretty big one, as if I recall correctly, Western Elite is going to get us... Western Hard is going to get us Elite Void. Or rather, it's going to allow us to get it because we're going to have to head back to pest control for more points. And because I'm yapping too much, I'm doing a second lap for no reason. But hey, we get a mark of grace. I took out the flax, but I forgot to make a bowstring. But luckily in the gnome stronghold, there's a bunch of spinning wheels everywhere actually. But now that we have that done, we make a oak short bow, and that is the task completed. Everybody's favorite minigame, gnome ball. No, don't do it. No way I missed, right? Just picked up some swamp toads. Now to insert some commentary about how this is a hidden money maker. Something something soup, something something frame, something something Gillenor games. Up here in the north, gotta catch another bird. Surely won't take too long. Surely won't take too long. Oh? Here it comes. Alright, not bad. Even further north, mining some iron ore real quick. And that, oh, I thought we were done, but we gotta head back to pest control. For a novice game? Aw, man. It is 1 a.m. on a weekday. Am I gonna be able to get into a game? Surely, right? Alright, by no means is this a full team. I think there's like 7 people top here. Let's see what happens. Gotta head east. I wondered, does pest control scale? Because it seems like we're actually doing it with just, I don't know, 5 to 8 people. On to the last portal, we're actually gonna do it. I think. And there we go, we did it. We're in Felled Up Hills right now working on chompy birds because we're going to need 30 to be able to claim our first hat. The last step for us in terms of the Western Provinces Easy Diary. Looks like we should have 30 KC done. Let's ask for a hat. Show him the bow. And there we go, a chompy bird hat collection log. And what we were here for, the Eastern Easy Western Provinces Diary complete. Made our way back over into the gnome stronghold. We're going to talk to this elder gnome child. And there we go. We got the banner and the lamp. Now it's time to work on the final easy diary, which is the wilderness. First things first, let's get a team cape, wear that bad boy, and hop into the wilderness. Oh, looks like we got to re-equip it. There it is. Oh, that wasn't the wilderness. Awkward. There we go. Yeah, looks like right over the ditch right here is actually not the wilderness, which is interesting. In the Edgeville dungeon, we're going to pick up some red spider eggs, and then I believe after this, we're going to hop on over these monkey bars and get an earth warrior. Now's not a great time to be hitting zeros. There we go. Back on the surface, on my way to mine 1 iron ore real quick, and hopefully not get animation canceled by these skeletons. We're good. Up by the enclave. What is this noise? What? These mammoths make really weird noises. But anyways, we gotta fight one of these bad boys. Next, we're gonna hit up the obelisk, which is, I'm actually going the wrong way, which is over here. We're going to try and get ourselves to the Deep Wildy because we have to head to the Fountain of Ruin. And we first tried it. How lucky. I think all we need to do here is to low alk anything. So let's low alk this Karambwan. Heading on over to the Chaos Altar now. This is probably the only situation where I might run into somebody. So let's be careful here. Just have to pray at the altar real quick. There we go, and let's get out of here. Back in Edgeville, we gotta go talk to this dude right here, the Lesser Fanatic, our Wildy Sword, and the lamp. We're about halfway to 53 Slayer. So we've now finished all the easy diaries. We jumped from 50 to 52 Slayer. I haven't looked into all the requirements yet, but I do think we will be able to do a lot of the medium diaries as well. We'll have to do some questing along the way for sure though. And I went ahead and pre-planted some of the time-gated diary tasks. I think limpworts and strawberries. Ideally, they won't die on me and we'll be ready to knock those out next. We're getting raid ready as quickly as possible on my pure Ironman. Right now the goal is to get the Warp Scepter. We're gonna need 56 Slayer for that. Last video we trained Slayer up through... Last video we trained Slayer up through EXP lands from all the easy diaries. I plan on following that up by completing most, if not all, mediums today. However, I'm more in the mood to actively train Slayer right now instead of doing diaries and quests and whatnot. So, let's get started. Currently on a ghost task that we're going to knock out here in the catacombs real quick. We picked up this task the other day from the Mauritania Slayer Master. But in general, I think we're going to be doing Turiel, and then every 10th task we're going to go to... looks like we're going to be going to Neve in the Gnome Stronghold. We don't really have any Slayer unlocks yet. In fact, I'm not even sure if we have Superiors yet. If we don't, we're going to make sure to unlock that right away, or as soon as possible. But yeah, we're gonna be point boosting. Alright, let's talk to Turiel for our next task. 17 Cal fight, we can knock that really quickly. But while we're here, let's check on what kind of unlocks we actually have. So we're working with only 142 points, so I imagine we don't have anything unlocked at all. We do not. Bigger and Badder for the Superior task is going to be the first thing we're going to want to unlock, and we're 8 points shy at the moment. 17 Cal fight, we're just going to get this done real quick. These guys don't drop anything really interesting. There is the option of doing the boss Cal fight Queen, but obviously we're not going to do that at this point in time. It's actually pretty nice to be doing Slayer now because of all the upgrades we've gotten, and it's definitely a sight seeing myself in Blood Moon and a Blade of Saildor. When Perilous Moons was released, my account, wait for it, was well past that stage of the game, and there wasn't really a point in me doing moons on that account. And of course, the traditional route for an Ironman when it comes to the Corrupted Gauntlet is to go for the Bofa, because that thing is just that powerful. But it's nice to use the blade. TP to the monastery, and we're running over to this mountain to fight some ice fiends. When it comes to the Turiel tasks, I don't think there's going to be anything too interesting, unfortunately, but we'll check back in on the 10th task from Neve and we'll see what we get. I was not expecting a collection log here at all, but a crawling hand, okay. That is 69 tasks completed. Heading on over to Neve in the Gnome Stronghold, and let's see what task she's going to give us. Hellhounds. 183 of them? So obviously this is not a very good task generally speaking, but for whatever reason I'm kind of down to do it. So let's head on over into the catacombs. Oh, and that is a combat task for 1 Hellhound KC. For those of you looking more closely, this is indeed Initiate Armor. I should really go ahead and do the Slug Menace quest to unlock Proselyte for better prayer bonus. After 56 Slayer, at some point down the line, we're going to have to train the 69 Slayer, do Monkey Madness 2 to unlock Demonic Gorillas for Zenite Shards. So, I think at some point before that, we'll work on getting Proselyte. Just hit 53 Slayer, 3 more levels to go. As we do this Hellhounds task, I was thinking, obviously, oh, I'm almost dead. No, hold on. As I was saying, since we're doing the Hellhounds task, I've been thinking of Cerberus and how it's 91 Slayer, which makes sense. But I'm kind of surprised that I have a Hellhounds task this early. I guess there's actually no Slayer level requirement for Hellhounds. But as you can see, since I nearly planked, these things are pretty tough. Since the Hellhounds aren't actually that far away, I'm going to go ahead and just keep my prayer up the entire time. I'm going to TP out when my prayer runs out and not go into the desert. That is, I don't know why I did that. But yeah, we're going to hit the pool and then head back into the catacombs. Oops, I was AFKing a little too hard. Teleported out to do my birdhouse run, and I was checking the bank, and it occurred to me that I have an antique lamp that's been sitting here. I believe I needed level 50 to use this, and I'm not even sure where this is from. The museum, maybe, for kudos? I don't know, but either way, we're going to use it now for Slayer. That is 20,000 Slayer XP. We gained a level 54. One more Hellhound here, and it's going to push us to 55 Slayer. There it is. And just one more level to go until we hit 56 for the Warp Scepter. Just finished the Hellhounds task. We got another 7.7k Slayer EXP to go. We're going to pick up some more tasks from Turiel. And our task is going to be 27 Banshees. We can knock that out really quickly. But before we go, we now have enough points to unlock Bigger and Badder with 52 points to spare. I honestly can't believe this is a Slayer task. Another 9 Turiel tasks complete. Let's see what Neve is going to give us. Iron Dragons. In the past, Iron Dragons were a automatic cancel or block. But we're in the early stages of the game right now. We don't have that many points. I'm trying to stack up the Slayer task streak to build up points. So I don't really want to skip this over right now. And on top of that, maybe an Iron Dragon task isn't so bad these days with the elemental weakness and the new items we have available. We're going to give it a shot at least. Let's test it out. We've busted out the Blue Moon gear along with the Twin Flame Staff and an anti-dragon shield. Topped off with our anti-fire potions, and we should take no damage from these Iron Dragons. As long as we keep our distance. The question is, how much damage are we going to do? Oh my. The answer is a lot of damage. Holy. Yeah, I might actually consider doing this task consistently now. And I suppose for hardcores that don't want to go into the wilderness to try and get a rune crossbow, you can get the the rune limbs from these Iron Dragons here. I think in terms of efficiency, this is still not a task you want to do, but it's nice to know that it's not going to be a Slayer brick wall in the early game like it used to be. So on Wait For It, when I did Slayer, I committed to the Slayer task streaks, and I never Turiel skipped. This time around on this account, I am looking to Turiel skip, but right now we need a boost for points to get all the unlockables and the extended tasks and whatnot. So that's why I'm here doing this Iron Dragons task right now. Plus, using all this new gear is pretty fun. I am picking up these dragon bones, but as of right now, I don't really have any plans on moving on from 63 prayer. But I'm picking them up because, for one thing, I'm just kind of a loot goblin, like to collect stuff in my bank. And if we ever change our minds, it's nice to know that we'll have the dragon bones stacked up in our bank. Ooh, a collection log. Dark totem base, the first piece. For a totem. I was like, what's it called? A totem for Scatizo. We're not going to have to finish the task, just this last KC here, and we're going to hit 56 Slayer. One more hit. Of course, we splash when I say that. That should be it. We're running low on prey too. There it is, 56 prayer. Let's pick up the dragon bones and TP out of here. So as far as Slayer goes, this is our stopping point at 56 Slayer. We have now unlocked the ability to do warped creatures. Well, after we complete the quest, the path of Gluffrey. Before we get started on the quest, I'm here at Tears of Guthix because it's another week and we can still do the minigame. Still sitting at 44 rune crafting. And we go from 44 to 45 rune crafting. Had to make a mithril grapple real quick, but now that we have that done, we can now officially start the quest. Just like the first quest in this quest line, we gotta do some puzzle solving with this machine and these shapes. Just southwest of Castle Wars here, we're gonna grapple past this tree, talk to Long Gramble over here, and this is actually a new spirit tree that we're about to unlock. Alright, spirit tree unlocked, and just west of the spirit tree is the sewer entrance, and this is where we're going to find the warped creatures that will drop us the warp scepter. I actually don't know if you have to finish the quest to get the warp scepter, but of course either way we're going to do that anyways before we start the grind. When you run through these mobs, make sure you protect range and have either earmuffs or a Slayer mask on. If I'm not mistaken, these guys are actually weak to crush, so we're going to have to see which weapon we're going to use. But for the quest, I just brought my Blade of Saildor with me. We ran through the sewers, and here we are. We have to fight these 3 warped terror birds. I think these are higher level than the ones outside. I guess we're just gonna have to flinch them because I didn't really come too prepared for this. 1 down, 2 to go. And that's 2 down. And the last one is down. And that is the Path of Glovery completed. I completely forgot about these 4 EXP lamps. But that's a whopping 30,000 strength EXP, 20,000 Slayer, 5,000 thieving, 5,000 magic. Oh, and our total quest points is 222. Let's go ahead and use the lamps. 20,000 Slayer. That's going to give us 57 Slayer. Magic, I don't think that's going to make a difference. Oh, that was thieving, which puts us at 73. And then this is the magic lamp. There we go. So the warped creatures are a Slayer task. However, you do have to spend points to unlock them. For one thing, I don't have points right now to spare. And 2, I'm going to go ahead and do them off task anyways. I'm not going to hunt the task even if I had it unlocked. Now we just have to figure out our setup. And we'll be ready to farm the Warp Scepter. 2 GIM accounts, 2 times the farming. Just had to knock out all the typical Iron Man farming related things, but now we are ready and I've figured out the gear setup. We're going to be rocking our best in slot melee gear, of course, with the Blade of Seldor and the Rune Defender. However, in my inventory, I also have my Initiate armor and the dualies, let's just call it that. The dualies are actually going to be my best in slot while I have the full Blood Moon set on. However, I'm going to utilize the Initiate armor and protect melee so that I can extend my trips. While we have the Initiate armor on, the dualies power is going to drop off a lot, so that's why I have the blade with me. I just showed up and I'm constantly hitting zeros, and that's because I forgot one very important thing. In order to fight these guys, you need the crystal chime that you got from the Path of Glovery quest in your inventory at all times. Anyways, now that we're here, let's talk about the drop rate. The drop rate for the Warp Scepter is a 1 in 320. As far as other drops go, they do drop a little bit of food every now and then. They drop some Addy and Rune armor, which is why I brought runes for High Alch. Other than that, there's nothing too interesting that drops from these mobs. This is an early mid-game mob after all. To be honest, now that we've made it here, and we're actually grinding for the Warp Scepter, there isn't too much to this. These mobs don't have any mechanics. If you're using Prey, you just turn on Prey melee. If not, you just keep your food up, you click the mobs, and you AFK and come back when there's loot on the ground. And since we're not on task either, there's not going to be any superiors, so I'll just check back in at like 100 KC, 200 KC, and when we hit rate. Let's see if we can get it before rate. So far for most of this grind, this was kind of a secondary screen for me. I was focused on doing hard mode top on, wait for it. But we're done with that session now, so I can focus a bit more on this. We are up to 236 KC. Again, the drop rate is 320, so we're not quite there yet. Not only interesting, but we got a Longbone drop before a Warp Scepter. Big strength level there, level 93. We are currently over 300 KC now at 308. Still no Warp Scepter. Getting close to rate though. We are now 2 KC over rate. I believe this calls for some complaining. Not really, but surely we'll get one soon. We are up to 400 KC now, and we're still here, so you know what that means. We are currently over 500 KC, so no luck yet, unfortunately. Honestly, I was not expecting for it to take this long to get a Warp Scepter. We're closer to 600 KC now than 500. And I'm not gonna lie, in the back of my mind, I know that I have some dupe Sanguinesti staffs available. Alright, we're gonna utilize the trust fund in this. I'm at KC 574 right now. If I make it to 600 and I don't get a Warp Scepter, I'm just gonna go ahead and give myself the Sanguinesti staff. Well, so much for the Sang staff. We're gonna rock the Warp Scepter, KC 589. All we had to do was complain. Kind of funny that I started verbally complaining about the grind and then the game finally gave me the drop. I'm not gonna lie, I was getting pretty excited to just hand myself a Sanguinesti staff, but I guess for now, we rock the Warp Scepter since we got it ourselves. In the last video, we finally got our Warp Scepter, so that's another PVM item checked off our list. As for what's next, well, our next few upgrades are locked behind some questing. We're level 57 Slayer right now, but back at 55, we unlocked Cave Horrors, meaning Black Mass, meaning Slayer Helm. We're gonna need to get that as soon as we can, but we're gonna need to do Cabin Fever first. After we get done with that, we're gonna work on getting Thralls, a big DPS unlock. We're gonna do that by doing the quest Kingdom Divided. Well, before that, we're gonna do the, 5-6 quests that we have to do before Kingdom Divided. I actually forgot that we already finished Cabin Fever. So, with that being said, all we have to do is go farm some Cave Horrors. So I went ahead and geared up. I did some DPS checks, and assuming we're wearing full Blood Moon, then the dualies will be better. However, we're not doing that. We are wearing the Eclipse Moon top and bottom for some magic defense. As Cave Horrors attack melee, but their attack is based on magic. So we're going to test out the setup, but if we end up taking too much damage, I'm going to swap to range and safe spot them. If you didn't know, the Cave Horrors are located on the island of Mostly Harmless after you complete Cabin Fever, which we did a while ago and I actually just forgot. And then you head on over to this cave entrance to the east. This is one of those caves which requires a light source, so be sure to bring that. For my case, I'm bringing my fire making cape. Mistakes have been made, and I'm sure somebody would have noticed this at the beginning, but it turns out Cave Horrors are level 58 Slayer. For some reason, I thought they were 55. The plan remains the same, just altered slightly. First, we gotta knock out 19k worth of Slayer EXP, and then we'll come back. So it looks like we last left off on Iron Dragons. With the Twin Flame Staff and Earthwave, this shouldn't take too long. Always getting caught off guard with collection log or combat task pop-ups whenever I'm doing Slayer. There goes my first Ancient Shard. And our next Neve task is going to be 135 Calcite. Yeah, we can do that. The one downside to the Moon's gear is that it's incredibly expensive to repair. 2.8 mil to completely repair my Blood Moon set. That is rough. We only need 156 EXP to go until we hit 58, but we're picking up a new Neve task. I believe this is actually our 100th task. It looks like we have Fire Giants. This is going to be big points though. 2 Fire Giants into the task, and that's 58 Slayer. We're going to come back to this task later. For right now, let's get geared back up for the Cave Horrors to get our Black Mask. A Black Mask is 1 in 512, so let's see how long it'll take us. So far, meleeing seems to be working out quite well. I seem to be 3 or 4 shotting these Cave Horrors pretty consistently. And the big thing is they're not smacking me too hard. See, back-to-back zeros. And we're currently not on task, so we don't have to worry about superiors. We just got a longbone. If I remember correctly, we also got a longbow near the beginning of our Warped Creatures grind for the Scepter. I think this is the game's way of trolling me just a little bit, you know? Ooh, Baguette chance. Never stale. Just under 200 KC right now. Even though the drop rate is higher at 1 in 512 versus the Warp Scepter at, I think 1 in 320, I think this grind should go by quicker. These Cave Horrors have much less health. Dude, a second longbone? Oh snap, there it is. The Black Mask at KC 469, so under rate. Just like that. We got what we need, let's get out of here. So, like I said before, after getting our Black Mask, we now set our sights on getting Thralls. In order to do that, we're going to have to do quite a bit of quests. The first on the list is Client of Korend. All these quests will ultimately lead up to the big one, Kingdom Divided. Finished up the first quest, and this one's pretty big. I mean, of course we get the antique lamps, but also we get this book, which will let us teleport around Zaya. And as we all know, Zaya is just too damn big. After the completion of Kingdom Divided, this book will turn into the Book of the Dead. Next up, we're doing Queen of Thieves. We're conveniently already in the area. I just have to hit the bank to grab a stew. I remember this quest. How would you like to kill him? Brutally or softly? You realize that you can't really kill someone softly. You brutally murder him instead. Queen of Thieves completed. We get a page to add to our book. Next up is The Depths of Despair by talking to Lord Hasidius. Another quest down, another page to add to our book. Now we're moving on to the ascent of... I just realized this, but I pronounce this pretty interchangeably. Arceus? Arceus? Anyways, we're doing the ascent of Arceus. Arceus? You know what I mean. There goes another one. Just 2 more quests to do before we can do the big one. Currently working on the Forsaken Tower. This quest is just a bunch of little puzzles on each floor. The Forsaken Tower completed. Free use of the Lovakanj minecarts. Can't say I've ever used those before. We're in the Shazian region right now, getting started on the final prereq quest, Tale of the Righteous. Tale of the Righteous finished. Now we can finally start the Kingdom Divided. It says that I'm going to need a defense potion, but a 3 or 4 dose. I currently only have a 2 dose, so I'm going to head into the Warriors Guild. That's the wrong NPC. Talk to Lily over here, and we can purchase a defense pot. Just 2 more things to pick up before we start this quest, one of which is... Oh, well, be right back. One of them is the volcanic sulfur. We actually went to the right place, but we need a face mask for protection. Here we are. Now we can mine it. And we just needed the one. This was also a medium task, so that's nice. And for the last item, we just had to make a quick stop at the Zaya runecrafting mines. And I No! Oh, there's a chisel over here. Never mind. That's right. I thought I forgot the pickaxe too, but... Not having a chisel is no big deal. There's a spawn here. We just needed a dark essence block. Now that we have it, we can now start the quest by talking to Martin Hull. Quick little boss fight coming up. The Judge of Yama. At the time of this recording, Yama's not actually out yet, but it is being discussed and it was already voted in to the polls. So, it's going to be interesting to see what that's going to be like. There we go. Even though we just did a boss fight, I don't think this quest is anywhere near done. If I recall correctly, there is at least 1 more boss fight. A Kingdom Divided is a pretty long quest. Here we go, this is the final boss fight. I can't move. Oh. Okay, this is why you actually read up on certain boss fights. I brought in my melee gear, but turns out that this boss is weakest to range. So let me just go get re-geared, and then we should be able to fly through this boss. Yep, having the range gear made it much easier. Forget chance and never stale. I remember this part of the quest pretty well because it's kind of dumb. You just talk to all the NPCs at this tower, right? But you go up the ladder, down the ladder, up the stairs, down the stairs, back up twice more, blah, 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 blah. You get the point, you know? Let's not forget going down into the basement. So it seems like because I died during that boss fight with the Dark Essence block and the Volcanic Sulfur on me, I lost it. So unfortunately, I have to go back and recollect these items. The Karen Woodlands is such a random location, and anytime I see this spot right here, I just think of the LMS map. I know we're on the home stretch to being done with this quest right now, but man, does it feel like it's dragging on right now. And it's not so much the story, it's just Zaya is just too damn big. I have to run around so much. Oh my god, a Varlamore reference before Varlamore was released. Honestly, what a twist at the end of this quest, right? Anyways, that is a Kingdom Divided completed, finally. We get the Book of the Dead, 2 antique lamps. We're going to spend that on Slayer, of course. And we have the option of the Karen Castle respawn point, but I'm not sure who has ever picked that, honestly. But we now have access to thralls. That's the big thing. That's going to be useful in almost any PVM engagement we're going to have. Doing my daily tree run, and we just hit 91 farming. Most Ironmen only grab the Berserker ring in the beginning. It's the most useful ring, and Rex is easily safe spottable. Well, we're going after all 3. We are bringing the big boys, and we're gonna dolo the Dagnauth Kings. A little while ago, there was a QOL update to agility, and one of the things they did was add shortcuts to the Dagnauth Kings. Wait for it has the requirements, obviously, but unfortunately, 416 here does not. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do the regular route anyways, and kind of escort ourselves to the bosses. I feel like it's pretty fitting to dolo this boss because the entrance back there requires 2 people or yourself and a pet rock to open anyways. Oh, and upon arriving here, I just realized I forgot to get some knives. Again, this is one of those things where on Wait For It, I won't need throwing knives anymore to open up these door supports because I would just be climbing down the ladder. But because I have 416 Hero with me, I'm going to have to teleport out now and grab some throwing knives. Alright, we made it back to these little door supports, and I believe, I haven't done this in a while, but basically I rune throne axe spec these doors in the middle, I think. And yep, there we go. Let's get both characters inside. Having to make this run on both accounts is very awkward. Right now I have 416 Hero leading the way, but honestly I should swap that around. Alright, we made it to this little safe spot here, right next to the Dagnauth Kings. I just traded myself over some stuff, and went and resupplied. Now that I'm only making the trip on Wait For It, I'm going to showcase the shortcuts. So we climb up the mountain, we climb down, and here we are in this spot already. And then we climb down the ladder as usual, and I believe after climbing up this ladder here, instead of making a right and going down this ladder, I believe you'd squeeze through this crevice, and it skips over a big chunk of the run. And as you can see in the distance, that's where the Dagnauth Kings are already. This probably saves you a good minute or 2. Okay, now that we've made it back, let's talk about our gear setups really quickly. I'm keeping it as simple as I can on both accounts. Let's go over wait for it. So we have the 3 mega rares, amulet, a cape, and a glove switch. And then our spec weapon is just going to be for sustainability with Stairdoman Godsword. And then we have our combat pots, our food, and our prayer, and an extended anti-venom because there are things in there that will poison you. Over on 416 Hero, we keep it even simpler. We don't have an amulet switch, we just have the Amulet of Fury. We don't have any armor switches. We're just switching weapons, and I'm bringing along the Ava's accumulator so I don't lose out on a billion darts with my blowpipe. We will be running thralls on 416 Hero and the Lunar Spellbook for pot share on wait for it. Of course, we make it all the way over here. We're all geared up on both accounts, and I'm just now realizing something. Before I made my way over here, I made it a point to teleport to the player-owned house and switch spellbooks on both accounts. I thought I switched the Arceus spellbook on 416 Hero here, but it turns out I didn't, because it says, you do not meet the requirements to use that spellbook. Now, in my mind, I did a Kingdom Divided. I got the Book of the Dead, which enables you to use thralls, and I'm like, okay, yeah, everything's all good. But a quick look at the wiki, and it turns out I didn't do one simple thing, and that was to talk to the NPC right next to the Dark Altar by the Zaya runecrafting mines. Now, since I made all the effort to get all the way over here, I really can't be bothered to TP out right now, so at least for this first trip, I guess we won't have thralls. Anyways, the game plan here is to enter the room first with wait for it. So let's pot up. Let's pot share the super combat, pot share the range pot. And I don't think you can pot share anti-venoms, but let's just make sure on that. Yeah, you can't. I already peeked, there's nobody in there. If there somehow is people in there, that's gonna suck. Okay, I believe now we can head in on 416 Hero. So because wait for it is so much stronger, unfortunately, I think most of the KCs, if not all, are gonna be over on trying to speak and do this at the same time. A little bit difficult. But anyways, now that the bosses are dead on the first rotation, because wait for it is so much stronger, and obviously the gear gap and all, wait for it's most likely gonna get all the KCs. Okay, we just got done with one rotation of the bosses. Now I believe Supreme is gonna spawn first, so let's get our melee weapons out here. And we got about 20 seconds until Prime spawns. Not doing as much DPS as I thought I would be. Oh, this is a little scary. Switch to Prey Mage on both accounts. Okay, I need to orientate the cameras the same way on both perspectives, otherwise it gets really confusing. Let's switch to our melee gear. So unfortunately, the downside is we're not going to get the collection log pop-ups. Oh, this is scary. Oh, this is scary. So priority number 1 is to make sure we get the correct overheads on, and then we can worry about everything else afterwards. The last thing we want to do here is to have one of our accounts, or worse, both our accounts plank, and then getting our stuff back is going to be a huge pain in the ass. It was definitely pretty rough at first, but I think now that we're a few rotations in, we're getting the hang of this. Sometimes it's not really possible to trade because we got these Spino things constantly hitting. So I'm just going to drop some food on the ground for 416 Hero, who is actually dying right now because of the chip damage. Holy. Something I'm wondering is whether or not 416 Hero can use the Stairdoman Godsword, because it definitely seems like he needs it more than wait for it. But I don't know if the weird GIM restrictions are enforced on that. I didn't quite track the starting KCs we're at. I guess I can take a look at high scores right now, because I haven't logged out, it hasn't updated. And we can take a look at our starting KCs. I don't believe 416 Hero has gotten kill credit for any of these so far, but that's okay. 416 Hero actually got kill credit for one of them. 1 KC, Dagonoth Supreme. Okay, I was going to try and look up the high scores for our starting KCs, but it was kind of difficult while managing 2 accounts at once. So I had my clanmate look it up for me. And it looks like we're at 262 Rex, 260 Supreme, and 218 Prime. Wow, we were able to get a full crystal key so far on this trip. Wow, and we get another KC on Supreme. I guess it makes sense. Strength is the highest stat we have on this account. By this account, I realized I'm showing the wrong POV, but on 416 Hero, of course. Let's go ahead and switch the POV over to 416 Hero. It's a little bit harder to keep track because there are 3 different boss KCs here, but I think we're about 12 rotations around now. No luck yet. Honestly, the hardest thing about soloing, well, I mean, in my case, I'm not soloing, but dealing with all 3 Dagnall Kings is the initial entrance. But I think the general strategy is, I mean, of course you can off-take them, but if you can't, you just protect mage, get rid of the ranger as soon as possible. More times than not, Rex is not even going to be on you yet because he's further into the room. So you get rid of the major, then you get rid of the ranger, and then once you've set up the cycle where only one of them are up at any given time, it's just pretty easy from there. Midway through this trip, I kind of decided I'm just not going to use any offensive prayers to save myself the prayer doses. And it seems like timing-wise it works out better that way too. If I'm using Piety and Rigor and Augury and all that, sometimes it seems like I kill them too fast and then the rotation gets all messed up. I'm not sure if I mentioned this before, but we are on task on wait for it. We have a Dagnall's task, so the damage difference between the 2 accounts is even greater because of that. Yeah, this is actually pretty chill. I think it might be easier and less intensive than when I was doloing Royal Titans. So let's take an opportunity here to talk about the drop rates. All the rings are 1 in 1. Oh, I got baited. That's an archer helm. Oh, I thought that was an archer's ring. Anyways, each ring from each boss respectively is a 1 in 128. So in theory, it shouldn't take us too long to see a drop. But yeah, going back to comparing it to Royal Titans, this is much easier because at the end of the day, all you're doing here is turning on the correct prayer and then hitting the boss with the correct attack style. Whereas at Royal Titans, you actually have to move around. There are things to dodge. Obviously, there is more switching involved here, though. Ooh, and interestingly enough, we just got our first KC on 416 Hero for Dagannoth Prime. We just out DPS'd a T-Bow. Huh, I noticed a weird bug going on in here, actually. If you look in the top left where I have the Dagannoth King's HP bar, it says Echo. Now, the Echo variants from the previous leagues, obviously we're not in that right now. Doing content like this doloing makes me think about how in the future, whether or not it'd be possible to have a second set of mega rares, the Twisted Bow, the Shadow, and the Sight, and then I'll have 2 accounts with all the mega rares in one group. Let's go ahead and repot our range pot and our super combat. Now that I think about it, Thralls probably wouldn't have been too helpful here. I would have been better off on the Ancient Spellbook to heal up. Of course, without a doubt, the Lunar Spellbook for pot share is a no-brainer though. Wait for it has the Fremenic Elite Diary done, so we've been picking up and stacking up these Dagannoth bones. Again, currently no plans to move on from 63 prayer, but stacking up the bones would be nice in the event that we change our minds. Wow, every time this happens, I just have to make note of it, just because it's so surprising. 416 Hero has secured yet another Supreme KC. We are up to 3 KC on this account now. And of course, in general, no luck yet, no rings, not even a Warrior's Ring, which actually is not dead content anymore. A Warrior's Ring will be used to turn into a Bellator in the future. Oh, we get a Seer Call on Wait For It out of all things. What the heck? I've never gotten this before. Oh, don't die. What the? I've never gotten a Seer Call drop before? What? I was so confused right there. Like, I saw a collection log pop up, but then I was like, wait, I'm on the wrong screen. That's the wrong account. No! Well, I guess I'll end that trip. I was low on supplies anyways. Yeah, I was still thinking about the Seer Call drop. That caught me so off guard. I died. I had the wrong protection prayer on. I'm going to go ahead and finish this rotation of the Dagannoth King since I already killed Rex. Might as well kill Supreme and Prime as well. Maybe we'll get one of the rings. Well, clearly it won't be the Archer's Ring. Maybe the, what's it called? Seer's Ring. And moment of truth. Alright, looks like we're leaving... Well, I was about to say we're leaving this first trip empty-handed, but I guess technically we got a seer call, so that's cool. Alright, first trip ended. Unfortunately, right now we are on a mission to go collect our stuff. So let's go do that real quick and then resupply, and then I think I'm fine with another trip right now. Surely we get some sort of ring, right? To be honest, the gear setup on 416 Hero might be cheap enough to where it wouldn't be too bad to collect from Death's Coffer maybe. But, I don't know. Let's just save ourselves a GP. Oh my god, I forgot the rune thrown axes again. Let's just get to the doors real quick, though. Okay. Using 2 accounts is hard. I'm confused. I wonder if I can do the thrown axe spec from inside. I already remembered this being a pain in the ass when you die, but this just made it worse. I forgot that your gravestone doesn't come up on the surface. It's actually in the Dagonoth King's room. So, this just makes things a little bit more difficult. It looks like the game plan, once again, is to head on in on Wait For It first. And clean house, and then 416 Hero will be able to safely walk in. Because at this point in time, we don't really have a lot of stuff right now. Okay, this could be a little bit of a risky maneuver, but currently I have Supreme distracted right now. Oh, is Prime gonna see me? I don't know. We got our stuff. Let's grab the shark. Oh, there's a super restore on the ground. We need that. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's get back up the ladder on both accounts. Oh. Everything's fine. Hop over the stupid root thing. Okay. Alright, let's just recollect ourselves. I think the game plan here is I'm going to stay put right here on 416 Hero because I am not doing another trip of running through all those rooms. So with that being said, we're going to resupply on Wait For It and just make the trek a couple of times on this account, but with the shortcuts. I'm going to take this chance while we're not fighting for our lives to talk about how many kills we've done so far, because in the moment it is hard to keep track. But basically, we started at 262 Rex, and we are currently now at 299 KC on Wait For It. Now, 416 Hero hasn't sniped any Rex KC, so that means we've done all 3 bosses 37 times. I think a few more rotations, and we will hit rate soon. Basically, you just take 37 and multiply that by 3. Okay, we are back for trip number 2. Let's pot up. And once again, enter with Wait For It first to set up the room. Alright, everything's all good. Enter in 416 Hero, and now we're set up. Rex poked us a little bit, but everything's all fine. Alright, surely we get a Berserker ring right here. And Mithril pickaxe. Wow, once again 416 Hero snipes the KC. This is happening more often than I would think. I don't believe it. Back-to-back Supreme KCs go to 416 Hero. He's popping off. 3 in a row. You know what, at this point, Sight the Vidder? Overrated. Piety? Overrated. Slayer Task? Overrated. 4 in a row. You know, I really don't know what's going on. What changed from the previous trip to this trip? I don't know. Nothing. Very confusing. No, I say nothing's changed, but you know what? I should have taken that chance to go and actually unlock the Arceus spellbook. But I forgot. And of course, I'm back at DK's already, so I'm not leaving. Wait. Oh, shit. I just got a Rex KC too. What? That's the first Rex KC. Really hoping for some food drops soon because it is not looking good. Alright, I'm not really sure what went wrong there, but I had to abort and bail out of the room on both accounts. We're a little bit short on food, so I'm going to TP out and grab some more food. Well, first I'm going to trade over these supplies. Yeah, we are back in. Same concept. Let's just get rid of Supreme. And now we are all set up again. Oh yeah, that Ring of Life you see on the ground right now, that's the second one we've had so far. And I just remembered they are the same drop rate as the other rings. No way. A shield left half. Alright, what are we doing here? Oh, I guess this is our first drop, a warrior ring. Although I think we have dupes of those, so not super interesting. But I guess since 416 Hero was here part of this trip, that warrior's ring will go to him. Can we get a back-to-back from Rex? Perhaps a berserker ring? We cannot. Well, it looks like my task on Wait For It has finished. Oh my, another warrior ring. Little unfortunate. We've managed to snipe 10 Supreme KC and we got a medium combat task out of it. Alright, we were out of food and we were just 15 health and 7 prayer, so we teleported out. We did a rough estimate of about 230 total DK KC, meaning about 70 to 80 KC of each respective boss. We got 2 warrior rings out of it. There was a couple of ring of life drops, and not much else to be honest. Not even a dragon axe. I'm going to take a bit of a break from the grind. Over on Wait For It, I think I'm going to try and pick up another task, but we will be back because I definitely want the rings, especially the Berserker ring. The last video we started doing Dagonoth Kings. We came away with just a Warrior's ring. We had a Dagonoth Slayer task over on Wait For It here, and we finished that up. Now I'm on the hunt to get another task. You might be wondering why I'm not trying to get a task on 416 Hero, and well, there's just so many other things I could be doing on 416 Hero at this given time. Besides, doing Slayer on 416 Hero at the moment is just very, very slow, and of course, there's no guarantee that I'm going to get a Dagonoth task. Over on Wait For It, I am on the hunt for an imbued heart anyways, so this kind of works out. Whoa, this is weird. I just spawned 2 superiors at the same time. No luck on the first superior. Maybe we'll get a bit of luck on the second. I messed up here. I got distracted, and these range ones spawned. So I'm gonna have to blood barrage to stay alive here. Come on, give me my imbued heart. What are we getting? Nothing. We don't even hit the table on either of them. Unfortunate. Ooh, the third superior this task. Third time's the charm, right? This time we never let it hit us. It's stacked up behind these this row of necrals, so there's no rangers that spawned. And Dark Totem top. Still no Dagonoth task, but we've been getting a lot of good tasks in terms of going for the imbued heart today, so let's just keep going. Over on 416 Hero, I've been switching it up between Barbarian Fishing and AFKing at Ammonite Crabs. Right now we're 87 fishing, and recently we hit 90 hit points and 94 strength, so our stats are getting up there. No way. I didn't even think to record it because honestly I wasn't expecting anything, right? And we've already got our bucket. We just got a duplicate bucket at KC23. I think it was only like 1 or 2 KC ago that we got our first one. After pretty much a full day's worth of Slayer, I finally picked up a Dagonoth task. So we've geared back up on both accounts. This time I've made a few adjustments. So previously I was wondering if 416 Hero was able to use the Saradomin Godsword, and the answer is yes. So I've traded the Saradomin Godsword over to 416 Hero, and as you know, previously we spent a whole chunk of time doing the Kingdom Divide questline to unlock the Book of the Dead. But unfortunately, we weren't able to use Thralls on our last Dagonoth Kings trip, all because I forgot to unlock the actual spellbook itself by talking to an NPC. Well, I got that done, and now we can bring Thralls. This time around, I'm going to move through the tunnels one account at a time. So right now we're controlling 416 Hero and doing the original long tedious route, and then after that I'll wait for it to take the shortcut. This is a bit more manageable this way. And now we'll be making the trip on Wait For It. Once I get to the end there, I'm going to trade over some supplies because I did use a bit of food and stuff just running through. And then I can TP out on Wait For It and resupply real quick. Alright, we've made it back. Both accounts are stocked up, so let's pot up the Super Combat and the Range pot, and we'll get set up with Wait For It. Alright, both accounts are now in. Okay, disregard the Zamorak Godsword that I brought in. I have no idea why I brought it. The food situation is already not looking great, but hopefully we will get some drops soon. So in our last trip, all we got was 2 Warriors ring. Hopefully this time around we can get an Archers and a Seers, and definitely priority number 1 is the Berserker ring right now. Over on 416 Hero, we just got the Sit Back and Relax Combat achievement. That is, I think that's just 100 damage withdrawals. 416 Hero snags the first KC. I'm trying to think about why I took out the Zamorak Godsword, and I think it's because for some reason I thought about the Ancient Godsword, which actually heals you, but that is clearly not the Ancient Godsword, and I don't have one. We're completely out of food, albeit both accounts are relatively healthy right now, but hopefully we get some drops soon. Finally, we got a food drop, and funny enough, 416 Hero got the Rex KC. We got some swordfish. And now we got a shark drop on wait for it. Things are looking a little bit better now. Even more sharks. Ah, there goes a ring of life. When it rains, it pours. Another shark drop. Okay, what is this? I have more food than I can hold now. Based off of our starting KC for our Slayer task, looks like we've been through about 60 Dagonoth Kings, so 20 rotations of the 3 bosses so far. Ooh, and there goes our first Dragon Axe between these last couple of days. Fortunately, it's not like we need a Dragon Axe, otherwise that would have been a nice drop. Some more sharks, very nice to see. Oh man, there goes Dragon Axe number 2 of the trip. Well, we're hitting the table, but we're not hitting the right part of the table. We're already over halfway through our task. No luck yet though, unfortunately. Looking at Wait For It's loot tracker here, it looks like I've gone dupe Archers rings and dupe Berserker rings before. But this was probably a long time ago and I must have dropped them over for some bond money. Sometimes I wish that I never dropped any dupes over just to see what the bank value on Wait For It would be like. But the trade-off is I've been able to spend GP on bonds for membership, and my normal account is still well geared. But yeah, looking at the KCs and loot tracker over on Wait For It, it looks like we may be due a Seers ring, but it could be quite some time before we get a Berserker's ring. Of course, that's not how RNG works, but based on the numbers, that's what we're looking at. Okay, this is incredibly unfortunate at this point. That is the 3rd Dragon Axe of the trip. And if I'm not mistaken, they've all come from Rex as well. I know at least 2 of them have. We're pretty much out of prayer now, so it looks like I'm going to kill Prime here, and then Rex, and then TP out of here. Surely we get a Seers ring right here into a Berserker, right? Nope. Still have a chance for the Berserker. And the final Rex of the trip, we are going to get a Fremenic Blade. I believe that is actually one of the 1 in 128s. I'm going to take a bit of a break and do the second part of the Dagonoth's task another time. But anyways, I still can't believe, for whatever reason, I thought I had an Ancient Godsword, took out a Zamorak Godsword and brought it to the Dagonoth Kings for no reason. I guess for the next trip I could bring Dragon Claws or something. I was getting ready to go back to the Dagonoth Kings on both accounts. However, I looked at the remaining amount of Dagonoths I had left on my task, and it was about 50. Now I thought to myself, I didn't really want to gear up for a trip and then have the task run out midway through. So I decided I'm just going to finish out the task on regular Dagonoths and just hope to either get a back-to-back through the 99 Slayer Cape perk, or simply hunt for another one. It's a win-win situation because, as you know, I'm after the Imbued Heart on this account anyways. Meanwhile, over on 416 Hero, I'm going to be continuing to Barbarian Fish. I really want to get 99 fishing before I hit 99 strength, just for that little bit of macro efficiency. I finished up the Dagonoth's task and went back to Duradel. Unfortunately, we didn't get the Cape proc, so our next task now is Bloodvelds. Superior blood velds don't have a great chance at the imbued heart, but nevertheless this is a task that has a superior and I'll do it. Mostly because this is a very AFKable task in the Catacombs of Karen with a Venator bow. The Venator bow is honestly game changing. I think without it I wouldn't bother to go for the imbued heart at all. Just finished the blood velds task. What are we going to get next? 67 Sukwas? That's a skip. Dust Devils. Now I should barrage them, but I'm kind of lazy, so I'm going to Venator bow them instead. Didn't really have to switch anything in our setup. We just brought our Bone Crusher instead of the Ash Sanctifier. Also, I'm pretty indifferent about this task, so I'm neither using Expeditious Bracelets or Slaughter Bracelets. We're just going to camp the Zarite Van Braces. Okay, two things. For one thing, I can't believe I haven't had a Superior spawn in my last two tasks. After completing Elite Combat Achievements, they should be about 1 in 150. And between the Blood Veld task and now this Dust Devils task, I'm probably closer to 300 KC on task. Where are the Superiors? Second of all, I also can't believe that my Bone Crusher is out of charges. Yep, it is official. I went through the entire Dust Devils task without a Superior. Let's see what we get next. Spiritual Creatures. That is 100% a skip. Honestly, I might have to take a look at my block task list here and maybe swap out a few things. I don't know. I haven't really looked at this in a while. While this is not a Daganel's task, this is definitely a task I want. And it's a big one too. 181 Smoke Devils. This is 100% a task where you want to use Bracelet of Slaughters for, and up until Araxites and Araxor was released, this was by far the best task to do on an imbued heart grind. And right away, or pretty much right away, we get a Nuclear Smoke Devil. Alright, here we go. Now I brought my Tumikin's Shadow with me because I just want to kill only the Nuclear Smoke Devil. That way I save KC on my Slayer task. And we get... Wow, that has got to be the worst. Okay, I know it would have been a double clue drop. I know we've never really mentioned clues in this series, and there's a reason why. I'm just not a big clue doer. Especially now on a second account in the same GIM group, I feel even less inclined to do clues. Obviously, back on Wait For It, I did do a decent amount of clues. At least enough to get me what I needed, you know, like God D-Hide, the Ranger Boots, and whatnot. Speaking of Ranger Boots, I should start doing mediums again because that is something I'll need on 416 Hero. Superior number 2 on the task. And we are going to get Disappointment. That's what we're getting. No way, a third Superior. Third time's the charm, come on. And our task is pretty much done too, so let's wrap this up on a high note, come on. And we get a Rune Full Helm. And our next task is Blood Velds again. And we got ourselves our first Thick Veld. I think a long time ago back on my normal account, I actually did get an imbued heart off of a Superior Blood Veld. Unfortunately, it looks like we're not getting that this time around. Next task. Ooh. We're gonna pick Zuck here and let's see what happens. If you don't hear from me, it means I choked. I accidentally got an Infernal Cape, and here's what I mean. I've been doing Slayer to try and pick up a Dagonoth task for the last few days now. The original goal was to dolo the Dagonoth Kings so that my Pure can get all the rings. I thought, hey, a task doesn't seem to be too rare, let me go get another one before I go back. Well, here I am, slaying, and then came the Zuck task. No, I definitely do not want to do another Addy Dragons task. I kind of don't want to do Cuirass either, I don't know. Aberrant Spectres. I mean, I guess they do have a superior. I'll do the Deviants with the T-bow in the Catacombs. Not even a superior from that task. Calphites. Skip. Dark Beast, we can knock that out real quick. Middle of an Abbey Demons task right now, and we just got a superior. Let's see what we're gonna get. Dark Totem Base. Just 36 more KC to go on task, and one more superior. Dark Totem Top. About to wrap up this task here. Unfortunately, no heart from the two superiors we got. Our consolation prize, though, is one Abyssal Whip. A Necreals task. This is kind of a task we want. We got ourselves another superior. And nothing, as per usual. Ooh, and a little while later, still on the same task, another superior. If I'm not mistaken, I think superior Necreals do have a decent rate at the heart. Or for the heart, rather. Unfortunately, nothing. Gargoyles? I think I can use my new Inquisitor's Mace for this. This is the first real chance I've gotten to use my Inquisitor's Mace. Now, it'd be so much more awesome if I had a full Inquisitor set. But we don't right now, but maybe someday we will. I can't believe it's actually taking this long to get another Dagannoth task. I don't even think it's low weight. I think it's on the higher end, actually. Superior Gargoyle. Now, these ones have a little bit more mechanics to them, but nothing too difficult. Just gotta dodge that big orb and protect range, pretty much. I was really hoping for something there. Second superior of the task. We got ourselves another superior at Abbey Demons. 7th superior on the day. Surely that means good luck. And disappointment every time. A second one spawned almost right away after I finished that first one. So every time you kill a superior in the Catacombs of Koren, I think you're guaranteed a Dark Totem piece. And I think, what? Third superior this task. Anyways, I haven't done a whole lot of Scotizos, so I probably have a lot of these totems in my bank. Show me something good. I'm feeling it. Nope. At least with that, I was able to clear up my inventory a little bit by making a whole Dark Totem key in one trip. And then we just get another piece. What is going on? The RNG is just going off right now. The 4th superior of the task. And we're only like 80 kills in. Okay, we're getting a lot of rolls here, right? A lot of RNG rolls. So surely at some point, we're going to hit the right thing. Unfortunately, same story. At this rate, we're going to have a second complete Dark Totem by the end of this task. After countless tasks, we finally picked up another Dagannoth task. Albeit, I think this is on the smaller side, only at 134. For full transparency, I've already done the Inferno attempt, which is what you're about to see next. But picking up this Dagannoth task, we're going to get started with this on the next video. And I think since it's taken me so long to pick up this task again, if we don't finish the rings within this task, I think I'm going to continue off task, as getting this task took longer than I expected. Because, there was that whole weird GIM restriction thing because 416 Hero is not part of the original team and was added later. However, recently I made the realization that that restriction was only over a initial 5-week period. What this means is 416 Hero now has unrestricted access to any items in the game. Of course, level requirements still hold true, but at 89 range, we can now equip a twisted bow. Wow, this level crept up on me. 92 farming, halfway to 99, as you know. We've finally made it back to the Dagnauth Kings. It is the weekend, so I did have to hop a few worlds, but let's hop in. Actually, before we do that, pot chair, of course. Alright, let's get in there. Nice and easy. Oh, I didn't even have my Necklace of Anguish on. Let's get in there with 416 Hero. And we're set up. So, like I said before, even if we don't get the rings within this task, we're going to continue off task until we do. I've got some big things planned after this, so I want to get this done as soon as we can. Besides, hunting for the Dagannoth task has drawn out longer than I expected, and I'm ready to move on. First item on the table this trip, another Dragon Axe. For this trip, I decided to bring a Sanguinesti staff on wait for it so that I can heal up. This is because I traded over the Saradomin Godsword to 416 Hero. And now, after that Supreme kill, 416 Hero is on the board for at least 1 KC in the trip. I was actually praying the wrong thing against Supreme, and now I'm low HP and out of food, so hopefully some food drops soon. Alright, I got the SGS spec up, please hit big, and we hit a 0. That's not what you want to see. I'm 10 HP, no food. I did drop a Karam one. Over here, I'm going to rush to get it. We're still alive for now. No! I'm not sure why I was taking so much damage there. And on top of that, I don't know why the spawn times are so close together between the Supreme and the Prime. And of course the game trolls me by giving me a food drop immediately after I die. I think what I'm going to try to do is get back on 416 Hero without leaving on wait for it. Okay, yeah, the game is really trolling now. Another shark drop. Okay, I was able to have somebody help me open the gate and do the Rune Throne Axe spec as well to get the door supports down. All I have to do is make sure I enter the room at the right time. Otherwise, I could just waste a whole lot of time and die again. I am naked right now, so I don't have any defense as is. Never mind the 50 defense. Look, I'm getting shredded by these Dagannoths. Okay, we have made it back. Grabbing our stuff. But yeah, I guess the silver lining is this is kind of a resupply run. And now we can stay here longer. Okay, you can't make this up. I just died on my maxed account. So I'm gonna have to stand out here and wait for it to return, because I'm not gonna be able to solo Dagannoth Kings on that account, much less juggle it while running back on the other account. Honestly, I'm not sure what's going on. I haven't had this issue before on the previous, I don't know, 3-4 trips that I've doloed. No way. You can't make this up. I was trying to pick up my stuff off the ground, off the gravestone, and I was flicking for my life, all 3 Dagannoth Kings. And then all of a sudden in my house, there's just a whole lot of yapping going on. It was really hard to focus, and I died again. Truly tragic. Okay, attempt number 2. Half the food I brought in is already gone from just running through the tunnels. This is unfortunate. That is not where my gear is. I need to go for my gear first, which is all the way on the other side. I think right now the positionings of the kings are actually a little humble. They haven't seen me yet. Yeah, this is very humble. Much better than the first time around. Let's just grab all our stuff. Okay. Let's go ahead and get rid of Rex. I want to say we have things under control now, but I don't want to speak too soon. Our inventory is an absolute mess. Okay, let's... Oh! Well, scuff equals stuff. Let's go! Huge! Okay. Picked up the ring. Let's pick up our gear and our loot. Where's my quiver? Oh, I have it on. I just needed to equip the ammo. Okay, as soon as I kill Prime here, I'm going to enter with 416 Hero. Okay. The inventory's a mess, but here we go. And after this, we have about a 20-second window to try and organize things as best as we can. I'm gonna drop some food. Let's take this prayer pot. Let's get 416 Hero in a safe position and ready for Rex. Those things won't despawn, it'll be fine. I can pick those up later. Let's just try to stay in rotation here and organize our inventory. Pot share some prayer because we're low. I'm actually going to have to drop some prayer pots over from 416 Hero to wait for it. Alright, everything is fine now. We have the Berserker ring. Perfect example of scuff equals stuff right there. Okay, at the very least now, I've offsetted the Dagnaught Kings to some extent. Our inventory is a little bit better organized, at least with our weapons and gear. Dagnaught Kings is definitely one of the places where everything is fine and it's easy until it isn't. So it should be to nobody's surprise, but to be honest, the deaths were mostly my own doing. I haven't been too disciplined on where I'm positioning my accounts, and as you saw just right there, Supreme was up, but he was out of range while I was dealing with Prime. Beforehand, I've been standing mostly next to the ladder, but that's honestly a bad position because when you stand here in this area, you're more than likely going to receive aggro from both of them. Now, if I was here on just one account, I could very easily manage to flick them both, but clearly with two accounts here, that is a different story. In a rush to get back here as soon as possible, I brought some anglerfish on wait for it. Right now, they're in 416 Hero's inventory, and for 416 Hero, using these isn't actually that optimal. They only heal me for about 17 each. But hey, food is food, and I desperately need to just safe up right now with the anglers. Hopefully we get a food drop soon. Over on wait for it, honestly, the Sanguinesi staff has been holding me over. Perhaps in me saying that, I might have just cursed it, because now I'm 19 health and I desperately need some Sang procs right now. Please. No? I guess not. Oh, 7 HP. Better than nothing. I'm once again completely out of food on both accounts, so this could get risky. I'm down to 12 HP on 416 Hero. I might have to get out of here. Save myself the pain of having to run back here just to get my stuff. I'm going to pick up these prayer pots and TP out on 416 Hero. Before I teleport out on wait for it as well, let's finish off Supreme. And maybe, just maybe, we'll get an Archer's Ring before we head out. And nope. Okay, we are recollecting ourselves at the Warriors Guild. And this is the perfect time to trade over the Berserker Ring. Just put it on, and this is absolutely massive for the account. Definitely gives us a new max hit on any setup. So midway through this Dagnaught Kings grind, I realized that 416 Hero was able to use the Sayer Dome and Godsword, despite us obviously never having gone to any of the God Wars dungeon bosses. And this was confusing to me because, you know, there was that whole weird GIM restriction thing because 416 Hero is not part of the original team and was added later. However, recently I made the realization that that restriction was only over an initial 5-week period. What this means is 416 Hero now has unrestricted access to any items in the game. Of course, level requirements still hold true, but at 89 range, we can now equip a Twisted Bow. With that being said, things are going to get real wacky from this point on. But like I said in the past, I'm going to try to balance some sense of progression as well as just giving myself things when I want to. However, I have big plans for suddenly having the ability to use these mega rares. For right now though, our goal is to still complete these rings. Right now we are 1 out of 3, so we finally made some progress. Now we just need the archers and the seers ring. I'm just taking a bit of a breather right now before we go back in, but it's if it wasn't obvious, doloing Dagnaught Kings actually just makes it more complicated than if I was to solo on wait for it. But at least when I dolo and bring 416 Hero with me, it feels like I'm somewhat earning it on 416 Hero, and perhaps the trips are a little bit longer too. I just made the realization that I don't need rune throne axes if I just put wait for it into this room by going down the ladder and then just meleeing the door support. Except I forgot the fact that these doors need 2 people to go through, so not that smart actually, never mind. Or maybe I just opened the door from the other side. Okay, so between the trips, I made it a point to make the adjustment to swap onto the Ancient Spellbook on 416 Hero. This is so that I can ice or Blood Blitz to heal up. So despite having the Berserker Ring that we need now, I'm going to go ahead and continue fighting Dakonoth Rex anyways. Just because, you know, there's just downtime. What are we going to do? Just stand there and do nothing, you know? Might as well. No shot. Another Berserker Ring. That's not what we need, but we'll take it. It's like 5 mil. In a twist of fate, I have more food than I can hold now on this trip. Just got a dupe circle, so 1 for each account, I guess. Unfortunately, with this Rex KC, we are now off task. What I'm going to do is I'm going to stay here as long as I can until I run out of supplies, and then afterwards, I'm going to put on the max cape and see if I can get the back-to-back Slayer proc. If we don't get it, oh well, we'll just come back without the task, but it's worth a shot. I know we've gone 2 Berserker rings now, but I can't believe I haven't got a Sears ring. We're very lucky on Berserker rings right now and very dry on the Sears ring. Over on Wait For It, in 389 Prime KC, plus whatever 416 Euro might have, which is probably less than 10, we only have 1 Sears ring. Ooh, we were able to snag 25 KC of Dagonoth Supreme on 416 Hero, which means a hard combat task. Dagonoth Supreme Adept completed. Nice. Bit more CA points there. Ooh, we actually get a collection log on 416 Hero. Unfortunately, it's a Dragon Axe. I decided to end that trip with just 2 prayer doses remaining. Now let's see if we can proc the back-to-back. Unfortunately not. 193 cal fights. You know what? This is a task I would typically skip anyways. So now that one I'm not skipping. 16 Black Dragons. Now part of me wants to say, hey, I can knock that out super quickly and pick up another task, but that's just going to go down a rabbit hole, and before you know it, I'm just going to be doing Slayer for like the next 3 days again. 416 Hero is already there and waiting. We just have to run in, fully supplied now, and set up the room. The rotation is a little different right now. It looks like we're doing Rex into Supreme into Prime, whereas previously we've been doing it the complete other direction. We're getting food drops nice and early in the trip, which is actually a little unfortunate because playing on 2 accounts, I'm not really going to spend that mental energy to juggle food. Playing on 2 accounts PVMing at once is hard enough in itself. Actually, I'm going to purposely wait for Prime to respawn and then fight Prime first before Supreme. I think it's just safer that way. Having been here for literal hours in one sitting. Oh, I don't have pre-melee on. But yeah, having been here for quite some time now, I like to compare this to God Wars dungeons, and there goes another Dragon Axe. Unfortunate. That was from Rex anyways, and it's not like we needed a 3rd Berserker ring at this point, so I guess that's not the worst. But yeah, I'd like to make the comparison of Dagonoth Kings to God Wars dungeon bosses. Having to sit around and wait for the boss to respawn is just really boring. I really wouldn't be a fresh new solo Ironman at this point, having to stand on this yellow marked tile over here in the corner of the room and just safe spotting Rex and waiting for it to respawn. I think at this point the novelty of doloing Dagonoth Kings has worn itself out. I'm kind of over it at this point. In my mind, I thought this was going to be a relatively quick grind, especially having gone through all these endgame grinds that literally take months on end, right? So I guess with the expectation that I thought this would be quick, this now feels like it's dragging on. Hopefully, we get a little lucky soon. And not from Rex again. We don't need any more luck at Rex. Part of the whole Dolo Trust Fund GIM gimmick was that if I wasn't enjoying a grind, I would just be able to give myself stuff. But this is one of the exceptions. I need these rings. I don't have dupes. It's tragic. No, not like this. A dragon axe from Prime. Second one of the trip. This trip is really something else right now. I have a crystal key and 2 loop halves on Wait For It. And over on 416 Hero, I have a crystal key as well. Oof, we get a Farseer helm. Oh, and looks like we're making the third on Wait For It, but 4th overall between the 2 accounts. 4 crystal keys. No! Why? And that concludes the second trip. No death shenanigans this time around. We got yet another Berserker ring. The 3rd one so far. Well, I can say I got 3 rings, but unfortunately, it's 3 of the same ones. Just gained a Slayer level off an EXP lamp. Nice. 59 Slayer. Time to get set up for yet another trip. Surely this will work out. Oh my, I was praying melee. I must have misclicked. And of course I have to die on the account that takes 10 years to get to Dangnoth Kings. I'm still standing here in the Lumbridge basement while I'm currently soloing on Wait For It. And I'm not gonna lie, I really don't want to make the effort to go back on this account. The thing about it is not only do I have to do the long run through, but I need to teleport out with the other account to escort it through as well. So essentially I'd be making multiple trips just to get set up again. The mental just can't handle it. I'm collecting from the gravestone. How much is this going to cost me? Oh, 300k? Okay. That's fine with me, 300k. So with that having happened, I guess I'm going to be soloing on this account now. I think ironically soloing the Dangnoth Kings is a little bit more engaging because I'm actually flicking my prayers. Another circle, that is the 3rd one. Seems like Prime and Supreme are dropping everything but the rings. Well, if I'm not going back to the Dangnoth Kings on 416 Hero, I might as well try to make some gains elsewhere. But back at Dangnoth Kings, we just hit 500 Rex KC. Although Rex is completely irrelevant to us at this point in time. Maybe if it gives us a pet, I don't know. And there goes another Dragon Axe, this time from Prime. I guess another thing to add is that without making 416 Hero, I never would have came back to Dangnoth Kings anyways. Pet hunting isn't something that particularly interests me, so I definitely wouldn't have came back. But now that I'm here, at least I get to experience using max gear to kill Dangnoth Kings. I said I wouldn't go after a new Slayer task, but let's just see what happens, yeah? Nope, not doing trolls. Necrils? That's a big task. We're not doing Slayer to pick up another task. We're just going to sit on that Necrils task for a bit. We're going back to the Dangnoth Kings. This time, we're a little bit more optimized when it comes to our gear setup and inventory. We are now on the Arceus spellbook, so that we can use Thralls and Death Charge. I've brought the Ceridome and Godsword back over from 416 Hero to this account, and we're bringing Dragon Claws whenever we can use them. In classic fashion, I made my way to the Dangnoth Kings, and I forgot something. My Book of the Dead, so I can't even summon Thralls right now. At least I can still use Death Charge though. I've lost track of how many Dragon Axes there's been. Oh my, right after the Dragon Axe, it happened. We got our Sears ring. Yes. I don't even have inventory space for this. What's crazy is that's only our 2nd ever Sears ring. Now we only need the Archer's ring. This is a little while later after pulling that Sears ring. I'm now back for another trip to hopefully get the Archer's ring on this next trip. Over on 416 Hero, we're still at the Ammonite Crabs, except now I've swapped over to some strength training. This time around, I remembered to bring my Book of the Dead. However, there's always something. I forgot death runes. So there's no death charge for us this time around. This is why bank tag layouts and inventory setup plugins are so useful. I haven't had one set up for Dagnaught Kings. No way we get another Sears ring. Honestly, that is due, so I can't be too mad about that. But that's not the ring we're looking for. Are these things even clip-worthy anymore? I don't know. Another Dragon Axe. That was from Supreme too, which we need the ring roll for specifically, the Archer's ring. Huh. This is like my, what, 4th Seer call now? I make note of that because up until coming back with 416 here to Dolo Dagnaught Kings, I apparently never had one beforehand, and now we have like 4, so what a turn of events. Heading back for another trip right now. This time around, I decided to bring my Torva top and legs. And yes, I don't have death runes for death charge, but this time it was on purpose. I decided that I'm not going to need death charge. The light bearer I'm wearing is more than enough. This was actually the freest entry into the DK's room. I didn't even have to flick Supreme and Prime. Although Rex has now creeped his way all the way over here though, so I'm going to have to flick this. The Echo Boots are a really nice contrast to the Blood Torva. Check it out. Hopefully I remember to fit this into the clip, but I didn't get it on OBS, but I do have Shadow Play, which clips, you know, the previous couple of minutes, and I just hit a max scythe swing. And there goes another Dragon Axe. There it is, an Archer's ring. We are done. Let's go. I need to clear up some room, pick up the bat, or eat the bass, pick up the ring. And let's get out of here. We are done. 416 here is currently Ammonite Crab training away right now. So I'll hand over the last ring, the Archer's ring, a little bit later. But yes, we are done. Obviously, there are a lot of things we can work on, but I have some big things coming up. Some big goals that hopefully we can achieve. There's no guarantee, but we will just have to see. After we completed the Dagnaught Kings rings, we are now on a bit of a training arc for 416 Hero. We are going to need points to imbue our new rings, as well as other things like the Black Mask and in the future a Ring of Suffering. Now I know there are other methods to imbue things nowadays which are arguably better. However, I'm choosing to do Nightmare Zone because I'm pretty much knocking out 2 things at once here. I'm getting my stats up and I'm getting the points I need. Also, because Nightmare Zone is so AFK, this opens up the door for me to accomplish some things on the other account. With that being said, this is my first time here, so I gotta start off with my own supplies, Super Combats, and Prayer Pots to get ourselves some starting points. Now, it's been a long time since I've done Nightmare Zone, so I wonder where the optimal place to stand is. Okay, I just wasted some GP there. I had this list set up, but I guess it didn't save. Maybe I didn't press accept, so now I have to redo this. But looking at this list, looks like we are now good to go. Okay, so now that we have that set up, the question is, what are we going to be doing on Wait For It? Well, I'm geared up in more or less max range with a Zerite crossbow, and this is because we're going to go do Leviathan. On this account, out of all the DT2 bosses, the only ring I'm missing is the Venator, so let's go after that. Our starting KC is 293, and yes, if we take a look at our log here, I did massively spoon the lure, but unfortunately I don't have any of the other axe pieces from the other bosses. The Venator Vestige is a 1 in 768, so we should be expecting to be here for quite some time actually, about 500 KC. First KC, and we are getting a supply drop. And another supply drop. I guess this first trip's gonna last for quite a bit. To be honest, all the DT2 bosses are pretty enjoyable. I think they did a really good job with them. But for whatever reason, I never hard camped a Levy. The 300 or so KC I have so far, I've always done sporadically, like 5 or 10 here and there. This time around, I do plan on staying at Levy until I get the Venator drop. So, we're going to be here for the next 500 KC or so, ideally, if not more. We'll just see how that plays out. Final KC of the trip. Adamant ore. We still got a ton of food, but we don't have prayer left, unfortunately, so that's why we got to TP out. Okay, now that we have a bit of time here between the first trip and the next, let's talk about the Zarite crossbow with the ruby bolts and switching over to the twisted bow. So ideally, you want to actually switch to the toxic blowpipe instead of the T-bow, but I like to bring the T-bow just because amethyst arrows are cheap, so I don't have to deal with Zora scales and amethyst darts. And I like the range and 5 tick of the twisted bow. I can use it during the lightning phase. Whereas with the blowpipe, that's going to be a little bit different. Now you switch over from the Zarite crossbow to the twisted bow, assuming no Venator ring, at 380 HP. I'm sure if you really crunch the numbers, it's a different threshold to switch to the T-bow instead of the blowpipe, but I'll just go with the 380 number. One more thing, ideally I'd want to be using Ruby Dragon bolts, but I'm just being cheap and I'm using the Addy ones instead. Quick update on 416 Hero. We just came out of our first Nightmare Zone session and we got 325,000 points. We should now be able to just use the overloads and the absorption pots rather than our own divine super combats and prayer pots, because that's going to be expensive. So at this point, obviously, we don't need the prayer anymore, so we're going to be switching into our Blood Moon set. And I ran the numbers, and apparently the dualies are going to be better for most of the mobs that we're going to be fighting instead of the Blade of Saildor. We're making a quick pit stop at Rohack here to pick up this Dwarven Rock Cake. Apparently I must have just got rid of my first one. We're going to be utilizing the Rock Cake in our Nightmare Zone sessions. Ooh, sandwich lady. Baguette? Oh, baguette chance. Never. But yes, the Rock Cake is going to bring our health down as low as possible. And obviously, mobs can't hit you for more than the health that you have. So by keeping our HP low, this is just a small optimization to save on our absorption pots and stay in the instance for longer. After spending our points on the overloads and absorption pots that we need, we now have 209k reward points remaining. In order to imbue our Berserker ring, we're going to need 650k points. So with that being said, let's get back in there. Anyways, now that we're set up in Nightmare Zone once again, let's continue the levy grind. The first KC of this trip actually put us at 300 KC. So the last time we turned our focus over to Wait For It and progressing on this account, we were doing Fasani's Nightmare. And it's such a jarring difference because the average KC here at Levy is about 2 minutes, I'd say. Maybe even less than that. Whereas at Fasani's, it was probably like closer to 8 minutes. So this grind is just going to be so much quicker. Something I thought about is that aside from getting the Venator ring, any chromium ingots that I might get are actually going to be beneficial now. I already do have the chromium ingots I need, so that when I pull the Venator Visage, I'll be able to make the ring right away. But any chromium ingots I get from this point on can be put forth for the rings for 416 Hero. Mildly interesting, but I got a Longbone drop in Nightmare Zone. I wonder what that was from. Maybe the Skeletal Hellhound? I don't know what our exact KC per hour is, but I think it's safe to assume that we can easily achieve a rate of 20 KC per hour. And under that assumption, we need about another 500 KC or so, right? So that's about a 25-hour grind. Comparing this to the Fasani's grind, that is not bad at all. Assuming we're going to get pretty average luck, we should be done within a week. Or maybe just over a week. Ooh, we get an Awakener's Orb. No use for that on this account, but maybe in the future, we have Blorva plans for 416 Hero perhaps? Just came out of the Nightmare Zone session with 789,000 points. The good news is we have enough points to imbue our Imbued Heart, as well as some leftover points to re-up on our supplies to do another session. I am debating whether or not it's worth it to camp the Blood Moon set in there. Obviously the EXP is the best available that we can get, but repairing the Blood Moon set is pretty expensive. I think for now I'm going to head back in with the set on, and then we will cry about the GP cost later. Now that we have the imbued Berserker ring, our EXP and our points per hour should go up. Ooh, collection log, we got our Smoke Quartz. Not sure what the drop rate on that is, but I'm surprised I haven't had it yet. The Smoke Quartz was a 1 in 206, so I guess we were unlucky on that. Another orb. Our last one was only 15 KC ago. I was in the middle of a Levy KC, so I couldn't quite catch it live, but a couple of seconds ago, we just hit level 95 strength. We're inching closer and closer to that 99 strength. For the next goal that I want to work on, it's pretty important that I get as high of a strength level as I can. What will come first, 99 strength on this account, or the Venator Prestige on Wait For It? I'm not sure how many KCs I've done this trip so far, but I just keep getting a supply drop over and over, and it just extends the trip. I'm going to call it here as far as this first session of Levy goes. We're stopping at 349 KC, and I think we've done about 56 KC in this session, so not too bad. We got a couple of Awakener's Orbs and the Smoke Quartz. Just came out of another session, and I've switched up the gear. I'm going back to the Blade of Saildor, and I'm wearing some Rune Plate and the Berserker Helm. This is simply just to save the Blood Moon charges. I figured, hey, I'm not really in a rush. I'm just working on Levy on the other account right now, so let's just save ourselves the GP. And we are back. I've placed 416 Hero in another Nightmare Zone session, and we're heading back to Levy. My first ZCB spec missed, so that might not be a good sign. First KC, Dragon Bolts. Nice. What the? After going dry on the first Smoke Quartz, we get a second one not that much later. Remember earlier when I said I'd probably get the Venator ring before I hit 99 strength on 416 Hero? Well, I really didn't account for the fact that sometimes I just stand around at the bank doing nothing. Meanwhile, 416 Hero is just constantly gaining strength EXP, because I glance over it right now, and I'm a solid 40% of the way to 96 strength already. So as for what's going to come first, I'm not so sure anymore. We'll just have to see. I guess I AFK'd a little too hard and didn't get my full money's worth for that Nightmare Zone session. But that's okay, we got more than enough points. And with that being said, let's imbue the Archer's Ring. And then let's free up on our supplies. Another Smoke Quartz Orb. So that was KC 384, which is halfway to the Venator drop rate. So far on this trip, I think I've gotten a supply drop 3 KCs in a row. Just look at my inventory. I can't even hold everything right now. 400 KC, we get 101 gold ore. Okay, it's actually a new day right now. I'm back at Nightmare Zone on 416 Hero. We're gonna probably reach 96 strength today. And obviously what you're seeing, I'm back at Levy. We're at an even 400 KC right now, so let's see what we can get to. Holy, I just tied my PB. Ooh, a chromium ingot. I need to check exactly how many I have, but like I said before, I have more than enough for the Venator ring. The question is, how many chromium ingots do I have to spare for 416 Hero when the time comes? We now have 1.1 million Nightmare Zone points, so we can now imbue the last of our Dagonoth King rings, the Sears ring. KC number 450, we are getting 4 anglerfish. Okay, I just jinxed myself. I was saying earlier in the clan chat, knock on wood, but I actually haven't died yet in my last 160 KC, which is pretty much the start of the grind, right? And now I'm dead. We've been burning through Addy Ruby bolts at Levy, so here I am at the Prif, Bank, and Anvil here to restock on some. I'm actually fighting for my life at Leviathan on Wait For It right now, but we have the POV switched over to 416 Hero because, well, I kind of missed it, but you can see it in the chat box. We hit 100 combat, 1725 total, and that's because we hit 96 strength. 100 combat is actually a major milestone for us because that will enable us to do, I believe, the Western Hard Diary, which means the Crystal Halberd and Elite Void, I believe, actually, as well. And for our 500th KC, what are we going to get here? A supply drop. Well, I guess we can do another KC before we end the trip. Just came out of another Nightmare Zone session, and now we have a ton of points, 1.9 mil to be exact. And that means we can imbue our Black Mass for a total of 1.25 mil. That's a lot of points, actually. And then let's just get set up again. We're currently 96 strength with 866k EXP to go till 97. The first Onyx bolt tip drop in a while. Looks so good with the loot beam, honestly. Alright, we're going to end off here on KC 550. It was a pretty big sesh. We started out at KC 463, so we knocked out actually almost 100. A fourth smoke quartz. I just checked out how the quartz drop works, and it's a 1 in 200 drop. But if you still haven't received your first one, for every KC you are over, it becomes increasingly more common. It doesn't make sense why I've gotten so many quartz after the fact though, because once you got your first drop, it resets back to a 1 in 200. So I guess I'm just lucky on the quartz rolls. No way I get another smoke quartz. What are we up to now? 5 of them. What is going on? I got chomped. No. But yeah, I went back and actually checked. I got my first smoke quartz at 336 KC. Now at 575, we have a total of 5 of them. I don't know how long it's been since I last did Tears of Guthics. I kind of just forgot about it. But here we go. We jumped from 45 to 47 rune crafting. Now rune crafting is the last skill that is below our 50 defense. So we have to keep our eye out on that. And not accidentally do Tears of Guthics and ruin our 50 defense. Oh snap, I didn't even realize I've just been autopiloting, but we are at 601 KC. I missed the 600 milestone. And punished for typing mid-kill. With just under 2.5 mil Nightmare Zone points, we have enough to imbue the remaining items that are the Ring of the Gods, the Ring of Suffering, and I believe the Salve Amulet, which I don't actually have any of these items yet. With that being said, for the rest of the strength training, we're gonna head back to Ammonite Crabs. I just got a 270 raw manta ray drop, and I feel like that's the first time I've seen that. It's been about 50 KC or so, and it's been pretty quiet, aside from breaking a new PB at 101 now, which I don't think we're gonna be breaking for a while. Not much has really gone on. Over on 416 here, I am back in Nightmare Zone, and this is just because at the time I couldn't find a free crab spot. But we are approaching 97 strength, and our original goal was 99. However, the content that I'm training up for, I found out that the difference between 97 strength and 99, well, there is no difference. So when we hit 97 strength, I'm going to switch over to some range training. I'd be moving on to the next content by now if I had the ring, but unfortunately, we haven't hit the rate yet. And even when we do hit the rate, there's no guarantee that we're going to get the drop. So I'm going to have to keep chipping away at that. And with that final swing, 97 strength, let's get out of this Nightmare Zone instance. We're going to turn our attention fully on Leviathan now and getting the Venator ring. At this point, I'm just committed to the grind. Just know that in the background, we're going to be working on range, which we're only 28k EXP away from hitting 90 actually. And at some point, we're going to head back to Nightmare Zone with a Venator bow, as I think that's actually a really good training strategy. I was recording the wrong screen earlier, but on KC 690, we got yet another smoke quartz. That makes the 6th one. It's a little bit of a troll, honestly. Oh man, this hasn't happened in a long time, but I think I just had a double death. The thing is, I didn't see any loot, and looking at my loot tracker, I'm not sure any loot registered. So we may have dodged a bullet there in terms of potentially getting a drop and then missing it. I don't believe that counted as a KC. That was a 3-minute 9-second kill, by far the slowest I've ever seen. For whatever reason, I'm not sure what happened there. But that was 700 KC. Ooh, another chromium ingot. Here we go, KC 768, exactly on rate. And we get uncut diamonds that I don't have room for, what the heck. And that was 800 KC, we get 38 emeralds. Orb. Sometimes I have these moments in the middle of a grind where I think to myself, how did I manage to get to where I am as an Ironman, knowing how drops work in this game? There's just no guarantee for anything. You can get a drop at 1 KC or 5,000. And that's daunting to think about. But when we get the drop, it just hits like crack. Not that I know what crack is like. I know I said I'd get the ring before I move on to anything else. and I'm barely over the rate right now. But I've camped Levy for over 500 kc now, and I'm getting burnt out from it. I think it's mostly just because I know this ring isn't really all that useful. I guess what I'm saying is I'm throwing in the towel at kc 843 for now, and we'll come back when I feel refreshed for Levy again. A little while ago, I discovered that my Pure now has access to everything my maxed account has. There are no restrictions anymore. Ever since that moment, I've been secretly working towards this goal. During our Levy grind, we were training our stats up to prepare for this moment. I said things could get wacky, and here we are. Today, we take on the Coliseum. We're just outside the Fortis Coliseum now, and we are looking different on 416 Hero. Let's break down the gear setup real quick. Obviously, we traded over a ton of items from Wait For It. So for some context here, I kind of mirrored the setup that I used to use on Wait For It for my Coliseum runs, except for those runs, I used to use a combination of Scythe and Shadow. On this account, I'm not going to be using the Shadow. I figured, we're not going to have access to Ancestral. In my mind, I'm thinking my range setup will be better than the mage setup. So with that being said, we're rocking the Twisted Bow with the Eclipse top and bottom, with the Necklace of Anguish and the Zerite Vambraces, wearing the Arania boots, which will be beneficial for both melee and range. For our melee gear, we have the Scythe, rocking full Blood Moon with an Amulet of Rancor, our Fire Cape, and Barrow's Gloves. The other items we have in our inventory is the Sanguinesti Staff, just a one-way mage switch to two-shot the melee Fremi. We don't have the gear set up to one-shot the Fremis anyways, so just a one-way switch to two-shot them will be more than enough. We have the Saradomin Godsword to deal with the mage Fremi as well as just general healing and spec regen, and we have the Venator Bow to deal with the mage Fremi. For our spellbook, we are on the Arceus spellbook running Thralls and Death Charge. Unfortunately, we haven't even touched TOA yet, so our rune pouch is only the default 3-slot one, and as such, we have Death Runes and Soul Runes outside of the rune pouch. And of course, we need the Book of the Dead for Thralls. To be honest, I'm not sure if this setup is going to work well for us, because like I said, this is just a mirrored match with the setup I had on Wait For It, which, as you know, is drastically different. One account is max combat stat, and the other is a 50 defense account. There are two potential problems I see right now with this inventory for this account. For one thing, we only have 4 brews, so the margin for error is very slim. And we do have 8 restores, however, this is a 63 prayer account. I guess without thinking too hard about it and just yapping standing outside of the Coliseum, let's just go ahead and do a test run. Here we go, entering the Fortis Coliseum for the very first time. Now, it's been quite some time since I last did the Coliseum. I more recently did the Inferno again. So we're just going to have to see how this goes. Alright, mistakes were made already. We forgot to charge the Sanguinesti Staff. So let's just do wave 1 and get out of here. Well, it looks like we're going to be getting a collection log after wave 1, because there it is, Sunfire Splinters. The painful thing about first starting to do the Coliseum is that you don't get access to the bank chest that's inside. So you have to go outside, then back in. But anyways, our Sang Staff is now charged. I want to say we have everything we need to send these attempts. So now let's get to it. Oops. So to be honest, that was a pretty silly first death. I just forgot which way you were supposed to run out of the pillar to off-tick them, and to be honest, if I was more careful, I should have took the time to figure that out before I just ran out. Good thing we're not a hardcore. Here we go, attempt number 2, I guess. Honestly, very unfortunate that I wasn't able to clip this in time, but attempt number 2 is over and done with already. I was very casually melee flicking the melee backup, the reinforcement, and I misflicked one time and it just specced me out from full HP to 0. That is the 50 defense for you. Despite how these first 2 quote-unquote attempts have played out, I actually feel pretty confident in this, so we'll see how this plays out. I just have to lock in, really. Okay, so that was a very arrogant Wave 6. If you've done Coliseum before, or even watched enough of it, you'll know that Wave 6 is actually pretty difficult. Or rather, it can be. Sometimes it just comes down to RNG on where the spawns are. We're going to make a slight adjustment to our setup. We're swapping out the Light Bear in favor of the Berserker Ring. Terrible modifiers on Wave 2. Well, at least we got some loot out of it. And we're dead. What are these invocations, man? Oh, this is the annoying part. It takes me like 10 to 15 minutes just to get to Wave 6 because I do know DPS. And in Wave 6, not gonna lie, at least for me, it comes down to a little bit of RNG on whether we get the double south spawn or not. Makes a huge difference. I guess we gotta be disciplined here and just claim our loot because Frailty, Reentry, and Doom are modifiers that I do not want. So we're a few attempts in now, and I've noticed that in certain situations I prefer using the Twisted Bow over the Scythe. I think I'm being influenced by that one situation earlier where I misflicked once and got absolutely destroyed by the Jaguar Warrior. Once again, we've made it to Wave 6. And the modifiers are terrible. What are these modifiers, bro? It just gets worse. We're on Wave 5. We didn't even make it to 6. Okay, I said this last time. I saw it on next wave loot, and I wanted it. But then I died. But this time, it's going to be different. Okay, we did the extra wave without dying. We claim our loot, and we reset. I've been messing around with the DPS calculations just to see if I can optimize my inventory a bit more. And I've learned that I can drop the Blood Moon top and legs. Wearing the Eclipse top and legs will give me the same melee DPS. This will also make the switching for the Fremnik warbands much easier. Just gonna claim. I kind of messed up by eating the Jaguar Warrior spec again, so... Also, I just realized I unlocked the bank chest finally. Man, I choked. I had that solved, but I choked. So that run, I just came back from dinner and I sent one and we made it all the way to Wave 10. It was a bit of a dicey situation, but I actually had the major reinforcement and the Ranger off tick. And the Minotaur was safe spotted behind the Ranger. Unfortunately though, I was under a lot of pressure there and I just kind of choked and I couldn't flick. But that was by far our best run yet, so that's good news, I guess. That was very dumb. I don't know what I was thinking. No, what? Oh my, that was it, man. Man, that was so tragic. I had a good wave 11 spawn there, and all I had to do was get rid of the Fremniks while I flicked that one Manticore. I was so focused on the Manticore that I ate a 20 from one of the Fremniks. I think it was the Ranger. So looking at my supplies, I can 100% burn more of my restores. I guess I'll try to use my offensive prayers a bit more so that we can get back to wave 11 quicker. That last run getting to wave 11, I think that took us about 34 minutes maybe, so pretty lengthy process. Obviously, it really hurts to throw a wave 11 like that, but in the grand scheme of things, it is a confidence booster. When I first decided to take on the Coliseum, I honestly wasn't sure that I was going to be able to do this. But seeing how we got to wave 11 with all the supplies we had, I'm pretty sure I can do it now. No way! Wait, did I just misflick the Manticore? What happened there? So I did press Pray Melee for the last Manticore orb. I pressed Pray Mage again too quickly. That is unfortunate. What are these clicks, bro? Ooh. Oh man, I held my breath for like half that flight, I swear. We did it. I need to take a second here. I'm like, I can't even talk. It's so crazy. Like, I've done this, I don't know, 14, 15 times, but on a new account, first KC on a new account, 50 defense, 63 prayer. Oh man, look at that quiver. Let's take a look at the stats here. So 108 waves completed, but the first time we made to soul, we made it count 1 for 1. 13 deaths, and honestly, a lot of them were silly. Even some like pretty early ones. I think I had like a couple of pre-wave 6 deaths. Honestly, on the very first day I was sending these attempts, I was pretty tired, and I probably should have just went to bed and started the next day. But here we are on day 2, bright and early, and we got it done. Let's take a look at the glory here, which is essentially a points-based system in the Forest Coliseum. After the completion of Soul Heritage there, we got a personal glory PB of 3,618. At the bottom here, we can see some of the things that we have unlocked. We have access to the bank right here at the Coliseum. We can now choose the Fortis respawn point. We have improved price for stolen goods. That's for thieving, I believe. We can now use the Coliseum Ring of Dueling teleport. We have the herb patch protection. And honestly, the best thing, we have the emote. Where is it? Near the bottom. Little random to think about, but it's kind of funny that the first thing I use the quiver for is a chompy bird hunting grind. I haven't used it anywhere else yet. When we were training up our stats to prepare for the Coliseum, we managed to hit 100 combat. 100 combat is important because what that means is we can now do the Western Hard Diary, which will unlock Elite Void for us. Elite Void is going to be important for Theater of the Blood, namely, and just the rest of range training going from 93 to 99. So I'm going to get started on the Western Hard Diaries. Well, first we got to do the mediums too, actually. But one of the things that's time gated is to plant and grow a palm tree seed here in Beleti. So I'm doing this in advance, and we'll check back in later. So right now in real time, this is actually the same day as my Coliseum completion, just a few hours later in the day. Having done that Coliseum grind, I'm feeling pretty cooked right now, so I think I'm going to chill at Barbarian Fishing for the rest of the day. With that being said, we're currently at 88 fishing with 190k EXP to go till 89. And as you know, with Barbarian Fishing, you're also going to gain Strength and Agility EXP. It's nice to be doing Barbarian Fishing before we hit 99 Strength, just for that little bit of macro efficiency. Although, you know, we're not really going to get from 97 to 98 Strength, I don't think, off of fishing. However, with Agility at 76, I do think with enough fishing, we're going to hit 77. But yeah, I think after today, we're going to get started on the Western Medium and Western Hard Diaries. Also, just one more quick note. I'm sure that after you've seen the Quiver grind, naturally, you're going to think, oh, are you going to do the Inferno as well? And the answer is yes. However, we need to work on our range levels, and especially our magic levels. We're currently at 83 magic, so we don't even have access to Ice Barrage, which is pretty important for the Inferno. So before we can even start sending Inferno attempts, we're going to have to knock out a few things so that we can better train range and better train magic. Alright, it's a new day now and I'm ready to get started on these diaries. As you know with diaries, sometimes there are skill requirements and quest requirements. Well, we gotta get started on a few quests. First quest we're going to be doing is Eagle's Peak, which will require some coins, which we have on us, Swamp Tar, and Yellow Dye, which we don't have, but I'll go pick up. If I remember right, we just give Aggie some onions, and yep, Yellow Dye. Got everything we need, and we're on to Charlie at the RD Zoo to get started. Doing the quest here, and this is something I definitely slacked on this account, and that's just multi-skilling while I'm doing other things. So right now, I'm trying to get back on top of that, especially since I need magic levels. I'm going to be high alching. I think the gist of this quest is that we're just rescuing this guy right here, Nikolaus, because he's trapped behind the eagles. We made ourselves a disguise. We got the fake beak and the cape. And a random event that we're not going to do right now. But anyways, we got to sneak past the eagle and give Nikolaus a costume of his own, or a disguise. So I believe the completion of this quest does enable you to start catching rabbits and gives you the access to the eagle transport, which is actually not commonly used. Oh, and the biggest thing actually is the ability to use box traps. So we can start hunting chins on this account if we want. But there it is, Eagle's Peak completed. I think that was the only quest I had to do in order to do the Western Province's medium diary. So let's just go ahead and collect all the items we need, and then let's get started on the task. One of the things we need is a big fishing net. I swear I always end up needing one, but I never keep one in my bank. But there we go. We Nightmare Zone TP to Yanil, a familiar place. We've been here for quite some time recently, and we're heading on over to the Hunter Shop. And from one of these NPCs, Alex, we're gonna pick up the teasing stick. Everything else we need is either already in our bank or we can pick up along the way. Over at the Gnome Stronghold, we gotta make a chocolate bomb real quick. So we gotta pick up some supplies here from the Grand Tree Groceries. We're gonna need the Gnome Bowl mold, the dough, some leaves, and 2 pots of cream down here. All right, this is gonna be a 5-step process. Use the dough on the mold, use the gnome bowl on the cooker. There we go. Now we're going to add the chocolate bars into the bowl, I think. Oh, wait. Oh, instead of right click use, we just left click prepare on the half-baked bowl. That makes it easier, and chocolate bomb. There we have it. Now we just add the 2 pots of cream to it. Well, this is a terrible step-by-step instructional video. We gotta put it back in the cooker. Now we add the pot of cream and the chocolate dust. There we go. Now we gotta complete a delivery for the Gnome restaurant. I think this part always confuses me, so let me figure this out. Yeah, so I'm asking this guy for a job, for a delivery job, and he says I don't meet the required training yet, so let me figure that part out. So there's 2 sets of training we have to do here. One is the cooking one, and one is the bartending one, I think. Part 1 of the training, we had to make some toad crunchies, which we have. Oh, apparently training with this guy is not a one and done thing. Now we gotta make some more stuff. Choco chip crunchies have been made. It just keeps going. All right, some toad batter has been made. What? Cheese and tomato. All right, now he says I am ready. Okay. We are done with the cooking training. Now let's head on over to the other side, to the bar, to get some training over there. First thing he wants is a fruit blast. Next up, a pineapple punch. And now he wants a wizard blizzard. Well, he says one final test, and that's to make a SGG, whatever that stands for. Short green guy. Wow, it turns out you actually get information when you bother to read. All right, after all of that, we can now go ahead and do the delivery that we came here for. You know, I probably had trouble with this in the past because I just didn't read and didn't realize that we had to do the training. Okay, we have a time limit on this delivery. We got to go make a pineapple punch. Pineapple punch has been made, and conveniently, it's this guy right here that I bought all the ingredients from that wants the punch. So there we go. And I believe that is the task completed. Pretty sure that cooking portion took most of the time that we're going to need. Everything else should be lightning fast. So next up, we mine some gold ore underneath the grand tree. I said lightning fast, as we're slowly... Oh, there we go. Next task is to take this shortcut from the Grand Tree to Otto's Grotto, which I actually used to use this shortcut quite a bit, and that was before I looked at the minimap and realized that the Barbarian Assault place is a lot closer to Otto's Grotto than that route. Actually, now that I'm super zoomed out, I don't know. It's about the same. This next task was the reason why we had to do Eagle's Peak. I think the task itself was to use the Eagle transportation system. The teasing stick we got earlier used to bait this, whatever this is, over here. Oh, and I'm supposed to jump over it. Oops. And come on down, just like that. Next up, just got to use the glider to head on over to Feldup Hills, which I think is this one. There it is. When did they make this change? You can now right-click the ladder at the Grand Tree, and there's a bottom floor option. What? I have no idea when they did this. Oh, there's even a top floor option. We're on Apatol, and we just got to fish some bass here. I honestly should have brought one of the Grigris so I wouldn't get poisoned. But all we need to do is fish one bass, so it'll be fine, right? There we go. Nice and easy. That was like the first tick. Oh, we're also here to chop some teaks. Yeah, it'll be fine, right? Okay, step 1. Teak log chopped. Step 2. Make a fire. And that's completed. Man, I don't know how I overlooked this. This is like the big thing with the Western Province Diaries, and that's the chompy bird hunting. So we're currently at 30 KC by checking our bow, and for the medium tier, we're going to need to reach 125. So I guess let's start that grind. If you're doing the Western Provinces Diaries yourself, make sure that you complete each tier and go collect your rewards between each tier. This is because with each tier that you progress, you get better rates at chompy birds. So whatever you do, do not try to knock out 1,000 chompy birds or whatever it is for the elite before you claim each tier. We're in Rant Cave just to pick up a couple more bellows to fill out our inventory. Well, we're going to drop 3 here so that we have room for the toads. And then If I'm not mistaken, instead of going outside the cave and hunting the chompy birds here, I think the better location is south of Castle Wars. Yep, just right here. Alright, I'm ready for this chompy bird grind up to 125 KC. We've geared up in our best range armor available. We're rocking the Eclipse set. We got our bear's gloves, snakeskin boots from a while ago. I could probably find something better. We got our imbued archer's ring. And our new Dazana's quiver. Honestly, this combination of gear looks pretty sick. The quiver goes pretty well with the Eclipse. I mean, they did make this content at the same time, so maybe they had this in mind. Our first chompy of the session. Wow, so if you look in the chat here, I'm just yapping away with the clan chat while I'm doing my chompy bird hunting, and a couple of people are working on the Coliseum. And he's all like, never pet after just having completed a KC, right? And it looks like he traded in that quiver he got and got the pet at 37 KC. I realized I haven't really updated what I've been doing on Wait For It. So in the middle of this chompy grind, I'm currently doing some Zaya blood rune crafting. As an endgame Ironman, you can never have enough blood runes for your Sang Staff, your Scythe, runes for thralls and barraging and all that. Basically, you never have enough. A little random to think about, but it's kind of funny that the first thing I use the quiver for is a chompy bird hunting grind. I haven't used it anywhere else yet. Okay, we went 1 KC over. We're at 126. We just needed 125. But let's get out of here. And so we're back with Rance, and this is our final task. We just have to claim a chompy bird hat from him. Should be a couple of collection logs. And we don't even have room. There we go. So that is the Western Provinces medium diary completed. Now we just got to talk to this elder gnome child to claim our EXP lamp and the Western banner too. So like we've been doing on this account, I'm going to use the EXP lamp on Slayer. A whopping 7.5k EXP. So the medium tier rewards aren't too noteworthy, to be honest. We now have the increased rate for chompy birds. So that's pretty much the only thing of note, really. Now we move on to the Western Provinces hard tier. After completion of the medium tier of the Western Provinces achievement diary, we can now move on to the hard tier. This is the more important one, as this is the one that will enable us to get the Elite Void and the Crystal Halberd. However, before we can get started on the actual diary tasks themselves, we're geared up in our Rogue's outfit because we need to get 75 thieving. We're currently at 73. This is because one of the tasks is to pickpocket a gnome. Other than that, I think we have all the requirements. So let's just knock out 75 thieving real quick. We're doing the thieving method here in Varlamore. It is slower EXP, but it is much lower intensity, which is what I prefer right now, so we're just going to be knocking that out here. Just hit 74 thieving, one more level to go. This is quite some time later, but we are just under 40,000 EXP to go until we hit the 75. And from that point on, we can just knock out all the Western Provinces hard diary tasks, and then head back to Pest Control and get our Elite Void. So when I first log in, I typically do the farming contract and a birdhouse run on both respective accounts. Well, when I logged in, I was in the middle of a Zaya rune crafting session. I had some of these dense essence blocks in my inventory, and I was like, you know what, let me just finish the run, right, and then go teleport to the farming guild. But I've since done 2 inventories, and I just keep mindlessly coming back to the dense runestone here to mine more. So now I gotta finish yet another inventory, and hopefully pay enough attention this time to TP out. I want to know if this is just something that happens to me, or if you guys do this too, where you just, you're supposed to TP out, but you just keep doing the same thing over and over again. Varlamore thieving is so chill, this crept up on me. Last time I checked, I was 30,000 EXP away, but here we are, 75 thieving. There we go, you can now steal from gem stalls and pickpocket from gnomes. So we can now get started on the diary tasks. A little while ago, we were here in Letia and we planted a palm tree seed, which is now fully grown. So we just checked the health on that, and that is the first task completed. I don't quite remember why we did the quest swan song, but we had that out the way already, and we're here just to fish some monkfish. Okay, we got the monkfish, and now we're supposed to cook it. We only caught the one, so hopefully we don't burn this. And first try. Next task is to catch a dashing kebbit. So we got a falcon on us, and or I think we do. Yeah, we do. Dashing kebbit. I can't seem to find one. Oh no, there it is. And that task is completed. And here's the reason why we needed 75 teething. Next task is to simply teleport to Ape Atoll. If I can find the teleport. Oh, it's right here. It's a level 64 spell. Ape Atoll teleport. Kind of a weird thing, because I didn't have the Gree on me and I didn't complete Monkey Madness 2 yet. I couldn't actually get out of that area, so I had to TP out, and then we're going to head back to the Gnome Stronghold and get back to Ape Atoll that way. So we're still on Ape Atoll right now, and that's because we have to chop a mahogany tree for a log and then burn it. If I actually read the diaries ahead of time, I probably could have knocked this task out last time I was here for the teak log. But there's a log, and let's light it. That is the task. I always hate navigating through this forest, but here we are. We just gotta mine some Addy ore. I seem to have alked all my rune pickaxes, so we're working with an adamant one right now. Any day now. There we go. That took like 30 seconds. The next task is to kill an elf with a crystal bow, and this just reminded me earlier when we first did roving elves, and I couldn't decide between the crystal bow or the crystal shield. Only to realize that because I'm a 50 defense account, I can't even use the crystal shield. We're currently here at Pest Control in the veteran boat, which requires at least level 100 combat. We're not going to camp it, we're just going to do the one game for the diary task, and then we will come back later to grind out the points needed for Elite Void. Novice boat, intermediate boat, veteran boat, nothing has changed. I'm still getting my shit rocked in here. But there's plenty of people in here, we should be able to get the completion, no problem. Last portal. And there it is. 7 points. Very nice. That's the veteran bow in combination with the medium combat achievements. I didn't have any mahogany planks on me, so we're going to have to turn these 3 logs into planks. And then we're going to have to head over to the Falador Castle to buy a painting for our POH. Just have to talk to this old man real quick and ask him for the painting. I believe it's the landscape one. And yep. A whopping 2,000 coin that cost me. Anyways, we have the hammer and saw on us. Let's teleport to our house. This is kind of a funny sight. For an Ironman at 1739 total and 70 construction. Typically, their house wouldn't look like this, but as a product of being a GIM and just using my other account's house all the time, this is what my house looks like. Anyways, we just need to put down a quest haul real quick, if I can find it. Here it is. It cost me 25,000 GP. There it is, and where is the painting slot? There it is. I was beginning to think for a second there that I made the wrong room and just wasted some GP. Alright, that is the task completed. Now the last step here is the 300 Chompy Bird KCs. We last left off on 126 from doing the mediums. Got out of my own terrible house and back into the luxurious POH that has everything in it. Before we get started on the Chompy Bird hunting, let me just update you guys real quick on the birdhouses. I realized this was something I did very frequently early on, and I haven't really checked in with it in a while. And that's because nothing has really changed. We're currently 7,700, still far away from upgrading to redwoods, and I've really slowed down on upkeeping the birdhouses. I still try to do them where I can, but by no means am I doing them on cooldown currently. We're back just south of Castle Wars at the Swamp Bubble spot here. We're going to fill up these bellows and get started on the Chompy Birds. I actually had to hop a few worlds this morning. Seems like a lot of people are here. The Chompy Bird grind is definitely brutal and slow at first, but as you can see, there's tons of Chompy Birds out right now, and I just got started. It definitely gets better and better as you do the diaries. And if you're doing this grind yourself, don't sleep on making brutal arrows. These actually make such a big difference. Because I had to hop worlds before I started this grind, I'm able to tell how long I've been doing this and how many KC I've done. So we're just under 7 minutes roughly. And like I said, we started at 126 KC today, and we're already up to 150. So this shouldn't take too long. I was going to check in just as we hit 200 Chompy Bird KC, but a whole wave of them just spawned in. So now we're under 100 KC to go until we're out of here. So I have been tracking correctly. This should be the final KC. And there we go, 300. Let's get out of here. Let's get back to rants. If we ever go for a Western Elite, we're going to need another whopping 700 KC. Even with the increased rates, that's going to take quite a bit longer. Anyways, let's talk to Rance here. We're going to get a couple more Chompy hats. Show him the bow. We're actually going to have to make room for this too, actually. Oh, you know what? I've been dropping these hats, and I think I need to collect all of them. Otherwise, he just keeps giving me the first couple of ones. Alright, I dropped some bellows, made some room, and now we have like 5-6 new Chompy Bird hat collection logs. And it's still going. But that is Western Provinces hard complete. Let's claim our Western Banner 3 and the EXP lamp from the Elder Gnome Child. Truth be told, I've never actually made use of the banner. I'm not even sure where exactly it TPs you to. Let's find out. What? Why would I ever want to TP here? Anyways, let's use the lamp on Slayer as we have been doing. Oh, this is a 15,000 EXP. Slayer EXP lamp. Very nice. We're almost 60 Slayer, actually. Anyways, with the Western Hard Diaries out the way, let's head back to Pest Control and get ourselves Elite Void. I actually don't have the Mage or Melee Helm yet, but to be honest, they're not very useful, and I'm only going to do the minimal amount of Pest Control right now, as I'm just not really all that up for it. I'll probably knock out more combat achievements and get a higher tier so that we get more points per game, and then that's when we'll return for the Mage and Melee Helmet. I was making my way over to Pest Control, but I minigame teleported to the wrong location. Instead of Pest Control, I TP'd to Nightmare Zone. I guess it's just because I've been here a lot recently. You know, without the minigame teleport, I actually don't remember how you get to Pest Control. I know it's by ship, but I don't know if it's charter ship or what, so I'm gonna have to look that up, actually. Okay, we are here at Port Sarim. We gotta look for a squire. I think he's somewhere towards the south of the port. There he is. So at the outpost or Pest Control, there's a very specific NPC that you have to talk to for Elite Void Knight. Looks like he's just right next to the bank. And we're checking in with them just to check on how many points we actually need. It looks like we're going to need 200 points per item. So if I'm not mistaken, we're going to need 600 points, and that's because of the Void Knight gloves, the Void Knight robes, and the Void Knight robe top. I've hopped to the Pest Control world, and we're just about ready to get started. I'm going to go over the gear real quick. As you've seen, I'm in Blue Moon gear. I've got my Blue Moon Spear as well. This guy's just standing in front of me. Okay, out of all possible tiles you could stand on, you're going to stand right there. Okay. Anyways, we are on the Ancient Spellbook, and we're going to be casting Ice Burst. I think we're going to get a decent amount of Mage EXP here, as the mobs tend to clump up at the portals. And we desperately need Magic EXP, as we are only 83 Magic. Oh, and the amount of points we are starting with is 14, so we're going to need another 586. At 7 points per game, we're going to have to do 83.7 games. Now, obviously, we can't do 0.7 of a game, so really 84 games until we have enough points for Elite Void. The Mage EXP isn't the best here. There are just like small moments where there's a lot of mobs clumped up like this, where I do get a decent amount of EXP. But other than that, you know, some EXP is better than no EXP. I'm not really interested in training melee stats right now, as there's no rush for that. And our range levels, we're currently at 93, and I can easily get range EXP by using the Venator bow in Nightmare Zone like we have been doing. Another note is that now that we have access to the Veteran bow, these games are going by a lot quicker. People seem to know how to do the game mode more, and they're just better equipped. So knocking out these 84 games, or whatever I said it was, shouldn't take too long. After we get Elite Void, we will be moving on to something that's going to be more Magic EXP focused, and I'll get into that when we get there. But for right now, let's just lock in on getting these pest control points over with and getting Elite Void. I think we're roughly halfway there in terms of the points. Unfortunately, the Magic EXP has not been all that great. I thought it would be a little bit better. Also, absolutely nothing has changed as far as whenever I get targeted by any of the mobs, I just get absolutely decimated. I think after this game, I'm going to make the switch to probably range gear, just because I still need range EXP anyways, and it's cheaper. I'm not really getting as much value as I would like with the ice bursting here. Alright, we're just rocking the Void set with our quiver and a magic short bow. Going to be using some amethyst arrows, we have plenty of those. And let's get these 300 or so points remaining. Very important update. We are now at 420 pest control points, so 180 to go. You definitely see some very interesting characters at pest control. Like, look at this guy in Void with a strength cape, and I don't even know what simi that is. It's not a rune simi or a dragon. I think it might have been a mithril or addy. And then you have this guy in full Missouri and Pegasians, but he's using a magic shortbow. There you have a guy in Inquisitors with an Obby cape and an Elder Maw. Now this guy looks a little bit more normal. He's in Crystal with his Bofa, but why is he wearing Prims? And this guy's just naked with his Artie Cloak 1 and a Dragon Simi. You just know this guy's an Iron Man without even looking him up. We have a guy here in full Virtus with a Nightmare Staff, and he has a Artie cape on. I swear, you won't see these combinations of gear anywhere else. There's a guy rocking a Myth cape right now up ahead. Wait, I thought that was a Myth cape, but it's not. What is that? Legends cape? No. What is that? On the boat, waiting to get into the final game that we're going to have to do. We're currently at 595 points. 7 points is going to put us at 602, and that is more than enough to get our Elite Void. That is the final pest control game completed, albeit it's not our last forever. Like I said before, we're going to have to come back for the melee and mage helm eventually. Or maybe we don't, I don't know. I mean, where are we going to use those, really? Anyways, let's talk to the Elite Void Knight over here. And yes, we would like to upgrade our Void set. 200 points per piece, and I guess I have to unequip it. Here we go. Boom, there goes the top. Can I just right click use it? Yes. Nice. There goes the row bottoms. Wait. The gloves can be upgraded? Did I just get 200 extra points? Am I tripping? I am indeed tripping. You would think after playing this game for thousands of hours and having Elite Void set on, I don't know, at least one previous account, maybe two accounts, I would know, right? But this entire time I was thinking, yeah, you turned the Void Knight gloves into the Elite ones too. And it was only the helmets that you didn't have to turn into Elite. But turns out it's just the top and the row bottoms. Honestly, kind of embarrassing behavior. And I should probably cut this out of the video, but you know what? I'm going to put it in. Well, the silver lining is, at least we're 200 points closer to getting the Mage and Melee helmet one day. Anyways, now that we have the Elite Void range set, I can now use it to train my range in Nightmare Zone with the Venator bow. Now, I haven't actually ran any numbers to find out whether using the Eclipse set or Void is going to be better for the Venator bow in Nightmare Zone, but regardless, I'd be using the Elite Void anyways, because I just want to save on those moon set charges. Anyways, now that we have this out the way, we're going to set our sights on getting our magic levels up. We will be working on that next. We've been working our way towards the Infernal Cape after completion of the Colosseum. So we've been working on range levels, magic levels, and getting our hit points levels up as well. Recently, we acquired Elite Void, specifically the range set, and as such, it's just a matter of time to get a higher range level. Now we turn our attention to magic because we're still only 83 magic. And if I don't know if you can tell, but if we zoom out here, we are at the Mage Training Arena. This is a pretty infamous place to the OSRS community. It's notorious for being bland and just very slow. However, at some point, in fact, let me fact check this. Back in May 2024, they did a massive update to this area to kind of refresh it and make it better for the times. I know we're well into 2025 now and even on our way to 2026. Crazy how time flies. But I've never been back to the Mage Training Arena since the update. So I'm going to have to learn just what the updates are, what they have changed, and how this is supposedly better now. We've got our trusty progress hat on, and we have the Magic Training Arena points UI here, starting at 0 points, 0 points, 0 points, and 0 points respectively. So you know I've never been here. So we are here for Magic EXP, but we are also here to pick up a few key unlocks. Those unlocks being the Mage's Book, which I believe is going to be our best in slot mage offhand as a 50 defense account. We won't have access to the Eladinus ward and the Fortified ward. We're going to want Infinity Boots, which are also going to be our best in slot magic boots, as we won't be able to upgrade them to Eternal Boots. We're going to want a Master Wand for our future Kodai wand. I do have one on wait for it. I don't know if there's a definitive end to this series. However, one of my big goals is for this account to have its own items. Oh, and unlocking bones to Peaches would be pretty good too. Although I think technically I could just make tabs on wait for it and have this account use them. We're going to start out at the Telegrab room, and a quick rundown of what they changed. Apparently you just get more Magic EXP now. So each maze you complete now gives you Magic XP on top of the previous Magic XP that you would get already. I think the dialogue with the NPC is just a little bit better. And a big thing, you apparently get run energy back now after completing 5 mazes. I'm going to utilize the filters on the spellbook here because I mostly just need to telekinetic grab, and it would suck if I misclicked and teleported out of here. So let me just hide combat spells. We won't be using that. Hide teleport spells. And then we'll just enable icon resizing. There we go. We haven't done 5 mazes yet, but I was just thinking, in combination with the run energy replenish and the run energy changes that they did a while ago, this should not have any issues whatsoever. This should just be smooth sailing. In terms of the points we need from this room, we're going to need a total of 1,300 points. I think most of it is the Mage's Book. And the next most expensive thing is actually the Master Wand, and that's because you have to get each tier of wand and upgrade it respectively. You can't just skip ahead and get the Master Wand off rip. According to the wiki, if you're really paying attention here and not making mistakes and you're just focused, it's going to be about 288 points per hour. So with the 1,300 we need, it's going to take us about 4.5 hours, but you know, I'm not really going to be locked in the Mage Training Arena. I mean, come on. It's still Mage Training Arena. So it's probably going to take us longer than that. Another change they made at some point that I'm not sure if it's a direct change because of Mage Training Arena, but they did remove this weird stall you used to have when you telegrab things. So now it feels very fluid and not at all clunky. We just got started on the grind, so the copium levels are naturally a lot higher than they would be. And I've been thinking, hey, I wonder if I should go for the Infinity outfit. Obviously, in terms of bonuses, it's not quite as good as the Blue Moon set. However, magic damage percentage-wise, it is the same. The set gives you 3%. And I've been thinking, you know, the downside of being a 50 defense account and using the Blue Moon gear, or the Moon's gear in general, is that they cost charges, which cost GP. So it's going to be a constant upkeep type thing. But yeah, I'm just yapping right now, and it's pretty unlikely that I'm going to go for the set. We'll have to see though. It just occurred to me that maybe I should bring a air battle staff, because I've been chewing up air runes. I mean, obviously there's nothing I can do about the law runes, but I can definitely save on air runes. So I was heading out of the area to grab the air battle staff. And I was wondering, I wonder if they added a bank here. And turns out they did. Now this is a pretty big change. I think if I restricted myself to even lower than 50 defense, there is a world where the Infinity Robes is my best in slot magic armor. Especially if I don't want to deal with the wilderness, I know there is Dagon High. We got ourselves our first 100 points. We just have to do this 13 more times in this room. This mage training arena arc is definitely a piece of content where I'm going to be breaking up the grind by keeping up with my birdhouses. If I'm not mistaken, on this birdhouse run, we should be picking up a new level. Yep, on the 4th birdhouse, we're going to pick up a new level, 78 Hunter. Remember when I made it a point to set up the spellbook filters so I don't accidentally TP out? Well, I just came back from a birdhouse run, so I had to have the teleports out. And I came back, and I misclicked on teleport to house. But luckily, I've learned that the game prevents you from TPing out of the arena, so they did think of something like this, and they prevent you from doing that, which is pretty nice. But I'm going to go ahead and reset up the filters anyways, just because it's nice to be able to easily click my spell. We've been chipping away, and I'm just over 500 points now. We got another 800 to go from this room. And then, there's 3 more rooms. Okay, we have some semblance of progress here. 84 magic. We're just over 650 points now, so halfway to the 1300 that we need, at least for this room. Well, this was a bit unexpected. We hit 60 Slayer off of doing a random event. You know, at some point, I'm going to have to get the POH set up on this account as well. Sometimes I don't feel like multi-logging, so I have to log in on the other account just to access the POH. I logged out too early while I was still in the POH, and it kicked me out. Coming up is 1,000 points in the telegrab room. Although we get a bit of a bonus because that was 5 puzzles in a row. We're at 1,008 now. If we're doing this efficiently, I guess we're only here in this room for about 1 more hour. This should be the final puzzle here. And we're at 1,300 total points to be exact. We can now move on to any of the other 3 rooms. I don't think it matters which order you do them in. Well, I'm actually going to do this tomorrow because I spent my entire day today doing just the 1 room. The magic EXP from the telegrab room honestly wasn't too great, but I think the other rooms will be better. It's a new day currently. I just got done with the farm runs, birdhouses, and all that typical Ironman stuff. I'm running over to the rune shop real quick to pick up some earth runes. As well, actually just earth runes. This is because the next MTA room we're going to work on is the graveyard, which is going to require us to cast bonus to bananas. If we had bonus to peaches unlocked, we would do that, but obviously we just got started at MTA, so we do not have that. Bonus to bananas is going to cost us 1 nature rune, 2 water runes, and 2 earth runes per cast. Now obviously there's nothing we can do about the nature runes. We don't have the staff from Bryo, but we do have our twin flame staff for the water runes, and we'll just have to buy ourselves some earth runes. For this room, we're going to need the same amount of points, but I do think this is going to go by quicker. Now, I do think there are varying strategies to how to do this room, but I think the simplest method for us is to just pick up 13 bones, cast bones to peaches, deposit them, and rinse and repeat. This is the easiest method to do without thinking too hard and without paying too much attention. This is because 13 bones will always convert to a full inventory no matter what. I mentioned that the points per hour is going to be better, but I also think the EXP per hour is going to be better. So this room should go by faster, and it should just feel better in general than the first room we did. Although the downside is it is a little bit more intensive in the sense that I have to be spam clicking this bone pile. Another thing is we do take a bit of chip damage through our time in this room, but that's okay. We don't need to bring any food because we are making our own food. We're going to be using the bananas we make occasionally just to heal up. I originally thought to do the enchanter's room next after the telegrab room. However, I decided to roll with this because I just want to get this one out the way. I don't like any activity where I have to be more or less spam clicking, to be honest. So in this room, there are actually 4 different types of bones with different conversion rates. However, because the piles are so far apart, and some of them are even further away from this food chute here, and the piles constantly change as to which bones you pick up, it's actually not worth it to run around and pick up the highest conversion rate one. Instead, you just pick on the pile that's closest to the chute, and you rinse and repeat. So without looking it up, I don't really know what changes they have made to this room to improve it. I think perhaps maybe you take reduced damage now, and the bonus runes that you get, I think, I don't think they're showing up in my rune pouch, so maybe we get them upon leaving the room instead. Anyways, it's only been a couple of minutes, but we are already at over 100 points. So, we just have to do this 13 more times, and we can be finished with this room. Obviously, we're starting out strong here, but I'm not sure how much longer I can go without needing to take a break from this. Okay, we are down to 8 HP, so let's go ahead and... Oh, I have left-click drop on the bananas. You know what? They only heal for 2 as well, so with that being said, I think it might be a better option if we simply just leave the room, go upstairs, because now there's a bank here. Oh yeah, and there we go, we got the runes, the bonus runes. 26 blood runes and 25 dead runes. But yeah, let's head upstairs and we'll just, I don't know, chew on some Quran bonds or something. Yeah, that did not take long ago. We are already back in the room and continuing where we left off, so that is 100% the move. While we're working on the graveyard room at MTA, over on, wait for it, we're back at the Zaya RC mines to get more blood runes. I probably won't be actively doing this the entire grind at MTA, but we'll get blood runes where we can. Just a little under halfway to the needed points for this room, and I've made a couple adjustments. For one thing, I decided to turn on the inventory viewer plugin so that I can just look at the inventory without having to actually swap to the tab. I can look over to the left and see how many bones I have, and then I can just camp the spellbook to cast bones to bananas. For the most part, I'm still going for picking up 13 bones and then converting and turning them in, but if I'm paying a little bit more attention, there actually is a number that does the math for me at the top left corner there. And sometimes if I'm picking up the right bones, I don't need to pick up 13 bones. I decided to take a break from the main training arena, so I parked myself at the Nightmare Zone in our new shiny Elite Void. Of course, we're using the Venator bow, so we're going to be gaining range EXP pretty quickly here. We're currently 125k EXP away from 94, and we'll probably be picking that up relatively shortly, maybe about an hour. Again, I just want to reiterate, currently everything we are working on is to get ourselves to the Infernal and get the Infernal Cape. So currently we're working on our range levels, and we've been at Mage Training Arena to get our magic levels up so that we can start ice barraging. And of course, any hit point levels we get will help greatly as well. The little break at Nightmare Zone is over, we're back at MTA. But we did hit 94 range, so one step closer to 99. We have reached 1,000 points at the graveyard, just 300 more to go. Should be, I don't know, less than an hour, I think, if I'm paying attention. Just having a bit of a discussion with the clan here, and I've been saying, you know, I'm definitely kind of influenced with the content creation and making these videos because I feel like I would not have came to Magic Training Arena this early. The first time around on Wait For It, I didn't go to MTA until I pulled a Kodai insignia to make the wand. I think overall this is a good thing though. It pushes me out of my comfort zone a little bit. Maybe it makes me play a little bit more efficiently, as doing MTA early before you hit 99 magic is good, and the unlocks here are actually pretty important. And especially for this account, the Mage's Book is going to be my best in slot. With this Bones to Peaches or Bones to Bananas and turning in this inventory, we reach 85 magic. That gives us Water Surge, Teleport Block if we want to, you know, go PKing, and we can use the Tumican Shadow, which, by the way, we actually have a dupe shadow on the group account. Well, shortly after hitting 85 magic, we also reached our required 1,300 points from the graveyard. We can now move on to either the Enchanter's Room or the Alchemist Room. I think we're going to do the Enchanter's next, but we're going to save that for another day. So far, we've been doing one day, one room, and we'll see if that remains true for the remaining 2 rooms, but I'm definitely beat for the day, so. Alrighty, it is a new day. We're on day number 3 of MTA, and now we're going to start on the Enchanter's Room. For this room, we're going to need 14,000 points. But not to worry, the points scale a little bit differently in this room, so it's just a bigger number for no reason. I think in terms of real time, it's going to take us less time than the other 2 rooms will take. As the name of the room implies, you do a lot of enchanting in this room. And the higher level enchanting spell you cast, the more points you get per cast. So I believe the level 1 enchant grants you 1 point, whereas the level 5 enchant grants you 5 points. Our highest available spell is the level 5 enchant for Dragonstones. Now I believe there are 2 general strategies to this room. For one thing, you can pay attention to the bonus. So right now it's this red pyramid looking thing, and depositing those will net you extra points. But look, it's switched already to these green cylinders. So you can actively pay attention to that, enchant them, and deposit to the center here. or you can just pick up any of the shapes and then turn them in, ignoring the bonus. So kind of a higher intensity one that will net you more points per hour, or a lower intensity one where you don't have to pay as much attention. So again, we're going to need 14,000 points, but as you can see, we're already gaining a ton of them. We're up to 70 points already, 75 and counting. So this should not take that long at all. If you really want to put in the least amount of effort possible while still doing this room, you can just click on one pile, cast the enchanting once, and just let it auto cast itself. Which, as you know, letting it auto cast your inventory versus manually clicking one by one is a pretty big difference. But whatever gets the job done for you personally. Besides going for the shapes, I'm sure as you noticed when I first entered the room, there are these dragon stones on the floor. They will occasionally respawn around the center room, and you'll also occasionally get these from the shape piles. These will provide, I believe, double the amount of points, so whenever there's dragon stones, make sure to get those. I always appreciate when there is a higher intensity and a lower intensity method. That way you can choose and maybe even do a combination of both depending on what you're up for in that moment. Back in the first room, the telekinetic room, there was no option really. You just had to do the room as is. There was no way to speed it up. There was no way to slow it down. You just had to do what you had to do. In this room, right now, I'm actively clicking, but a couple of minutes later, I can just as easily stand there and AFK. This room is also better than the second room we did, which was the graveyard room. We don't take damage here, and we don't have to spam click as hard. Sure, we do to pick up the shapes. However, we can just let autocast happen. I've been doing a lot of blood rune crafting on Wait For It, but as of today, we are currently restocking our amethyst arrows. We've been training range in Nightmare Zone on 416 Hero, but the Venator bow, and because we don't have the Vorkath backpack yet, we're actually losing out on a lot of arrows. I mean, they show up on the ground, but I'm not really bothered to pick them up. I believe the big QOL update they did to this room was having each shape and color available in every corner of this room. I believe in the past that wasn't the case, and you'd have to be running around this entire area a lot more often. And then run energy would become an issue as well. Speaking of run energy, I'd just like to point out that this is yet another case where the run energy changes they made who knows how long ago at this point, but it is a significant change, and looks like it just benefits you just about anywhere. I got really confused for a second, but turns out I've ran out of earth runes, and now I can't do level 5 enchant. So let's go pick up some more earth runes. And by pick up, I mean just hop on over to Wait For It, and I don't know. I have 146k earth runes on this account, so let's just take out, I don't know, like 20k. Sure, why not? Okay, back into the room we go. Ideally, I would be using a mud staff, but unfortunately, we have just never gotten one before. Normally, I do a little update midway through, but we're up to 10,000 points, almost 10,200 actually already. We just need another 3,800 to go. But right now, I'm just going to go do a birdhouse run real quick. Alright, we didn't even have to finish up this inventory. Once we turn this in, we can get out of this room because we have over 14,000 enchantment points. And with that being said, there's only one room that remains, and that is the alchemy room. However, keeping with the theme of the last few days of doing one room per day, we're going to save the last room for tomorrow. Now, I'm just going to head over to Nightmare Zone and train up my range levels. We're definitely going to hit 95 today, and we'll inch closer and closer to 96 and 99 overall. Good morning, gamers. Just logged on for the day doing our farm run. And today's going to be a big day because we're getting 90 for farming on the next palm tree seed that we're going to harvest. We're going to get some magic levels, 86 for sure, and then some. And last night I hit 96 range, which I decided is more than enough for us to hit the Inferno. And today, most of all, we're going to finish Mage Training Arena and collect all our items. All the points we've been saving up the last couple of days, we're going to spend them today. Making my way over to the Brimhaven fruit tree patch. And there we go, 94 farming. Alright, we have made it to the Mage Training Arena, entering the final room for us, the Alchemy Room. The Alchemy Room is fairly straightforward. There are 6 cupboards in here, and you take items out of the cupboards to low or high alch respectively. So right now we're taking out these Addy kite shields and we're alching them. There is a yellow arrow pointing to this right now because the game is telling me, or actually this might be a RuneLite plugin, I'm not sure if it's built into the game, but basically it's telling me that currently the adamant kite shield has the highest alchemy value. And occasionally things will rotate and change, and right now the emerald is now the best value item. But if you look over here near the top right, there is a green arrow pointing to the adamant helm. And what this green arrow indicates is that you will get free alchs on this item right now. So it's kind of up to you whether you want to go for the free alchs or the best value one while still burning up your runes. So with that being said, once again, there is two varying strategies with this room, and it just depends what you want to go for. The best points per hour, or maybe the lowest cost per hour. Now that I very briefly explained the mechanics of the room, now it's time to talk about how many points we need. We're going to need 1500 points in this room to get all the items that we want. And according to the wiki rates, it's anywhere between 320 something to 340 something pizzazz points per hour. So we're probably going to be here for about 5 hours, give or take. Now 5 hours is a long time, but once we get that out the way, we're probably not going to have to ever come back. Unless we want the full infinity robes for some reason. I guess we're not directly getting points right now, but the coins in our inventory is the currency system for that. Basically, every 100 coins in our inventory is converted to 1 pizzazz points. Another thing to note is that you can actually right-click the cupboards and take 5 of the items. Just picked up a magic level, we're now 86, but still a long ways to go. In terms of the coins we have in our inventory, we're a little over 200 pizzazz points right now, and I'm already kind of regretting leaving this room for last. I don't know what I was thinking. I probably would have wanted the enchanting room last, to be honest. If you want to progress in this room at all, there's absolutely no downtime. There's no auto-casting for high alchemy or even low alch, so you're constantly clicking, and then you're constantly having to pay attention to when the items rotate and when the points rotate. Mistakes have been made for sure. This should have been maybe one of the first rooms I did instead. If we turn in our coins now, we will have about 760 points, give or take. So a little over halfway being done with this room. And then, of course, as you know, once we're done with this room, we're done overall. This room, and I guess actually Mage Training Arena in general, is not the most engaging content. So on the side, I've just been watching some YouTube videos. And luckily, it's not too bad to be watching videos while doing this. One of the quality of life changes they made to this room is that now the room only rotates the items every minute or so. I don't know what it was before, but it was definitely a lot more frequent than that. We've got just under 1600 nature runes remaining. It looks like we will have to restock on those to close this out. According to the wiki, we use about 900 nature runes, give or take, per hour. I took a bit of a break, so I went ahead and turned in my coins. We're now at 857 pizzazz points, and we're starting up another coin stack. Also, while I was gone, I also gained another magic level. We are now 87 magic. Okay, if I can do math correctly, depositing these coins should get me enough. Yes, it does. We're actually a little bit over. We hit 88 magic as well. And now we can go claim all our loot. We're going to head on upstairs, and surely I didn't do any math wrong, right? You know, I plugged it all into the calculator. And let's talk to the rewards guardian. Let's be careful here. First thing we're going to do is get the beginner's wand, into the apprentice wand, into the teacher wand, and then finally into the master wand. That is 4 collection logs right there. All right, we got that out the way. We want the infinity boots. We want the mage's book. And bones to peaches. That should be it. We are finally done. Fresh out of the Mage Training Arena, we are currently at Ammonite Crab's water surging. Now this is really wacky because, you know, who in their right mind would be water surging Ammonite Crabs, especially as an Ironman? But this is just one of those weird, wacky moments that are created because I am a group Ironman with a maxed account in the GIM. Runecrafting Wrath Runes as a maxed account is no big deal at all. I believe it is just under 10,000 Wrath Runes an hour. And as you know, with Magic, you can only ever cast about 1,200 casts per hour. And Surge spells only cost 1 Wrath Rune per cast. Anyways, now that we're out of the Mage Training Arena, we are doing everything we can at any time that we're logged in to get our Magic levels up. We're currently at 88 Magic, and our goal is to get Ice Barrage at 94. But we're also going to get, I don't know, maybe 95 or 96 just to create that buffer. Because in the Inferno, if you get hit by the bats, they will drain your stats. Now don't worry, we're not going to be water surging Ammonite crabs all the way to 94 or 96 or whatever. Currently I'm being a bit lazy, so I'm just parked here at the moment. However, we're probably going to look to do some ice bursting in the Monkey Madness 1 caves. And I know, Monkey Madness 2 caves is where you're supposed to be at. But I'm sure you noticed I'm 60 Slayer, and I'm not about to do 9 Slayer levels just for this. I'm also going to be utilizing Nightmare Zone and Water Surging in there as well. Some of the Nightmare Zone mobs do have a water elemental weakness. I think I mentioned this during the middle of the MTA grind, but we're 96 range and this is going to be the stopping point, and I'm ready to send the Inferno at this level. This is because I'm comparing my DPS to a typical Ironman Crystal Bofa run with Rigor, which is actually the exact setup I used on Wait For It. And funny enough, at 96 range with Deadeye, if I'm wearing my Eclipse armor with the T-Bow, it already out DPS's the Bofa on Zuck. So that being said, I feel pretty confident about being 96 range. I've also had thoughts about just sending the Inferno with 88 Magic as is, and just utilizing Ice Burst. However, I guess I'm going to hold off against that as things are already stacked against me. I'm not sure how 50 defense and 63 prayer are going to go. So it's pretty difficult to guess how hard this Infernal Cape is going to be. I do have the experience on my side of having done 4 previous KC, and of course I do get to use the Twisted Bow. But with 50 defense, will I be able to tank blobs? Will I be able to get away with tanking a couple of melee hits here and there? And one of the big questions for me is, will I have to flick the set at Zuck? And in terms of prayer, every Inferno run I've ever done, I've always been good on supplies. But again, that's with 99 or close to 99 prayer. But I guess that could be negated if I use those new prayer regeneration pots. Anyways, this is a bit of a tangent, a bit of a ramble as to what I'm thinking in terms of preparing for the Inferno. Let's get to the Magic training. Probably the next couple of clips are going to be me ice bursting if I can be bothered. And then just before we get into the Inferno, I'll showcase our setup and how we're going to be tackling it. Okay, we are able to pay a little bit more attention now, so I've made my way over to the Monkey Madness 1 tunnels. We just got here, so the skeletons are still building up, but we should be getting better EXP rates here as we are ice bursting huge clumps of skeletons. And we're using Mystic Vigor as well. A little bit of a quality of life thing here is I actually went into the settings and I changed NPC attack options to always right click. This is so I can pick up the bones and spread them out easier and not accidentally click on the skeletons all the time. Of course, we're wearing our Blue Moon set, but let's show off the newly acquired gear like the Infinity Boots and the Mage's Book. We've got our Seer's Ring that's imbued from our time training in Nightmare Zone. We're currently using the Occult Necklace, the Kodai Wand, and Tormented Bracelet borrowed from Wait For It. So we got a huge stack of bones on one tile and we need to spread them out. So here we go. I'm able to just left click through the skeletons to pick up the bones and spread them out. And then once we get set up with the bones, we just get back to our spot here and right click attack. Or even just let it auto retaliate. So without question, bursting is definitely better EXP rates per hour, but at the cost of all the burst runes and prayer pots. That's okay though, we're not exactly in short supply of prayer pots, we have plenty of those, and at this point I'm just looking to get to the Inferno as fast as I can. So we're still bursting at the Monkey Madness 1 tunnels right now, and obviously bursting takes up a lot of death runes and chaos runes. Chaos runes we're going to be buying from the rune shops. However, with the death runes, I'm going to be manually rune crafting them myself through the abyss. Cleared up about half the inventory of prayer pots, so over on Wait For It, I'm currently making the trip over to drop off some prayer pots. Let's make sure we have our monkey gree so we don't get absolutely destroyed. Okay, we've made it here at the same location on, wait for it. Obviously, we're in combat, so we're not going to be able to trade, so I'm just going to walk under and drop these prayer pots over. They should show up in about a minute. 89 magic. Well, the pop-up was short-lived, we got interrupted. So this is a little bit of an awkward revelation, but I have recently switched over to casting Shadow Barrage, which we could have done quite some time ago, and even before that we could have been casting Smoke Barrage. I think I overlooked the other spells because in the context of the Inferno, the only two spells you really need are the blood spells and ice spells, and I've solely been training magic for that reason, for the Inferno. So I've been thinking about Ice Burst and upgrading the Ice Barrage, but in terms of training my actual magic levels up, I could be using the best possible spell available, which right now is Shadow Barrage. So I dropped off some Soul Runes and Air Runes with wait for it, and now we're training with Shadow Barrage. Our EXP per hour should go up, and we should be getting bigger EXP drops in general. It's a new day, and I just finished up my farm run and bird houses as per usual, but next sure thing to do today, Tears of Guthix. We're still 47 rune crafting, so we can safely do this without accidentally leveling up something we don't want to. Okay, we actually got a new PB in terms of Tears of Guthix. I'm going to jump from 47 to 48 rune crafting. Just made it back to the spot in the tunnels. It's going to take a little bit of setup time, but once we get going, we're going to get a lot of EXP. It won't take too long into the day before we hit 90 magic and 95 hit points. Oops, missed the 95 hit point pop-up, but that also takes us to 102 combat. I believe we maxed out at 103. This is under the assumption that we keep 50 defense and 63 prayer. And actually something that I have not mentioned before is that I've trained my attack levels to 82, and that unlocks the Fang, and pretty much allows me to use anything in the game. But staying at 82 will keep my combat levels as low as possible, that being 103. I hadn't really discussed the attack level restriction in great detail, and that's because it was kind of a spur of the moment thing a little while ago when I was training strength levels, and I was like, I've been stuck at 80 for quite some time, what should I do with that, right? And I just decided to get an extra 2 levels and leave it at that. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think our inability to gain attack EXP will affect anything really. We're already restricted because of our choice to stay at 50 defense, and most weapons we're going to avoid using, such as the Hasta or the Dragon Hunter Lance, will be on shared EXP anyways, and we're avoiding using those because of defense EXP to begin with. And there's 90 magic. So now that we're using barraging spells, it is about 5k or just under 5k death runes an hour, and while we do have a decent stack sitting on our bank, 5k an hour, I mean, your stack's going to deplete pretty quickly. So what I'm doing on Wait For It right now is casting or rune crafting some death runes through the Abyss. Oops, just missed it, but we hit level 91 magic. 3 more levels until we can cast Ice Barrage, which actually we are already casting Ice Barrage because I have brought myself some Forgotten Brews to boost my magic levels up. And yeah, I'm able to Ice Barrage to train faster. After many hours in the Monkey Madness 1 tunnels, I've decided to have a change of scenery. We're here in the Czar Fight Caves area next to the Inferno entrance, actually. And we're going to test out barraging here and see what the EXP rates are like. According to the wiki, the EXP rates should be comparable, but we'll have to see. One of the plus things about barraging here instead of the Monkey Madness 1 tunnels is that we do get Tokal, and there are some collection log slots to get. After testing out that new location for a couple of minutes, I decided that I'm going to head back to Monkey Madness 1 tunnels. The only way I can describe that experience is that it's like doing a Necreal's task, but more annoying because there's not like a chamber that you're in, there's not a room that you're in, they're super spread out, and even though I went to a spot that was mostly melee, there were a couple of rangers and majors that would occasionally tag me. No way, we just got our 3rd champion scroll. Yep, that's right, you heard it right. 3rd champion scroll. Back when we were going for the MA2 cape and the zombie axe, I was training magic up at that point too. And I came to the Monkey Madness 1 caves and got not 1, but 2 skeleton champion scrolls. And here is our 3rd. Okay, disregard the weird resolution from that last clip. I guess I was so excited I actually dragged and resized the RuneLite client, causing a weird resolution. But yeah, third skeleton champion scroll. Just hit 92 magic. Obligatory halfway there to 99. So while I've been training, I've been discussing with the clan when I should go ahead and just send the Inferno, at what magic level that is. And at first I was planning on getting maybe 95 or 96 as a buffer for when the bats inevitably drain my stats. However, I think I'm just going to go ahead and send it at 94. Since we hit 92 magic, we need about another 1.3 mil EXP to not only get to 93, but 94. Assuming we're gaining about 200k EXP an hour, that's going to be somewhere between 6 to 7 hours. I don't think I'm going to hit 94 today in real time. I might get close though, but we'll definitely get it tomorrow, and then we will be sending the Inferno. While we are still working on getting 94 magic for Ice Barrage, we are on wait for it at the Mixology Lab to work on getting some points so that we can purchase the secondary that is used to make prayer regeneration potions. Okay, opening up the shop here, we should have enough points. We have 48 of these herbs, which I don't know how to pronounce. And we're going to need 48 of these secondaries, which is right here. I can only assume we have enough. Plugging into a calculator, and we do. 48. We're going to go ahead and make those potions now. In order to squeeze out as much value as we can out of this, we have our Alchemist Amulet, which the Gommel's Lucky Penny, if you have the Master Combat Achievement tier, actually works on saving charges for that. And then we also have the Prescription Goggles, and just for convenience, we also have the pouch, which we put these secondaries in there. And now let's go ahead and make the, I skipped a very important step. First, we got to make the unfinished potions. Okay, the unfinished potions have been made. Now we can go ahead and make these potions. So if we didn't have the amulet or the prescription goggles, we should come out with 48 3-dose prayer regeneration potions. Let's see what we actually end up with though. Converted to 4-dose prayer regeneration potions, we should end up with 36, but we ended up with 38. So we got 2 bonus prayer regeneration potions. On top of that, we saved on 4 of the secondaries. Magic levels have been our primary focus, but any hit point levels that we get are a nice bonus as well. We just hit 96. And there is 93 magic, just one more level to go. 748k EXP remaining. A couple more Ice Barrage casts here, and we'll hit 94 magic. Ice Barrage is officially unlocked. Let's get out of the tunnels, which we've spent, I don't know, like our last 3 days at. Alright, it is that time. Well, first I'm going to grab some lunch, and then we're going to get geared up. And it is time to tackle the Inferno as a 50 defense, 63 prayer account. We are back and we're just outside the Infernal entrance at the bank. We've geared up. For our mage gear, we got the Kodai, the Mage's Book, Blue Moon top and bottoms, and of course the Occult. For our range gear, we got the Blowpipe with Dragon Darts in it. We got the Necklace of Anguish, the Eclipse, top and bottom. We have the Eclipse helmet equipped as well. We got the Twisted Bow, and I'm actually going to swap out the Amethyst arrows for Dragon arrows. Good thing I spotted that. And of course we got the Quiver. We got the Zarite Vam Braces, and yeah. In terms of our inventory, we're going to use Bastion Potions. Bastion Potions are basically range pots, if you didn't know. However, they also give you defense. We got 2 Divines and 2 Regulars. The Regulars we're probably going to be using at Zuck, and the Divines we're going to use to get through the waves. We got 3 prayer regeneration potions, which I've never used before, so I'm pretty excited to use those. We're bringing in 6 brews, and how many restores is this? 7, 8, 9, 9 restores. And well, of course we have our rune pouch for our spells. I'm pretty excited for this, but I don't really know what to expect. We'll just have to go in and see what happens. Okay, fantastic realization. At least I caught it like right afterwards, but as I was turning in the fire cape, my mic was muted. But I was saying that was our only fire cape, so we're either gonna get the cape right now on this first attempt, or we're staying until we do, no matter how many attempts it takes, because we don't have another fire cape. I mean, I could go get another one, but who wants to be doing that? So here we go, jumping into the Inferno. This little animation, enter the Inferno, is always pretty cool. Neat little animation. We drop a super restore on the ground to make room to equip our blowpipe and twisted bow. Early waves, we're just trying to get settled in there, nothing too special. We got our first melee, just safe spotted with the pillar. And then the first ranger. The ranger, you do have to pray range, and it is a little bit punishing to miss your prayer. But not too bad, it's not like it's a one-shot or anything, so still pretty comfortable here. And then on this next wave, we get a combination. Well, actually, it's wave 31. Usually, probably one of the first, like, remotely difficult waves. You got a melee, 2 blobs, and a ranger. The nibblers are kind of giving me trouble there, but I'm able to clear them. Actually, yeah, we do. There was one kind of lingering by the pillar there, but... Anyways, we run over to the east side, get rid of the blobs, because the melee is going to dig any second now, so we're just trying to clear out the blobs to buy us more time. And we're actually getting absolutely destroyed. Oh, there we go. Okay, first run, we died on wave 31. Now I have a bit of experience as to what it's like as a 50 defense account. Those melees will really chomp you out. But yeah, the takeaway there is I have to be a bit more decisive when it comes to the melees. On a 99 defense account, and particularly if it's not your first cape and you're on Slayer task, you can definitely just tank the melees and delete them with your blowpipe. I don't think we have the DPS, and definitely not the defense, to be able to do that consistently here. So after breaking down what happened, we hop in for our second attempt, and this time around we make a deeper run into wave 47. We got a major, a blob, a melee, and 2 bats. So quite a bit more things here, and in an effort to make it to the east side to hide from the major, we book it over there, but we misclick, and unfortunately we eat a big mage hit. And from that point on, I think I was just trying to kill stuff as fast as possible, but being 50 defense, we were just eating the bat hits, we were eating the blob hits, and that was second attempt. Now we head back in, third attempt here, we got a random event we just dismiss. Ain't nobody got time for that right now. But yeah, wave 1, we just get situated, safe spot the bat with the pillar, get rid of the nibblers, which took me like 3 barrages, a bit annoying, but at least that happened early and not on like wave 62. And this time around, new PB, we're at wave 50 where we get the major and the ranger, and we get a nice humble spawn, so it's not even an issue. The nibblers were giving me trouble again, but because the ranger was safe spotted behind the pillar, all we had to do was pray mage and get rid of the nibblers, then the major, and then the ranger. So wave 50, nice and simple, but this is where things start getting real, because you're most likely going to have to tank a range hit like I just did there. I do try to freeze the melee there, but unfortunately we splash. Or did I cast a blood barrage there instead of an ice barrage? I don't know. But we're forced to off-tick here. And flick between the range and melee. Get rid of that. Now we have all the time in the world. I guess I choose the blood barrage there just to safe up a little bit. We do go for the major first though, so that less respawns happen, although the melee did respawn. But nothing too special from that point. Just one mob at a time, using the pillar. And now we hit wave 62, highly regarded as one of the most difficult waves, that and wave 63. We have a nibbler chomping down the south pillar right now, but that's not a big deal. We prioritize getting rid of the majors, so no more respawns happen. And once the melee digs, I feel pretty comfortable flicking the ranger and the blob so that I go save the south pillar. And then here, nothing too much goes on here. I just get rid of the blob that's attacking me on the south side. Let the melee dig, get rid of that. And we make it to wave 63. Again, I feel like this is a pretty humble spawn. Right now, all we have to do is flick the major and the blob. The only danger is the melee digging, which is what happens right there. We do kill the major in time. And thanks to that, we're able to just turn the corner and now flick the ranger and the blob. And once again, I do feel comfortable with the melee behind me to book it south and save the pillar. Perhaps a unnecessary risk in hindsight there though, but I felt pretty comfortable doing it. And I think at this point, the CA to save all the pillars was in the back of my mind. I wanted to go for that. But once again, the hard part is over and we're just killing one mob at a time. And we're blood barraging so that we start wave 64 with as much health as we can. And of course, take the opportunity to head back to the north pillar, which is where we want to be at all times. Not really sure what I was doing here, maybe just recollecting myself. I think I opt to barrage the blob here just to squeeze out as much health back as I can, because the rangers max hit you for I think like 46, 47, and then if you get hit by a blob or anything else, that could, you know, be a dangerous position to be at. Or a melee, especially a melee. Those melees will hit you pretty big as well, especially being on a 50 defense account. Anyways, wave 64. I guess nothing too special happened there. We get through 65. And then 66, whatever you do, this is free. Just don't flick, you know? Check your ego real quick. Just play it safe. Pray mage and get both the majors down at a similar time to prevent them from spawning, or respawning rather. Anyways, we make it to Jad. You know, this is just like Fight Caves Jad, but except you spent over an hour, for me an hour and a half to get to this point. So naturally nerves do kick in. The healers are out. We're actually getting clapped up by them. Look, now we're down to half health. We do get them onto the other side of Jet though, and we're trying to blood barrage back up before we finish it off and get to triples. So we get the single Jad out the way. That should be a freebie. And here comes triple Jads. Triple Jads is honestly not that difficult. I feel like when people get here for the first time, their heart rate is just up and they think the attacks are faster than they are, but it's plenty of time to react in between the two. So healers come out on the first one, we get done with the first Jad, the second Jad, and this is where tragedy occurs. A 73 to the dome and we're dead. And that was just a silly mistake. Well, you saw it right there. That was a really good run. We made it to triple Jads, and it was absolutely free. I had everything under control. I got the first Jad down, the second Jad down, but as I rotated my camera and repositioned my camera or character from the second Jad to the last Jad, for some reason, I saw Jad move, about to attack, and I switched from prey range to prey mage, but it was a range attack. And for a split second there, not even a second, I realized I messed up and I had a split second thought to tick eat it. But my natural reflexes just flipped back to the spellbook and turned on prey range, but by then it was too late. To go out like that is definitely a stinger. That one hurts. But to look at the positives, I now know I can take a 50 defense, 63 prayer account all the way to Zuck and get the cape. I mean, look at these supplies. So after that triple Jad showing, that was actually the end of day 1. Now we're on day 2. We're on wave 30. And it was a rough start. If I had just stood on this tile right here earlier, then the ranger would have been corner trapped and would not have seen me. But because I was slow on that, I was getting hit by both the melee and the ranger. I was trying to figure out if they were off-ticked or not. And I just eat too many hits, both from the blobs and the bats. And that was an unfortunate first run. But right after the wave 30, we send another one and we make it to wave 58. Pretty good spawn here. Got the ranger trapped behind the major, so it can't even see me. Got the melee coming, and once again, I was trying to figure out if they were off-ticked, and I just get chomped out by the melee. I swear on a 99 defense account that wouldn't even be an issue. You just pray mage, and then you delete the melee. Next attempt, we're now on wave 29, and honestly not too much to say here. This was just kind of a brain fart. For some reason, I thought turning the corner there would have safe spotted the melee, but obviously it did not. Next attempt, we make it to wave 54, and we get a major Ranger West spawn. That is the first time that has happened. It caught me off guard. I tried to recover by booking it to the east side, but then the blob and the bat just finished me off there. Next attempt, we're now on wave 41. And I want to say I just get a little too fancy here. I'm trying to, you know, obviously get rid of the nibblers there, and I do feel pretty comfortable typically flicking the major and blobs, but I think I just messed up there. Next attempt, wave 47. And not much to say here. It was just a fat misclick. But next attempt, we make it to Zuck. This time around, we got our get back on the last Jad for triple Jads. But here we go. And we actually get the good shield rotation this time. So the shield went right side first, which means we're going to be on the right side when the first set spawns. And that's where the ranger's going to be. And that way we can just protect range and try to delete the ranger as fast as possible before having to tag the major and then having to deal with the major and the ranger. And I think the DPS here was pretty good too. We're doing a lot of damage. We pull our blowpipe, we get ready here, pray range. We also have thick skin on just in case. Blowpiping it, trying not to miss any DPS here while staying with the shield. And we just get the ranger in time, and then we tag the major right away so it stops hitting the shield. So I was pretty happy with that. That was a pretty good performance there, I feel like. I got the ranger out in time. Otherwise, if we had to run out of range of the ranger, that could have been troublesome. Anyways, back on Zuck here. We're trying to get Zuck to sub 600 HP. That way we pause the timer for the second set spawning. Very simple here. We just pray mage and we hit Zuck following the shield. Okay, a big hit there, and now we can turn our attention to just finishing off the major since the set timer is paused. I wasn't sure if you could hit the major from that tile. I actually don't think you can. If it was Jad, you can hit Jad from any of those tiles, but for the major, I don't think so. We get rid of the major there, back on the Zuck, and we're getting ready for a Jad spawn here at the 480 HP threshold. So there we go. Jad spawns. I never really know what the best camera angle here to deal with the situation is. I just kind of like move my camera on the fly. To be honest, you don't really need to have clear vision of Zuck. You just need to be able to see when the attack hits the shield. The healers come out on the Jad. We quickly blood barrage it. We don't actually need to deal any damage to the healers, so no gear switching there. We actually had very good DPS on this Jad, I feel like. And I was feeling pretty confident this entire time. I was like, this is going pretty cleanly. We haven't tanked any hits or anything like that. And right here, Jad is getting low. I'm mentally preparing that, you know, it's going to be finished off any second there. But I had to take an extra hit. I brew, and I'm like, okay, back on the Zuck, right? So I click Zuck right away. But that was costly. That put me, I don't know, if I had to guess, like just like one tick behind. And I ate a Zuck attack. And unfortunately didn't get lucky to tank it. So that was the end of day 2. And here on day 3, we're back at Zuck. I will say though, there was a clip of me dying before this Zuck. I think it was like wave 47 or 48, just a silly misclick mistake. But attempt number 2 of day number 3, we make it to Zuck. And this time around, the shield goes to the left side, which means the set is going to spawn when we're on the left side, and the major is going to be the closer mob, and we're going to have to tag the major first. DPS is not looking as good this time around. We hit a couple of zeros already. And, yep, now we're making it back to the left side. Couple more hits here, and we're gonna... There we go, turn on Prey Mage. We'll keep our T-Bow out because we're just tagging the major there. And we definitely cannot reach the major from this side. So I try to sneak in an extra hit on Zuck. Hit a 0, of course. We now tag the Ranger. And if I was a better gamer, I would recognize that they were off-ticked here. At least I think they were. Yeah, they were. And I would have been able to flick range and mage, but I was just going for the tanking option here. I was trying to spec down the ranger. And honestly, right here, I'm running without hitting the ranger because I thought it was dead. But also, if we rewind it back, a lot to unpack there. I actually tanked a Zuck hit. But we get away with it. Just barely. And now we turn our focus to Zuck while protecting Mage. We're sitting at 16 health, and we only have 3 brew doses. The journey up to Zuck was much more rough this time around. It was nowhere near as clean, and we just used a lot more supplies. So, in the moment, from this point on, I was like, yeah, honestly, the chances are slim, but what am I going to do? You know, I spent an hour and, 45 minutes to get to this point. I'm going to have to stick it out and see if I can pull it off, right? I do have plenty of restores, and we just have to hope that redemption procs, right? But again, DPS, not as good as that first Zuck this time around. We're hitting a lot of zeros. We are potted, just unlucky on the hits, I guess. We finally get it to sub 600, so the timer is paused, and now we can get rid of the major. Honestly, at this point, I was also thinking, you know, I wonder when the second set is going to spawn. We lost a lot of time there because of the DPS just not being there. But anyways, we focus the major down. We finish it off right there. And I think I make the choice to brew here because I know Jad is coming up, and the healers could... messed me up pretty badly there. So I brew up, now I'm out of brews. I repot the divine, not a divine, but a bastion pot. Jad spawns. Yeah, even the hits on Jad aren't as big as that first one. But I mean, we did get away with tanking a Zuck hit on this one, so... You know, you can't ask for everything. I even have the rapid heal, I think is a prayer going on. Just, you know, maybe 1 HP will save me in some situation, I don't know. Again, Jad healers. Barrage them to tag them, to get them stopping them from healing the Jad. But yeah, right away, see, I'm already eating hits from the healers. Took an 8 there. If I was more confident, I'd be flicking the Prey melee in between the Jad hits, but I just didn't have that level of confidence to do that. So this was the part where we died on the first Zuck. Jad's nearly dead. We're in actually exact same tiles too. But this time around we move and we shoot Jad so that we don't fall behind on the shield. So now that Jad's gone, we're sitting at 33 health with no brews left, and we're focusing down Zuck. We know healers are about to come. Again, in the back of my mind, like during this, I was just like, you know, there's a chance that the second set's gonna spawn at some point, like not ideal. If it happens mid healers, that's gonna be really bad. And even if the second set shows up at all, you know, I have no brews, I'm gonna be forced to like prey flick them, you know? But here, I turn on Redemption preemptively, getting ready for healers. If you didn't know, the best way, or best time to proc healers is when you're on the sides like this. So here, I'm hovering over the blowpipe, I'm like, T-Bow, please hit, we get the hit. And you want to proc healers when you're on the sides, that way you can tag all the healers in one rotation of the shield to stop them from healing Zuck. And then from that point on, you just blow pipe walk and try to get in as much hits as possible, as many hits as possible. We did get a redemption proc there, but unfortunately we didn't turn it back on in time. And that was our second Zuck. So at the time, I actually didn't know I tanked a Zuck hit, so the confidence was still really high, and we sent it straight back in. We make it to wave 47, we hop over to the east side of the pillar to drag the major over, and right here, you know, we're just getting ready to shoot the major, but then I realize a nibbler is still on the pillar. So we try to get rid of that, but unfortunately, it takes us multiple attempts. We're currently eating blob and bat hits, and then we panic and run into the melee. Well, that's over and done with. On to the next attempt. Again, still on the same day. Wave 1 here. You know, we one-shot the nibblers. Maybe that was a good sign. Get rid of the bat. First blob, get rid of that. We're moving and grooving here. I decided to tackle the blobs like that just to take as least amount of damage as possible. If you were a normal account on a normal run, you can definitely just kill the blobs anywhere and then just run up to them and barrage them. And usually you deal with them in one shot more times than not and barely take any damage. But what I found on a 50 defense account was a slightly different story. So we get our first melee here paired with 2 bats. A little safe spot towel here, corner safe spot. 5 minutes in, we're already on wave 11. Now on wave 18, our first ranger. On these early waves and certain waves which are just kind of free, you can start from anywhere really. So I just start near the center so that I can get a good cast, a good ice barrage cast on the nibblers. Rangers down. Now paired with the blob. Again, just feeling very comfortable in these situations. Flicking a ranger and a blob. We're just trying to speed through the early waves as fast as possible. And this is actually part of the process as to what makes the Inferno hard. The early waves are easy, but they still do punish you if you're not focused. Here on wave 29, I find that sometimes even for someone that has done a lot of Inferno, sometimes these waves catch you out. 29, 31, the ones where there's blobs and melees, sometimes, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, you know? Maybe I'm just not that good at the Inferno, which I do think is true. It's not like I have too many reps at the Inferno. But we get rid of the melee early there quick so it doesn't cause us any trouble, and the rest of that wave is pretty easy. Here on wave 30, again chasing nibblers, but feeling pretty comfortable. The melee is safe spotted on that east side of the pillar. And then we utilize the west pillar. Utilizing the west pillar is very underrated. There's actually a decent amount of situations where utilizing the west pillar is just a very simple solve. And right here, because we hide behind the west pillar, we're able to drag the ranger closer while still being safe spotted from the bat and the melee over there. It does dig though, but once again, west pillar, not a problem. Just hide behind the pillar from the ranger and finish off the melee. Here on wave 31, still feeling pretty comfortable, just trying to preserve the pillar healths. I'm not sure I see that one surviving nibbler there, and here I am just continuing with the rest of the wave. Getting rid of the melee first so it doesn't cause any issues when it digs later. And then the rest of the wave is a very easy solve. I do think here I had the blue moon top on, so that was a bit unfortunate. I finish off the wave and I'm like, oh look, I'm done. And then boom, I realized that this nibbler has been chomping on west pillar the entire time. Make it to the first major though. Again, starting in the middle of the room. Because the only thing that can attack me is the major, and as long as we keep praying mage on, we are good to go. Now we got a major and a blob. The bat back there is completely irrelevant. Just one tick alternating there to make it easy. 2 bats in front and the major in the back, and the blob respawns, which is a bit unfortunate. So now instead of just flicking mage, we have to one tick alternate again. But we handle that, and we actually do a bit of ghost barraging here to heal back up. Go back up to full, actually, 96. And next wave, we actually skip a couple of waves here. We're on wave 45. We got a major, a melee, and the blob. Nibbler's giving me trouble once again, but luckily we do get rid of that last one. Major's a little bit far out, so we deal with the melee first. And I think I actually turned the corner here to deal with the melee just to make it simple. But then I realized, you know, you can do the corner safe spot on this side of the pillar as well. And now we just focus the major. But then, of course, it digs, complicates things a little bit. And I just solve it by running through and trapping the melee on the other side. But now we have to melee, or we have to mage and range flick for the blob. Here's an interesting little angle we had to take to get the major to see us, for us to reach the major. Melee respawns, which is a bit of a pain in the ass every time that happens, but that was safe spotted as well. Here on wave 48, we got the melee coming towards us. We're nibbler chasing here, utilizing west pillar. Honestly, this was very, very risky, and I think, I'm not too sure here, but I could have been chanced a few times there. If the mage meleeed me, maybe. Honestly, maybe west pillar was not the play here, I don't know. But we get rid of the melee real quick while tanking the blob, and now we mage, range, one tick alternate to deal with the major and the blob. Yeah, in hindsight, maybe there was something better there. The melee honestly respawned very quickly, and luckily I was able to read this quickly and just hop on over to the other side of the pillar so that the melee could not reach me. We make it to wave 50, the first mage and range set shows up. Very simple, we're just dragging them closer to the pillar so that we can keep them isolated. Wave 51, very simple. And if the nibblers are ever on your pillar like this, you can actually stand in the tile I'm at next to the edge of the arena and reach those nibblers without showing yourself to the other side. So this was a little bit interesting here. First time I had to really do this. And here I am off-ticking the ranger and the major, which I feel like is pretty scary to do, although it's just not that difficult. It's the same as one tick alternating anything else, really, but it's just scary because tanking a mage hit can end your run right then and there. Here I am on wave 55, and I was purposely just flicking protect mage to get the major to spawn stuff so that I could heal off of them. In these waves 50 plus, I definitely have to start with as much health as I can to tank any potential range and blob hits. Here on wave 56, this was pretty free. Unfortunately, we just did not get very many good ice barrages, and once again, there are nibblers chomping on the south pillar. But we just one tick alternate the major and blob, deal with that. Now we're trying to save the pillar, and still not getting nibblers down. We're flicking the ranger and blobs now. Another barrage goes off, and that thing is 1 HP. But I think at this point I'm just like, I'm over it. You know, we don't need that pillar. Or I just like simply didn't want to take the risk at that point. Get rid of one blob. And we're like, okay, let's go save the pillar. But that pillar lost a lot of health. Again, didn't catch the freeze on all the nibblers. I thought this melee would be safe spotted. That was a miscalculation. We get down to 5 health, real scary here. But luckily, I actually played this fairly well. Turned the corner, flicked the blob even. Safe spot the melee. And if I didn't flick that blob, I probably would have been chanced and most likely been dead. Or not probably chanced, I would have been chanced and most likely dead. Here on wave 62, a lot of damage taken off rip. We're flicking the blob, we're tanking the bat. Get rid of the bat, and I really wasn't sure what to do here, so I was like, okay, let me get the bat. And then I see the melee coming down on the east side. I actually killed the blob in time, which is pretty lucky, because if I was standing on this tower right here, I don't think I would have been in range to tag that blob. So because the mini blobs are out, I'm taking a little bit of a risk here. I'm just praying melee so I don't get chomped by the melee, and I blood barrage the blobs. Now the blob's out the way, we get rid of the melee. And we had this interesting stack here, and I cut the footage here by a lot, but I was standing around trying to figure out what to do. Now this right here is what you're supposed to do, except I messed up. I messed up my flicking and I ate, I'm not sure what I ate there, but a 42 is no good. But luckily, a blob respawn in there, it was actually beneficial to me. Now the bat and the ranger are isolated on one side and the blob and major on the other. So I elect to Ghost Barrage here, just to get as much health as possible in case I make any mistakes. Get rid of the bat, and at 30 health I feel a little bit more confident. And get rid of the major, blob, and bat. On wave 63 now. Corner safe spot on the ranger, we got the blob on the other side. Nibbler is chomping our pillar, which is not great. We take our time, turn the corner so we deal with the nibblers while flicking the major and blobs. And then, I think this was the decision here that saved my wave. I decided to DPS down the melee first, rather than going for the major, because if it dug, I honestly wouldn't be too sure what I wanted to do there. I mean, I would know one step afterwards what to do. I could then corner safe spot it on the north side, but after that, that's when things get real rough. So here, instead of focusing the major, I'm just buying myself time to think, right? As long as I clear the north side, I have more time to think. And flicking one blob like that, not a big deal at all. I turn the corner, start focusing on the major, and then the ranger just respawns right away. So I'm like, okay, now the blob's a little bit closer, let's get rid of this blob. That way I don't waste my supplies, and I buy myself time to think. Here I am, mage, range, one tick alternating, the blob and the major, and then the ranger sneaks around the corner. I almost didn't catch that, but luckily I did. And from that point on, though, this wave was solved, and it was free. It was just a matter of healing back up to prepare for wave 64, which, we'll get to wave 64. It was interesting, to say the least. Here we go, wave 64. You know, nothing too crazy right now. Major and melee on one side. I delete the nibblers, which is great. Now I'm DPSing down this one melee. I mess up there, though. See, this is the dangers of flicking if you're not sure on the timing. But I get rid of that melee. However, there's still one more lurking there. But I'm already kind of like panicked here because, you know, I just nearly ended my run. So here I'm thinking, okay, the majors there is fine, but that melee is about to dig. So I jump over to this side, I pray range, which is fine, and I'm like, okay, let me alternate and off-tick the ranger and major and run around so the melee doesn't get me. But then, I don't know, this is just extra motion here. I miss a couple of flicks. I turn the corner, and I think I'm safe from the range here, but I'm not. I think I ticky once there, realize I'm still getting hit by the ranger, and then I make it behind the pillar to where only the major sees me. Wave 64 is typically not dangerous at all. Once you make it past 62 and 63, you're home free, right? And that's what people typically think anyways, but evidently not. Evidently not for me. This is a bit scary too. The melee dug, but luckily we killed the major in time and we immediately flicked the prey melee. But that was the end of wave 64. And on 65, you just have to make sure that either both the rangers see you or just the major sees you, you know, like one or the other. You can't have the major and ranger see you. Again, 66. Don't risk it, just keep prey mage on. First Zuck, or not first Zuck, first Jad. Honestly, as a 50 defense account, these healers were really messing me up. But here I am tagging the healers, and I think we're getting ready to do the run through. I don't quite remember, to be honest. Yes, we are, because we're bringing that one last healer over. And you can see we're just taking so much damage. I say that as I proceed to watch myself just tank zeros, but yeah, here we go. I was actually a little scared here, and I was prepping the run through. I get hit for 32 by the healers as I run through. But get the job done there. Now we can safely barrage them from the other side. And once we heal back up, that's the end of the first Jad. Here we are at triples. Healers spawn on the first Jad. I always like to kill the one that's by itself on the south side first. That way I can reposition my camera afterwards to get the other two clearly in view. Just dealing with the healers there. Just tanking one was not too bad that time around. On the second Jad, we actually just blood barraged them early to heal back up. Got rid of the second Jad, and this time around, we were very careful. I made sure on this triple Jad to be very careful after what happened on the very first time, where I was just looking too far ahead and not focusing on, you know, what was immediately happening. We do the run through here, heal ourselves back up to full HP, and down goes the third Jad. Although, I guess we weren't hitting very hard here. We just hit 3 straight zeros. 4 straight zeros. But down goes the last Jad. So, I believe this is our third Zuck. And on day number 3. The shield goes to the left side, so we're going to be on the major side. A 60 and a 65 to start, so feeling pretty good about that. But this was the third Zuck, so I was feeling even more confident. Again, at the time, I did not know that on the second Zuck, I actually tanked a hit. Obviously, on the first one, we just ate a 90, and that was really tragic. But I had no idea I tanked a hit on the second one. I was just so focused on the Ranger there. But anyways, here on the third Zuck, DPS isn't bad. The set spawns. Tag the Major right away. We look ahead to the Ranger. T-bow it because we're out of range. Switch to a blowpipe. And we actually tanked pretty well here to start with, a 19 and a 16. Our blowpipe specs though, that second blowpipe spec hit a 0, so that was very unfortunate. Right there, I did have to ticky. I was under 46 HP, which I believe is the max hit of the Ranger, and even though it hit, I think, a 0 on me, I still had to ticky there to make sure. But Ranger is dead. We took a lot of damage there, but we got it done. And now we DPS Zuck to try and pause the timer as quickly as possible. Honestly, good hits on this run. We got the timer paused already. I'm just brewing back up in preparation for Jad. I do this now because, again, the timer is paused, so we're not wasting any time here. We re-Bastion pot, DPS the Major now. Back on the Zuck, getting ready for the Jad. Had my Prey Mage on here for no real reason, I guess, but I mean, Prayer's not exactly hurting, so we're fine there. We start Jad. I think this was actually a very humble Jad. It rarely switched attack styles. It was mostly ranging us. Yeah, like right there, that was like 3 range hits in a row. We proc healers. And I was just playing it safe there. I felt like I was going to fall behind on the shield if I tried to barrage, so I just ran to the corner instead. Waited till I was back here again to barrage. Finally a mage hit, which luckily we weren't lulled into a false sense of security there, and we were still paying good attention on that. We had thick skin here to tank the healers. Again, just didn't feel confident to switch to Prey melee. I'd be scared that I might like switch too early and then eat the Jad hit. So the healers did do a, or not the healer, yeah, the healers, the Jad healers did do a number on me, and I'm now down to 1 Brudos. We're getting ready for healers here, hoping to proc it on this side. Hovering over our blowpipe, but our T-bow's not hitting. Okay, there we go. A big hit. Got redemption on. A little misclick there was scary, but luckily we recovered from that. There we go. We tagged all the healers. It's more important to tag all the healers rather than killing them one specifically. That way you get the healers off of Zuck. Zuck is currently at 439 health, so that's not too bad, I don't think. And now we just blowpipe run to try and get rid of the healers. Taking big damage here. That was like 20 damage in like 1 tick. Redemption goes off. And here, I chose to brew first. That way, like, you know, if it takes me a while to turn redemption back on, which actually it did, I wouldn't just die right away, which I think was a great call, brewing there, saving 1 dose for that. We recover, we finish off the healers, and I'd say the only mistake here is I'm currently not potted. I brewed and I did restore, but I didn't re-bastion. So, I don't know, that's like 3-4 hits, maybe even 5 there where I realized I wasn't potted. I do realize there. And Zuck is already sub 200 HP. At this point, it's just a race against the clock to see whether or not the second set spawns. I didn't use any plugins or have anybody else or any timer of sorts really on the sets. I was just winging it. I really didn't think a second set would be a problem at all. But you know, in the moment, you just never know for sure. So I was just making sure I wasn't missing any hits here. And right there, the last hit, we got the job done. 1 hour, 47 minutes, and 53 seconds. Our first cape on a 50 defense, 63 prayer account. We put that bad boy on right away. I think from here, I just kind of sit here for a moment and just take it all in, you know, the adrenaline and all that. Just kind of looking at my own character. Okay, it's been a few minutes. I teleported out of the Czar City, honestly. Being there the last couple of days, I'm kind of tired of seeing it, so I TP'd out to the POH right away just to hang out with my main, or my maxed iron. My main is unbonded, sitting at the GE somewhere. So it's been a few minutes, so hopefully the adrenaline is wearing off now and I can speak coherently and, you know, gather my thoughts here. Obviously, this is my first go around on the Inferno. In fact, it's the 3rd account now with their Inferno cape, but something is just so different doing it on a restricted account. 50 defense and 63 prayer. 50 defense being the biggest thing, honestly. I feel like our 63 prayer was mitigated by the fact that, you know, we don't have rigor anyways, so the prayer drain was much less. And of course, the new potions, the prayer regeneration potions. I bought in 3 of these, so 12 doses, and we come out of it with just 1 dose left. So with every time that I go back to the Inferno, I learn a little bit more. And on a 99 defense account, or a heavily geared and high defense account anyways, I learned that you can mostly ignore the blobs and start flicking them when you're ready. It's not a big deal at all to just flick them when you can, or just tank them until you're ready to do so. The focus is always to pray correctly against the Major and the Ranger. And likewise with the melees. It's very easy to just pull out your blowpipe, spec it down, if you're having to tank it, you know, and say you're not sure if you can off-tick, or maybe you're not in a situation where you can do that. However, those 2 things I just mentioned were kind of out the window on a 50 defense account. I could sometimes get away with it, but the melees were definitely chomping me, and the blobs would stack up damage quickly if I didn't react. So those 2 things were really just out the window. With that being said, I feel like I definitely had less time to think on the waves and I had to react more quickly. And there was definitely an element of luck. By no means did I play perfectly. I'm sure I tanked a lot of hits and survived situations where maybe I was chanced, you know? But at the end of the day, I'm pretty happy with what happened because I did at least do the luck fight perfect. No luck required, got the CA done, and I feel like a 148 on this account is pretty impressive. Right now, on my other two accounts that are max combat, they have PBs of like high 120s, low 130s. So to be only 15-20 minutes slower on this account on the first KC, I feel like this was definitely my best cape, all things considered. So typically in my videos, I don't do post commentary. I always just say something on the fly, which is why sometimes, you hear a load of gibberish from me, but, I record the clip live, I commentate live, and I don't tend to go back in post. However, as of right now, I feel like it'd be a good idea to go back in the Inferno run, show the footage, and maybe in certain situations kind of break down what I'm going to do. I don't know why I'm telling you guys this, because this clip is going to be at the end of the video, and then you guys would already see the footage of me yapping while doing the Inferno. So, but this is just to let you know it's post-commentary if it wasn't obvious already. So here I am at Otto's Grotto Barbarian Fishing. We actually gained a level recently. We went from 88 to 89, and this is the day after completing the Infernal Cape. I've just been chilling here because I've been focused on editing the video. It's a pretty big one, I'm sure, as you've seen watching this, if you've made it this far. But yeah, anyways, over the last couple of weeks, we worked on getting the quiver, and then just yesterday, the Infernal Cape. And during that duration, we allowed ourselves to use any items, namely the Twisted Bow and the Scythe of Vitter, to get those two achievements over and done with. Now, looking forward, we have to ask ourselves, are we just going to give ourselves free reign on any items and any supplies? I've been pretty lenient on the supplies, but as for items, I've been more strict on that. I kind of hesitated to just give myself just about anything because I don't want to cheat myself or rob myself of progress. Right now, as for what's next, I'm looking at either doing Dragon Slayer 2 to get the Vorkath backpack, because as of right now, even though we have a quiver, anytime we're using range weapons, we're actually losing out on a lot of darts or arrows because they're just dropping on the ground. And I mean, no matter how much I keep up with it, I'm just not going to be able to pick up all the darts or arrows that I lose. And the other thing we're looking towards is Zenyte jewelry. Even though we do have a full set of, Anguish, Tormented Bracelet, Suffering, and all that on wait for it, we do need a second set for this account. And it would only make sense for us to earn it ourselves. So we have to do Monkey Madness 2, and that includes getting 69 Slayer. We're currently at 60. With these potential grinds coming up next, I have no issue just keeping the account to where it's at right now and using, my Blade of Saildor or the Eclipse Atlatl to farm Demonic Gorillas, or, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with Vorkath, but we'll figure that out. But raids are on the horizon, whether that's TOA, Chambers of Xerix, or more Theater of Blood, which we actually have about like 3 or 4 KC. I snuck a couple of those in quite some time ago. But when it comes to those grinds, I think that's when I have to really decide how I'm going to approach giving myself items. Do I want to give myself a Twisted Bow so that I have access to the challenge mode Chamber of Xerix right away? Or do I want to start from scratch, or rather what I already have on this account and work my way up from there? Chambers might be a pretty bad example because if you didn't know, I did do a grueling 1 year plus long of solo CMs. Wait for it, has like 1.1k solo CM KC on top of like 300, 400 regular Chambers KC. And that's how long it took me to get a Twisted Bow. So for Chambers, I'm really not sure if I want to do another potential 1,000 Chambers without a Twisted Bow. But yeah, that's just a really good example of things I have to consider. And to tell you the truth, right now, I don't have it figured out. But I will have it figured out before we start any raids grinds, because that's going to change the dynamic and the grind that we're going to do, whether that's just going to be from a collection log standpoint or if we're actively gaining upgrades for our account. With all that being said, I think I'm going to wrap up this video now. I know it's a pretty long one, but it is a very big achievement for me personally, having done a 50 defense, 63 prayer Inferno cape. Especially in the context that, for those of you that don't know, actually I'm not sure I've ever shared this, so I don't think anybody knows, but back on my very first cape on my normal account, that took me hundreds of attempts. It was weeks on end, I think even months. I might have taken like a couple of weeks break just from burnout, but I got it done after like, I believe it was 15 Zucks. It took me the 15th Zuck attempt to finally stop choking and get that first cape. So to go from that to this cape just in 3 Zuck attempts on a 50 defense, 63 prayer account, I'm personally very proud of that. And one last note, I think the biggest takeaway for me is that even with the release of the Colosseum and the Quiver, I think the Inferno is still a bigger achievement. It's just that easy. Right now, in real time, we are just about 2 weeks out from the release of Yama. It is currently May 1st. We just got done with the Colosseum and the Inferno grind on 416 Hero. We even followed that up with 2 more Inferno KCs here on Wait For It, getting the Grandmaster Combat Achievement time. I wanted to get started on either the Zenite grind or the Dragon Slayer 2 grind for the Vorkath backpack on 416 Hero. But I didn't want to start that video or even do the one video and then switch over to do Yama content 2 weeks from now. So right now I'm kind of struggling for things to do. We got 14 days to play the game, and I don't know what kind of content I'm going to be doing. But right now I'm standing outside TOA waiting for some clanmates, and we're going to pot some TOAs. If I can spoon myself some dupe Missouri pieces, that would be great for 416 Hero. If not, we'll come to TOA down the line and we'll earn it ourselves on the Pure. I haven't done TOA in ages. I honestly don't even know what's going on. Particularly in a team setting too. I think the last time I did TOA was definitely solo. Dude, this room is a clusterfuck with like 5 people in here. Holy. He trapped me! I don't even know if that's the right use of the word Forsaken. What is going on, bro? That was like 4 rotations. You know, with 5 people, surely we see a purple, right? 390 invocation. This game sucks. I didn't have prayer to do a carousel. I actually reacted in time, like the muscle memory to click on the carousel was still there, but my prayer was too low. This is my third favorite raid in old school RuneScape for sure. This game sucks. Oh, magic seeds. I guess that's good. Dragon med helms for the GP. So we just came out of that first KC without a purple, unfortunately. But here's a look at our log in case we do get a purple. You see here we do have 2 shadows. I think I have mentioned it before in the series that we do have a dupe shadow sitting and waiting for 416 hero to use. I'm just, I don't know, I just haven't really had a situation where I wanted to use it yet. Now you see here, I do have 2 Missouri bodies in the log and 3 chaps. But unfortunately, I did drop those over to my normal account for some GP before I ever decided to make 416 hero. So I don't actually have those dupes available, and we're going to have to earn them ourselves again. Oh, is that my purple? That's my purple. And a fang. Boo. Any back-to-backers? Never. Well, we are in between content right now on 416 Hero. I am still keeping up with farm and birdhouse runs daily, and right now Hespori is ready. I don't remember the last time I showcased doing Hespori. That might have been quite some time ago, and I'm sure the gear looked drastically different. Let's see what we get for KC35 today. 2 Chronos seeds and a Torstal. Okay. Now let's not forget to replant the Hespori for next time. A little bit of a funny thing is I still don't have full Graceful. I'm missing the gloves and the boots as well as the cape, but I do have my trusty Infernal cape and the quiver that I don't have on me right now. Yeah, I'm about to be just wearing this Infernal cape everywhere. Honestly, I'm still so proud of that achievement. Replanting some magic trees right now, and we just hit 95 farming. Obviously, I didn't start out the video this way with this in mind, but I guess this is another day in the life of a max GIM type video. Right now, I'm cooking some karambwans because all the grinds we've previously done have really burned up the supplies. Now, if we look at the bank here, I do have 20,000 or almost 20,000 raw karambwans, but in terms of actual cooked ones, we are now below 2,000. I used to have a lot more than that. Basically, I'm pretty down bad on a couple of other supplies as well. For example, the Inferno grinds, particularly on 416 Hero, took a lot of my Dragon Darts out. Without having the Vorkath backpack, I just wasn't able to pick up all the Dragon Darts that were dropping on the ground, so I lost a good chunk there. So with that being said, we're probably going to do a bit of resource recovery, whether that entails just cooking 10,000 karambwans or maybe doing some kind of PVMing to get some resources back. While I was cooking my karambwans, I really couldn't figure out what to do, and then I came up with Leviathan. A little while ago, we were doing a big Leviathan grind, and we hit 843 KC going for the Venator ring, which is the last ring we need in terms of, I was going to say Dragon Slayer 2, but Desert Treasure 2 rings. And I guess let's just sneak in some couple kills here and see if we can snag the ring. We are already over the rate. As I'm doing this mini Leviathan grind again, I'm up to 853 KC, and I just got Dragon Bolt drop, actually. And honestly, besides the actual uniques from here, the Dragon Bolts are probably the only useful resource drop that you'll get. With that being said, yeah, it's not very motivating to do Levy when I know I'm here only after one thing, and that's the Venator Vestige. I don't think there's been a long enough break since the last Levy grind and this one now, because 15 KC into this session, I already can't really be bothered with this boss. I'm kind of over it already, but we're going to knock out as much KC as we can, and surely the Venator Vestige will drop on any of these KCs now. Well, first unique of the grind so far, an Awakener's Orb. Okay, spur of the moment decision here. We're at KC 863 right now. We're still going, but I think our stopping point is going to be at 900 KC, or if we get the Vestige before then. After that, we'll find something else to do. There's plenty of grinds to do, to be honest. Slayer is always at the top of the list, because we're still going after that Imbued Heart. Well, I just had a very unfortunate death. We still got another 32 KC to go until we hit 900. This death does not help at all. You know, I'm already not really feeling this grind too much. But I do want the Venator Vestige. And 900 KC or Venator Vestige, we will have to find out. But I'm going to take this opportunity to swap out my Ruby Bolts E for the Dragon versions of them. I actually have way more Ruby Dragon Bolts right now than I do the regular Addy Ruby Bolts. I don't really like to use the Ruby Dragon Bolts because obviously these are actually hard to come by. The Addy ones, you get plenty of Addy bars as an Ironman and plenty of rubies, so it's very easy to upkeep these. But these Dragon ones, not so much. But at the same time, I have a decent stack of these because I just don't know where I would use them realistically. But I guess I'll go ahead and use a bit of those now, and let's see if the times at Levy will maybe be a little bit faster. I don't know. What in the 877 KC we get a Virtus mask. That's actually our first Virtus dupe, so I can't really be too mad about that because in terms of Virtus, we've been incredibly lucky. I know I'm looking at the Duke collection log anyways, but you get Virtus from all 4 bosses. Where can I find a Levy one? It's near the bottom. Yeah, so that's just our first Virtus dupe. I'm not too mad at that at all. And in terms of Levy, I guess this is maybe a bit of copium as to why I haven't got the Vestige yet, because I don't remember whether it was the Virtus top or the Virtus robe bottoms, but I got a Virtus piece very, very early on. I'm talking sub 100 KC, and also the lure, I believe, was also sub 100 KC. So that's probably the RNG god saying why, hey, let's hold off on the Venator Vestige. Having started 416 Hero, a lot of dupes aren't so bad anymore, although this is kind of one of the exceptions because as a 50 defensive count, I actually don't have access to Virtus pieces. If we look at the defense skill here and look under armor, we scroll down, we're already past 50, we're into the 70s, and I can't even find it. I can't find it. One moment. Let's take a look at magic instead. Magic equipment? Armor. Magic armor. We scroll down, we need 78 magic, which is actually higher than ancestral, which is interesting. But you can see that it's paired with 75 defense. But yeah, anyways, that is the second Virtus mask, another unique. So we've gone an Awakener's Orb and the mask so far in this session. 23 more KC, let's see if we can get the drop that we actually want. And 900 KC, we are getting Smoke Runes. Okay, that is enough Levy for now. We're going to have to go and figure out what we want to do next. I've still been wandering around the game trying to figure out what kind of grinds I want to tackle on this account. Haven't really figured it out, but I did come to Chambers of Xerix and potted a solo challenge mode. Took me about 36 minutes, came out with 2,000 blood runes and 120 grimy toad flax. It's nice to know that I still know how to do the raid. I mean, heck, I've done like 1,100 of these solos by now. But it feels good to come back and do one in a decent amount of time and deathless no less. Our current challenge mode KC is 1160. I guess something we're working towards long term is the 2000 total cape. Let's take a look at the collection log here and you'll see that between that cape, well, I guess there's a 1500 cape and then a 2000 KC cape. And the pet are the only things I'm missing from the Chambers of Xerix log. Well, I guess when in doubt, time to do some Slayer tasks. Still hunting the Imbued Heart, and the Abyssal Demons are one of the decent tasks to do. Using my Venator bow here in the Catacombs makes this a very laid-back task to do. Just have to make sure I'm potted and keep my prayer up. We're still on the Abyssal Demons task, but we picked up a whip. That's pretty nice, I guess. We're 2.3 mil. I swear these, the prices on the whips fluctuate a lot. At one point, I feel like they were as low as 1.2 mil. That could have been many, many months ago, though, but now they're 2.3 mil. It's just that easy. What? No fucking way. No. Huh. Well, second sight for the GIM. Let's go. As Oven Gold said, wipe in the sight. It's just that easy. Okay, first reaction, just absolutely nuts. But now, it's currently 1.8 bill. I gotta split out, of course, we'll do the math, but apparently like 1.4-ish. We are here on Beleti, my normal account that is actually geared. Doesn't quite have every item in the game, or every PVM item in the game, but it has most things. But I've gone ahead and taken out my twisted bow, and we're gonna have to part ways with it, unfortunately. There it is. It's been done. Oh, more than max cash. That was awkward. This is actually the next day now, but last night I was still wandering around trying to figure out things to do. I did a solo CM, I did some Slayer tasks, a bit of Levy, and then I got invited to do some hard mode tops, which we haven't done in a hot minute, probably at least a month. So we had a Verzik wipe in our very first raid, but then we followed up with a purple. And this is how we ended up with this Scythe of Vitter. This is the second one in the GIM group. So now I have one for Wait For It and one exclusively for 416 Hero. Now I've mentioned in the past that I've had a dupe shadow sitting in the group account, and I went ahead and just traded it on over to 416 Hero now. I've talked about finding a balance of making progression on 416 Hero while still having access to all these things available in the GIM group. Well, I can't pass up on having 2 out of 3 mega rares that are dupes, no less. It's not like I'm trading them back and forth between accounts. These are straight up dupes that I have now, and I think I'm definitely going to make use of these. Something I realized as a side note is that this is the exact order I got the first set of mega rares. First it was a Shadow, then it was the Scythe, and then finally into the Twisted Bow. So with all that being said, 416 is pretty much raid ready. I mean, more than raid ready, really. But there are a few more goals I want to knock out. Like I said before, I want to knock out Dragon Slayer 2 for the Vorkath backpack to combine it with my quiver. And I definitely want to get some Zenites. So Monkey Madness 2 needs to be done, and I need to get from 60 to 69 Slayer. Once again, the goal, one of the biggest goals, is that I want to get a duplicate of every item that I already have, so that I don't ever have to trade back and forth between Wait For It and 416 Hero. And that way, in any dolo content, I don't have to have one account use lesser than ideal gear. So as of right now, it seems like Chambers of Xerix is going to be the raid that we're really going to have to grind for. As for the top grind that we were working towards, I guess now we pivot from going for regular tops to hard mode top, so that we can get some kits. As for the Chambers of Xerix grind, this is actually a huge blessing for me, because I was definitely not looking forward to having to do regular chambers and scouting layouts. With the Scythe and the Shadow, I think I can now do some challenge mode raids. Although, I don't know, 50 defense may still be an issue because those things in there smack pretty hard, but we'll just have to see. It also just occurred to me that I can't do the efficient Shadow mage hand running at Ulm, because it requires defensive casting in certain instances. But we'll figure that out when we get there. And just because we have a Shadow doesn't completely rule out us having to do TOA. We still need a dupe Missouri set because Missouri Unfortified is our best in slot range. And of course at some point we're going to have to tackle a TOA 500 for the Osmundum's Fang kit. Anyways, back on Wait For It, we have to once again figure out what we want to do. I guess we're going to continue with Slayer because that was what I was doing before I got invited to Hard Mode Tob, and we are currently on a Gargoyles task. Another Abbey Demons task, another whip. Currently not doing anything on 416 Hero, but definitely keeping up with the farming contracts and birdhouse runs. And with this one, we hit 79 Hunter. Wow, we only got 4 bird's nests out of the 4 birdhouses on this run. Kind of unfortunate. On Wait For It, we've been sending some solo CMs again. It's nice to be back doing this in max gear after doing over 1,000 of these in less than ideal gear. Obviously, I have this much KC because I was going after the Twisted Bow. But that aside, I wouldn't have done this much if I didn't enjoy the raid at least a little bit, right? Since I already have more KC than the average person might have in challenge mode Chambers of Xerix, I think a long-term goal for me is to go after the 2,000 KC cape. But also, right now, solo CMs would be good money, and I do need some GP back so that I can buy back the Twisted Bow that I had to sell on my normal account to split out that second scythe I pulled yesterday night. We are actually on yet another different day now. I'm here at the Zaya mines making some blood runes. We're always in need of those. I think I'm going to wrap up the video here now, though. This was a bit of a random one that was all over the place. We did a bunch of different things, different content on Wait For It, which is a nice change of pace to the progress we've been doing on 416 Hero. You know, being lost on what to do on this maxed account was one of the biggest reasons why I started 416 Hero. And it's really nice to have clear goals that I can work towards on 416 Hero. And on the flip side, because of that, and because we've been focusing so hard on that, it's nice to jump back on this account and enjoy all the hard work we've put into this account being maxed and having all this gear. And obviously, it paid off by going back to hard mode Tob and pulling a second scythe. Although, I guess my inactive normal account paid for it though, having to sell my T-bow. But we'll probably try to earn back the GP and buy back the T-bow at some point. Good morning, gamers. This is currently 5:14 a.m. on May 14th, 2025. And I announced a date because I don't know when this video is coming out. I do know that most likely the previous video I uploaded kind of explained why I was waiting and doing stuff on this account rather than continuing on 416 Hero at this point in time. And that is because the release of Yama is happening. And we just TP'd out from the Zaya RC mines and we're going to gear up. No idea what to gear up with though, so we're going to have to figure that out. I do know that we're most likely going to need melee gear. Okay, so 10 minutes to go now, and this is my current inventory setup. We got max melee. We're rocking the Ember Light, though, because once again, Yama's a demon vein, so I think that's going to be good. I just decided to slap on the Echo Boots, I don't know, a little bit of extra prayer and tankiness. Plus, we're going to be swapping. I don't know if it's going to be a full melee fight. You know, it's kind of funny because I know this video is going to come out much later on, and by then, everyone will have more than likely figured out the meta and what to do at Yama. But for right now, on release, actual release date, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going to happen. So I got the melee gear, I got the mage gear, and that's because my duo partner is going to rock melee and range gear to start with. But yeah, other than that, I guess we just wait it out and see what happens. I might be hopping into a Discord call, so maybe some clips will have other people talking in it. Just as a disclaimer. We are currently on a black screen recording absolutely nothing and playing absolutely nothing because we haven't been able to get back into the game post-update. So right now I'm sat here just watching Bodhi and Wooks. So by the time we get into the game, I have some loose idea on how it's going to go, but obviously it's only been... Actually, it's been about an hour and a half since release at this point. Okay, we made it into the game. Let me just make some adjustments based off of what the streamers have been have been doing, so let's figure that out. To Yama.
Party Jagex sucks. No, that's bad karma. That's bad karma. Yama. Yama Mama. Oh, people are already in that part.
Where do we even go? Am I going the right way?
Llama.
I don't know if I'm going the right. It's just the bottom, right?
Go down the chain, bro. Go down the chain.
Oh, right. Voice of Yama. Oh, should I enter domain? Oh, no, done the back out. Okay, I'll join on you, I guess.
The guy on the throne is a yapper.
Yeah, I don't have like a real strong understanding of the post.
Do one BGS.
Okay. Did it not start? What? No, it's starting. You hit a 2, I hit a 0. Fantastic. Oh, I guess Scythe on this part, right?
Weird.
Conjures a fire-based attack on you. Okay, so waves.
Oh, here comes fire.
Oh, there's
the thingies are out.
Ember lighted, maybe?
What the hell?
Okay, I'm just gonna safe up a little bit here. Oh, okay. Oh, here we go. Oh, this is sick. Oh, I messed up.
This is so cool.
I messed up.
Yeah, that was cool. I think we have a shared health pool on this guy.
Oh, yeah, it is, yeah. I just saw you hit a 55. What is that?
Oh my god,
What was that?
The snap.
Oh!
Oh shit, the things are out. The things are out.
Oh. Oh, no.
No.
I was so focused on the boss. Oh, it puts you right out here.
What the hell? That's crazy. Dude, this game is so easy, man.
Easy, bro. Didn't even have to TP back.
Okay, we gotta pay a little bit more attention.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what's going on, bro. You know what? At least there's a start thing once you're in here. It's not like Titans where like it's like, yeah, you know, I've been here for like 30 seconds. You can't join anymore.
We might get it.
Holy. No. Orb.
Focus on the boss, I got the orbs.
What just hit me that hard? It's 9 HP.
Kill it!
Yes. Second try. Let's go.
Nice.
Good luck.
Sheesh.
Oh, it's worms.
That enrage face is crazy. All right, let's go for a second, KC. He does, yeah. Yeah, my anti-poison right now, and I was taking like the first hit was a 20, bro. It was crazy. So like whoever's it's not focusing is on glyphs, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that one, the flame one, the red one was very obvious. Like I saw that one coming. So, is there chip? Oh, I was not ready for that. So, is there chip damage in this? Have you noticed if there's chip damage? The infamous chip damage.
That's not good.
Oh,
I'm dead.
oh. Should I just TP out? Do you think?
It's up to you. Good luck. I don't know if you can actually.
Yeah, you can. I actually read that. Oh. Well, I'm dead. Okay, we go again.
All right.
Does it always alternate after one hit, or is it just because we're doing so much damage?
No, it alternates. Looks like.
So when you go on the glyph for that, do I still have to move away from that giant ball?
I don't know.
I'm not doing much damage. Is it because of the orbs are out, or just unlucky? Oh my god. No, I'm dead. It might be a case of like if your BGS hits Sight, if not Emberlight maybe? Please hit. Nice.
Good luck.
New PB.
Look.
Oh, Fody. Wait, what? What's tallow?
The potion probably would sell for more.
What is? I don't even see the option for making the potion. What is it? Oh, surge potion, Torstal, and demonic tallow.
Torstal stonks go up. Yeah, I feel like the potions would be worth more right now, just because like most people wouldn't go through that
True.
process. Because I just picture solo mission logging in, and then going to the GE and searching surge potion.
It's untradeable. What?
What?
Oh, I fucking knew it was untradeable.
Get baited, idiot!
It's over. It's over.
It's over. Well, you might as well use them.
You have to D-main, bro, at this point. Like,
Demon.
Tallow is tradable by itself, though.
But you didn't use all the tallow, right? So so sell the tallow. Untradable potions? Damn! Imagine if the secondary wasn't tradable either. Mains would be so mad. It's like, what do you mean I can't buy the potion? I gotta make world record's gonna be like sub 2, bro. I'm feeling it.
the Emberlight seems more accurate. I bet if you hit a big...
Yeah, I bet it's like dependent on whether you hit your BGS or not. I think if you're going for long trips, once people get this down, probably SGS on the minion.
Altar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Altar is better, but I don't know.
Dude, that was good. That was a really good enrage phase.
Ooh, we're in the sub 4. Let's go.
Nice, dude.
Oh.
Yo, shards, let's
Oath
go.
plate shards.
Bro, how much did you get baited by Oath Plate?
Dude, the drops have a jingle.
Did we go again? Gift supply.
My group broadcast baited me. 6 room plate bodies.
Bro, I think that was damageless.
That's crazy.
Sheesh. 308, let's
Dude.
go. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Oh shit!
Ooh.
Dude, the panic at the end there was correct.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, I got teleport scrolls. Another
Maybe
clogger.
that, maybe
So I wonder if me just camping Emberlight had any effect on that, or I've been scything, but on the last 2 kills and that PB included, I did Emberlight.
Sorry, so he's blue first. Now he's gonna be doing. Now he should be doing blue attack. So I'm gonna try praying. Yeah, see, blue attack.
Is that mage? Blue's mage?
I don't know.
I mean, I just took 0 damage.
Yeah, so I had pray mage on. Belly had pray melee, and we both took 0 damage. So I think there's another like. I wonder. There's something else that goes into like what the snaps do. Okay, now he should be doing red attack.
Do you think that's range?
I think so.
So if he snaps, pray range, okay.
I took damage with range for
See,
red
I just took
attack.
25 damage there.
And I
so,
took 8.
I don't know.
Maybe it's melee. Maybe red is melee.
Maybe.
I mean, that would make sense, yeah.
Mayo did mage for red. What the fuck?
Yeah, but I did mage for red too. Oh wait, no, I did range.
So red mage?
Yeah, Mayo just did red mage. Oh.
It worked for me.
Okay, yep, and I just took a massive 34. Oh! I was slow there. Oh my, he's just spamming the snap.
He's snapping.
It's fucking Thanos, bro.
He's Thanos snapping, dude. But yeah, the range attack seems like it really hits a lot of. Oh, you know what? Maybe it is rolling zeros because we're both in full Torba and it's hitting a lot of.
Yeah, range would probably not. Like,
Yeah, that makes sense.
I can see it now. Speedrunners are gonna come out of that phase and complain that the boss is like on the other side of the room. Oh, I'm sorry.
Clip it.
Bro, give me my 500k. What the hell?
500k steep, honestly.
It's too easy.
Bro, no way. It's funny because like I knew you were talking while that was coming out, but I was like, he's right next to the fire when there's no way he's not paying attention, right? So I wasn't gonna say anything.
My thrall killed it. Let's go.
Yo, you got the kill?
Yeah, it was like sub 100.
Look.
Oh,
Oh, we got the
that's what it looks like. It really is a barrel.
just a barrel.
Yeah, wait, I just went and farmed that thing. Tell me it's good.
Oh,
I mean, it's probably good.
what just hit? Did I get meleeed there? Maybe. I don't know. Oh yeah, this is like a damage contribution thing too. So here we go. New PB maybe. That fell fast.
Righted.
Let's go. 307. We are currently at KC 42 right now, and we're just taking a little bit of a break. So I'm going to take this chance to talk about the gear setup real quick. We've made some changes since, 6 hours ago when we first logged in to start doing Yama. And right now, we are still in max melee, but we're rocking the Emberlight instead of a scythe. I don't actually remember if I was using the scythe or the Emberlight to start with, but right now for sure we are... Oh, no baguette. Right now for sure we are rocking with the Emberlight for sure. There's no real data yet, so I can't really run the DPS calc to figure out what's what. But we're rocking the Bandos Godsword for our spec weapon instead. And sometimes, we're doing 2 KC trips now. And sometimes when the specs don't line up, I just Dragon Claws instead. We got a mini 3-way mage switch, and this is just for that little guy on the side between phases. We just alternate between melee and mage attacks. As for spellbook, we're on the Archaea spellbook running Thralls and Death Charge, and we got mostly hard food. In the beginning, we definitely had like an inventory full of brews, but since then we've dropped a lot of the brews, and we're just now bringing some hard food and some anglers. We do pre-pot a divine, and the boss does poison you, so we pre-pot an anti-poison as well. Now, this is just because of who I'm doing with, but I don't have a purging staff. Perfect timing, some random dude just walked up with it. The purging staff is actually very, very good at this boss from what we know right now. And unfortunately, I don't have one. I only have one synapse, and I used it on the Emberlight. But as long as you have one person with the purging staff, I think that is good enough to do Yama. Once again, this is news on the original day of release, so everybody's still figuring things out as we go. But right now we're doing it at a pretty comfortable pace. Average KC seem to be at around 3 minute 30 seconds for us. And we got a PB of 307 right now.
No, this is good speed. Go, 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 go.
He's zooming.
I think that was really fast. What the?
Ooh, a sub 3.
That was a fast final phase. Yo.
Hey.
one-up us.
252.
Good luck.
Fucking ping, man.
Oh, shit! Let's go!
Oh, dude, yo, looks kind of sick though. Holy,
Hey, yo!
It actually looks kind of clean with the Torva.
kind of clean.
Like, it could be way worse.
I got a drop on the first day!
Let's go. Quick, Peppy, what's the website for the prizes? Quick, before it drops.
5 mil.
It's 2GP, it's 2GP. Ooh,
Yo, good luck.
okay. Forgotten lockbox. Here we go, here we go. 125 Dragon Bolts.
What the fuck? You gonna split that?
Put it back in the box.
Put it back. Put it back. I'm gonna soul flame you.
What?
Wait, what happened? Where'd you
What?
die?
No, I'm at... What? I'm on fucking... Oh.
Where are you?
I TP'd out. I misclicked. I meant to click Ward of Arceus, but I TP'd to Harmony Island. Ooh, fast kill maybe. 243. Let's go.
Steady cost.
Oh. Okay.
Good luck. Good luck. Get death charge. Do the 1 in 4.
1 in 4.
Do it. Yo, let's go.
Let's go.
Yo, man.
How does it work?
The account.
Upgrade depth charge.
Shit's so good, dude.
Ooh, another lockbox.
Oh, good luck.
Here we go, here we go. 80 darts. Not even 125?
So-
wait, how do we start? Like, can we start on first kill?
If you spawn here, so it's possible that I'll sit here and you'll spawn here, for instance. And then when I run, I'll go here, I'll wait 1 tick, and then I'll attack, but you wouldn't wait on this tile, right? So like you would run
1, 2, 3, attack. Yeah.
Yeah. So it all depends on where you spawn, but it is possible for you to spawn like over here, and if you lose a tick on the judge, then
1,
you're not gonna make
2.
it, or like
Oh, I just lost a tick.
it might be back here or something. It's pretty far,
Okay.
but yeah, that's pretty much it. We just try it.
Okay. I had it, but then I think I need to like recolor the tiles.
Yeah, I think that's it. Yep.
I canceled. Oh wait, oh wait, I'm still here though.
Yep, you're good. Right, mage.
I did it again. I like missed a hit. No. I messed up.
Kill it.
Okay.
Nice. Let's go. We did it.
Just skip over a number real quick. Oh.
Okay.
Okay. 237. Okay, a 227. Oh shit, let's go.
He's got the whole.
We got the horn.
Woo!
Nice, dude.
KC 253. Okay. What are we getting? What are we getting? Contract of Bloodied Blows. What could that be? Oh! I got the fucking pet! Man, for a split second I thought it was mine. I got some smoke runes instead. No fucking way. Dude, where are my drops? Yeah, he just got a helmet and a pet back to back. And he already has a helmet. At least I get a split though. That is crazy, a back to back. Okay! Oath plate legs, let's go! Let's fucking go, this duo is the dream team. He got oath plate legs. It's too easy. It's been a while since I recorded any clip on 416 Hero, and that's just because of the release of Yama. We've been heavily focused on that. However, every single day I've still been doing a tree run and a birdhouse run, and the contracts, and of course Hespori. As such, we are one harvest away from 97 farming. Also, sad to boot up this clip because I just got a 47-second Hespori, which is actually a combat task, and that was so out of left field, so unexpected, that unfortunately, I don't have a recording of it. I haven't been paying the farmers, so I've just been compost bucketing these with my bottomless compost bucket. Good to see that this palm tree is fully grown, and by checking the health, 97 farming. 2 more levels to go till we get our second 99 on the account. Our very first one was 99 fire making, which honestly at this point feels like an eternity ago. Just wrapped up a Yama session. We're currently at KC 450. We are still in the chasm though, where Yama is, but right now we are just farming some lesser demons. You'll see that above the lesser demon there is a sigil. Now I believe there are 5 sigils, different colored. And currently the green colored sigil right now represents killing them with a magic spell. So right now I got my Kodai and my Ancestral on, and I'm auto casting Undead Grass, which costs 12 fire runes each, so kind of expensive on that part. And what killing these guys will give you is or potentially it will give you the contracts specifically for the cosmetic version of Oath Plate. I believe it's called Radiant Oath Plate. At this point in time, I don't know if there are any available drop rate information available, but I was watching a clanmate farm these, and he seemed to pick up plenty of contracts. Do need, I believe, like 5 different contracts to get 5 different parts of this purifying sigil item, which is what you'll combine together to get the Radiant Oath Plate. But yeah, it's currently late in the night, so I'm going to be chilling here, farming up a couple of these. I wonder when it's going to change the sigil, actually, because I've done, I don't know, 15, 16 kills here, and it's the same one, so it probably rotates based on the number of kills, or maybe a timer or something. We'll see. There's actually a couple of spells in the spellbook that I can auto-cast to farm these guys. There's the Dark Demon Bane, and I guess the lesser variants, the Inferior and Demon Bane. And likewise, with the Undead Grasp, there's actually Ghostly Grasp, Skeletal, and then back on Undead for the best spell. This is how little I know about the Arceus spellbook outside of just using Death Charge and Thralls. I can't say I've ever used any of these other spells up until now. Oh, there we go. It looks like the sigil has changed. Now this is looks like that is a blue sigil, so it says to kill a demon using a 2-handed melee weapon. Well, we have the scythe with us, so we're going to be farming lesser demons with a scythe. I've made the switch to the greater demons. Again, I don't have any information on this currently, but surely fighting a higher level mob will have better drop rates, right? That's just logical thinking. And perhaps if I went to black demons instead at the bottom, that'd be better. Looks like while I was looking up two-handed weapons, they have switched back to the green sigil, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm not colorblind, so back to maging them. Okay, the sigils have now changed to a red color, which I believe... Yep, there it is. A red color, which I believe is special attacks. And the special attack ones actually have a higher chance of dropping the contracts, and according to the blog post, it says this is because special attack is a finite resource. So I don't know what the strategy here is. I brought claws, and the problem is with claws, it's 50 spec, right? So I'm not sure how to tackle this. Do we have to keep TPing out? I don't know. All right, let's do some dragon dagger specking, I guess. I also do have the Lightbearer on for this reason. Okay, there we go. We finally got our first contract in about 51 lesser demons and 160 greater demons. Unfortunately, I think we already have this one from the boss, but more than one doesn't hurt. Okay, another contract just a couple of KCs later. And that is KC 500. That's the first time I've gotten any shards from the box in 9 boxes. This Yama grind has been so crazy that I'm actually now doing an herb run. I haven't done an herb run on this account in ages. I can't even tell you how long ago. And here I am farming some Renars because, well, we're running low on prayer pots. Not exactly low, we're just below 300 prayer pots. But for context, that is the lowest it's ever been. I used to have well over 1,000 prayer pots. Our current Yama KC is 748, and we're still going after the helmet. At this point, I'm not sure if we're going to get a drop first or the amount of shards we need to be able to craft them. You need 450 shards to be able to craft one and any piece of armor, which is a nice thing. So whether you're missing the helmet, the chest plate, or the legs, you just need 450 shards. We're currently at like 380 something, so we need another 60, 70 shards to go. And I feel like we are more likely to get those shards than another drop. But I mostly bring up our KC 748 because from my estimation, from what I've noticed, it takes about 1 prayer pot per KC. Of course, Yama itself does drop super restore mixes. It does drop some 3-dose prayer potions. So you do get some prayer pots back, but for the most part, it's about 1 prayer pot per KC. So we've probably used like 700 prayer pots. And definitely more at first when we were learning, but now that we're at well over 700 KC and there are established metas and ways of fighting the boss, of course new metas are going to come out. Currently, it's been just over a week and a half since the Yama release, so things are still evolving. Player base is absolutely cracked coming up with new metas. When Yama got released, I actually had no idea how much I'd be farming it, but the boss ended up being pretty fun, and it's still fun. And now we're at 2 out of 3 oath plate pieces, and we have the soul horn, or soul flame horn as well. I think that's what it's called. And at this point, I really want the helmet, and like I said, we're pretty close in terms of shards, so I might as well go for it before we hop back on 416 Hero. Also, at the time of this recording, it is really early or really late, depending on how you look at it, really early on the Friday, May 23rd, and contracts are supposed to be released today. I mean, they're already in the game, but I think people can start doing contracts today, Friday, so it'll be interesting to see how those things go. I don't think I'm going to be doing contracts anytime soon, especially the solo ones, because the solo ones, I imagine I'm going to need a purging staff, which a week and a half later and almost 800 KC of Yama, I still don't have a purging staff. Luckily, with some methods and duos, when you're just farming the boss, you actually don't need one. Okay, this is still the Friday where contracts are now officially ready to do in the game. Some streamers are already sending some content. I think a couple of people at this time have already done a couple of contract completions, but the thing about a Radiant Oath Plate, the cosmetic Oath Plate, is that you need to complete 5 different contracts. So at this point in time, still a ways to go, I think. Although I'm not keeping up very closely, but I don't think anyone's done it yet. But anyways, they pushed out another update in the middle of the day, and now those dossiers, however you pronounce them, they drop these contracts more commonly now. These 6 contracts came from 2 of them. You know, as a quick side note, I really hope I can piece together this Yama video in a cohesive manner, because as of right now, ever since the Yama release, I've just hit the record button. I've been sending Yama, randomly yapping here and there if I feel like there's any relevant information. But this video is coming out as part of the GIM series sometime down the line. So, yeah, we'll have to see. A duo just got an Oath Plate chest. That means money. My duo just got an Oath Plate helm. Bad news? I didn't get it. I need that. That's my missing item. Good news? I get some money. Also, at this point, we are 48 shards away from being able to craft our own helmet. Still at Yama here. We are now up to 954 KC. Our Oath Plate count is 441 because in the previous KC we just picked up 7 shards. So 9 shards to go until we hit the 450 number, which is the amount you need to craft 1 piece of Oath Plate. So if we just get like 2 more shard drops or some shards from a lockbox, we will be done. Just got another shard drop 2 KC ago, 6 in the inventory right there. And actually, whatever plugin I have, it shows I have 441 banked, which means we just need 3 more shards. And then we'll be able to make a Oath Plate helmet. Well, that was interesting there. I got a dossier, and my teammate got a lockbox, and he got 11 Oath Plate shards out of that. So if only we could trade. If only I had gotten that lockbox. Here we go. KC 1000. And 5 rune blade bodies. This is quite some time later. We've still been knocking out Yama KC, going for our remaining 3 shards. Just unfortunately, we haven't had any Oath Plate shards recently. But as I'm waiting for a teammate to show up, I am down here in the Chasm of Fire. The Yama entrance is actually over there to the west, but to the east, the northeast section over here at the bottom of the Chasm of Fire. This is a new section with the Infernal Shale Rocks. Now you mine these and you hammer and chisel them to turn them into the crushed versions, and in combination with these shales and the Oath Plate shards, that's how you're going to craft the armor. Now, I believe you need about 2.5k roughly. I think it's a little bit more than that. 2.5k plus of these crushed infernal shales in combination with 450 oak plate shards. Right now I got 89 because I just got here, but in the bank, sitting in the bank is about 800, so we got another 1700 to go roughly. It's done. We got 6 shards. It's been like 60 KC since the last shard drop. Oh my god. These things aren't even supposed to be that rare. I needed dry protection for my dry protection. Alright, now that we have our oak plate shards, finally, we are back at the mines. We're currently at 1,500 of these crushed shales. We're going to need about another 1,000 more. Alright, quite some time later again, but we are now back with the required amount of crushed infernal shale, which is actually 2520 to be exact. We have 2521. And we also have our oak plate shards. We need 450, we have 453. And now begins the smithing process, which is just over here. And it's a multi-step process, and it's not just like, you know, chuck it in the furnace and then you're good to go. It's a multi-step process. You turn these shales, ultimately you turn these shales and oak plate shards into these infernal plates. However, it's a multi-step process. You turn these shales into like blends, nuggets, plates, and whatever. We'll figure it out. Okay, so it looks like we chucked these infernal shales into the furnace, and we get an infernal blend. And then with the infernal blend, we chuck it, or we quench it with the pool of ichor, or whatever this is. Boom. And that turns into an infernal nugget. Now the question is, what's next after the nugget? Nugget on the anvil, maybe? Does it tell me what I'm supposed to do? Waiting to be shaped. Okay. Nuggets are too small to be worked on an anvil. If you smelled several together, though. Okay, so we're just going to need to make a bunch of these. Looks like it is 10 nuggets, making an infernal chunk. Now what do we do with the chunk? Ah, now we use the chunk on the anvil. And, how does this work? Oh, I got a click. Very interactive. We're doing a whole lot of hammering right now. Oh, and we get 1 infernal plate. I believe we need 9 more of these, 8 more of these. Yep, 9 plates in total. So we're gonna need 8 more. Okay, we figured it out. I'll be back after I'm done with that. Just got done making all 9 infernal plates. After figuring things out on the first one, the other 8 went by pretty quickly. Now I believe all we have to do is go to the anvil again, and yep, there we go. 9 plates can make you either a helmet, chest, or legs. Now, as you can see, we have the chest and legs, so we're going to be making the helmet. Here we go. And there it is, oak plate helm, full oak plate. We are currently recording this intro clip a few days removed from having completed the Soul Flame Horn, as well as the oak plate armor set from Yama. Since then, I've moved on to other pieces of content, mostly centered around using the newly acquired armor, of course. However, as of this recording right now, they implemented combat achievements for Yama. So in the following clips, we're going to be tackling those combat achievements, then we'll follow up with some stuff we've been up to. Just logged on for the day, and today is actually update day. It's actually a Thursday. They typically do updates on Wednesdays, but this one got pushed back one day. Anyways, this week's update was mostly centered around Yama contracts. And I thought logging in today, I would click on combat tasks completed here, and Yama would give me some tasks completed retroactively, like they did for Araxor when those came out. But it looks like we're 0 out of 11. I did kind of glance through the blog post to see what kind of combat achievements there were, so I was fully expecting to have some done. But let's just go through them real quick right now. Yama Adept, that's just defeat Yama once. We have clearly done that before. We're well over 1000 KC now. Yama Speed Trialist. Now this is similar to Araxor once again. It says defeat Yama in an average time of under 338 over your last 4 kills. Typically these speed tasks are like 1 kill, you know, like get it done in under 230 or something for 1 specific kill. But yeah, similar to Araxor, they take an average time over multiple kills. Back so soon, without being attacked by the judge. That is, yeah, without being attacked by the judge and making sure to hit the judge with the correct style. So that's fairly simple as well. Yama Veteran, 50 KC. You know what? Now that I think about it, I'm sure I just do 1 Yama KC, and a lot of these are going to retroactively apply. Maybe even the speed test. I'm not sure. But defeat Yama in an average time of under 3 minutes over your last 4 kills. You know what? Based on how I've been doing things, Yama Speed Chaser might not be that bad. But there's one more, right? There's the Grandmaster one down here. Yama Speedrunner, under 234. Over 4 KC. That seems crazy. I mean, my PB is at 226. Anyways, there's some other ones. Shadow Dancer. Without getting hit by shadows and without being more than 1 tile away from the center of his shadow crash attack. I'm trying to think, shadow crash attack? What is the shadow crash attack? Firefighter, without getting hit by fire and having only killed void flares with special attacks. This one, I mean, it sounds like you need the purging staff, but if you do the dono fly and you don't get DPS checked, that gets the job done too, I think. And then looks like there's one where you have to do a contract. I have not tried out any of the contracts yet. So there's that. We already looked at the Grandmaster speedrun time. And then defeat Yama whilst completing Shadow Dancer, Firefighter, back so soon, and without taking any other avoidable damage. So that's just like a bunch of the previous ones combined. Oh, I kind of skimmed past this one. No toppings, no drinks, thanks. This one's kind of funny. Defeat Yama without anybody healing using anything other than plain pizza and without anybody drinking any potions. Yama does love its pizza. All right, we have geared up. Same setup we've been using for quite some time now, hundreds of KCs, and we are ready to knock out some combat achievements. I don't think I'm going to do all of them. I'm definitely not touching any of the contract ones personally right now, but me and Peepo Yama over here are going to be potting the Grandmaster time. Honestly, the Elite and Master times are going to be pretty free. Grandmaster time might take a bit of luck, though. I don't know. We'll have to see. And he's telling me to make some Surge Potions. I do have a bunch of barrels of those, what are they called? What are these things called? Barrel of Demonic Tallow. So we're going to make some of those. Okay, looks like it is the Demonic Tallow as the secondary, and then a Torsto Potion. An unfinished Torsto Potion, and then you get Surge Potions. I'm not going to use any of my, man, I'm just forgetting what things are called right now. But basically the Alchemist Amulet and stuff like that to save charges, because, I mean, we have 54 barrels of these. So it's not like we're in short supply. Okay, we'll go ahead and do another inventory, actually. 14... We're just making a couple here, so I have to rummage through my bank. Okay, making my way over to the Chasm of Fire, to Yama once again. Been a couple of days since I've done this. I kind of just noped out of Yama as soon as I finished the Oath Plate set. But now we're back, and we got a Surge Potion with us. So my teammate is thinking that we're able to teleport out between kills, and that's because the CA is... the combat achievement is an over a course of 4 kills. So if you look right here, defeat Yama in an average time of under 234 over your last 4 kills. Oh, you know what? I guess it does say. I was going to say that, are we allowed to TP out? But the phrasing of that implies that it's just over the average of your 4 last KC. It doesn't say like in 1 trip or anything like that. So, you know what? I had a claw spec up. That was a mistake. What is our time here? 240? Oh, we actually completed 2 other CAs as well. Firefighter and Back So Soon. I I think that's just like not taking damage from the fireballs and stuff like that. Oh yeah, and that's an interesting thing actually. It seemed like my teammate failed some of the perfection related tasks, but I did them, so it's not like we both have to do them at the same time. So 240 was not an ideal time considering we need to average 234 or under, but I mean nothing we can do about that but continue the pot, and hopefully over a 4KC span we get under that 234 mark. 237, that's pretty good. No. I spec'd with my Emberla instead of Claude. Okay, we're resetting. I think resetting there is a good call, because if we finish that KC and we end up with like a 250 or something, that will drastically change our average time. We're working off of a 237 right now, which is above the time, but it's just 3 seconds off, so we can work with that, I think. Yeah, look at the top left here, 248, and it still had 90 HP. A bit annoying to TP out of KCs, but if we're going solely for the speed time, this is probably for the better. Because watch, like we could get like a 320 or something really ridiculously slow, and then next 3 KCs are super fast, but the 320 will hold us back. Oh, that's... Make sure we def charge. Search bot. Okay, big hits. We like it. Pretty good hits right now. This could be good. We're about to phase it. Very nice. Our mage gear. Yeah, our death charge, we didn't even have to recast death charge, so this is good. Holy, is that accurate? Oh, 221, new PB. Nice. That definitely helps. Yeah, so right now I'm saying in the clan chat, so our first KC that we recorded was a 240, followed up by a 237 and a 221. The 240 is likely going to be too slow of a time, and it's going to drag the average down in our next 2 KCs. But who knows, if we go nuclear in the next 2 KCs, we could theoretically be done within 2 KC. But most likely 5, honestly. Peppy right now is saying that our last 3 gives us an average of 233. So the thing about this grind right now for this combat achievement is that we don't know what our average time is doing the current strategy that we're doing. It's not like we've done this strategy before, we're only just now doing this because of the combat achievement. So we don't have a sample size to work with. And, well, we just got a 221, which is a new PB by over 5 seconds. But who knows what the average is. This is probably a reset. $234 with 108 HP. At best, that's 2 hits. Right now, looking at the times on every reset we've done, times are actually very consistent. And I'm just saying now in the clan chat, imagine if I didn't hit 3 zeros on that P1, that would have been a quicker P1 than usual, and that probably would have got us a good time. This one was even worse, actually. I guess a bad P3. Okay, we've slapped on the oath plate helm. According to the DPS calcs, assuming I plugged everything in correctly, this is actually almost a whole 0.3 less DPS, but it does increase accuracy ever so slightly. So on paper, this is probably not the move, but let's just see what happens, you know? He said, let's try 1 kill full oath plate for good luck. Who knows? You have 400 HP left, it's 231 right now. Not great at all. Honestly, this is one of the big reasons why I'm not a huge fan of combat achievements personally. It's just this constant resetting. And then if you don't reset, and let's say if we didn't reset, we'd be getting like 250s 3 minutes. And that's just going to make it take longer and longer. I think we are going to try full oath plate and give that another go, though. But I think right now in my mind, I have to switch back to the Torva helm realistically. Well, it had potential. Pepe's now blaming it on the fact that he's using a regular Avernic hilt instead of his GM one, because obviously, new task, you can't use the GM hilt anymore. I still got my master one though. 5 zeros. That's a reset. I have 5 zeros on P1. Oh my, it's 45 seconds and we haven't even... Yeah, we got DPS check there. Yeah, see, yeah, that's a reset. Yeah, for that to happen back-to-back P1, we're doing no damage. So much so that we got DPS checked with the Void Flare spawning. Surely, tides will turn. I mean, I guess both sayings work. And we'll get some good RNG now, right? After a stretch of bad RNG. That's totally how it works. Okay, 226. Let's go! The 240! The 240 at first didn't cost us. Alright, now that we have knocked out all 3 tiers of the speed task in one go, we got the GM one right away, so we got the elite and master ones as a result as well. Now we're going to work on the one that's called, what is it called? That is called no toppings, no drinks, thanks. So basically you're not allowed to use any healing food, any potions, except for plain pizzas. But, oh, I brought food with me. Let me bank that just in case I accidentally click on them out of instinct. Get rid of those. But yeah, essentially, we're allowed plain pizzas, but if you're dono flying, you should be taking 0 damage, so not a big deal. We do have our SGS with us in case we do need a re-up on our prayer and health, but probably not necessary. I think my teammate's even using a Blood Fury, but that's pretty overkill, I think. Surely it's a one and done, and I won't eat my words. Okay, here we go. We're probably going to flick a little bit here. Okay, I'm not sure. Healed by something other than a plain pizza. So we failed, and he says Blood Fury fails the task, and I think SGS does too. Huh, okay. Well, we're just going to have to flick super hard then. So they ended up, what tier task is this? They ended up making this harder than I thought it would be. I think still doable, but this is a master tier task. Blood Fury failing it is, you know what? To be fair, it is in the description. Defeat Yama without anybody healing using anything other than plain pizza. Okay, that one was on us. It does state pretty clearly that there's no healing other than plain pizza, so we just failed to read there. Surprise, surprise. Dude, I didn't even pre-pot. I have my pre-pot stuff on me. I didn't even pre-pot. I just walked there with my pre-pot stuff in my inventory. On my way to Yama after banking my pre-pot device, and I'm wondering if I have any plain pizzas. I don't think I do. I think I only have pineapple pizzas. Okay, here we go. I think in an ideal world, if we alternate tanking between phases, that'd be perfect. I didn't def charge. That's awkward. Oh yeah, this is gonna be fine. Oh, this was so easy. So easy. Moving on, we're now trying to do Contract Choreographer and Shadow Dancer at the same time. Shadow Dancer is actually a built-in CA within this last one here, so if we knock out this one, we knock out both. Basically, the strategy is we're going to be maging P3 so that we can get the fireballs. We can't do the typical dono fly method because we are dodging the fireball or the hourglass, whatever you want to call it, by more than one tile. Right now, we're only allowed to dodge it by one. And right now, Pepe's showing me tiles I'm supposed to be on. So he has a bit more experience maging Yama because he's actually works on the contracts. I think he's 3 out of 5 right now. I haven't even touched them. So apparently we're supposed to be maging from this tile right here. And then wave skipping, we run to this tile. I failed it. I failed it right away. I was like one tick too slow on clicking. Alright, we're continuing for practice. Oh! It's very interesting that this is a duo boss, but with these combat achievements, you can have one person complete it while the other person fails. So the teammate has no bearing on whether or not you do the combat achievement or not. I guess a lot of people would like this. Makes sense, you know, you don't theoretically get held back by other people. You either get it yourself or you don't. Oh my... There we go, we got it done. Now, the only combat task that remains, I believe we're 10 out of 11 now. And this one is contract related. We have to do, it says any of his non-standard contracts, so I just assume any of the contracts. Because I think technically doing a regular KC is a contract, because when you first got in here, you did have to quote-unquote sign a contract. So in just a few short hours after logging on when combat achievements for Yama were implemented, we have 10 out of 11 of the combat tasks done. The last one is contract related, and I'm not going to touch contracts for quite some time. So now we can move on. We're essentially done for now. We are just chilling at the farming guild right now. I've been doing contracts and I'm just resupplying on potions, food, and all of that. Because after the Yama grind, and quite frankly, even before the Yama grind, we were burning up supplies left and right. I'm not going to say that we're done with Yama per se, but we're definitely moving on for now. And I don't know, if any clanmates need a duo partner, I might offer to go. But I do have full oath plate now. I even have these, what's it called? The horn? The soul flame horn? I even have that. Really, the only thing on the collection log I'm missing is the pet. Well, and technically I don't have the helmet, I crafted the helmet. But even when you have the full set of armor and the horn, there are some pretty nice things to get from Yama. The Aether Catalyst, which is what's used to create the combo runes for soul runes and cosmics. And the worms, the diabolic worms, which speed up angler fishing. But anyways, I was looking ahead to go back on 416 Hero. I feel like I've mentioned that a couple of times already. However, in a couple of days, the clan is doing a boss of the week, and it's going to be Fasani's Nightmare. And I feel like I gotta take advantage of that. But until the boss of the week starts, I guess I'll keep resupplying. For example, I need some Divine Super Combat Potions right now. I desperately need those. I'm under 100 doses on those currently. And I believe I also need to do some shopscaping and pick up those Relisum Bombs for Fasani's Nightmare. And of course, we're going to be taking advantage of our newly acquired Oath Plate set, and we're going to test it out at various locations. Some raids like Tob and Chambers are very obvious upgrades there. And a couple of bosses I can think of, like maybe Duke or Vard, although I don't know if I'm going to do the bosses. But the raids, for sure. Switching over the POV to 416 here, just logging in just to show you guys what's been going on in the account, which honestly is not much. During the course of the Yama grind, over the course of about 2 weeks, I've just been logging on to do farm runs and birdhouses. Not too many birdhouses either, really just about like one run a day. But we're 97 farming, almost 98 farming. I remember during our last Fasani's grind, I kind of had trouble figuring out what I could do on this account on the side. I wanted to do some barbarian fishing initially, but Fasani's proved to be too intensive to try and barbarian fish at the same time. So I don't know, we'll have to see. Either I figure something out, or once again 416 Hero may be put on the back burner for at least another week. But just know, when we do get around to getting back onto this account, there are tons of things to do. I know it's a little deceptive. We're holding a scythe, we got an Inferno Cape, And obviously we have the quiver as well. But there are a ton of things to do. There's a lot of mid-game stuff that I don't have on this account either. So we're going to have to go out and do those things. So here I am. I just teleported to Castle Wars and I just run south. And there's actually an NPC here that I can trade after completion of Zogre Flesh Eaters. And you can get these Relicisms bombs. They clear out the... I don't know what it is. What is it called? It's not poison, but that weird thing that Phasani's inflicts on you. More specifically, the parasites. And what I do, anyways, is that once I buy an inventory full, I TP to my POH, then back to Castle Wars, bank, and then rinse and repeat. This way we don't have to use Sandfuse serums. I'm sure if you're a main, no problem, just use Sandfuse. However, as an Iron Man, we're not going to be doing that. Although I do believe, let's check our potion storage right now. Over the course of our Phasani's kills, we have racked up a decent amount of Sandfuse serums. Yeah, we have 631 in fact. And I'm not sure if I've ever gotten them anywhere else. I'm not sure if there's another mob that drops them. I definitely have not crafted them, so... Another day, another tree run, but this one's a big one because 98 farming. We are now one level away until we hit 99 and we get the farming cape, which actually has a couple of nice perks. For one, it's going to be our best in slot banking method until we have the crafting cape, I think. Besides just TPing to the POH, you know, it's an extra step when you TP to the POH. So a little bit of time save there when we do hit 99 farming, and I believe you get bonus herbs, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't have my mic set up during that solo CM run, but we did end up getting a Dexterous Prayer Scroll. This is, well, let's take a look at the log here. That is Dex number 22, and that is actually purple number 86 on the account. Well, we've done a couple of random things in this video. The Yama common achievements actually came out in the middle of recording this video, so I'm going to do some, you know, post-editing, rearrange the clips, and it'll all make sense to you guys, but I had to like rearrange things on my end. But anyways, this is the conclusion of this video. The next video, we're probably going to be starting on Boss of the Week from the clan, and that's going to be Phasani's Nightmare. Welcome back to another GIM series video. We are currently logged in on 416 Hero, and for those of you that don't know, this is the second account that I've made part of a GIM group that I play by myself. This is a 82 attack, 50 defense, 63 prayer account. Now, in the previous 2 to 3 videos of the series, we've mostly been playing on this account. This is the original account in the GIM, the first account. It is a maxed account with no, you know, weird restrictions or anything like that. It has mostly all the gear. Obviously, we're missing some things. As you can see, Inquisitors, we're missing the helmet and the skirt. Now, originally, after doing 2 to 3 videos on this account, I was going to return to progressing on 416 Hero. However, Boss of the Week in my clan came up, and it was Phasani's Nightmare. And naturally, as an endgame Iron Man, I just couldn't pass that up, and I was fully planning on doing Phasani's Nightmare before going back on 416 Hero. However, as of this recording right now in real time, May 30th, 2025, Jagex released a pretty extensive blog post called the Summer Sweep Up. Now, within this blog post, one of the important things is Phasani's Nightmare. They say that they are looking to remove one of the Phasani's Nightmare phases entirely, so they're going to shorten up the fight. And they specifically say that they're not looking to change the drop table or anything like that. So essentially, this is just shortening the fight and, you know, like speeding up the overall grind. I typically don't like to wait for content to change or improve to do them. However, this is such a drastic change, and this isn't even something that's going to be pulled. This is something they're going to obviously listen to the player base for feedback, but ultimately they're probably going to implement it unless something drastic happens. Now, I know this video is probably going to come up in the future, so maybe like all this information I'm saying right now is irrelevant, but nevertheless, this changes my plans, and that's the point I'm making. I was going to do Fasani's Nightmare and do a whole Fasani's Nightmare video again. However, we're back on 416 Hero. On 416 Hero, we actually already have the Dazana's Quiver. We don't have the Vorpcalf backpack. In fact, if you look in the quest list, we don't even have Dragon Slayer 2 done. So, today's video, we're going to be focusing on working towards Dragon Slayer 2 and try to get ourselves ahead. Yeah, there's a clanmate. I know we've just been standing here yapping, but a quick rundown of what we have to do in order to accomplish Dragon Slayer 2, because we can't just outright do the quest right now. So first, we got to do a couple of prereq quests. You can see here, Legends Quest, Dream Mentor, A Tale of Two Cats, and then actually it looks like we have all the skill requirements, and apparently you need 100 combat. I didn't know 100 combat was a requirement, but good thing we have that. Now there are prerequisites to our prerequisite quests. We're also going to have to do Edgar's Ruse, Lunar Diplomacy, and this is not a quest, but we have to start the Barbarian training portion that gains us access to the Ancient Cavern. So let's stop standing and yapping and let's get to questing and yapping. The first order of business is Edgar's Ruse as one of the prereq to our prereqs. So we teleported back to Lumbridge. We're running towards the windmill because I need to collect 10 grain. I don't have any grain in my bank, and I think I can get grain over here. I don't know. Be right back. Yep, there is a wheat field right here. We need 10 of these, so let me just pick those up. 10 grain acquired, and we also need 5 raw chickens for this quest. Conveniently, just next door to the wheat, we have chickens right here. 5 raw chickens in our inventory as well, and now we have everything we need in terms of items to start this quest. We're making our way over to Taverley to talk to Sandfew to start it. And I just want to say, while we're running over there, I haven't really been actively playing this account in the last 2 to 3 weeks, and it feels very, very strange. I have been logging in every day just to do farm runs and whatnot, but in terms of actually playing the account, I haven't done anything. One of the biggest adjustments on this account is that we need to make sure not to accidentally gain defense, attack, or prayer EXP. Now, I do have the attack styles hidden, so this way I only gain strength EXP. Anyways, here we are talking to Sandfew. We are now officially doing the quest. Next up, we have to go to West Berthope. Actually, quicker to just POH Telly and go to the Warriors Guild. Okay, this quest is coming back to me now. We are making our way to this Troll Stronghold, which is why we need our climbing boots. This quest will also unlock the Trollheim teleport that will enable us to teleport right to the center right here, just outside of the God Wars dungeons. Obviously, on this account, we haven't tackled any of the God Wars bosses yet, but we will, and when we get there, we will most likely take advantage of playing on our 2 accounts at the same time, and we're going to do stuff like Dolo Bandos. But that's just stuff we'll get into more later when we do get around to doing God Wars. But for right now, let's just get this quest done first, and let's work towards Dragon Slayer 2. So on a new Ironman account, obviously you don't have the luxury of burning through stamina pots, but on this account, luckily we had enough stamina to make it all the way over here. We don't even have full graceful actually, and I've been wearing the climbing boots instead of the boots of lightness. Oh yeah, this is a quest where you get the gout wheat too, and we're actually going to need to pick up I think like 3 of those for various other quests. As a quest spacebar holder, I never understood the point of the parrot in this quest. Got the sandwich laid at random. Unfortunately, she is not offering a baguette. Alright, here we are, the final portion of Edgar's Ruse, and this is the part where we pick up the gout wheat. Now, Quest Helper, very helpful, is actually reminding us that if we want to do Dream Mentor and or Dragon Slayer 2, not only do we have to pick up 1 gout wheat for this quest, but we have to pick up 2 more, so 3 in total. So for these type of things, you're just going to have to stay patient. There are various safe spots in the room, so you can take it step by step. However, I think there is a specific timing where you can start right here and just 1-click the gout wheat crate and make it all the way over there. I'm going to try that out. I don't think I've tried it before, so let me see if I can figure out the timing. Okay, is that going to work? Nope. I do want to try to get this 1-click method down, so I'm going to try again. Okay, I think it's going to be right here. Oh, nope. Oh, this looks promising. Okay, that's one. Two more to go. Oh, I was not expecting that one to work, but I guess it did. Oh, it looks good. All right, 3 out of 3. Not too bad. Back in Taverley to talk to Sandfew, and we're going to finish up the quest right here. There it is. Edgar's Ruse completed. We get a quest point, 11k Herblore EXP, which is actually pretty massive, and the Trollheim teleport spell. After completing Edgar's Ruse, I went ahead and did, usual Ironman stuff, farm run, birdhouse run, and whatnot. And now we're looking ahead to the next set of quests we need to do. And then I made the realization, it's actually pretty massive. I mean, obviously we are working towards Dragon Slayer 2, but in the process of doing so, we're actually going to finally unlock the Lunar Spellbook. And that's because up next, we're going to work on Lunar Diplomacy, and to follow that up, we're going to work on Dream Mentor as well. I think I have everything I need for this quest in my inventory. We just have to talk to some NPCs to get started. Yep, now we just have to talk to the dude in the long hall to get a seal of passage, making our way over to Moon Clan Island. Actually, if I remember right, it stops us? Yeah. If you think about all the times you have to sail in this game, and no, I'm not talking about the sailing skill coming up, but all the times you have to sail in this game, something always goes wrong. The very first thing I can think of is in Dragon Slayer. Your ship actually gets absolutely destroyed by Elvark. Okay, after running around the ship, up and down the ladders, we finally made it onto the actual island, making our way over to this weird chicken-legged house. This is where we're going to be able to buy astral runes from Baba Yaga here, but personally, I'm probably going to be making or runecrafting the astral runes myself. I think almost any spell you can think of on the Lunar Spellbook will probably require astral runes. So this portion of the quest is a little bit interesting. You need a Guam leaf, this vial of water, you combine that, and then you combine it with the Marentil. Now I believe if you drop this or destroy it, you can make these over and over again. You can ask for more vials, and it's actually pretty good early mid-game Ironman herb EXP. Now personally, that's not an issue for us, so I'm just going to continue on with the quest. However, if you're struggling for herb EXP as an early game Ironman, this is something you could consider because Guams and Marentils are pretty easy to get, and it's actually pretty good EXP here. Okay, so I wasn't actually very prepared for this portion. I'm in my graceful armor here. I do have my salad blade, but I mean, I'm a 50 defense account. So far, so good though. I do need to kill 4 of these to get 4 hides. Looks like we're not taking too much damage. Okay, I was a little bit mistaken. We're not here after the hide right now. We're actually after the tooth. But we will need 4 pieces of hide, I think, later in the quest. I think that's for making the lunar armor. So let's go ahead and do that right now. But as we're killing the Suka, looks like we pestle and mortared the tooth that we got, and now we mix it into the vial. And that's the Waking Sleep vial completed. We're now at the portion of the quest where we have to visit the 4 different elemental altars. We're heading to the air altar right now, and we are just going to go through the abyss. I think I have an air talisman, but I don't have the other talismans. And, a little bit risky here. We are briefly in the Wildy, but I think we're okay. Okay, after one trip through the abyss, we are now skulled. A little bit suspect here. We got our cash stack on us. We got our graceful, our inferno cape. Salad blade, everything is fine, we just have to keep our eyes peeled. No one really PKs here, but you never know. Realistically, you should not even be taking these risks. There's no need to, but I'm just being lazy right now. So while I'm running through the abyss for 2 more of the altars here, so this process was to just create the lunar staff, which I think for all intents and purposes, it is the same as the Drahman staff in terms of using fairy rings. It probably has a little bit better stats, attack stats, defense stats, and prayer. Maybe, I don't know. We now need to make our way back over to the Lunar Isle. The fastest way I can think of without having the access to the TP right now, I think, is going to the Kingdom of Miscellanea and then taking the ship over here. We're down here in the mines and we just needed to mine the 1 stalagmite, but it looks like the quest helper does tell us to grab 3 extra ores for the Fremnik Exiles quest. Honestly, I don't know if we're going to be doing Fremnik Exiles, except for maybe the quest point and whatever EXP rewards it gives us, but I mean, Fremnik Exiles unlocks the ability to get the Natus Knot face guard, and we can't even wear a Natus Knot helmet, so much less a face guard. So in terms of that aspect, that's not important to us. So the lunar outfit I mentioned earlier, this is the first piece, this is the helmet. Now we just have to run around and talk to various NPCs on Lunar Isle to get our full lunar outfit. We just talked to, what's this NPC's name over here? Pauline Polaris over there, and we got ourselves the cape. Once again, back outside at the Suquas, we just have to kill one more of these. This time around, it's going to drop us a tiara. And we already have the 4 hides. We're going to speak to this one NPC called Meteora back there in the southwest. And I believe that's when we're going to get the clothing. And there's the tiara. Can we wear this? We can't wear it. Disappointing. Okay, so we essentially traded in the tiara for this amulet that we can barely even see on our actual character. They got this spot, and this gives us the ring. Finally, we just have to talk to this one NPC to get us the other pieces of clothing remaining. The top, legs, I think gloves, boots maybe? I think there's boots. Okay, the NPC just tans our Suqua hide. Now we have to make them ourselves. So the torso, the trousers, the gloves, and the... Oh, we're out of thread. What the... Okay, and as I was saying, the boots. Now this is the full lunar outfit, and I think the NPC probably has our lunar staff right now. I think we get that back in a bit. So for our situation, this isn't really relevant, but if you're an early game Ironman, like I said earlier, you're probably going to do this quest a lot earlier to unlock the lunar spellbook, and this lunar armor is actually pretty decent in a pinch if you're looking for some magic bonuses. Okay, we're about to head into the iconic Dreamland as part of the lunar diplomacy. We have our full lunar outfit on, and I don't believe there's actually any combat for lunar diplomacy. There's Dream Mentor where there's combat, so we should be fine to just head in there. Oh, we got flashbanged. Here we are. First up, we're doing the racing portion of the challenges. Now let me know, has anyone actually failed this? I don't know if you can actually fail this or not, but basically... You're on this side where you have to jump over these hurdles. The expert over here just gets to take a sweet ass time walking over there or something. I don't know. But we got these like long ass animations jumping over these hurdles. Oh, okay. Try again. Oh, these things actually take damage. We do have 2 pieces of Chrom Wand on us. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure if the game will let you lose. Maybe you can, I don't know. I don't think I've ever lost this before. First time for anything, though. It's not looking good right now. Hopefully we make it first try here. Oh, we do? Okay. Nice and easy. Next challenge is this weird number challenge. I don't really remember this one, to be honest. But this is what Quest Helper's for. It's probably just like doing math or something. Oh, it's patterns. Okay. So for the entirety of this account, we've always used Quest Helper anytime we needed to do quests. But I mean, honestly, it's been quite a while since we last did any quests on this account. The last couple of things we did were the Inferno, the Quiver, and stuff like that. So it's been a while. Let me know what you guys think about the Quest Helper. Honestly, you know, if you're making an account and you've already done the quest several times over, it's probably nice to just get the quest done as soon as possible. But I guess if you're a first-time player, maybe the Quest Helper can kind of break the immersion and maybe affect your enjoyment of the game a little bit. I don't know. Okay, so we're at another challenge, and this is kind of like the mime challenge where you just have to copy the emotes, I think. Alright, that was a quick challenge. On to the next. Flipping dice until we get a correct number. Nothing too interesting on this one, honestly. Oh no, I hated this part because the jumping from puff to puff is just so slow. The animation takes so long, so okay, at least we now know the first 2 rows, but look, there's 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7 rows. So this is going to take quite some time, unless we get lucky. Okay, as I take 10 years to hop through and finish this little memory game here, which actually isn't a memory game because the Quest Helper is just drawing out the lines for us, I do recall that there actually is a little bit of a boss fight towards the end of this quest, actually. I know initially I said there wasn't any fight, any combat until Dream Mentor, but I guess I was wrong. So recently we did Yama, and if you didn't know, within the Yama fight, there is a section where you're just hopping over rocks, and it's actually very satisfying compared to this right here, because in Yama, there is no delay from when you hop from one rock to the other. But here, there's like a, 2-3 second, what feels like an eternity. I bet if Lunar Diplomacy was a quest that came out today, they would not make these long drawn out animations. It would be similar to the Yama rocks where you're just hopping from one to the next, like every tick. Okay, we once again picked wrong on the last row, so here we go again. As a quick side note, we're currently fishing anglerfish on wait for it. Can never have enough of those. Unfortunately, making the last row of these puffs here took us the fourth and final attempt because I was just trial and erroring each one from the west to east. And turns out it wasn't any of the first three, so it's the last one here. And here we go. What have I learned? Absolutely nothing. We're racing this guy to chop 20 logs, I guess. That's our log pile over there. I don't actually have a lot of room. I didn't hit the bank before I came in here. That would have been better. Chopping these trees makes a pretty interesting sound. Got done with the wood cutting section. Now for the final challenge, and this is the part where we fight this guy. Or actually, we're fighting me. Can I use my Blade of Saildor? We cannot. Just gonna have to staff bash with our lunar staff here. Nothing too crazy here. It apparently does teleport us, teleports himself. We should use our prayer here just to speed this up a little bit. Okay, that actually went by so quickly. We read my life here. We're out of the Dream Island instance or whatever you want to call it. Making my way over here to talk to the one, how do you pronounce this? One Iromancer? Doesn't really roll off the tongue well. But anyways, we're talking to her right here to complete Lunar Diplomacy. We got 2 quest points, a little bit of magic XP, a little bit of runecraft XP, 50 astral runes, massive stocks, and honestly, biggest thing, ability to use Lunar Spellbook. We can swap, obviously at our POH, but also at the astral altar right here. Now, this was actually a pretty big milestone in the account. I mean, we're unlocking a whole new spellbook. Originally, when I hopped back on the account, I was like, oh yeah, Dragon Slayer 2, but I didn't really think much of the Lunar Diplomacy questline. But here we are, Lunar Spellbook. We're going to be able to Venge. We're going to be able to Spellbook swap, which is going to be huge for stuff like Tob, the Theater of Blood. Although, I think some of these spells are locked behind the next quest that we have to do anyways, Dream Mentor. Real quick, in between questing, we're going to do a birdhouse run real quick. I also did a farming contract, but this birdhouse run pretty big. We're going to get a level right here. We're going to hit 80 Hunter. Now, what does that unlock us? Herbivore, so that's pretty good. So for Dream Mentor, we have mostly everything we need sitting already in our bank. However, we do need to pick up some food because we're going to have to give food to this NPC. Now, yeah, so this is the correct NPC I want to talk to. I want to pick up 3 empty sacks. And this is because we're going to be required to pick up a lot of food. Now, we're going to be using onions, potatoes, and cabbages, I think. And we can actually store those in these empty stacks, if I'm not mistaken. That way, we can kind of just bring all that and everything else we need without having to make multiple trips. Conveniently, we already had cabbages and onions in our bank for whatever reason. Probably like very early farming contracts or something. But we're here in this potato field. We're going to pick up 10 of these. And that's 10 potatoes all in this sack now. We're just going to hit the bank and we are ready to start this quest. Also, with the completion of Lunar Diplomacy, I do believe we can now use the POH teleport to Lunar Isle. Yep. All right, we are here in the mines on Lunar Isle, and we got to help this fallen man right here. You know, a little spoiler alert, but unfortunately, this guy ends up being absolutely useless. He's supposed to be helping us in a fight down the line, but he's really not going to do anything. Also, I swear this UI is new. I don't remember this. I don't know. So the reason we have these sacks of different food is because we have to give them food, but each time we give them food, we have to give them a different thing. So we can't give them like a potato 2 times in a row. A fail-proof way for us to do this is to just withdraw 1 of each from each sack. Pretty iconic part of the quest right here. We're now accessing this guy's bank, and it's interesting. It's always interesting to take a look at what he has in his bank. It's like a bunch of random junk. Okay, maybe this isn't random junk after all. I mean, there's some pretty nice things in here. You got barrels here like the Aram's rope top, the Carol's leather top. You got the iconic dragon chain body. You got the whip, ranger boots even. And I guess we're supposed to take these out for him. All right, we gave this guy his gear, and now he looks like an absolute unit. Actually makes no sense because why on earth would you ever put on this combination of gear? I don't know. You got magic armor, you got range boots, a D-med helm, and a melee weapon. He doesn't even have Barrow's gloves. So the goutweed we picked up earlier from Edgar's Ruse, we picked up 3 of those actually, used one for that quest, and now we're going to use a second one for Dream Mentor here. We made this Dream Potion, and we're going to go ahead and gear up and prepare for a fight. So if I recall correctly, there are actually several fights we're about to be doing, but all of them are going to be weak to magic. So we geared up in our Blue Moon set, and we got ourselves the Tumikin's Shadow. Well, I guess without wasting any more time, let's just hop in there. Let's bring this guy along with us. He's totally going to be of help. And an interesting thing about this instance is that you can't actually TP out. The only way out is through that book right there, and you right-click leave. Or I don't know if it's that book, but you have to click on something in here to TP out. Regular TP spells and even the Escape Crystal for Hardcore Ironman don't work. Now I know this because I actually have a friend who played in Hardcore, and he died in here, unfortunately. To be fair, he was like relatively new to the game, and he decided to play Hardcore anyways. But yeah. The inadequacy. Oh yeah, you can't use prayers in here, that's right. Let's go ahead and put our occult on. Hopefully these Karam ones I brought in are going to be more than enough. Ow, this actually hurts. Okay. Now, I believe this one you can actually save spot. Did I do this correctly? But you do have to be careful because if you don't save spot it correctly, you could get trapped here. So yeah, right here you can right click leave, but you actually have to be over on this side where the everlasting is. You can't leave from the tile I'm standing on right now, so it can be pretty dangerous. But we are overgeared and overleveled for this fight, so honestly not too bad. The untouchable. Ow, a 15? Well, at least this guy is avenging us, but as you can see, he's not even hitting the boss. Okay. The elusive, the final thing. This little thing hit me for 8. And of course it TPs around the room somewhere. It's so funny to be using a Tumikin's Shadow here. I think at this point, typically people would be like, I don't know, like Ivan blasting or something. It's like the giant mole, it's digging around everywhere. Well, true to its name, it is elusive. That should be it, right? Yeah, and this guy gets the job done. Here we go. And that should be it. Once again, we just have to talk to the NPC to finish up the quest. Let me make sure I have my seal of passage back on, because I think at this point, if I talk to any NPC and I don't have it on, they're just going to kick me off the island, which is pretty annoying. And there it is, Dream Mentor completed. So 2 quest points again, we have access to more spells. One of the big ones for Ironman, I believe, is Super Glassmake. We have 15,000 hit points EXP, 10,000 magic EXP, and a Dreamy Lamp, which I imagine is an EXP lamp. What are our options here? We do have to be careful. We don't want attack EXP, we don't want defense EXP. Honestly, it doesn't really matter too much what we're gonna pick. Let's just pick strength, as weird as that sounds. Anything but attack and defense. So having done Edgar's Ruse, into Lunar Diplomacy, and now Dream Mentor, we have the Lunar Spellbook unlocked. We even got some of the more important Lunar Spellbook. Actually, we're not on it right now. We're on the standard Spellbook. But we got some of the more important Lunar Spellbook spells unlocked as well. And we are a little bit closer to doing Dragon Slayer 2. There's still a couple more quests, and I think there's like a portion of Barbarian training we have to do. But we're getting closer and closer to doing Dragon Slayer 2. And then Vorkath to get our Vorkath head for the backpack. Previously, we were working towards doing Dragon Slayer 2. Now, there were a bunch of prerequisite quests we had to do. We knocked out a couple of them, and one of the big things we did was unlock the Lunar Spellbook by doing Lunar Diplomacy and Dream Mentor. Now, continuing our journey towards doing Dragon Slayer 2, we now need to do a Tale of Two Cats, as well as Legends quest. We're going to get started on A Tale of Two Cats first. I think I have most of what I need sitting in the bank already, so let's head there first. The most important thing for this quest is a cat. Luckily, we have a Hellcat, because if we didn't have a cat, we would be time gated for, I don't know, like 2 hours by getting a kitten from Gertrude. So we do have the quest helper up, so let's just pull out everything we need. Cat's Beak Amulet, Death Runes, Break Seed, Potato Seeds for some reason, Logs, Tinderbox, a chocolate cake, bucket of milk, Looks like we don't have shears and we don't have the desert shirt and robe, so we're going to have to go and pick those up. I'm going to head on over to the farming guild and trade the shopkeeper here for some shears. Those are secateurs. Where are the shears? I do think you can get shears from other farming shops, but the one I went to, the farming guild of all places, doesn't have one. I guess it makes sense because the farming guild doesn't have any animals now that I think about it. But anyways, we went to this little farm here northwest of Lumbridge. I picked up these shears off this table. And I'm pretty sure the last thing we need we can buy from Shantae here. Desert shirt, desert robe, and I think now we have everything we need. We're now ready to start the quest, and I think I remember vaguely that this quest is about Bob the cat, and we have to go find Bob real quick. Yep, we're going to go find Bob now, and he's located in 2 possible locations. One being the Catherby archery shop, and here in West Varrock by the anvil. Now, the easiest way to do this is to go to one of these locations, and then if he's not here, just start world hopping until you do find him. Okay, that only took 2 world hops, luckily. I know sometimes it could take quite a bit of time. Just finished speaking to Gertrude here, and we're now making our way to Reldo in the Varrock Castle's library. Pretty much this part of the quest, we're just running around talking to different people trying to learn about Bob's past. Now we gotta make our way to Sophanum to speak to the Sphinx. Did I even pronounce that correctly? I don't know, but actually it is 2 carpet rides to get there. First we gotta get to Paula. Dude, the places in here are hard to pronounce. I don't know. Okay, made our way to Sophanum, and we have to talk to a Sphinx, which I don't recall looking like this. Can't really get a good look at it right now because this absolute unit in Obsidian is also talking to it, apparently. Or just AFK there, I don't know. But, you know, going back to all this content I've already done several times, but like years ago, I don't know. Like, everything looks slightly different than what I remember it being. Okay, pretty much the last portion of this quest, we're just doing this guy's chores for him at his house for some reason, I don't know. And this is also why we have all these items in our inventory. You know, we have the rake, because we're doing his little backyard for him or whatever. And then we're making his bed. Like, what? What is all of this, man? Okay, we've done everything we needed to do. Now it's a matter of waiting. All right, the wait is over. Those onions are now, or potatoes actually, I thought they were onions. But those potatoes are fully grown. And actually, this wasn't just 15, 30 minutes or whatever. This is a completely different day now. But we are here to finish the quest. We're now posing as a doctor. Highly illegal, by the way. But we're going to, quote-unquote, cure this guy. First, we have to go to West Varrock, though. Speaking to the apothecary, what is he going to give us, actually? He's going to give us, like, a potion or something, right? Oh, no. We get a doctor's hat. Back we go. Now we're a real doctor. Good day, Unfirst. I am Dr. 416 Hero. Yep, sounds legit to me, man. Gotta speak to Bob one more time. Found him at Varrock West, at the anvil again. We get a cool little cutscene. And finally, we complete the quest. After this guy is done yapping, of course. There we go. 2 quest points. A mystery present. I really don't remember this. What do we get out of this? Ooh, 2 EXP lamps. What are we gonna use it on? I think Slayer. I think that's what we've been doing. We've been putting EXP lamps into Slayer. Oh, we got this guy talking to us now. This is for, Varlamore, maybe? No. What is this for? Genuinely don't remember what this is for. It's like something to do with the Staff of Armadillo, Lucian. Oh, Secrets of the North, maybe? Yeah, I could be wrong, but I want to say this is for Secrets of the North because it mentions the, Majorat stuff, so... Now, up next, the next quest we have to do is Legends Quest. Now, I believe we partially started this quest already because we needed partial completion of this quest in order to finish Recipe for Disaster. Legends Quest is actually a decently long quest, and we need a lot of items. We have most of what we need, and the few things we were missing, such as the gems, like the jade and the red topaz, we have traded on over from... Wait for it. This is probably a pretty common complaint for when you do Legends Quest, having to go through this part of the Karazi jungle. And all I can say is the easiest way is to like look carefully and find a line where you can just go straight. Also, I believe there's a shortcut if you have the agility level. Oh wow, there's a hidden entrance behind a bookcase. That is a cliche for sure. Oh yeah, you have to right-click search like almost everything in this quest, that's right. I don't know if we're ever really going to complete achievement diaries on this account, but nevertheless, the quest helper does inform us that killing a Deathwing down here is a Karanja achievement diary task, so let's just go ahead and staff bash this thing. We actually almost lost to the Deathwing. All the runes and gems we brought in, we're going to be now using them on various locations on these carved rocks. Okay, now we have to TP out of here. I do believe we have to make several trips. All right, we got to make a gold bowl, not a golden helmet. That was another quest. Also, I did gear up into some combat gear because I think we are going to have to fight some mobs soon. I'm trying to speak to the NPC here, but this guy, this tormented warrior, decides he wants to smoke, so we have to deal with him real quick. Oh, here we go. We gotta fight this black demon. Where did our prayer go? What the heck? Looks like it doesn't hit through prayer or anything like that, so nice and easy. Just protect melee. And there we go. What? Oh, that was weird. Oh, I guess it had a really long death animation. Once again, we have to TP out and collect a whole new other set of items. One of the things we needed, handed over from wait for an unpowered orb. I don't actually have any on this account. I mean, we have 75 crafting, but that was all from gem cutting. And then we need to go back on the Karamja and pick up this Ardreagle thing and the snakeweed thing. Down here in the caves, we just have to fight 3 skeletons real quick, collect these crystals. Each one drops a different one. This one's actually a little bit higher level. Okay, for whatever reason, we have to once again fight this black demon. We were actually given 2 options. There was this NPC that spawned, and we were given the option to either kill or save him. I thought it would be quicker if I just killed him because it was still down here in this cave, and here we are. I don't know. I don't really remember what option I picked in the past. Ooh, yeah, this is a very strange thing and very dangerous part of the quest if you're a hardcore. You see how I'm... Look, I almost just got stacked out. For some reason, the game stalls you super hard there while that black demon is attacking you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Luckily for us, we're not a hardcore, so not overly concerned about that, but we did lose like 50 health. So this part of the quest looks like we have to refight the 3 skeletons we were fighting earlier, and yeah, it looks like it stalls you every time. Alright, we are coming towards the end of the quest finally. We're back at the Legends Guild. We just have to talk to some NPCs, and I think there are some fat EXP rewards from this quest. We do have to be careful once again, as always, when it comes to these EXP lamps or rewards. Our options are attack, defense, strength, hit points, prayer, magic. There's a third menu, woodcut. Oh, you can... What do we put this on? I have no idea what to put this on. Agility seems pretty good, actually. Yeah, I think let's put it on agility. We're putting it all into agility. We're actually gaining a lot of EXP from this. I think each one was 30k. 4 lots of 30,000 EXP in any skill. Oh my god. Yeah, we just gained 120k agility EXP from that. And we didn't even gain a level. Unbelievable. 405 agility EXP remaining. But anyways, that is Legends quest completed. Now, in terms of Dragon Slayer 2, we just need to do that little portion of Barbarian Training to gain access to the Ancient Cavern, but other than that, we are finally ready to do Dragon Slayer 2. At this point, before we started on Dragon Slayer 2, we were actually procrastinating the quest for a little bit. We went on Wait For It and we potted some tops with the clanmates. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. For context, okay, we just pulled a scythe. He just logged out. Yeah, the guy that logged out last... I don't even know how to explain it right now. Hold on. Woo. Okay, so for some context here, back when we pulled the second scythe on the GIM and gave 416 Hero its own individual scythe, that teammate of mine was in that raid as well, and he still hasn't pulled a scythe. Granted, he doesn't have like an insane amount of KC, but it's the fact that I pulled my second one, right? And he still doesn't have the one. And then that same teammate, we are now pulling another scythe. Well, I say we, but I didn't get it in name, but I'm part of another scythe split, and once again, it didn't go to him. So a little bit unfortunate, but he just gave me 55 mil. Wait, hold on. Here we are on our normal account. Lots of spam here because it's a free-to-play world at the GE. But yeah, 555 mil sitting in our inventory. We just accepted the trade earlier. This is actually a Vernic plus a Scythe trio split. Now, the Scythe has actually gone down in price a little bit since we last pulled ours. At the time when we pulled ours, it was about 1.8 bill. And it was a 5-man split, so I essentially had to split out 1.4 bill. I think at this point in time, the site is now 1.6 bill. But nevertheless, we are making our money back. And if we just pull up the bank real quick on my normal account, last time when I pulled that second site, I had to sell my Twisted Bow. I think we'll be able to buy it back soon. So essentially, we got rewarded for procrastinating. But anyways, we then went back to progressing on 416 Hero. We're up at the Autos Grotto, and we just got to do a little bit more of Barbarian training. I think the only thing we've really unlocked is the fishing, the Barbarian fishing. But now we have to unlock the Barbarian pyre making. Well, first we got to do Barbarian fire making, then we do pyre making. And all of that is just so we can unlock access to the whirlpool here into the ancient caverns. So with Barbarian fire making, you are able to use a bow to light a fire. Now you guys let me know, have you ever done this in the game besides for specifically doing the Barbarian training right here? And here we go, we're diving into the whirlpool. Pretty long black screen there, but we are in. And we're juiced up in our mage gear. And we brought a super anti-fire potion with us because we need to kill one of these mithril dragons. I've never really been down here other than for questing, to be honest. But yeah, we are down here to kill a mithril dragon and get some chewed bones. Okay, we didn't get any on the first one. That's okay, we'll just continue. I did bring 2 prayer pots with me and some food. We did get a hard task for the Kandarin diary done, though, so that's cool. You know, now that I think about it, all I needed to do was gain access to this area, and just by starting pyre making training, I mean, we're in the cavern right now, so technically I don't have to get the chewed bones. With that being said, let me kill this 3rd dragon here, 3rd or 4th, and if we get it, we get it. If we don't, let's just dip out and gear up to start Dragon Slayer 2. Oh no, I just realized I didn't bring a TP. Oh. That is awkward, and there was a guy there that saw me too. We are officially starting Dragon Slayer 2. We are meeting this Dallas Jones guy back in Elvarg's lair. Surprise, surprise, there's a hidden room in the back of Elvarg's lair. The house that we've been TPing to every time to do birdhouse runs, turns out this house has a lot more to it. And okay, I didn't realize that all these map pieces take up your entire inventory. Can I turn some of these in? The quest helper is telling me to grab all of them, but obviously I don't have inventory. Okay, he says there are 2 more pieces left. Well, in order to make room for all these map pieces, I actually had to drop my Karambons, which hopefully they haven't despawned. Yeah, they're still there. Yes, we have to complete a puzzle, but instead of actually doing it with our brain, we just click the highlighted tiles and then we're good to go. On the west of the island, we build a new rowboat and we're going to head to Lithgren. This is where the rune dragons, the Addy dragons are going to be. We once again had to find Bob the cat and speak to him, and I've been noticing a trend here. I've had to hop 2 worlds every time, and on the second world that I hop to, I find Bob. So I don't know if that's like on purpose or if, you know, it's just coincidence. I don't know. We're back in Sophanum to speak to the Sphinx again. You can see how all the previous prerequisites we did are related. For example, most recently we did a Tale of 2 Cats. So this next portion of the quest, we're about to do a fight in the Dream instance on Lunar Isle again. And the Galweed we picked up earlier from previous quests is what's used for the potion. The quest helper does say preferably a crush weapon, but I currently don't have one. I do have the scythe, but it's uncharged. I don't think that's going to be good. So hopefully the... Oh wait, we have a zombie axe. But surely a blade of Saildor is going to be better, huh? Right? Oh wait, I'm actually so dumb. I also have the dual Maka thingies, you know, from Moons. Should I back out? Can I back out? Maybe we should back out. Yeah, I even have full Blood Moon. Like, what am I thinking? Alright, we're back. Protect from missiles, it says. Ow, a 15? Oh, you know what? We didn't bring any, like, combat potions or anything. We're so prepared. I don't remember this fight at all, honestly. But also, how could I forget about these dualies? I literally spent countless hours training. Oh my... Okay, yeah, I was supposed to hide there. Let's pay a little bit more attention now. Oh, that big hit might have cost us. Okay, run, 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 run. Hitting an 18 through prayer is crazy. It's a random ass quest boss. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. No, don't do it. Oh, that was close. This is harder than the Vorkath fight. There we go. The first key piece we're going for is in a crypt in Shazian. So yeah, this is like maze-like. Yeah, there's just these high-level mobs, these skeletons, these zombies. We don't actually have to fight them, we just have to run through them. Just based off of memory here, I don't think this one is too bad, but there is another one that will hit us much harder, I think. Although, I say that and we're getting smacked right now. Okay, we have to go through this door. In classic tomb raiding fashion, there's some sort of puzzle that you have to do in order to unlock the tomb. But there we go, first key piece. Next up, we head to Varrock and speak to Reldo, and then looks like the location. Well, this might not be a maze this time around, but let's head to Varrock. For the next portion of the quest, we're going to need a Dragonstone, which we don't have on this account. So just one moment here, and a Dragonstone is magically going to appear in the group storage. Boom. Okay, and looks like we're going to need 2 molten glass, but other than that, we have everything we need for this section here. We do need the Ectophile. We're going to be heading into Fort Phasmatis to speak to some NPCs. So we have to speak to Ava, the NPC that you go to for all the range backpack needs, like the Ava's accumulator, yada yada yada. We got ourselves a locator orb, and we are currently in the Mort Myers swamp looking for the location of this key piece. Right now we gotta head east. Oh, northwest now. Okay, maybe like up here. South? Southwest? I'm northeast. What? Right here, surely. This must be the spot. Perfect. And here we go. Second dragon key piece. I didn't realize we were at this point of the quest already, but it is time to fight Vorkath. Now, I didn't really know what. I just realized I have a Ghost Speak amulet. You know what? It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Anyways, let's get started. Also, I just realized I forgot an anti-poison, but surely, you know, as scuffed as this will be fine. Oh, and it starts right away. What the heck? Oh, the poison ticked for 20. Oh. There's absolutely no way we just died to the quest Vorkath. Also, I just realized for whatever reason, wait for its POH is set to Relica right now, so instead of having to use the Fairy Ring or go to Miscellanea and then take the boat, I can just go right here. Okay, we are back. This time around, I pre-potted an extended anti-venom, so we're going to be good on that department. Honestly, that was what was doing the most damage to us. And down it goes. I don't know why I was like expecting some loot there. This is the quest boss, so we're not going to get any loot. Although I do think in other quests like later released, such as Desert Treasure 2, when you do the bosses like Vardorvis, Duke and stuff, I think you can get drops and you can even get Virtus and like, you know, like actually unique drops. Okay, we got a key. What do we do now? Go down the staircase in the southeast of the Karazi jungle. Dang it. I thought the key piece would actually be right there, but we're gonna have to run through another maze. Alright, here we are in the Karazi jungle, about to head into yet another cave. Again, we're kitted up in our graceful gear, we just have a bunch of food on us, and we're gonna run through. And hey, this is actually the area that Gillinor Games used. Interesting. Okay, there are traps and stuff we have to hop over. Also, I didn't bring a stamina pot. No. Now, is the key going to be right there? Or is there like different floors to this? Yep, mobs are hitting pretty hard in this maze. 16s, 20s. I'm not even sure if my protect mage is doing anything. Okay, yeah, some of them do mage us. Some of them melee us. I think our stamina should be fine. If this was pre-stamina changes, then definitely we would be out by now. But luckily, we're playing a game in 2025. Alright, we've made it to the middle. And there's the key piece. Let's get out of here. One more to go. Just kidding, I can't count. We already have 4 key pieces. They are now sitting in our bank. Let's gear up for... I don't think this is quite the final portion of the quest, but we're almost done. Alright, so we have our key pieces on us. We are now diving into the ancient caverns. Okay. We have to step on the actual pier first before we're allowed to do this long jump animation. Which is actually the same animation used to jump into the Inferno. Alright, while running through here, let's not get destroyed by these mithril dragons. Okay, what is this? I believe we have to make the key pieces. Oh no, we have to... You know, maybe we should try reading for once. Cast Fire Wave. On the other side of the ancient caverns, there's this little section here, and this is where we're going to be forging the dragon key piece. And there we have it. So all of that work we did was to create this one key, and this key is used to open this ancient door on Lithgren. And here we are to our right. I sound like a tourist guide right now. To our right is the Rune Dragons, and to our left is the Adamant Dragons, although evidently right now mid-quest, none of them are actually in here. Well, there goes Dallas. I like how we pick up Bob and just run. Oh, and there's Galvik. Alright, when it comes to the Galvik fight that we're going to be fighting in a little bit, we are going to take it more seriously. Oh yeah, I forgot what the last quest I mentioned this in was, but yeah, once again, sailing and something goes wrong. Oh. Okay, that obviously never happened. Okay, up next we have the Addy Dragon, which is actually more annoying. Okay, the unfortunate thing here is that we have to start from the Mithril Dragon again. But yeah, as I was saying, the Adamant Dragon is actually more annoying to deal with than the Rune Dragon because it has this ruby bolt. Okay, we are back. I brought in 2 super anti-fire potions this time. So it just occurred to me that you can't use thralls for this Galvik fight for whatever reason. Oh, why did I... Okay, here we go again. I'm not going to rotate the camera, at least for this portion of the fight. Okay, now this is like P2, phase 2 of the fight. Here comes the wave portion. Okay, right here, I'm going to redivine. And for this portion of the fight, when he throws those rock-looking things, we do have to dodge those. We're almost there. It is sub 200 HP. And at this stage of the fight, we actually don't want Ruby procs, because it's going to do like next to no damage. Speaking of which, we just got one. It's 4 HP. There we go. Down goes Galvik. That was for Bob. Damn, and here we are at Bob's gravestone. Tragic. Now we finish the quest as we started. We come on over just outside the Myth Guild and speak to Alec Kincaid. And there it is, Dragon Slayer 2 completed. 5 quest points, access to the Myth Guild, 80,000 smithing XP, 60,000 mining XP, 50,000 agility, 50,000 thieving. That brings our total quest points up to 248. Oh, 72 smithing, 71 mining, 78 agility. And in we go. Turns out we don't get a myth cape for free. We have to buy one upstairs. What the heck? Let's go ahead and get one right now. Where's our stack of GP? Here we are. Do we talk to Jack? Yes, we do. How much does this cost? 10,000 GP? Unbelievable. We should have got one for free. In my opinion, the best thing about the Mist Guild is this area right here where we're standing. There's a bank chest right here, and there's a range right here, so you can do all your cooking here without having to move. Personally, when I was training up skills on my other account, wait for it, I like to do any bank standing skilling at this location as well. Anyways, upon completion of Dragon Slayer 2, we now need to look ahead to Vorkath itself and getting the Vorkath hat for our Dishonest Quiver. However, something we're lacking right now, and honestly we should have picked up way earlier so that we could use it for the Vorkath quest boss, as well as just other undead mobs, is the Salve Amulet. However, we haven't done Haunted Mine yet, and the Salve Amulet is locked behind that quest. So I think next up, that's what we're going to focus on. The good news is that the quest is a fairly quick one. We just ferry ring to BIP on that little island there, hopped over, run south, and then talking to this zealot right here, this NPC, is going to start us the quest. Most of the quest is some general setup running around, a little bit of puzzle solving, a little bit of a maze with the mine carts and whatnot. But once we get that sorted, there's going to be a boss fight, so I guess I'll come back to it when we get to the boss. Alright, at the bottom of the mines, we take this innocent looking key, at least we try to, and that triggers the fight against Treyas Daith, or however you pronounce it. Let's go ahead and drink our super attack, our super strength. Now this fight is kind of annoying because it teleports around the room, you have to chase after it. And there's like random objects that will start hitting you. But we're pretty strong right now. People usually do this quest much early on. In fact, that was quicker than I expected. We went ahead and killed it without it having really ran away anywhere. So upon completion of this quest, not only will we be able to more efficiently do Vorkath, but salve amulets will be used for the Theater of Blood as well. We have done Tob on this account previously, but it was under unideal circumstances. However, with this quest and some of the other gear upgrades that we've since got, I think it isn't too unreasonable to start farming some Tob. I don't even know if we got any like EXP rewards out of that, I don't know. But while we're here, let's pick up some of these salve shards. But it also just occurred to me that we now need to get Tarn's Diary in Tarn's Lair. The list of things we need to do just keeps going. To get to where we want to be specifically in Tarn's Lair, it's best if we buy this Slayer ring. We got put right at the entrance and now we're in, and I believe we're going to have to fight those terror dogs. Also, this is an incredibly long cutscene of us just staring at them. Oh, these things are actually level 110. We're in Graceful. I think we can just ignore this animated steel armor. And there we go. Oh, he's just back to his regular self now. We gained 5,000 Slayer EXP from that? Cool. Tarn's Diary, and this is what we were here for. I'm fairly certain that we can just TP out now. Yep, Tarn's Diary acquired. Let's just get out of here. Okay, up next, we're going to head to Ardoon, Ardi, Ardugne, whatever you want to call it. We might have some balls of wool in the bank, I'm not sure, but let's just go ahead and pick up some. And then we'll hit the bank and make ourselves the Salve Amulet. In case anybody did not know, the general store over here does have a stock of 50 wool. So here at the bank, we have 6 salve shards. Now, if we use the salve shards on balls of wool, we will get a salve amulet. So here we have enough for, what is this, 6 of those. And then we use the diary on the salve amulet. And this is how we get salve amulet ease. Now these ones, these pink ones, are the ones that we're going to be dropping in Tob after the bloat room. However, we're going to have to make one into a salve amulet EI, which is imbued. Actually, let's go ahead and do that right now. I'm like 99% sure we have points remaining at Nightmare Zone. Here at Nightmare Zone, let's go to the rewards chest. Go to upgrades, and look, we have 7.3 million points. We did do a fair bit of training for Nightmare Zone in preparation for the Colosseum and the Inferno at the time. Now, we're not enchanting or imbuing 6 of these. We're just going to imbue the 1. There we go. There we have it. After all of that, we are now finally ready to farm some Vorkath. Now, the Vorkath head is guaranteed at 50 KC. However, with some good luck, we could get it beforehand. Anyways, let's get started here. Let's see how this first KC goes. And down it goes. Our first Vorkath KC on the account, just a touch under 3 minutes. Let's see if we can get a hammer to land this time around. We do not. We didn't quite have enough food to do a second KC of the trip, so I went ahead and banked. And also, along with that, I went ahead and swapped into our Blood Moon set and gave ourselves a Fang. We have a couple of dupes sitting on wait for it. I think melee will potentially be the better option for us. Well, I was going to say, even if the time was slower, it seems like we eat a lot less food being in melee gear, so this was going to be the preferred choice of slaying Vorkath anyways. Oh, we're actually smited, but third KC. Oh, some Dragon Bolts unfinished. Here we go. we got the Vorcat head on 4KC. Let's go. We're out of here. I was just saying the clan chat, like it's so bad, but we got it. Let's go 4KC. We're out of here. So right now, if we use the Vorcat head on the Dishonest quiver, it says that Ava in Draenor Manor might want to see this. Let's go ahead and use the Vorcat head on Ava, I think. Alright, she just called me deranged. Never mind, let's not do that. Yes, we would like an assembler. Thank you. And then surely we can just use the assembler. No, alright, this is confusing. Dishonest quiver. It seems to lack the power you have in your other device there. That's right, I was wondering if you could help me with that. I'll give it a good go. Ava takes the quiver and fiddles around with it for a bit. Alright, I believe now, yep, there we go. Your quiver now shares the ammo saving effect of your Ava's assembler. Now we won't lose out on our Ruby Dragon Bolts. Yeah, between doing Dragon Slayer 2 and the couple of Vorcat kills we did, we actually lost 59 Ruby Dragon Bolts. And we probably lost countless dragon arrows and dragon darts doing the Inferno when we were doing that too, so now we get to save all that ammo. Another day, another Hespori, and we gotta stay on top of our farm runs as per usual. However, today we're gonna be switching over the POV back to Wait For It, and that's because we're gonna be doing some Colosseum. Now, the reasoning is that we're gonna have to do some Slayer on 416 Hero, but before we get to do that, I kind of want the best in slot prayer gear. We can actually wear the Sunfire gear on this account. I believe the requirement is 60 prayer, which we have 63, so that works out. Besides, we are kind of knocking out two things at once here. We want the prayer gear on our Wait For It account as well as 416 Hero, so it's a 2-in-1 thing here. And yeah, we'll head to the Colosseum after Hespori and the farm runs. Just wrapped up the farm run on 416 Hero. In about a week, maybe a little bit less, we're actually going to hit 99 farming. We've been doing magic trees, palm tree seeds, and Hespori every single day, so EXP is coming quickly. Anyways, we are on Wait For It here, just outside the entrance to the Colosseum, and we are going to farm some Colosseum for the prayer gear, the Sunfire set. Now, the setup mostly is the same from our previous Colosseum runs. However, we just swap out the Torva plate body and legs for the Oath plate versions. Everything in the Colosseum is weak to slash, so naturally this is an easy decision to make. One of my clanmates actually did ask me if I was going to use the new Aether runes from Yama. However, I was just saying how those runes are in a little bit of an awkward situation for me as an Ironman. For one thing, you need 30,000 of those runes to convert your Oath plate to the Radiant Oath plate, and at some point in time in the future, I am going to go for that. For reference, right now, I have about 40,000 after completing over 1,000 Yama KC, so these things are hard to come by. Another thing is, I don't think the one inventory space that it's going to save me in this situation is going to make or break any Colosseum runs. Maybe if I was speedrunning and maybe if I had more optimized gear setups, and I was more comfortable with the Colosseum, I would go for that. But for right now, this is a setup that I know works, and it's a setup that I know I can comfortably do the Colosseum with. Well, our first run, we made it to wave 10, and unfortunately, we died. Realistically, I didn't like my options on the modifiers for wave 10, and I probably should have backed out. I had to pick Doom, which I'm not entirely comfortable with, unless it's at, like, the very end for the soul fight. We missed out on some loot, and we lost 250k to our desk coffer, but we didn't miss out on any of the loot that we actually wanted, so I guess that's okay. Alright, don't like the modifiers, only made it to like wave 3, no, wave 4 that time, so we're just gonna take our gains there, our loot, and back out and reset. Okay, first soul KC in quite some time. There's a quiver. No echo crystals, no what is it called? Sunfire items though, unfortunate. This is gonna sound really stupid, but I just realized I did that Coliseum KC in full Torva. This is because when I died, I like banked everything and re-geared, and this tab I have, this inventory setup tab I have, is currently still full Torva. I didn't upgrade it yet. So we did manage to get ourselves a second KC, another KC in Coliseum, and unfortunately, we didn't get anything out of it, but we kept moving. When I said we kept moving, well, we certainly did by dying a lot. Unfortunately, after getting 2 Coliseum KCs, we kind of hit a brick wall for ourselves. But many attempts later, we did find ourselves back in a 1v1 against Soul Heredit. Unfortunately, that time we threw a KC away. We just got the shakes while at Soul, and honestly, that run up to Soul was a pretty nerve-wracking one to begin with. I was messing up a lot in like the late waves, like 10 and 11, and I think I had less supplies than I wanted. And no, unfortunately, that was not a replay or a editing error. I did indeed once again make it back to Soul just to die again. On that previous run, we decided to claim our rewards after Wave 5. That's because back on Wave 4, we actually pulled an Echo Crystal. I didn't realize till after Wave 4 and 5, but luckily I caught it and decided, you know what, let's not risk it. Let's just take the Echo Crystal and get out of there. These bad boys are worth 5.7 mil. And apparently, the drop rate, the chance to see an Echo Crystal on Wave 4 is a 1 in 310 chance. Honestly, that doesn't sound too crazy. And as you know, we're here at the Coliseum because we are after the Sunfire Fanatic armor. And actually, the Sunfire armor is more common than the Echo Crystal. That was really surprising to me. It's a 1 in 206.67 chance to see it on Wave 4. So I have 2 takeaways from this. Good news, bad news type of thing. Bad news is if we pull up our collection log right now for the Fortis Coliseum, you'll see that I have 16 completions. And in terms of other uniques, aside from the quiver, of course, I only have 1 Sunfire Fanatic Helm, 3 Echo Crystals, which is actually only 2 pulls, because I believe back closer to original release, Echo Crystals used to come in pairs of 2. So we have 3 Echo Crystals, 2 pulls in terms of uniques. We have the Ralos, which is actually incredibly lucky, I think. We pulled it on like 14 KC maybe, so I guess that's where all the RNG went. And I don't think I've pulled any Onyxes from the Fortis Coliseum. This is just like a crossover from other parts of the collection log. I just realized I didn't really mention the good news, but I mean, it's kind of implied. I mean, the good news is that the Sunfire armor isn't actually that rare on paper, so in theory, we should get it soon. And I guess the best news is that obviously we don't have to do full Coliseum runs, full completions. We can get the armor we're looking for at any point after Wave 4. Now, it would still be in my best interest to get completions because obviously the higher wave you get to, the later in the Coliseum, the better your chances are at rewards. And also, while our quiver is blessed on this account, wait for it, the quiver on 416 Hero isn't blessed yet, so we're still burning up Sunfire Splinters every time we range on that account. So it'd be nice to get that one blessed as well. We've been continuing to chip away at the Fortis Coliseum, and the last couple of times I made it to Soul Heritage, for whatever reason I decided to try and do this one combat task. However, in doing so, I have thrown away a couple of Soul Heritage kills, and unfortunately, we have nothing to show for. The combat task in question is Showboating. If you look here, it says defeat Soul Heritage after Fortis saluting to the north, east, south, and west of the arena, while he's below 10% hit points. Now that I'm reading this, I actually realized I've been doing this incorrectly, which honestly doesn't matter too much anyways, because every time I've tried to do this combat task, I've failed, but I didn't quite catch the below 10% hit points part. But I can definitely see how that makes this combat task deceptively hard, as my GM friends have said. Nevertheless, we now know that combat task and how to precisely do it, but we're not going to do it, at least for not right now. In the future, I might actually go for Grandmaster if I feel up to the task, but for right now, I should just focus on getting Coliseum completions and getting our Sunfire Prayer gear. Anyways, a little bit break in the action because if you notice, I have slapped on different gear. In our previous runs, we've been running melee gear, obviously with the Oath Plate and Scythe, as that's best in slot. But we also did that in combination with a max or close to max mage set, missing a couple of key items. Basically, we've been using the Tumikin's Shadow. However, we are making the switch to the Twisted Bow. This is a similar setup to what we used on 416 Hero, and I really didn't think about this, but turns out the Twisted Bow setup is actually better DPS than the Shadow method. Since I'm not doing melee only runs anyways, I like to bring a secondary style with me in these runs. I've been using the Shadow and it obviously works, so I never second guessed it. But turns out the Twisted Bow range setup is actually better DPS than the Shadow. And you'll notice that in my inventory, I have more room for brews, restores, and just overall supplies now. And that's because I'm only bringing the Sang, and that allows me to wear the Book of the Dead into the Fortis Coliseum, and I'll just drop one to make room for the two-hand weapons. The only downside to this is that a one-way switch into the Sanguinesti staff is not going to one-shot the melee Berserker Fremnik, but I don't think that's too big of a deal. We did that on 416 Hero out of necessity, and it honestly wasn't too bad, so I will just make that trade-off now on this account as well. After a day of struggle yesterday, today, a few attempts in, we finally get ourselves a KC. Albeit it was still a bit shaky. As you can see in my inventory, I'm completely out of food. But nevertheless, we got the KC. Unfortunately, as you saw, I didn't get any uniques besides the quiver, which is not the first priority of things we're after right now. Another day, another farm run on 416 Hero. Actually, to be more accurate, I already did Hespori, and that put me at just 5.1k EXP away from 99 farming. And yesterday we had a farming contract for a yew tree. Now we're just going to check the health on this yew tree, and that should put us at 99. That is the second 99 on the account after fire making. Let's go get the cape. Okay, in order to get the cape, we have to talk to Martin, the Master Gardener in Draenor Village. Ask him about the skill cape of farming. And yeah, you know, it's called 99k, but here we go. Now, one of the benefits to having the farming cape is that it gives a 5% increase to the base chance on herb patches, so, as well as the ability to potentially gain extra herbs. This also works with the magic secateurs, so anytime we do any farm runs, we're essentially going to slap the farming cape on and secateurs as usual. On top of that, obviously, the farming cape has a teleport that puts you right into the farming guild. And this is probably like the next best unlimited teleport to a bank after the crafting guild, the crafting cape TP that puts you at the crafting guild. On 416 Hero, I don't think we're going to be doing fruit tree and tree runs anymore. That's not necessary, but we will try to stay on top of contracts. And with that being said, our next one is to plant a magic tree. Now, I don't know if I have any magic. Oh, I do have one, exactly one. Okay. Yeah, through my journey to getting 99 farming, we've used a ton of magic saplings and palm tree seeds. We actually have palm tree seeds left, but I think we're almost completely out of magic saplings. Okay, now that we have the 99 farming out the way on 416, we are back on Wait For It, continuing our Coliseum grind. Now, to be honest, things have not been going too well, so today we're making a few adjustments. We've swapped the Prims to the Echo Boots just for a little bit of extra prayer and defense, and we also swapped out our Lucky Penny for Rada's Blessing for more prayer. I've come to the realization that despite having multiple Coliseum KCs on 3 different accounts, I still struggle here because my knowledge of the Coliseum is still based on the first couple of weeks of release. I haven't watched any guides, and this content has been out for quite some time now, so naturally over time, people have figured out how to better do the Coliseum, how to solve most instances, most situations, and I'm just not up to date on that information. So I did watch some guides very briefly, and honestly, I should continue watching more guides, but I'm a little bit impatient. I'm going to try and see if I can withhold any of the information that I've learned and hop in there and try to get some more completions. New PB. No uniques, unfortunate. We'll take the new PB though. Very nice. Oh my god, yes! I almost immediately clicked onto the next modifier and moved on to the next wave without looking, but we finally got one of the Sunfire pieces. We got the Sunfire Fanatic. I don't even know how to pronounce that, but it's the top. Claim, we're not risking it. I didn't even look at what was next wave. We're not risking it. There it is. Let's take it out, bank everything else. Collection log. What was that? Wave 10. Very nice. Now we just need the pair of legs until we have one complete Sunfire set. We do have the helmet. We pulled that quite some time ago, so long ago that I don't really remember when. I don't even think I was consistently making YouTube videos, at least not the GIM series back then. As with the goal of the series, we are trying to get 2 of everything so that each account, 416 Hero and Wait For It, will have 1 of everything. So I don't have to trade over items back and forth and whatnot. But I'm very happy with getting one set for now, so hopefully we get the legs soon. Another KC in the books. KC 19. Do we get any goodies from Soul? Ooh, we get an Echo Crystal. Nice. Oh my. Apparently I had the legs the last wave and I didn't even check. Okay, good thing I completed wave 10 and I checked the loot. We are claiming this and getting out of here. Turns out we got the legs on wave 9. Wow. Just like that, we got the top end legs today. Now, let's take a look at the collection log on this account. We actually have everything but the pet. I don't think I've actually pulled an Onyx from the Coliseum for what it's worth, but, you know, the uncut Onyx can be got from... you can get from Zulrah, I believe, and maybe like 1 or 2 other locations. But yeah, here we are, essentially Glog except the pet. And more importantly, we have Sunfire top and bottom, which was the initial goal and what we were after from the beginning of this grind. Naturally, having completed the grind, we have to put on the full set of armor one time for the one time to show it off. Now, the Sunfire set is the best in slot prayer armor. The Echo boots are good prayer, but the Devout boots actually are better. But Echo boots are from the Coliseum, they're from the same location, and they do have a bit of better prayer than, say, like Prims or something. And it matches, it looks cool. As for the helmet, the Sunfire Fanatic helmet, we're never really going to be using that, honestly. Besides, I know people are going to comment on it. Most people like the top and bottom, but the helmet, not so much. But that's okay because, you know, you usually wear prayer gear when you're doing Slayer tasks, and naturally you're going to be wearing a Slayer helmet. We are back on 416 Hero, and we are currently wearing our previously acquired Sunfire Fanatic armor. This is the best in slot prayer armor available, and luckily it only has a 60 prayer requirement, so that's why we're able to use it on this account. Last episode, we did the Coliseum on, wait for it, our maxed GIM account, and we were able to pick up the armor. Now that we have that, we're moving on to doing Slayer. We're going from 60 to 69 Slayer in order to do Monkey Madness 2. Now, on top of the 9 Slayer levels that we have to do, of course, we have to do Monkey Madness 2 itself, which I believe there's 1 or 2 prerequisite quests, and we're going to have to unlock one of the routes with the balloon transportation method. I believe we have to unlock the path to the Gnome Stronghold. We're currently in the Catacombs of Karen doing a Fire Giants task. We're pretty early on into this task. In fact, I can't even use the Black Mask to check my task. I believe that's only a Slayer Mask feature, which we will be getting, hopefully, on our way to 69 Slayer. We don't have enough points to unlock the Slayer Mask, but I do believe we have the crafting level to make one. I believe the only Slayer unlock we have so far is Superior Monsters. Unfortunately, this Fire Giants task, Fire Giants don't have a Superior version, but we are doing this because this is going to be our 100th task. So, we're going to be getting a big amount of points, and hopefully with those points we will be able to unlock the Slayer Mask and a couple of other things. Because we are so low on points right now, I do think we are going to be utilizing the Turiel boosting method, which basically just means we're going to do 9 Turiel tasks, which are going to be really easy and quick tasks to do. And then every 10th task, we're going to be doing the highest Slayer Master available. I believe that's actually going to be Konar, although I don't know. Konar is a little bit more annoying to do, so maybe we'll opt to do Duradel or Neve instead. I don't know, we'll have to see. Let's just go ahead and finish this Fire Giants task first. While we're doing Slayer on 416 Hero, we are upkeeping Blood Runes. This is a pretty familiar spot that we're at on this account when we're not actively playing it. We're at the Zaya RC area on Karen as well, actually, so both characters are on Karen right now. While we're wrapping up this trip, because we're running low on food in our inventory, I do want to say that I am actively trying to do our Slayer task in the Catacombs whenever possible. Fire giants probably aren't the most ideal in the catacombs, especially if I'm not using something like a Venator bow. And obviously on this account, I don't want to gain prayer EXP. I want to be locked to 63 prayer. So I don't want to use a bone crusher or a ash sanctifier for extra prayer. So yeah, it's not the most optimal here, but I am in the catacombs because I want ancient shards. I believe that's what they're called. Basically the shards you use to charge your arc light, because down the line we're going to want to turn the arc light into a emerald. And in order to do that, you actually got to use the arc light charges. Yes, I'm in Lumbridge. No, I didn't die, luckily. I was trying to TP to the POH, wait for its POH, but I forgot I hopped worlds to find an open spot at the fire giant spot. So I almost died. Luckily, I caught on, because if you see, your previous host appears to be unavailable or no longer in your group. It's actually just on a different world. But yeah, I like panic tellied. I saw like I had other teleports available, and I just so happened to teleport back to Lumbridge. Just wrapped up the Fire Giants task and received 300 points for completing our 100th task. Let's speak to Neve real quick. We have 367 points in total, and apparently it costs 400 points to make the Slayer mask, or at least unlock the ability to make one. So we're going to have to do some more Slayer. Like I said before, we're Turiel boosting, so let's head on over back to the POH and Birth Rope and pick up some new tasks. Oh, and also we did manage to gain 1 Slayer level during that task, so we are now level 61. 8 more levels to go. Well, this was completely unexpected. Just got a collection log from Cave Slimes, Iron Boots. Here comes the 10th task again. I've made up my mind and I'm heading over to Konar right now. Hopefully we don't get a terrible task. For those of you unfamiliar with Konar Slayer, I can break it down for you real quick. Konar Slayer works the same as regular Slayer, except not only does she designate you the monster that you have to slay, she also designates where you have to go. Konar Slayer can be great because the mobs that she assigns, they have a chance in dropping a brimstone key. With those keys, you can unlock this brimstone chest and get some loot. As you can see, we've opened this brimstone chest 0 times. So if we get lucky on whatever task we're about to get next, we could come here and open up this chest and get some loot. With that being said, let's get our next task from Konar. We get 164 Hellhounds in the Karom Slayer dungeon, which is actually down this elevator over there. Now this is a good example of a task that's not very good. For one thing, people should avoid Hellhounds altogether, unless they are going after hard clues or doing Cerberus with level 93 Slayer, I believe. 91 for Cerberus. However, even if you were going after Cerberus, you wouldn't want to pick up this task from Konar, because in order to do this Hellhounds task, we have to do it here in this Slayer dungeon underneath Karom. Karom? You know, this location where Konar is. Oh, there we go. We're about 50 KC into the task, and we finally get ourselves a Brimstone Key. We'll stack up a couple of those before we decide to open any. Coming towards the end of our Slayer task here at Hellhounds, and we just hit 62 Slayer. So 7 more levels to go, and also with that level, we hit 1775 total level. Our total level is actually really getting up there, considering that we've locked attack, defense, and prayer levels. With the completion of the Hellhounds task, I'm fairly certain, and it's going to be a little awkward if it's not the case, but okay, yep, 400 points to unlock the ability to make a Slayer helmet. Did I click the right thing? Yes, I did. Confirm. Okay, now we open the store. I believe we already have earmuffs, but we're going to get the spiny helmet, the nose peg, face mask. We might have one of those, I'm not sure. We're going to need an enchanted gem, and I believe that's everything we need to make a Slayer helmet. Moment of truth, let's use the earmuffs on our black mask, and there we have it, a Slayer helmet that is also imbued. One of the tutorial tasks we picked up was a rat task, so here we are geared up outside Scurious. I figured we'd come back here because last time we were here, we were working on combat achievements, and we got most of the combat achievements done except one of them, being killing Scurious with a ratbane weapon, which you can only get from Scurious itself. So with a task of 24 rats, hopefully we can get the drop. Now I decided to make use of our GIM dynamic here, and we're going to be doing Scurious Dolo. We have our maxed account, wait for it here, geared up in Torva, Echo Boots for extra prayer, and let me switch to POV real quick. We are actually on the Lunar Spellbook. We're going to be utilizing pot shared for the combat pots and the prayer pots. I hopped in here, I pre-potted the super combat, and before you know it, I barely even recorded this, we are 1 KC in already. Despite Skurrus being an early game boss, it actually has a fair amount of mechanics. This is because they introduced the boss with the intention of teaching new or early game players boss mechanics to prepare for future bosses that might be harder. So with that being said, I am taking a fair bit of damage here. It's kind of hard to manage 2 accounts at once. So I think the strategy here is I'm going to let my maxed account tank damage, and I'm going to try to avoid the mechanics a bit more on 416 Hero. We've done some Dolo content before in the series. For example, the very first thing we did was Royal Titans Dolo, and then sometime later we followed that up by Doloing Dagonoth Kings. But here, Doloing Skurrus, this is the first time both accounts have had mega rares. And honestly, 2 accounts sighting Skurrus right now is kind of like a ridiculous idea. So I guess this is a little bit of a preview on how I'm doloing. If I'm really locked in, I can definitely dodge all the shadows and prayer flick on both accounts correctly. But honestly, that is a lot of effort for just doing Skurrus. So for the most part, I am prioritizing the correct prayer flicks on the weaker, lower defense account. That only makes sense. As for these smaller giant rats, I actually am mostly ignoring them, particularly on 416 Hero, because I want to preserve the Slayer task on that account. So on Wait For It, since it's not on task, I use that account to clear out the smaller rats. And then I just prayer share or pot share prayer pots and the super combat pots where I can. We have about 10 KC left on task, so I think we do have to make 1 bank trip and then come back. Yep, so right there we have 10 KC left on task, but we were out of prayer, so we had to TP out. So 1 more trip and we should be done. We started this task at 10 KC Skurrus, and now we're at 21, so 10 more to go, and we'll see if we can get our Ratbane weaponry. In the middle of a KC here, I just made a realization. I have the same KC on both accounts. So I took the same approach on both accounts and simply just came here and did the bare minimum required to knock out a couple of CAs. I guess I don't have the Ratbane weaponry on either account. Just wrapped up the Skurrus task, and unfortunately, no Ratbane weaponry or the pet. But we keep moving. Back to tutorial. Before we move on to our next Slayer task, there's one thing we have to do. I'm currently outside the Tears of Guthix minigame, and we'll head in there shortly and get ourselves some runecrafting EXP. We're just under 2k EXP to go until we hit 49, and then I believe maybe we'll be able to do Tears of Guthix one more time before we hit 50, and we will no longer be able to do it. Now, for those of you that don't know, Tears of Guthix is a minigame that you can do every week, and it will put EXP in your lowest level skill. So for our case, it's 48 runecrafting right here. But the reason why I say we have to be careful is because 416 Hero, this account, is a 50 defense, 82 attack, and 63 prayer level restricted account. This is a self-imposed restriction, and as such, I won't be able to do Tears of Guthix every single week once runecrafting surpasses defense. However, if you're a normal account, by all means, keep up with Tears of Guthix every single week. It is worth it, but personally, I've always been lazy with Tears of Guthix, and I've definitely missed the last couple of weeks. But here I am, just between Slayer tasks, and I remembered to do Tears of Guthix. Wow, we actually got a new Tears of Guthix PB. 10,800 runecrafting EXP. That puts us at 49 runecrafting with just 708 to go. I think just to play it absolutely safe, I'm no longer going to do Tears of Guthix. I'm sure I'm going to pick up this runecrafting EXP sometime in the future and get us to 50, and I don't want to risk forgetting about this and then leveling up defense by accident. Now that we have Tears of Guthix wrapped up, we can resume Slayer. We still got 7 more levels to go, going from 62 to 69 for Monkey Madness 2. But I think we are going to skip ahead here, because honestly, early to mid-game Slayer doesn't involve too many interesting things in my opinion. The only notable thing along the way is probably going to be 65 Slayer unlocking Dust Devils. But other than that, it's going to be pretty boring. And I mean, if anything does happen, I'll be sure to catch you guys up on it. But don't be surprised if in the next clip, we're just going to be 69 Slayer and ready to go. Shortly after pushing out that previous video where we did Dolo Scurious, I've made the realization that this scythe on 416 Hero is uncharged, and I never got around to charging it. This is most likely because I actually haven't done the quest line that gives me the Draken's Medallion, giving me easy access to the Theater of Blood Bank where you charge the scythe. So if I want to charge it right now, I have to make quite a bit of a run to get over there. Anyways, I'm using it on the Greater Demons task right now, and I'm leaving it uncharged. This is because I wouldn't be using a charged scythe on Greater Demons anyways. I'd be using something like a Blade of Saildor. Running it through the DPS calcs, comparing it from the Blade to the Fang, and even the dualies, the Blood Moon dualies, an uncharged scythe is actually best in slot out of those 4 options on Greater Demons here. Charged or uncharged scythe aside, we are still moving on with the Slayer grind, and we'll check back in when we hit 69, or if anything else interesting happens in between. And just to clarify, we're going for 69 Slayer because we are working towards Monkey Madness 2. We are back at Scurious on both accounts, doloing again. I think anytime I get a rat task while Turiel boosting, I'm going to try and make my way over here to Scurious and get some KCs in. And we get the Scurious Spine on, wait for it, on KC 29. Now, I said before in the previous video, both accounts actually have the same amount of Scurious KCs. So interesting to see that Wait For It has got the first spine. And hopefully 416 Hero will have one soon. I went ahead and grabbed another Konar task, and the task is to do 50 Ankus at the bottom of the Stronghold security. Now, I realized I've never actually completed the Stronghold on this account, so I guess when we're done with the task, we're going to have to make our way through all the gates and claim the reward in the center. Unexpected, but we get ourselves a left skull half. We already have the right, and now I think we just need the staff pieces. And then we can combine all of it and get ourselves a scepter, which I believe is a Varrock diary task. Just finished our Slayer task. Let's search the Crate of a Life in the center here. Here we go. We have our choice of boots. And we're just gonna go with the fancy boots, you know. We don't actually need to pick the other boots for any combat stats anymore. We got ourselves the Arania boots. And plus, you know, there's only one right option there, and that's the fancy boots. I know there's actually the third option there where it's the best of both worlds. You get the combat boots and the fancy boots combined together, but you know what? I don't really know when they introduced that. So yeah, continuing on our Slayer grind, we just came to the worms here, and combat task popped up unexpectedly. That's kind of what happens when you're doing Slayer, honestly. Yo, we just got a dragon harpoon. The craziest thing about this is that we don't even have one on Wait For It. This is actually the first dragon harpoon in the GIM. So here we are on another Turiel task, and we're back at the lizards. We've been here several times before, but this time we unlocked a reptile freezer. So that way we don't have to manually click on these ice coolers in our inventory and then onto the lizards. A little bit of a quality of life thing, and it did cost me 90 Slayer points. I swear I'm going to stop yapping about my Slayer progress and actually show up shortly with 69 Slayer. But this next Konar task that I picked up is fairly interesting because it is Greater Demons in the Chasm of Fire. Now, as you can see right now, I'm actually in the Yama fight room, and I have to talk to Yama real quick. Just because I want to sign the contract that he offers, and that will enable us to farm contracts in the Greater Demons in the Chasm. So Yama is a bit of a yapper himself, so there's tons of dialogue here. And yeah, we will sign his contract. I believe it's been signed. We don't want to challenge him right now. Let's just get out of here. Now back up here at the Greater Demons, you can see that there is a sigil above the Greater Demon. Now I'm not going to get too much into it because our focus isn't on Yama or his contracts right now. But basically, different sigils means you'll want to farm the Greater Demons with different attack styles, be it magic, range, melee, two-hand melee weapons, special attacks, yada, yada, yada. We're not going to worry too much about it. We're just going to do our Slayer task like normal. But if we happen to get contracts, it's going to be a nice bonus. And if I'm not mistaken, 103 combat after hitting 97 hit point levels is our max combat level on 416 hero. We unlocked Dust Devils back at level 65 Slayer. We are now 66 Slayer, and we are just now getting our first Dust Devils task. This is also our first burst or barrage task, so the EXP is really going to pick up from this point on now. Ooh, and a collection log, Dark Totem Middle. One of the 3 pieces we need to create one singular Dark Totem to fight Skotizo. And there goes the Dark Totem top. So I think we should have one key completed, one Dark Totem completed. I'm pretty sure we have a base in the bank somewhere. Well, we got the Iron Boots collection log earlier at, I believe, Cave Slimes. Now we get the Black Boots collection log at Bloodveldt. We are still Turiel boosting here, and after several tasks, we are currently at 1117 points. Now what I'm going to do is buy the herb sack. I know it's probably better to get it from the farming minigame, but that's just something I don't want to do, so here we go, 750 points for the herb sack. And we still have 367 remaining, which we will continue Turiel boosting to save up for some other unlocks, such as Gargoyle Smasher, just a lot of quality of life stuff under the unlock section. And of course, there's certain good tasks that we want to extend in the future. 69 Slayer has felt like the longest old school RuneScape grind I've done in existence for whatever reason. But nevertheless, we are finally 69 Slayer. We're going to finish up this Turiel task here on these Banshees, and then we're going to move on to, I think, 1 or 2 prereq quests we have to do, and then we have to do the balloon transportation thing, and then Monkey Madness 2 will be finally underway. Honestly, I think this has only taken so long because I've been Turiel boosting. If I had just gotten tasks from Duradel or Konar straight up, I'm sure 69 Slayer would have came a lot quicker. But I need the Slayer points, so Turiel boosting was definitely the way to go, and it'll pay off later. Without wasting any more time, let's get to it. First order of business is the balloon transport. We have to go on Intrana, which is why we have nothing in our inventory except our 3 magic logs. Now that we are on Intrana, we're going to talk to August here. Fly with them to the Grand Tree. Now we're going to have to do this little interface here where we control the balloon and navigate towards the Grand Tree. Thankfully, we have the quest helper to help us, so all we have to do is just click what's highlighted and we will be there shortly. We made the journey no issues. Next up, we're going to start and finish the watchtower. We have almost everything we need in the bank. We'll just go pick up a few things we're missing. The quest is going to require us to have 2 ropes, and whenever you need ropes, just go ahead and go to the RD General Store real quick, and they have a stock available with you. It would help if you brought coins with you, though. And the other thing we're missing and we have to go get is bat bones. So we teleported to the dig site and ran north, and this is also where we typically do our Slayer tasks. After all that, we are now ready to do Watchtower. And of course, the starting location is the Watchtower itself. We're going to start the quest by talking to this Watchtower wizard here. As I'm working through this quest, honestly, nothing too interesting going on with this one. We're just interacting with these ogres and whatnot. We'll just tune in when we're done with Watchtower, and then we can finally get to what we're all here for, and that's Monkey Madness 2. And that is Watchtower completed. We get 15k Magic XP, a whopping 5,000 coins, and the Watchtower teleport spell, which I guess could come in handy if we want to try to get to Yanil quickly. Having unlocked the balloon transportation system and done Watchtower, we are now ready to start Monkey Madness 2. We're going to talk to King Narnode Shireen here to get started. And we have everything we need for the first portion of the quest. I'm going to go to Glow's house right here. And I think this is the part where we discover that there's like a hidden entrance somewhere or something. We're back on Intrana speaking to August again. And then conveniently, we can fly back to the Gnome Stronghold. Basically, the first portion of the quest was us discovering that Glow is once again up to some elaborate schemes. Now we're going to make our way to Ape Atoll, and let's get started here. After having completed Monkey Madness 1, as long as you're in monkey form with a Gree, you are pretty safe on Ape Atoll. but make sure to not accidentally unequip your gree and then, well, you'll just get whooped. Well, pretty early on into the quest, we've already made it to this area where we have to traverse. I wouldn't call this a maze or anything like that, but, you know, there's a set of obstacles and stuff that you have to go through, and you can fall over these gaps right here. And when you fall, it's very bad news. Let's see if we fall here. We don't fall there, but this is the area where you want to train bursting, barraging, or chinning. This is the ideal location, and you do have to play melee when you fall, otherwise you will get absolutely run over by a bunch of monkeys. Well, there's an example. We just fell down, unfortunately. Protect melee right away and find the rope, and let's see where this puts us, actually. I have no idea if we're any closer or any further. Are we supposed to be going this way? No, we're supposed to be going the other way. The introduction of Quest Helper is truly a game changer. I remember doing this quest without Quest Helper, so there's no blue lines drawn out and everything, and I was just referring to the wiki, going back and forth between one monitor to the other, and this quest would take literal hours to complete. But here with the Quest Helper, luckily, if we do end up going in the wrong direction, the Quest Helper will course correct and go another direction. So right there we fail. Oh, let's protect range real quick. And the rope is all the way back there. That's not great. But yeah, the Quest Helper is actually smart. It will try one direction, and then if that fails, it'll redirect us to another path. If I'm not mistaken, if you fail one of these obstacle courses, it's usually because you're just simply going the right way. The game doesn't want you to go that way. Although you might be able to just fail just as like a agility check too, though I'm not entirely sure. I think I mentioned this in the middle of the Dream Mentor or Lunar Diplomacy quest, but this is another example of a quest just being super old. We're here having to spam click on each individual pillar, and for whatever reason, the animation is taking like a solid good couple of seconds here. Quest was introduced today. There'd be like next to no delay while hopping from pillar to pillar. Okay, after having yapped our way through the obstacles, we finally make it to the end where we have to fight Kruk here. I believe we can actually set him up to flinch, if I can remember how to do this. I think we have to step under him to force him into the proper position, and I believe we have it set up. Kruk does do an insane amount of damage, even through prayer, so this is probably a good idea, especially on a 50 defense account. We're currently in a pretty familiar area right now. Not only were we here for Monkey Madness 1, but we spent countless hours afterwards here training our magic up in preparation for the Inferno. But we're back, and having dealt with Kruk, essentially what that led to is getting a Kruk Monkey Gree. Basically, we're going to be undercover pretending to be Kruk and gaining access to areas we normally wouldn't be able to get to. We've arrived on the platform. This is perhaps the most iconic and memorable portion of Monkey Madness 2. And basically we have to sneak past all these monkeys and plant explosive devices and blow things up without being seen. Now, in theory, this is pretty easy, but if you become a little bit impatient, you could mess up and you essentially have to reset the entire thing. So priority number one is to just play it safe and be patient. For example, right here, this monkey's coming back this way. Let's just save spot right here. Now that he's gone past us, we can go ahead and run through to the next safe spot. We made our way through the first floor. Now, let's see if we can do the second floor without failing. We made it onto the third floor, no issues. This is where the satchels are, and funny enough, there's no monkeys up here. So we can go ahead and run on over here and pick up 6 satchels. Now this is the part where we have to start being extra careful, because if we get caught, we'll be thrown into the water and these satchels will be useless, if I recall correctly. And because of that, you'll have to make that trip that I just did over to pick up the satchels and then to the designated locations again. So from this point on, we got to be extra careful and try not to fail. After some extensive navigating, we finally brought our 6 satchels over to this barrel so that we can fill them up with gunpowder. This was just the first step. We haven't even began placing these satchels at the proper locations yet. Here's the first satchel location. We're going to use the satchel on the compromised floorboards. This one was pretty close, so the risk was pretty low. But we got 5 more to go. Satchel number 2. Satchel number 3. This one was actually a little bit more sketchy, but we made it through. Oh my, I got a random event and I thought I got caught. Not right now, Freaky Forster. Satchel number 4. 2 more to go. No, in my head, I was just thinking this might be the first ever time across all the times I've done Monkey Madness 2. I would do it first try without getting caught. But with just 2 satchels to go, I got caught. So luckily, we don't actually have to start over from scratch as in 6 satchels. But we made it through 4, so there's 2 remaining. We're going to have to fill these satchels up with gunpowder again. And so it begins, you know, right after that last clip, I was like, all right, let's get going. And I just walked straight into a monkey guard. I mean, if you really think about it, it's either all or nothing, right? Makes no difference if you fail once or twice, but it does make a difference if you fail no times versus 1 time. Just like that, we made it back to the barrel. Let's fill out these 2 satchels real quick. I was just saying in the clan chat, honestly, this portion of Monkey Madness 2 is not as bad as I remember it being. Satchel number 5. This one was actually a little bit tricky. We had to utilize a corner. So satchel number 5 was a little bit tricky. As you just saw, we had to utilize some true tile movement and path past this monkey guard. Even though visually it looked like it could see us, but as we know in RuneScape, things aren't actually where they are shown to be, as confusing as that sounds. I took a bit of a break after planning satchel number 5, and when I came back, I instantly get caught. I guess I kind of iced myself out. So now we have to go back to the barrel just to fill out 1 satchel with gunpowder, which, starting from the beginning here, it actually takes quite a bit of time to get to the gunpowder, so... But you know, this is exactly how it plays out for a lot of people, I think. Like I said before, this concept getting through here is actually not that difficult. But if you fail once or twice, and you know in your head that you really shouldn't have, it kind of gets to you and you start trying to rush to get back to making progress. And that's where more mistakes happen, you get more and more impatient, and it just snowballs. I'm going to do my best here to take my time and get this last satchel over with. All right, for the 3rd time here, I think it's the 3rd time, we're back at the barrel. Just 1 more satchel to go. Here we go, the final satchel placed on the support. And now it's emphasizing that we shouldn't teleport away. We have to leave the boat, or the platform via the boat. Oh, and I guess here it doesn't matter if you do get caught, since all of them are placed already. In fact, it's probably quicker to get caught on purpose. Here we are. Let's get off the boat. And honestly, a little bit anticlimactic. Imagine if they made a cutscene where you could see things exploding in the background, but I guess not. Moving on to the next portion of the quest. This is our first time seeing these demonic gorillas. And this part of the quest is actually pretty interesting. You get to control them. Basically, we're bullying these tortured gorillas back into their cages because they broke out over there. I did spacebar through the cutscene there as per usual when I'm questing, but Glow said something along the lines of these demonic gorillas being aggressive. Now, I bring this up because at some point they made a change at demonic gorillas after completion of Monkey Madness 2 to where the demonics are no longer aggressive. I get that this was a quality of life change because it would be pretty annoying whenever demonics would tag you across the room while you're trying to fight another one, but I guess in the lore it doesn't make any sense. Basically, after snooping around on Ape Atoll, we discover that Glow is launching a invasion. So we're now back at the Gnome Stronghold talking to the king to notify him of such things. Here we speak to Neve and recruit her for her help against the demonic gorillas. So we brought Neve along with us. She's kind of just trailing in the back now, and we're clearing out the Gnome Stronghold of these tortured gorillas. And actually, she's of no help right now. I'm just 1v1ing this gorilla. Even now, she's literally standing next to me. If she could just, you know, like poke it one time with that Zami Hosta real quick, that'd be great. Actually, is that a Zami Hosta? I don't even know. She's just watching me do all the work. She's got better gear than me. That's an Ellie in Bandos. I can't even wear Bandos. Alright, we've cleared out all the tortured gorillas spread out around the Gnome Stronghold. Now we're heading into the caverns. So I guess this is the portion of the quest where Neve finally decides to do something. Oh my god. Okay, dealing with two of them is kind of annoying. Let's see if we can drag this one out. Well, we got a combat task out of that. But now we're down to one, and we should be able to deal with this one pretty cleanly. Well, with the two demonics dealt with, we now have one final fight against Glow himself. Although right now we are low on health, low on prayer, and have nothing in our inventory to work with, so we're going to have to TP out as soon as we can. But before that, we have to witness a tragedy. Just like that, down goes Neve. We've re-geared and we're ready to fight Glow. From my understanding, Glow has 3 phases, and the first 2 phases are really easy because you can safe spot just like this. Now between phases, he'll run into the following room. As seen right now, phase 1 is over. He breaks through to room number 2, and we can do the same strategy for room number 2. Okay, couldn't quite figure out the safe spot for phase 2, but moving on to phase 3. We might have to TP out, I don't know if we're going to survive this otherwise, but we'll see. So for phase 3, it's a little bit different. You want to keep your distance and pray mage. And he'll do this animation where he brings you closer and closer. Each time you just want to step back and attack. Oh, you know what? Let's TP out. You know, we're not a hardcore, but I'm going to save myself the trouble. We're making our way back, and I guess the question is, are we going to have to do the complete fight over again, or is it going to be the final phase? Seems like we have to start from the beginning, which is unfortunate. Just a few more hits and Glow should be going down. Honestly, this is not a very interesting boss fight, but it's an iconic quest nonetheless. And down goes Glow. Well, we wrap up the quest the same way we started it, by talking to King Narnode Shireen. Now, Monkey Madness 2 obviously unlocks demonics for Zenyte jewelry, but it will also give us huge amounts of EXP, which we will see in a second. Here we are, 4 quest points, 80,000 Slayer EXP, 60,000 Agility, 50,000 Thieving, and 50,000 Hunter EXP. That's definitely going to gain us a couple of levels. Oh, and I actually forgot about this, but we get the Royal Seed Pod, which is very useful as a one-click teleport in the wilderness. So we go from 69 to 70 Slayer, and honestly, I was expecting some other levels, I'm not going to lie, but I guess not. We recently grinded out 69 Slayer and started and completed Monkey Madness 2, enabling us to start farming some demonic gorillas for the coveted Zenyte jewelry, such as the Necklace of Anguish, Tormented Bracelet, Ring of Suffering, and the Amulet of Torture. Now, before we start doing that though, and doing more Slayer, picking up not greater demon stats, but black demon stats, there's one more quest we have to do, and that is while Guthix sleeps. Now, I kind of let it slip of the tongue just there, greater demons, but we want to do while Guthix sleeps so that we can start hunting down tormented demons as well. So when we do Slayer, if we get a greater demons task, we can go to tormented demons, and likewise, if we get a black demons task, we can hunt down some demonic gorillas. Tormented demons are going to drop us some goodies as well. For one thing, Burning Claws are a very good replacement for Dragon Claws if you don't have those already, and in fact, in some instances, Burning Claws are actually better than Dragon Claws. And of course, there's also the upgrade to the Arclight, as we are interrupted by the mysterious old man. But yeah, there is the upgrade to the Arclight, turning it into the Emberlight. And with the release of Yama, the Purging Staff is very relevant as well. And the Scorching Bow can be good for things like Zami. So there's our motivation for doing while Guthix sleeps. Let's go ahead and get started here. I just noticed that I'm in a bit of an awkward gear setup situation here. I have a graceful hood on, but oh well. I remember when this quest first came out and I started doing it on Wait For It, it actually snuck up on me. This right here, this little fight that's about to happen. It is certainly a way to start the quest. So you want to be protecting range here, but as soon as the special attack happens, which I can't really see right now. Oh, right here. He throws out a Dragon Dagger spec on you. So right there, we actually just tanked that special attack, but luckily we lived. But yeah, if you're not careful, you could just get KO'd right then and there at the start of the quest. So as soon as arrow hits, you switch to Prey Melee because he appears out of thin air and Dragon Dagger specs you. After surviving that first encounter, we make our way over to the Khazard Fight Arena. We're going to speak to the Launderer over here. Now, is this guy literally a Launderer? It looks like he is. If I'm not mistaken, While Gothic Sleeps is a Grandmaster quest, so it's going to be sending us around Gillinor quite a bit. So right now, we're here in the Feldup Hills area. We're going to speak to this hunting expert, which is actually also where you get the hunting level 99 cape. This quest does have a level 62 hunter requirement, and I guess this is the reason why. We gotta set up this trap here. There's a guy, probably not a guy to be honest. Unfortunately, it looks like a bot to me. I'm gonna use the Mortmire fungus on this pit trap. Oh yeah, this is the part where we get a, I don't know, how do you pronounce this? Brove? What? I literally don't even know what this is. Is this a real animal? But we're gonna sit here and wait until one takes the bait. There it is. Come on down. We actually get to keep one as a pet after we finish this quest. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what purpose this animal serves in this quest. For this next portion of the quest, we're gonna have to do some puzzle solving, and there's some requirements with different runes being applied to this old battered door. Unfortunately, this inventory full of Karambans we have on us, we're gonna have to drop to make room. And there is some kind of thing with the weight you have on you. Ah, yes, using a key and a bookcase with some kind of hidden mechanic cliche. Yep. Hidden room behind a painting. Wow, another cliche. So this is the portion of the quest I mentioned earlier about the weights. We gotta put a certain weight on this statue. We got up out of that secret area. We're gonna hit the bank real quick. We have to pick up a few things here, that being the lantern lens, a seed nibbler, and we already have some coins on us. We're making our way back over to Taverley. Little bit of action up here in McGruber's Woods. Got some mercenaries here. Like I said, with it being a Grandmaster quest, it has us traveling all around the map, and right now we're at the Falador Castle. The NPCs were kind enough to teleport us to Draenor Village, so a little bit of a time save there. And we're here speaking to this shady stranger. We're supposed to use this teleorb on him, and back we go to the Falador Castle. When I first got to this portion of the quest and I saw this map on the table, I've been wondering what it is because, you know, you would think it might be a map of Gillinor, but it doesn't seem to be the case. At least I don't think so. But yeah, I just wonder what it is. So once again, we had to be sent to another location. The NPC actually teleported me here once again, and you can tell that, you know, this is a newer quest because I guarantee you, if this was a quest made in like 2005, they would not do that for you. For this next step in the quest, we had to switch on to the Lunar Spellbook. And now we're going to contact, how do you pronounce this guy's name? Sirius? Yeah, let's go with that, Sirius. This is the dude from Dream Mentor. Okay, now we have to contact Turiel. So just like in Dragon Slayer 2, we're kind of assembling the troops. That's how you know we're in for something big. Contacting the Slayer Master in Canifis, Duradel, level 100 combat Slayer Master in Shallow Village, and I believe that's it. I believe we no longer need to be on the Lunar Spellbook, so let's just go ahead and switch back to standard so we don't waste house tabs. And since we're in the POH, we're also making our way over to the Warriors Guild, if I can find the teleport. There it is. We're going to be speaking to Gommel and some of his buddies here at the Warriors Guild. Again, 3 more NPCs to bring into this upcoming battle. This next part of the quest has us fill our inventory out with a bunch of runes, and it has our spellbook looking like the rainbow. But you'll see why shortly. One of those reasons is we're going to have to cast Charge Orb, I guess whichever one, doesn't matter, on this trapdoor and able to get through it. We're going to have to make our way through all these elite Black Knights. Some of them are rangers, some of them are melee. I don't believe there's any magic wielding ones. Actually, no, I do see some mages. But we're just going to have to make our way through it. We do have a couple of pieces of food on us, but it might not be enough. Are we dead here? No, we're not dead. We're taking a lot of damage here. I don't remember taking this much damage, but then again, we weren't on a 50 defense account before. Alright, remember when I said we had a little bit of food? Now we have no food. Should I TP out? I might want to TP out here. Okay, these are all melees, and we have to fight 4 of these guys for their armor. So, as long as we have our prayer up, we should be fine at 12 HP. Except for the fact that this guy has Protect Mage on. that might be an issue. Is this guy gonna have Protect Mage on? He has Protect Mage on. You know, I was not aware of this. I'm gonna have to bring another attack style. Well, looks like we are gonna have to TP out after all. The reason why I didn't bring that much food the first time around was because the quest helper does tell me I need 9 free inventory slots. But obviously, it looks like I'm gonna need some food just to make it to the room where I need to be. So let's try again. Oh, I forgot to put on our disguise. Yeah, surely by slapping on a bronze med helmet and iron chain body, they won't notice the fact that I have a Tumican Shadow or Blue Moon Tassets. Yep, nothing out of the ordinary there. Okay, seems like in making it through one time, we can now take this door as a shortcut. Yep, and we make it to the end here. Okay, now we're back here, and this guy has Protect Mage on, but we brought our Blade of Saildor. One of the interesting things about the Moon's gear is that all 3 types of Moon's armor gives you melee strength. We just got our first piece of armor off of the previous Dark Warrior. Let's put it on real quick. Looks pretty cool in my opinion, and it is actually of equal prayer value as Proselyte, if I remember correctly. For us, it doesn't matter because we did go ahead to the Coliseum and get the Sunfire gear. But back on Wait For It, when I first did this quest, I did think the Elite Black Plate Body was really cool looking. There it is, the full Elite Black Knight set. Looks pretty cool in my opinion. Although you'd never realistically wear the helmet as you'd be wearing... Oh my... Yo, chill guys, it's me, chill. It's kind of funny because I put on the armor right away after slaughtering a bunch of them and they instantly stopped attacking me. But I guess once I took off the helmet again, they're like, wait a second. But yeah, it's a bit of a shame because as with prayer gear, you're never really going to wear the helmet because you're more than likely going to be wearing a Slayer mask. As some of you may know, I'm not a huge fan of questing, but While Gothic Sleeps is one of the quests that I did thoroughly enjoy. It helps that the Elite Black Knight set right here that I have on is pretty cool, as well as the Dark Squall robe set. I think this set looks pretty cool as well. In a second here, we're going to climb up this ladder next to us and we're going to fight some dude named Surok. And this boss fight is going to be the reason why our spellbook looks like the rainbow. In a second here, we're going to climb up this ladder just behind us and we're going to be engaging in a boss fight with some dude named Surok. Now this fight is pretty interesting and it's the reason why our spellbook looks like the rainbow. So he's going to cast 4 different elemental spells, and we're going to have to use the opposite element to counteract those spells. So for example, if he casts a fire wave, we're going to have to use water wave. And then periodically he'll send out these minions, these henchmen, whatever you want to call them. One of them you have to cast Weaken on, and the other one you have to cast Bind on. So there's a lot of things at play here, and it's a pretty interesting fight, probably one of my favorite parts of the quest. But I'm going to stop yapping here and let's just get into the fight. Well, I guess first of all, we have to put on the armor, the mage armors, and let's get into it. Now, I have a shadow and powered staves don't work, but I'm just using it for the magic bonuses. We're not exactly hitting here. So right there is a air spell, and I misclicked, and I took a bunch of damage. So let's just try to catch the next one. We do have some Karam ones with us. Now, why are we not doing any damage with Fire Wave, huh? Okay, so right here, my strength is yours. What does he say, though? He didn't say anything. Oh, well, that's not good. Okay, so this is something I didn't explain, but this is an explosive thing. We have to telegrab it. And then, well, that was clearly not what you were supposed to do. I just know we have to telegrab it, but what else are we supposed to do there? Oh, we have to alch it. I see. I might have missed a step there. Things are not looking good right now. We might have to reset this fight. Okay, so right there is an earth spell. We're gonna have to use an air spell on it. Well, we are taking a lot of chip damage here, which is unfortunate. The good old-fashioned chip damage. And we're probably dead. Let's go ahead and TP out of here. Although I hit teleport spells. Okay, not a great first showing. Alright, we're going to make an adjustment here. Instead of using the shadow for the magic attack bonuses, we're going to go ahead and put on a ancient staff and our mage's book. The mage's book is going to give us the magic damage percentage, and the ancient staff is going to enable us to auto cast Fire Wave. So that way we have something that we can consistently attack the boss with. Okay, here we go. Back up the ladder and let's try again. So if it's a strong henchman, we're supposed to weaken it. If it's an agile one, we're supposed to bind it. So this guy mentioned something about strength. So, oh, they actually have a name. You know, now I feel pretty stupid. All right, it'll help if I just right-click them, you know, and read. Okay, explosive, we're going to want to telegraph that and then alk it. Now, the only thing I'm concerned about during this fight is our prayer situation. We only have a 2-dose prayer pot in our inventory currently. So we got an air spell. We're going to have to use earth. Oh. We were just too slow on that. And honestly, like, I need to resize. And that was the reason why I had the teleports on hidden in the spellbook, because there was just too many icons and I wasn't familiar with the location of the spells. Okay, surely we're going to handle it this time around. Let's swap into the gear and climb up the ladder. Please? Hello? I can't do it while I'm under attack? Okay, that doesn't make any sense. I can't climb up the ladder if I'm in the Elite Black Knight armor, but the moment I switch it off, I get attacked. Alright, quickly. Okay. Now that is pretty troll. Here we go. Okay, like, I clicked on it. Alright, I spoke too soon. Man, we're taking this seriously now. I slapped on the Infinity Boots, which actually is the same as Urania Boots, but it does give me a little bit of mage defense. Don't know if that helps. Apparently, I didn't have the right ring on at the time, but now we have the Steers ring. And we have the MA2 cape on. Things are looking much better this time around. Less than 100 health to go. Couple more hits here. That should be the last hit. No, 2 HP. Nimbleness. Okay, we're gonna bind the Agile Warrior here. And the boss is actually down. There we go. Unfortunately, took a couple attempts there. I guess being on 50 health or 50 defense and not completely remembering all the mechanics didn't help, but we got the job done. Let's TP out of here. This part of the quest is a little bit spooky because we're technically in the wilderness. We're currently at the Chaos Altar on top of the building. So this is the wilderness, except we're not actually in the wilderness. We're safe here. We're not going to get PK'd. The first time I saw this cutscene, this was pretty cool. Got all these skeletons animated in rune armor. They even have some armor that's like not part of the game. For example, it looks like there's like a rune version of a Gutton's helm. That's what it looks like. And here's the gang. Here's all the people we recruited. Completely unnecessary TP in, by the way. They're just showing off. Well, there goes Durdell. The gang is getting cooked. There goes Gommel. There goes Hazelmere. And this entire time, we're just standing there and watching, dude. What are we doing? So this is how you get to the Torment Demons if you didn't know. Tears of Gothics is just over there. And then over here, you use a Sapphire Lantern on one of these light creatures. And you'll be sent into an area where the Tormented Demons are. The light creatures will carry you down to this platform right here. You do have to continue running and make your way over to this side over here, and the entrance is over here. Right now I don't have it unlocked just yet because I'm midway through the quest, but it is a bit of a run. But not to worry, Tormented Demons do drop a teleport scroll. Here we are, we finally made it. Now during the quest we have to do a lot of running around, and I believe this brazier actually serves as a stamina boost. So if you're doing the quest yourself, just keep that in mind. It can be useful instead of burning up staminas, or if you don't have stamina pots at all, you know, that brazier can save you some time. I do remember this part of the quest, and it can be a bit tedious. Basically, there's going to be these druid spirits in each of these hallways, and at the end of these hallways, there's going to be a statue. You're going to have to use the druid pouches on these spirits, like so, and they will drop some of the materials that you need. So we got the dwarf weed and the wine of Zamrock, and the quest helper is actually telling us that the the correct statue is over on this side. But I think what we're going to do here is actually use the rune pouch, or not the rune pouch, but the druid pouch on any of the spirits we see. So we start collecting the needed items. So we made it to the statue, and this statue is asking for a dwarf weed and a wine of Zamrock. We place those down on the statue, and in return we get this dolmen. We're going to need to get 1 dolmen from each of the respective statues. All the dolmens have been collected. Now we just use them on this table. Basically, we just opened a giant doorway with all those dolmens. Before we head down there, though, I'm going to take this opportunity to TP out and gear up properly. We're going to be in for a fight. We're here fighting the Balanced Elemental. This fight is actually pretty interesting. He attacks in 3 different attack styles, the Mage, Range, and Melee. So right here, orange-yellow color is range, so we want to protect from range. The white one is going to be melee attacks, and then the blue one is going to be magic attacks. Also, it does have overhead, so right now we can't use magic on it. Here it's switching to magic, so let's get Prey Mage on. And if you do get an attack wrong, it drains all your prayers, so it's pretty punishing. We do have to pay attention. We're going to try the Eclipse Atlatl here. Seems to be pretty good, actually. We don't use these enough, honestly. Okay, let's just dive into some of our brews here and save up. And the most punishing thing, or the most difficult thing about this, is his attack speed speeds up. So as you can see right now, he's attacking like crazy. And I'm gonna be honest here, I think we might have to TP out, because it's I'm like yapping and not focusing enough on the fight. There goes our prayer again. Yeah, we're gonna TP out. Oh god. Oh. Or, you know, I mean, this is one way to TP out, I guess. Trying to explain the fight while doing the fight was definitely a mistake. So let's just collect our gear here, re-gear up, and then we'll focus in and actually do the boss. And that is the Balanced Elemental down. As you saw right there, when you're focused up and you're just disciplined and prioritizing overheads, it's actually fairly easy. But if something goes wrong, it can snowball, especially when the attack speed keeps ramping up. After beating the Balanced Elemental, they spawn in 2 Tormented Demons. Now this is pretty fun because you get insane hits during this portion of the quest. Now I don't really remember how to fight Tormented Demons, so good luck me, I guess. Oh, it doesn't help that there's 2 of them on me. One is very manageable, 2, I don't know. Okay, one of them's ranging. Oh, I believe when you have 2 on you, one's always going to melee and the other one's always going to either range or mage you. Okay, it's coming back to me now. It's probably in my best interest to focus one of them down. But yeah, if you look over to our left right now or in my skills tab, you'll see that my combat stats are insanely boosted. Okay, it appears I was incorrect. One of them is maging and the other one is now ranging me. That could just be because I have them safe spotted potentially. Okay, one of them is actually down already. Okay. And this one's maging. No, they're just stacked on top of each other. I'm confused. I'm so confused. How are they just stacked on top of each other like that? Can I destack them? I can't see what's going on, you know? There we go. Alright, one is down. Where is this one going? He's running away. There we go. That was a little bit rough, but we got the job done. Teleport us back to Falador and let's close this quest out. Took a little bit longer than expected, but it is a Grandmaster quest after all. Little teaser at the end of that quest there, pretty cool. But there we go, While Guthix Sleeps completed. That is 5 quest points, access to the Tormented Demons area. Very nice. A whopping 80,000 Thieving XP, 75,000 Farming, 75,000 Herblore, and 50,000 Herblore, or Hunter. Our quest points are getting up there. 76 Seething, 71 Herblore. Don't really care about super defense mixes. 81 Hunter. But most importantly, we can now start farming some Tormented Demons. Recently, we completed Monkey Madness 2 and While Gothic Sleeps. At the end of Monkey Madness 2, however, we lost our Slayer Master Neve, and in her place now is Steve. I'm not going to be using him as a Slayer Master, I don't think. We're either going to be going to Duradel or Konar. However, we're still going to be in the middle of Turiel boosting. We're currently sitting at 187 points, and there's just a couple of more things I want to unlock or extend. Not only did we lose Neve after Monkey Madness 2, but after While Gothic Sleeps, we actually lost Turiel, and now we have Aya. So it's no longer Turiel boosting, it's Aya boosting. We're here at Shiloh Village picking up our 280th task, and like I said before, Aya replaced Turiel, and likewise, Kuradel has replaced Duradel. What's our task going to be? 5 Rune Dragons? I have done one Rune Dragon task on this account before, and it was a bit of a pain. This time around, I think I'm going to try and use a Tumikin's Shadow. Last time, I tried to fang it and melee it like normal, but I was taking so much damage. Throughout our Slayer grind so far, we've been using the Blade of Saildor, and sometimes the Scythe of Vitter on occasion. The Scythe is better in some instances, and most of all, it's just fun to use, so I've been using it. However, it has been uncharged. Now, on something like Greater Demons, it being a 3x3, even an uncharged Scythe is actually better than using the Blade. So that's just one example of where I've been using the Scythe, but it's never been charged, right? But now it is. We made our way over to the Theater of Blood Bank. I actually had to run over here as I've yet to do the quest line to give me the TP here. But I decided it was worth it. We just picked up a Monkey's task. We're still Turiel boosting here. And I began doing this task, but then I realized Demonic Gorillas should work with this Slayer task. So charged up the Scythe and let's go gear up for our first time at Demonic Gorillas. Alright, now before anybody questions it, I know an Arclight or an Emberlight is best in slot, but we're using the Scythe for the content. We're wearing the Eclipse top and bottom as well because we're going to be ranging with the Eclipse Atlatl. This is a very interesting combination of gear. Can't say I've ever used this before. Unfortunately, this is just going to be a small task. Hopefully we pick up an actual Black Demons task in the future. Here we are, looks like there are some other people here as well, and I haven't been back to Demonic since they've made those changes. Now during our Monkey Madness 2 progress, I did talk about how they changed the aggressiveness, or rather removed the aggressiveness of the Demonic Gorillas, and now they're no longer aggressive. Bit strange, but it is a quality of life thing, I guess. First KC, we get Javelin Shafts. We're not picking up those ashes, we're not scattering them, we're not trying to get any prayer EXP. There's actually a decent amount of people here. I might have to hop worlds. Why are there so many people here? Using these two weapons is actually very convenient because they're both two-hand weapons, so I'm able to just cape swap and weapon swap. Nice and easy. Inventory stays the same. Since we've already made our way to Demonics, let's go ahead and talk about Zenyte Shards. So we're going to need 4 of them. 1 for the Tormented Bracelet, Ring of Suffering, the Necklace of Anguish, and the Amulet of Torture, which in the future we can actually upgrade to the Amulet of Rancor. But 4 Zenyte Shards, and the drop rate is 1 in 300 from these Demonic Gorillas. I believe you can actually get one from Tortured Gorillas as well, but the drop rate is much higher on those, so not worth doing at all. We're going to need 4 of these, so in theory, we're looking at 1.2 KKC, but as we all know, that's not really how it works. So I am using the Eclipse Atlatl, and while I do have a T-bow, obviously from Wait For It, that I could use as best in slot, I don't know. I just want to make use of the Eclipse Atlatl. We were using this during the While Gothic Sleeps quest, and I realized I haven't really used this all that much. So, given this opportunity to do so, these things don't seem that bad here. And on another note, you don't have to do Demonic Gorillas on task. However, we're going to try to do so just to motivate ourselves to continue doing Slayer and the damage boost while we're on demonics can be nice too. But I guess if we're in dire straits and we want to move on, we might choose to come here and just camp them off task. But we'll see. That is a conversation for another day. Actually, now that I think about it, we also do have a blowpipe that we actually got in name on this account, but I don't think I've pulled that weapon out since we've gotten it from Zora, so Eclipse Addle it is. I just had to bank and came back to finish up 5 more KC for this task, and I realized I didn't bring any food with me, so bit of a wasted effort here. We could potentially lock in here and not need any food at all, but there is an RNG element to it. We'll just have to see what happens. Okay, we managed to clear out that one demonic, but we're on the brink of death here. Let's TP out of here. I actually chanced one hit sitting at 19 health. A bit annoying because now I'm TPing out, re-gearing, or resupplying just to get 2 more KC. But if it isn't the consequences of my own actions, or rather inaction. Just finished up that monkey's task. Unfortunately, no collection logs from demonics. Back to Aya here, pick up the next task, boring old cave crawlers. Okay, so this is back to regular scheduled programming up until the next interesting task. Our next Curdell task is worms. Now, last time we were doing a worms task, we were using a fang, which is really good. But this time around, since we charged the scythe, I'm going to go ahead and use it. Now, I know, using a scythe for these Slayer tasks is very expensive. But to be honest, it's not that big of a deal for me because, as you may know or may not know, whenever we're on this account, we are also on the other account for the most part as well. And one of the main things we do on Wait For It while we're actively playing 416 Hero is blood rune crafting. And we have plenty of Tob and hard mode Tob KC, meaning we have plenty of blood vials. So as weird as it sounds, I really don't mind using scythe charges, and it's not as expensive as you may think. Also, Slayer honestly kind of sucks in my opinion, so we gotta make it as fun as we can. Back at Aya here, and we're just about to pick up another Slayer task. But first, we gotta hit the shop real quick and get some unlocks, spend our points. So, under unlocks, actually, we're gonna want Gargoyle Smasher, so let's go ahead and get that right now. I was gonna delay it, but we might as well get it now, but we're not 75 Slayer yet. We can't even fight Gargoyles if we wanted to. I think we're going to want hot stuff. That is going to be for Fight Caves or Zuck. So maybe some more of those in the future. We got 462 points left. Down here, I think we're done with unlocks for now. Maybe in the future we're going to want a Slayer helmet recolored, but for right now, we don't even have any of those available. Going into the extend section, we already unlocked or extended Greater Demons and Black Demons previously in preparation for our grinds. Blood Velds we're going to leave alone. Dust Devils we do want to extend, that's good EXP. Necrals as well. And kind of sitting on the fence here with Abbey Demons, I'm not too sure. You know what, we're going to leave that for now. We're not anywhere close to 85 Slayers, so we still have time to think on that. Araxor, this is even further away, but this one's a no-brainer to me. And yeah, we just spent 500 points. Now, with that being said, I think we could move on to just Turiel skipping. Difference between Turiel skipping and boosting is that boosting, you're doing 9 Turiel tasks, and on the 10th task, you're doing the highest Slayer Master available to farm up Slayer points. It's a good method to get the Slayer points and get unlocks just like we've been doing, but Turiel skipping is where you're seeking out specific Slayer tasks. And if you don't get the task that you want, you come over to Aya. I keep saying Turiel skipping, but same NPC, same concept. You come to her here, Aya, and I believe you do 3 Aya tasks, Turiel tasks, and then you get to roll a new Slayer task. I haven't actually done any skipping before, so this is going to be the first time. Well, it will be the first time, but I think we're going to continue boosting for now, because there's one more unlock I looked over, actually, and that is task storage. It is a whopping 1,000 points, though, so we're going to be boosting for quite a bit more. Aya just gave me another rat task. Now, previously in our 2 to 3 rat task, we've been doloing Scurious with Wait For It, our other account. This time around, though, I am just going to solo it because Wait for it, has actually secured 3 Scurrius Spines already. Meanwhile, this account doesn't have any. I wonder if it was because of some kind of MVP system where the MVP got the spine, because this account has missed out on the spine 3 or 4 times now. So we're just going to go ahead and try to get it solo. Back at Demonics, thanks to another Turiel task. Aya task, you get my point. As we continue to work on our Slayer levels here, I just want to talk about my experiences working on early mid-game Slayer levels. And for whatever reason, I guess I'm just at common spots naturally doing Slayer, you know, such as the catacombs and whatnot. But I seem to run into a lot of negative experiences with people. I swear I'm just minding my own business. For example, right now, you know, I'm coexisting with this guy. We're both just meleeing hellhounds. We're not imposing on each other or whatever. But I mean, just 10 minutes ago, there was a different guy here. And we were sharing this location for like 10 minutes. And, you know, like I wasn't tagging his hellhounds. He wasn't tagging mine. You know, I was like working on 2 or 3. He was working on 2 or 3. And then 10 minutes later, he just goes, thanks for crashing. And like, he's like all passive aggressive and stuff. And then he leaves. So I'm like, whatever. But that's just one such story. Earlier today, there was this guy that, you know, started accusing me of buying my Infernal Cape or whatever, you know, and he was like projecting a whole lot of things. He was being like oddly specific, talking about how, like, does your wife know that you spent $100 buying an Infernal Cape and stuff like that. And I swear I'm just minding my own business. I don't know what it is. And it could be anecdotal, but I always get these negative interactions when I'm doing mid-game content. For example, at Crabs, you know, like a few videos back when I was working on Fasani's Nightmare and I was training up my combat stats on this account at Crabs, you know, there was just like people crashing, people like trolling. I don't know. I truly don't know what's going on. It's a pretty big goal. 1,000 points is a lot of points, and that is a lot of Turiel boosting. So I don't know if we're realistically going to achieve that. But that's only a side goal. Our main goal right now is to get Greater Demons and Black Demon stats. So when I get enough points, a decent amount of points, I'm going to start Turiel skipping instead. Now, I previously already explained the difference between boosting and skipping. But yeah, we're going to be hunting the Greater Demons and Black Demons tasks when it comes down to it. Back at Scurrius once again, hoping to get a Scurrius Spine. And it's crept up on us as we've exclusively done Melee Slayer thus far. But we are only 24k or just under 24k strength EXP away from 99. Will we hit 99 during the Scurrius task? I'm not too sure, but we're getting close. In a couple of scythe swings here, we're gonna reach 99 strength. Honestly, out of all the things we've already done on this account, being 50 defense and all, it's kind of funny that we're gonna end up getting max strength levels at a boss like Scurrius. Well, a little bit anticlimactic. I thought it was going to be on this kill, but it's going to be the next one. Here we go, hopping into Scurrius's lair. How many swings? 1 swing, 2 swings, surely final swing here. There we go, 99 strength. We can go and claim our strength cape, I believe, in the Warriors Guild. We're going to finish up this rat task first, though, of course. So 99 strength is actually our first combat 99. Not even hit points is at 99 yet. And I feel like traditionally an Ironman might get 99 range first, especially if they go the Bofa route. But this account is unique in that way. We took a different approach, and of course it has the help of, wait for it, our maxed account. So we managed to get 99 strength first. Oh, and I guess it is worthwhile to mention that this is the third 99 on the account. First was fire making, followed up by farming, and then now finally 99 strength. Without looking it up, I do believe you claimed the strength cape in the Warriors Guild. I know for a fact the attack cape is in here, but I'm a little unsure about the strength cape. Yeah, this guy is the one with the attack cape. I want to say the strength cape guy is upstairs. Here we are through this heavy door. You actually gain strength EXP by pushing that door open. Huh, just realized. Anyways, yeah. How do you pronounce Yadik? Yadik Strong Arm. I'd like to speak to you. May I buy a skill cape of strength, please? Of course, 99k. there we go. Well, our Infernal Cape's a little bit cooler, but let's put on the Strength Cape. Sweet. After quite some time, we finally picked up our first Greater Demons task. Post while Guthic sleeps anyways. 235 Greater Demons. Let's head on over to Tormented Demons. Well, first, I guess I gotta figure out the gear setup. So here we are, here's our setup. We're rocking Eclipse top and bottom. And of course, we got the Slayer Helm, the Amulet of Fury, and the Arania Boots. That will serve us for both attack styles, range and melee. Oh, can't forget the Barrow's Gloves as well. For our melee weapon, we're using the Abyssal Dagger. Now, the Abyssal Dagger I actually pulled on wait for it during my many Abyssal Demon tasks. Nope, I didn't actually get it from Sire, so that was pretty lucky. And I've never really used this before, so I'm excited to use this. I'm not using an Arc Light or an Ember Light because, well, for one thing, we don't have a Tormented Synapse available. But also, I don't have many Ancient Shards for the Arc Light. Anyways, for the range gear, we're once again using the Eclipse Atlatl. Now, T-Bow is better, but I don't feel like trading that over. And Blowpipe is better, but let's just be honest, I want to use the Eclipse Atlatl more. Here we are, we made it to the Tormented Demons location. At the end of each hallway, there's like 2 or 3 Tormented Demons, and there's a bunch in the center as well. There's multi-zones and single combat zones. I kind of just want to deal with the single combat right now, so let's see if we can find a spot. Tormented Demons have a lot more health than Demonic, so we're going to be here for quite some time. And on top of that, obviously, this is our first big boy task. We got a task of like 230 something. I also brought along a Bracelet of Slaughter with us just to extend the task even more. And our first KC, we get a combat task out of it. There's actually several combat tasks available to do against Tormented Demons. We're not going to be like overly concerned about that right now. We're just going to be farming them up. Also, these Tormented Demons are very good Slayer EXP. 1 KC right there just gave me like over 1,000 Slayer EXP. We're coming up on 9 to 10 minutes of being at the Tormented Demons, and I only really have 5 KC to show for it. We're working on the 6th one right now. So this is going to be pretty slow. While we're working on this Tormented Demon, let's talk about the drop rates and what we're after. So priority number 1 is the Tormented Synapse, and we're going to want 2 of those. Those things are about 1 in 500. So we're going to be here for quite some time if we're trying to get like 1,000 Tormented Demons, assuming we're going to be on rate, which, as you know, may not always be the case. The other thing that we're going for, but is not really a top priority, but it would be very nice to get, is the Burning Claws. Now, you actually have to get 2 drops of those. You get 1 claw at a time, so you combine 2 of them together to get the Burning Claws. We actually already have 1 sitting in Wait For Its bank, but I do want a set for each account. So really, we're going after 2 Burning Claws. Oh, and as we're yapping, we get a collection log, Gothixian Temple Teleport. Those things are pretty nice if you can stay here long enough to get more teleport scrolls than you use. As getting here is a bit of a run. Well, I mean, at the same time, whenever you do get here, you're in here for quite some time. Like I said, we've already been here for like 10, 11 minutes. But back to what I was saying about the Burning Claws. We already have 1 Burning Claw in Wait For Its bank. So as a GIM group as a whole, we need 3 more Burning Claws. But for this account solely, we need 2 pulls of Burning Claws. And those things are 1 in 501. So pretty similar to the Tormented Synapse. Just wrapped up our first trip at Tormented Demons. We started off the Slayer task at 235. We're now at 225. And our Bracelet of Slaughter procced 1 time. So that was a 11 KC trip, which took about 20 minutes because we brought in 1 Divine Super Combat and 1 Divine Range Pot. If we multiply that by 3, that's about 33 kills per hour, which I'm not really sure what to expect for kills per hour, but if drop rates are about 1 in 500 for 1 Synapse, and we're getting about 30 KC an hour, we're going to be here for quite some time. We are back for our second trip. We actually went to a different location. Turns out this end of the hallway only has 1 Tormented Demon, which works for me. I'm only doing 1 at a time anyways. We made one small adjustment on the second trip. We swapped over to the Archaeus spellbook, and we're using Thralls. Like I said on that first trip, these things have 600 HP, so taking one down actually takes quite a bit of time, and Thralls will help with our DPS. Just got another combat task through Fire and Flames. That might... Actually, I'm not sure what that is. Let's check it out real quick. You know what? I'm just going to pull it up on the wiki while we keep going. Okay, so it turns out that one is just to get a KC while their shield is inactive. I haven't really been paying too close attention to that, to be honest. As a side note right now, what we're working on wait for it, is wood cutting. Currently, there is a skill of the week in the clan, which I actually got the honor of picking what the skill was, and I picked wood cutting. So here we are at Redwoods. On occasion, Tormented Demons will give you a drop like this, Smoldering Pile of Flesh. So for this one, this pile is actually food. So right now we're 77 HP, we can eat from it, and we heal up to 95. I think there are other boosts as well. I think there is a prayer one, and I think there is a combat stat boost. So on occasion when you get those, it is nice to give you a little bit of a boost and perhaps even extend your trip. The Tormented Demons grind has been super cozy so far, so much so that I had originally intended to record a clip hitting the 100 KC milestone, but we actually passed it up by a KC or two. We don't have anything to show for right now, unfortunately, but we can't really complain because we're only 1/5 of the way there to drop rate for any item. We're still at Tormented Demons, but today is a different day than from when we first started this Slayer task. We got about 77 to go, plus whatever the Bracelet of Slaughter will extend us for, and we are in a slightly different setup. I've swapped out the Eclipse armor and the Atlatl in favor for Blue Moon and a Tumikin's Shadow. I want to say the DPS is better, but obviously a bit more expensive to use this setup. But these Tormented Demons are slow to kill as is, so that's why I elected to swap over to the Shadow just to speed things up a little bit. Our current KC is 189 with 76 to go, plus whatever the Bracelet of Slaughter is going to give us. So hopefully we see something soon, but honestly not expected. Well, here we are, the final KC of the task. This was a 235 KC task, and through the help of Bracelet of Slaughters, we've actually done 284 and 285 if you count the one I'm working on right now. Unfortunately, no drops, but we haven't hit rate, so maybe on the next task. But after this task, we're going to continue Turiel or Aya boosting for more points, because we're still after the task storage unlock. Couple more hits here, maybe this final one. Bracelet of Slaughter doesn't trigger. 340 tasks complete, and we get 78 rune arrows. Let's get out of here. Oh, I need a hop worlds. So I don't know if I was just slow or what, but that Greater Demons task took me pretty much 2 real-time days. So I think an ideal situation for me right now is that the next big task I get is hopefully a Black Demons task, so I can go on over to Demonics instead, just to spice things up a little bit, differentiate the content. After many Aya tasks and several Kuradel tasks, we finally got another task that lets us get back to Demonics. Now unfortunately this is an Aya task, so it's just 25 monkeys, but we brought our Bracelet of Slaughter with us to hopefully squeeze out a little bit more KC. Let's take a look at the gravestone here, and let's see how many demonics we've killed thus far. Looks like it's 32, so not many, and hopefully, I mean, we're pretty much going to be doubling that KC after this trip. Well, this is awkward. You might be wondering where I am, and I'm in the Watchtower. We actually recently unlocked the Watchtower teleport after the completion of the quest. I think it was a prereq to While Gothic Sleeps, or Monkey Manus 2, I'm not sure which. But anyways, we ended up here because I was fighting a demonic gorilla, and I was trying to do some high alching in the middle while fighting one. And, you know, honestly, I don't know how, but I somehow managed to misclick the Watchtower teleport. So we did finish that monkey's task. We ended up doing 35 more demonic gorillas. Unfortunately, no Zenite shard yet, but I mean, we're low KC still. It is what it is. We're back to Aya boosting. We already just did a cow's task, and now we're on our way to slay some goblins. Hopefully, task number 390 is going to give us something good. All right, we're working on task number 399. One more before 400, before we get a huge amount of points. We just picked up a lizards task. Typically, I do these in the desert, but that requires ice coolers. Recently, I learned about, I think they're called sulfur lizards, and they're somewhere in the Karoom Slayer dungeon. Evidently not on this floor, so I'm going to go looking for them. Okay, I just take the stairs, and they're right there. Maybe this is better, who knows? And the big 400th task is going to be... Oh yeah, that's right, I did unlock this. Okay, I'll be honest, I'm going to skip this. Yeah, I'm gonna free cancel it. I don't want to be doing this right now because I'm like prioritizing the greater demons and the black demons task. You know, I think I would do it if I was doing Slayer on the other account, but not this account right now. I'm gonna have to look at the another Hellhounds. Dude, come on, man. Okay, what's our farming contract? Let's just do our farming contract and a birdhouse run real quick. Hellhounds task completed. Head on over to Aya under rewards. And finally, task storage, a whopping 1,000 points. But even after that, we got like 200 points to spare. And I'm pretty excited to use this, actually. Never had it before. Having unlocked the task storage, I think we are now done with point boosting. We can now move on to skipping, which I will do my best to explain under my own understanding. I've never skipped in the past before, so I might get some things wrong here. But basically the concept of what we're going to be doing is we're going to be heading on over to our Slayer Master of Choice. So let me go ahead and do that real quick. So we made our way over to Kurdell and we asked her for a task. We got Zars, and I actually mistakenly asked for Zars and not Jad or Zuck. If I picked Jad or Zuck, it would have been a free skip, but now I'm locked into place with Zars, which I actually don't want to do, so this is a good example, good situation. So typically when you don't want to do a task, you just talk to the Slayer Master, you go to tasks, and then you click on cancel task. But what we're going to do is we're going to head on back over to Turiel or Aya. So here at Aya, if we speak to her, she's going to tell us about our existing task, but then she'll offer a new task. However, it comes at the cost of your streak. I'll say that again. If you Turiel skip or Aya skip, you lose your Slayer task streak. So make sure you're okay with that. If not, don't do this method. So we're okay with losing our streak. We confirm it. Yes, please. And now she says you have 24 birds to slay. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Having done our Aya task of 24 birds, we can now safely return to Kurdell. And we get a new task, 170 Hellhounds, which is absolutely unbelievable. I'm going to have to pull up the wiki to see how heavily weighted Hellhounds are, because I've been getting nothing but Hellhounds tasks. Okay, this makes sense. It is the highest weighted task outside of Abbey Demons, bosses, Dark Beasts, and Araxites. We don't have bosses unlocked as a Slayer task, and we obviously don't have the Slayer levels for Abbey Demons, Dark Beasts, or Araxites. So it's no wonder that we keep getting Hellhounds tasks. Well, despite us having done many Hellhounds tasks recently, I am going to go ahead and do this one. It is an easy task to do, and it is in the Catacombs of Karen, where I can get Ancient Shards, and we desperately need those. As I'm working on this Slayer task, I realized I have to go back on my words. I know I just said that we're moving on from point boosting, but that may not entirely be the case. So we're getting Hellhounds tasks over and over again, as we said, because it is our highest weighted task from Duradel or Kurdell. Well, that means we're going to have to set up our block list, something that I've kind of overlooked and forgot about. I do have cow fights blocked on the list at this point in time, but I don't have anything else on the list. We're doing this Hellhounds task this time around, but the next time we get one, Hellhounds are going to be going on the block list. What a fantastic way to start off this video, by picking up a Greater Demons task. 249 of them. I believe that is on the higher end as well. Previously, we did about 260 give or take Tormented Demons. Now, with this task, plus whatever Bracelet of Slaughters are going to provide us, we're surely going to hit rate for a Tormented Synapse, or even a Burning Claw. Surely we're going to get one of those, but we're just going to have to find out and see. I took a bit of a break before embarking on this task. I knew we would be in here for the long haul, especially since the last task we did took about 2 days to complete from start to finish. While I was on my break, I made that realization, and I've made the change now, that I'm going to be maging and ranging the Tormented Demons. Now this is slightly less than optimal, as melee is actually the best choice of attack style, especially if you have the Arclight or the Emberlight. However, we're going to be maging and ranging because we want to continue to work our way towards 99 on both these skills. Meanwhile, we're already 99 strength, and in fact, we've gained about 1,000,000 strength EXP since hitting 99 already. This is something that I don't often think about being on a maxed account for so long, but on this account, when we're still trying to actively get levels, these are things I should consider. 300 KC, what are we going to get? A singular noted battle staff. Actively training range has already paid off, because there it is. Dang it, I closed the pop-up by accident, but 97 range. 2 more levels to go until we max out our range stats. Well, I've had my fun with the Eclipse Atlatl. The blowpipe is simply just better, and I'm going with it now. In a couple of blowpipe hits here, we will be hitting 98 HP, and there it is in combat, so closed out the pop-up immediately. But just 1 level to go till we get another 99 on the account. Although I do think range... Actually, no, I'm mistaken. The HP is most likely going to be our 4th 99 on the account. It's a whole nother day here, so we're working on our farming contracts, and we're going to do our birdhouse run shortly. We're so down bad on prayer potions, super combat potions, and I think even divine range pots, that before we head back to TDs, I'm going to have to make some more potions. Ideally, I would be making the potions over on Wait For It, as it has the mixology items that will generate extra potion doses and also potentially save secondaries. But I think I'm going to go ahead and make them over here on 416 here, as we are only level 71 Herblore. I'd love to generate some extra levels there. Although at this point in time, we can only make prayer potions on this account, but that's priority number 1 right now anyways. We're currently at 362 Tormented Demon KC. With 190 to go on task, there is a chance that we do get a drop within this task. It was pretty unlikely previously on our first task because the drop rate is 1 in 500, but we could potentially reach, or not potentially, we definitely will reach 500 KC at some point, but whether we get a drop or not is a different story. Wow, we got 3 different piles of smoldering flesh. Well, we have way too much food, but not enough prayers, so we're going to have to bank, unfortunately. We've been too busy yapping away, and I completely missed the fact that we hit 95 magic. I didn't even know that was coming up, but there we go. I don't think that unlocks anything special in particular. I could be wrong. We were in combat, so we didn't even get the broadcast. Okay, so we've been pretty locked into this Tormented Demons grind. We just passed 400 KC. In fact, we're on 401 right now. No luck yet, but another 100 KC to go until we hit drop rate, and then we'll start complaining. You've crept up on us, but we just hit 77 Slayer. Tormented Demons give out a lot of Slayer EXP, and with that level, we also hit 1800 total, so nice little milestone there. Oh, there it is, a Burning Claw. First one on the account, so collection log there, but like I said before, we have one sitting on Wait For It's bank. So that's 1 Burning Claw completed. KC 472. We're going to go ahead and finish up this trip, but afterwards we're going to make the Burning Claws and begin using them. Oh, way. Still on that same trip here. KC 479. Well, I guess, I don't know, do you just combine them? You do! Well, we got Burning Claws. We don't even have to hit the bank. Wow, what a turn of events. Here we... Oh! Wow, your attack style has been changed to accurate. Make sure we put those on slash under strength. Good thing I saw that. Well, you know what? Actually, we also don't even have spec right now. But that could have been bad. I was so excited to use them that I just threw them on, didn't even check what attack style they were going to be. Not that we were in any danger of leveling to 83. We have 245k of EXP to work with. But I was a little bit too excited there. Here we go, first Burning Claw spec ever. I've never used those before. Oh, look at the burn effect go. Just wrapped up that trip, heading back in for another. We still have another 97 on task. Now this is a unique situation, only happens in a GIM, where if I pull a third Burning Claw drop before a Synapse, I'm actually not mad about it, because I'll need it for Wait For It's set of Burning Claws. Although, you know, I wouldn't mind a Tormented Synapse drop right now either. This is completely unintentional, but we finished up that last trip at precisely 501 KC. Now that's actually the drop rate for one Burning Claw. For whatever reason, a Burning Claw drop rate is 1 in 501, and a Tormented Synapse is 1 in 500. Well, we ended up getting 2 pulls of the Burning Claws before we reached 500. So, pretty happy with that, honestly. Now, hopefully we get a Synapse. We're currently taking a break from the Tormented Demons grind, as that grind has been taking several days, very slow just to complete one task. And we took the opportunity. We got some clanmates that want a Tob, so let's pot some Tob. Now, I did take liberties and trade over a bunch of gear, just because I don't want to be too much of a dead weight. And I mean, as a GIM, I do have these items available. We're just going to be running some regular trio Tobs here, hopefully make some money, maybe get some collection logs on this account. Wow, our prayer situation is really bad. I very quickly geared up as quick as I could. I didn't want to keep the guys waiting. So this is mostly a setup that's similar to what I'd be running on a normal account. But I'm quickly realizing that my prayer situation is not great here. We just need to get through Maiden, and for Blow I won't need any prayer for sure. I don't think we're getting the skip here. It's not looking good. The only thing I'm missing is a Crystal Halberd, which I can go get, but I just haven't yet. And something I've mentioned several times over the course of this series, it's actually a reoccurring thing. I still have not done the quest to unlock the Dragon's Medallion, so I had to run my way over to the Theater of Blood. Oh, I can't use a buckler. Oh, that is funny. I didn't think about that. Yeah, I don't think realistically I should be the range role. I should either be a freezer or a melee. Hey, I did 436 damage. That's not like a far cry from what a typical person might do. I have very limited amount of salve, so it might come to a point where I don't drop it. I only have like 5 in my inventory right now, or my bank. We got 1 super restore dose for Soat. Hopefully, this should be enough. What the? What are those tiles? Those are... I didn't mark these tiles. I didn't label these tiles. What? Here we go, we're tanking. Oh, and we get Trio Speed Chaser. New PB of a 1911 in a trio. I don't think I actually ran any trios before, so easy PB. Another new PB by a whole minute this time. Where is the purple? I have a confession. Scythe is uncharged. It's not actually uncharged. It's we're just doing a little bit of trolling. Just kidding. Can you imagine if my scythe was actually uncharged though? Dude, where's the purple? Unbelievable. As you just saw, we ran 3 quick trio tops. Unfortunately, no purples, but that's okay. It was fun nonetheless, as this Meyer-Ditch citizen gets in our face, okay? It was pretty cool to get to use the scythe on this account, because last time we did top on this account, our stats were much lower, and our gear we were using was much different. Now, the scythe we've been using on 416 Hero is a duplicate scythe. We do have 2 of them in the GIM group, and they were both pulled on Wait For It. So unfortunately, that dampens our grind in top a little bit on this account, but what that does enable us to do is move straight on into hard mode tops so we can get the scythe kitted. And the shadow that we have been using at Tormented Demons previously is also a duplicate shadow. We have 2 of those as well. Also pulled courtesy of Wait For It. So that just leaves us with the second Twisted Bow to go after. Now, it's actually a little unfortunate that this has played out the way it has, because prior to the start of this GIM series, I had been playing Wait For It, and I have mentioned this a few times before, but if you didn't know, it took me over 1100 solo CMs and 300 to 400 regular chambers as well to get the Twisted Bow on that account. So needless to say, we spent countless hours, many months. In fact, I'd even wager I spent a whole year doing nothing but chambers, going after that Twisted Bow. And in an ironic twist of fate, when I gave up temporarily at chambers, I went to TOA, pulled a shadow, then moved to Theater of Blood, and pulled a scythe. And with those 2 newfound mega rares, I went back to chambers and very shortly after pulled the Twisted Bow. And here we are again, having to go after the Twisted Bow to complete the mega rare trifecta. So that was a bit of a ramble, but we're not quite ready to enter the Chambers of Xerix yet. We got plenty of other things to do, including right now our 2 main goals is more Tormented Demons and more Demonic Gorillas for the Zenites and the Tormented Synapse respectively. I can't even count how many combat tasks we just did, but we also got a 1 KC. In the following clips, we're going to be finishing out the Tormented Demon task that has taken forever to do. We then continue to do Slayer and naturally make our way to doing some combat tasks at 2 interesting locations. We've been talking about this elusive drop, the Magic Longbow. Now, for the average person, this drop might just be, just another drop, but apparently it is pretty rare from these Tormented Demons. And it's significant because for those people without the fletching levels, you actually do need a unstrung Magic Longbow to create the Scorching Bow. So if you don't have the fletching levels, this drop could be pretty crucial for you. Pulling up the wiki now on the Tormented Demons to look at the drop table, and apparently the Magic Longbow U is only a 1 in 255. That's a estimation anyways. There's a little squiggly line, whatever you want to call it. And by squiggly line, I mean tilde, I believe that's what it is. But, I'm pretty sure half the people out there just call it a squiggly line, you know what I mean? Anyways, so apparently we're almost 2 times dry. Well, not dry anymore, but we were 2 times over the rate. After pulling the Burning Claws, I had a high suspicion that I wasn't going to be getting another drop for the remainder of the task. So I thought to myself, hey, let's just close out the task and move on. Let's see what other tasks we can get. Ideally a Black Demons task, so we can start working towards some Zenite shards. But These tormented demons take quite some time to kill, so we are just now wrapping up the final KC of the task. Let's see if we can get our hands on a synapse. Nope, we get a rune plate body instead. So I believe that task was initially a 249 greater demons task. We ended up getting 320, so that is a whole lot more. That extended the task by almost 80. Let's make our way back over to Curdell and let's see what our next task is. We are Turiel skipping or Aya skipping, so if we don't like it, we can always just skip and look for another task. And of course, I forgot my coins. I currently don't have Karamja diaries done on this count, and quite frankly, I'm not too sure if I can get them done. I haven't looked at what's required yet, but this is the best way I can get to Shiloh Village to Curdell. RD teleport with the charter ship, although I don't think that's actually a charter ship. I think that's just a regular ship. Takes 30 coins though, and then once I take the ship with Captain Barnaby over here, I then take the travel cart, which I believe costs 200 GP. Again, if you have some Karamja diaries done, I think this becomes free. But nevertheless, 200 GP isn't too bad. And that's how we make our way over here. And our next task is going to be 185 trolls. We are definitely not doing that, so let's make our way over to Aya. Okay, Curdell, come on. 145 Dagonoffs. It's not a bad task to do, but again, back to Aya. I think I've made up my mind. We're really going to lock in on this Turiel skipping. We're going to go for Greater Demons, Black Demons, and maybe something like Dust Devils, where it's good EXP and quick. Other than that, we're going to go back to skipping. Completely surprising collection log. These things always catch me off guard because, you know, like I'm just Turiel skipping right now. And then boom, something pops up. And I'm like, what is that? Bronze boots. I do believe I can wield those. Indeed, I can. We just picked up a task of 28 monkeys from Aya. So, you know where I'm going. It's felt like an eternity since we've done anything but the tormented demons. So now that we're back at Demonics, let's take a look at the KC real quick. We've done a whopping 67. Well, we should be reaching close to 100, if not over 100, depending on whether or not the Bracelet of Slaughters will push us over. Again, Zenites, well, we're not anywhere close. I think they're 1 in 300. Oh, first KC we get here, a Ballista Spring. It's just that easy. Not what we're here for, but it's a clog. This is content creator favoritism if I get a Zenite shard on the last KC of the trip right here. For the content, you know? Boom. 53 law runes. Making my way over to the Slayer Tower right now for the very first time on a Gargoyles task. We got a huge 200 Gargoyles task. We're going to be doing the regular ones first until we get the key, and then we'll decide whether or not we want to do the Grotesque Guardians for some combat achievements. And because we're on task, we can actually go into the basement. Adamant boots. Looks like we're just collecting all the boots today. First it was the bronze boots. Now we get the adamant boots. You know what? In just 2 more Slayer levels, we're going to be unlocking the rune boots from Necrals. Another clog. Mystic Robe Top Dark. 163 KC into our task right now with just 33 remaining, and we still don't have the brittle key. That is 1 in 150. So there's actually a chance that we're not going to get it on this task. What we have gone so far though is 2 collection logs, the adamant boots and the Mystic Robe Top Dark. I think we have potential for 1 more collection log if we get a Granite Maul in this task. Oh, there it is, KC 174. Just as I was saying that we might not get one, we have our hands on a brittle key. And you know what? With just 22 KC to go, let's go ahead and check out the Grotesque Guardians. First, we're going to have to re-gear though. We've re-geared for Grotesque Guardians and we've made our way up to the top of the Slayer Tower. Up here where there's more gargoyles. This is where you go when you're doing them off task. But just outside the entrance here is another entrance where the Grotesque Guardians are. So we had a brittle key and we use it. It vanishes. It's a one-time thing. And in we go. Let's start our first Grotesque Guardians. Now, I haven't done Grotesque Guardians in quite some time, so hopefully I remember how to do this. It can't be too complicated though. It's just a mid-game boss, so I'm sure we'll figure it out even if I don't remember. So in order to start, you ring the bell, and I think it being our very first time here, we actually get this cutscene, which is pretty cool. And luckily, it's only the first time you're here. After this, you can skip this cutscene, otherwise this would get old real quick. So I believe you want to pray range, and kind of drag Dusk over towards you, maybe even step under if you can. Focus down Dawn. And when Dawn's HP bar is about 50%, she's going to run away. And that's when you turn your focus to Dusk here. Pray melee and try to melee it. We're going to dump our specs here. Actually step back. Because once he does this animation, if you're standing right next to him, he will knock you back. And do a hefty amount of damage. So focus down Dusk, he's 50 health, and he'll run away. During this portion, switch back to your range gear. Avoid those portals, those purple and yellow portals. Pray melee, rigor, or whatever offensive range you have. If you do enough damage, you can actually out DPS these energy spheres, but I don't think that's going to be the case for us. So we're going to go ahead and click on them, absorb them. And you actually want to stand in melee range of both the guardians. We're going to range down Dawn. Dawn is officially done with. Now during this next phase, you're going to get kicked out, just like that. And there's going to be one tile of opening you're going to want to run out. Oftentimes you can just click anywhere on the arena in the room. However, there are a few exceptions where you have to be a little bit more precise on your clicks. Fighting Dusk here, he's either going to melee or range you. It's kind of like Olm. If he's meleeing, just stay with Protect Melee, because he's more likely to do that. And there we go, 1 KC. We just got, I can't even count how many combat tasks we just did. But we also got a Granite Hammer 1 KC. No way. That is crazy. 1 KC Granite Hammer. Oh, man. And the combat tasks are still going. I don't even think the collection log pop-up has happened yet. It just keeps going. Let's pick up the hammer. Oh, we got a speed task too. Very nice. There we go. Oh, nope, there it is. Oh, Granite Dust is a collection log. Of course, of course. And one final one, Granite Hammer collection log. And clan chat in there is right. I can drop the rock hammer now. We can just have the Granite Hammer. I don't think there is a world with our setup and our prayer that we can out DPS these things. I'm honestly not sure. Maybe if we use Dragon Darts and then like get a little bit lucky, you know. I'm sure we will have to do that if we ever want to go for the Grandmaster time. Now I believe Death Charge works on one of these, so Dawn right here should proc. So as I was saying earlier, if it ranges you, you should keep protecting range. There's a higher chance of that happening. Although right now it's being incredibly rude and alternating. Oh, second KC, we get a new PB. Oh, and we get the perfect Grotesque Guardians task that time. We got 4 brews, or 2 brews out of it. So what I was talking about previously about skipping the cutscene, I believe now that we've left our first trip and now we're back. Am I tripping here? I might be tripping, I don't know. There's no quick start. I swear there was. Other than the combat achievements, there's no real reason why we would want to be doing Grotesque Guardians anyways. The Granite Hammer is a nice bonus. And the other drops, the only other one that I can think of that's relevant is the core, which is what makes the Guardian boots, which you in turn go to the Colosseum to make the Echo boots. And those things aren't useful for us either, because we can't wear them. World's smallest burning claw spec, literally A1. This is probably quick otherwise though. Come on, big hit. 142. Indeed, it was very quick. And that's because that was the first time we went for the orb skip. Oh, we got the quick start. We got the quick start now. I swear I knew I wasn't tripping. Money. I've been talking about having a quick start at this bell here for Grotesque Guardians, and it wasn't showing up for me. But I think I've learned that this quick start only shows up after, I think, 5kc. So I knew I wasn't losing it. I wonder how consistently we can go for the skip. We're going to try again, and if this pays off, it's 3 times in a row. I guess it's more consistent than I thought. Deadeye is OP. You know what? As long as we don't get absolutely destroyed in this final phase, we will pull this 3kc trip off. Mithril bars, 4 mushroom potatoes. The food is nice, but I don't think we have enough prayer to pull off another KC, so let's make. Oh, 136. I was just saying how that 142 was not beatable. Hey, and that is a combat task. Probably a sub 140 is the combat task. Grotesque Guardians, Speed Chaser. Okay, spur of the moment thing here. Mid Grotesque Guardians, some of the clanmates are running some entry mode TOBs for their hardcores to do combat achievements. Now, I don't have any TOB entry mode combat achievements done, so I'm trying to hop on the train here. First thing we gotta do is make a Crystal Halberd. This is gonna be good for all forms of TOB, but there is an entry mode TOB combat achievement with the Crystal Halberd. Okay. Now that we have that, let's teleport to the POH, switch to the Ancient Spellbook because there is a freeze combat achievement in the Nilo room. Now we're going to Ectophile and run our way over to TOB because, again, running theme of the series so far is that we have not unlocked the Dragon's Medallion. Okay, spur of the moment thing, we're at TOB doing entry mode for some CAs. We are running with some hardcores, although each run is only going to have 1 hardcore in at a time. I am going to buy some of these escape crystals just in case I have to tally them. But I think we're geared up again. I don't have any setup, so it's super scuffed, and we're just working with what we have. But it's entry mode, so it should be fine. Okay, in we go. He's about to get 6-hour'd. He just destroyed it. Okay, we're playing with a hardcore. Is my bow on accurate? I think it's on accurate. It is on accurate. Is that a reg thing or an entry mode thing? Enter from the other side. Salve on. He said this looks like, oh. Right above the death chamber. They won't expect this. You know, I've never done any content, any dangerous content anyways, with the hardcore. Well, I mean, I have played group hardcore, but it's different because I'm not a hardcore right now. 2 down or die, right? Of course. Oh, I didn't drop the salve. You know what? I'm going to keep the salve. Like I said, I don't have very many of them. I haven't gotten more yet, so. These bandages also serve as a potion, like a combat potion, so that's pretty nice. There's a combat task to barrage 4 of them or something, but I don't think that I actually have to correctly barrage them, if that makes sense. They spawn so slowly. There we go, first try. Oh, that is weird. There's extra time between it changing. It's so janky. Well, the easiest maze, what the... You gotta be targeted for that CA. Oh, never mind. Okay, yep, don't mess up on Screech is the combat achievement at Zarpus. Okay, don't mess up on the Screech. Dude, I'd be so scared of this on the hardcore, man. I mean, entry mode is fine, but I'm taking my salve. You don't even have enough time to die in the rooms, even if you wanted to. It's so free. I don't get bounced. Dude, I feel like I'm gonna get bounced, man. Let P2 end, please. I don't want to get bounced. It's like, I do this all the time, right? But like, when it's the CEA, why am I so nervous? Yes. Woo! We're crazy. We just casually got the speed task. While we're waiting in between raids, let's take a look at our combat achievements. This wasn't our top priority, but we went to Grotesque Guardians and naturally just unlocked a bunch of them. And then the opportunity came up to where we could do some top entry modes, and we knocked out some more CAs. Now it looks like we are just 105 points away from getting, I believe, combat achievement hards, the hard tier. So perhaps we should start looking into them and getting to the next tier. Nice, that was the easiest it could have been. So much less sketchy than the first time around. Where's the purple? After that second run, the only one missing is to finish off Pestilent Pestilent Bloat with a Crystal Halberd. After that detour to the Theater of the Blood, let's return back to the Grotesque Guardians to finish out our task with just 9 to go. I forgot my quiver. That's unfortunate. We're on a miracle trip right here, 4 KC in a trip, and hopefully we get the job done and don't have to TP out, as this is also the last KC on our task. We're not starting out very hot here. We already took a ton of damage and we have no food left. Back-to-back humble hits though. Okay, that was not so humble, but just one more hit here. We live with 14 health to finish our task, and what do we get? Gold ore and gold bars. And of course the granite dust. We're going to be experiencing a little bit of deja vu here on this video as we follow just like the previous one, where we continue working on Tormented Demons by picking up a Greater Demons task. And then we follow it up by getting sidetracked a little bit, doing some group content with some clanmates, and getting some combat achievements, but this time at Hui Coddle. We are once again starting another video off with a Greater Demons task. 237 of them this time around. I swear I've been looking for a Black Demons task and I've been doing quite a lot of Slayer, a lot of skipping. As you can see in the chat box, we just finished skipping by doing 17 birds from Aya. Unfortunately though, we get another Greater Demons task, or maybe not unfortunately, because we do need to do them, but I've been looking for a Black Demons task hoping for some Zenites. But we have our chance at getting our first Tormented Synapse, so let's gear up for that. So we're gearing up on 416 here for Tormented Demons once again, and I needed to trade some supplies over and decant some potions, but if you see over in our potion storage on Wait For It's bank, we got a whopping 3 doses of prayer pots. That's because we chucked in all that we had left, which happened to be 63 into the group storage, and 10 more Bracelet of Slaughters. When I've been saying we're down bad on potions, man, I did not think we were this down bad. At some point, we're going to have to halt progress on 416 Hero and just go in full recovery mode. But let's see if we can get through this Greater Demons task. Back over on 416 Hero's perspective, let's go ahead and take out these prayer pots and these Bracelet of Slaughters. Just rolled up to the Tormented Demons, and I had to world hop 10-15 times to find a world, no big deal. But it is a Friday, so it's probably a little bit more packed than usual. And right as I'm farming this first Tormented Demon, I made the realization that I forgot my Burning Claws. So KCs are going to be a little bit slower on this first trip, I guess. After that first KC of the trip, getting 1 singular battle staff, by the way, we're currently at KC 606. Well, the other day when I was talking about getting a 3rd Burning Claw drop, well, we just got it. So now we have 2 sets of Burning Claws, 1 for each account. That third Burning Claw was at KC 615. Now, hopefully, we get a synapse on the next unique drop. So I mentioned this in the past with the little stat boosts that Tormented Demons occasionally drop. This one's stepping all over it right now, but we finally got a Smoldering Heart. I believe this one is a stat boost. There we go, and it lasts for 2 minutes. So, we're going to make good use of this one. Truly funny how RNG works, because like I said, we haven't seen very many of these Smoldering Hearts, but here we are with a second one in the same trip. Little bit of a break in the action here as we desperately need to recover some prayer potions. Pretty much ever since the creation of this account, we've been burning up prayer potions left and right. And on top of that, even on Wait For It, we've been doing content like Yama and Fasani's Nightmare, which also takes up a lot of supplies. Previously, we've been upkeeping supplies because we just simply raid a lot, day in and day out. And raids like Chambers of Xerix and the Theater of Blood simply give you a lot of herbs. So I never had to do herb runs or anything of that nature, nor do I have the Kingdom running. But we are incredibly down bad now because, as you can see, when I search prayer potions in my bank, the 46 4 doses and some change, this is pretty much all I have left between both accounts. This is a far cry and a huge difference from when I used to have over 2,000 prayer pots easily. Now, we're not completely out of luck here because, as you can see, it's shifting over to the herb tab, sort of. You know, it's a little bit of a mess on this account, but here you can see that we have 1,000 snake grass. We have a couple of Renar potion unfinished, and I'm sure somewhere we can find some Renards. We got 11 grimy ones right here, and definitely on the other account, we have some more as well. So let's get started making some of these Renard potions, or prayer potions rather. Digging through the other accounts bank, this is what I have to work with. About 9 unfinished potions, 400 grimy ones, 90 Renard weed. So we'll be able to make about another 400 prayer pots, give or take. While I was working on the prayer potions, I got invited to do some Huey Coddle. Now, I think we're here mostly for the GM time, but for me, I haven't been to Huey at all on this account, so not only will we get that combat task, but we'll be picking up several other ones as well. We haven't been primarily focusing on combat achievements by any means, but just due to circumstances and playing with the clan, looks like we're racking up some combat achievements and we're going to be on the hard tier in no time. Let's go over the setup real quick. We're going to be in Blood Moon with the Scythe on Crush. We also have the Burning Claws as a spec weapon, and we're going to be using the dualies for pretty much half the fight. Anytime we have to hit the tail, we're going to be using the dualies instead of the Scythe, but on the main boss, we're going to be scything it down. So to start off, we're just going to do a regular... Oh, that is awkward. I've never been here, so I have to talk to the NPC real quick. I was getting ready to go in. They're in there already. Okay, now I can join. Fantastic. Before I was rudely interrupted, I was just going to say we're sending a quick run just to get reaccustomed to the boss because many of us, in fact, probably all 3 of us haven't been to this boss in quite some time. And you need to get the instance set up anyways in order to get the best possible times. We are on Thralls, the Archaea spellbook. And right now we're just doing a regular KC. We're not going to dump any specs. We're going to save it for the next run. So that is 1 KC down. Very slow KC, but we got Huey Coddle Champion, which I imagine is just 1 KC. And some Avanto seeds for our efforts. Pillar Lover, another combat achievement. So that was actually another setup. Now we're going to go for a speed time. Here we go. Already made a mistake. I should be using the dualies here. I generally don't know how this is going. I just know that if we can down the tail and not only hit the tail on the left side, the west side here, and then one time on the east side, and then back on the boss, then we're at a decent pace. So ideally, we want to be done with the tail on this east side right now. Let's get our Thrall running again. See if we can get it down. We do. Let's take the opportunity to heat back up a little bit here. We've been tanking damage. Peppy here is saying that we have a bit of unlucky hits right now, so maybe this time won't be so good. I don't know whether to hold my spec or use it then. I don't know. I guess I'll just hold it. And we get a 238, which is a massive improvement from the first 2 runs we did. So the target time we're after right now is a 2:30. Considering on our first real attempt we just got a 2:38, I don't think this is going to be an issue. Just a couple of more runs and surely we'll get it done. The annoying thing about doing Huey speed times is that you need to do a setup KC. Another location I can think of where this is the case as well is Duke. And I'm sure there's a few other bosses like that as well. To be honest, I don't like the fact that you have to do that. Okay, the setup KC has been completed. We just got 5 Quorum Seeds out of that. Let's get ready for another speed attempt. Why am I hitting so many zeros on this thing, man? Jeez. Resummon Thrall so it doesn't take 10 years to walk up here. Let's throw down a spec. Fantastic. I'm gonna be honest, the DPS there did not look good on the first part of the tail. Maybe we'll make up for it here. Looks like we're doing good DPS. We need to get this down. That is unfortunate. I'm going to go into the group storage here and I'm going to snag the Amulet of Rancor just to make sure we get that little bit of DPS boost. In fact, it's probably a pretty big DPS boost if you compare it to the Amulet of Fury. Hopefully that's going to help a little bit. Here we go, another speed attempt. My claws miss. That's not a great start. That felt quick. Oh, we get Huey Coddlehide. 2 of them. Let's go. We didn't get the time though. And we weren't even close, but we got some hide. And here comes another attempt. Let's get our thralls going. Back-to-back Blood Moon set procs 3 times in a row, 4 times in a row. This is what we like to see. 5, 6. Oh my. It doesn't. 7. Oh my. 8. 8 times in a row. I'm not sure I've ever seen that happen before. Sheesh. This is surely the run. The Blood Moon set is proccing like crazy. If you didn't know, the Blood Moon set effect procs and saves you an extra tick between attacks. $229. I think we just barely squeezed by it, but we got it done. There we go. Pick up our death runes. Just like that. A whole bunch more of the times. In fact, we got the elite time, the master time, and the grandmaster time all in one go. So we're just yapping a little bit after having done the speed time, and I'm talking to them about how we started that KC proccing the Blood Moon set effect 8 times in a row. Pulling up the wiki, it says that every successful hit chance, you get a 33% chance of the set effect proccing. And we just did that 8 straight times to start with. Sheesh. So obviously we didn't do all the combat achievements. There's plenty more to do at Huey, but it was nice to bump up our points even more, and we're closer and closer to the hard tier. The Huey adventures are over and we're back to TDs. I did finish up all the prayer potion making though, and we are currently up to around 400 something potions, give or take. That should last us for a good while longer, but at some point we do need to go into recovery mode. We are cruising through the KCs at Tormented Demons now. I meant to check in at KC 700 flat, but we're working on 702 already. With the knowledge that we're only reaching about 30 something KC an hour, and now that we're well over 700 KC, I decided it's time to bring out the big guns, trade over some more gear to use from Wait For It to 416 Hero. So we busted out the T-bow and a couple of other accessories like the Anguish, the Vam braces, and whatnot. And we're just going to try to speed up the grind a bit. We've already spent over 20 hours here, and honestly, I didn't know what to expect going into this grind, but I did not expect such a long one, that's for sure. So we're going to be T-bowing from this point on. My first impressions with the T-bow at the Tormented Demons is that this thing is absolutely busted. But it should be no surprise because I do think the Twisted Bow is the best mega rare out of the 3. It is simply just so versatile, and it's probably the cheapest one to use. I'm currently using Amethyst arrows. Now, in hindsight, it's crazy to think that I was using the Addle and the blowpipe for that long. But I did have my fun with the Addle while knowing that it definitely wasn't optimal, to be fair. The blowpipe, honestly, I don't know. Maybe I just got put into a lull here of grinding TDs and just kind of forgot about using the Twisted Bow. Although, to be fair, I was a little reluctant to trade over the Twisted Bow because this isn't a dupe. With the Shadow and Scythe, not that I've been using the Scythe here, those are duplicates that just always sit on this account now. The Twisted Bow, not so much. We only have one in the GIM group, and I like to keep non-duplicates on the main account. But upon realizing that I've spent over 20 hours here already grinding Tormented Demons, while only hitting the drop rate for one Synapse, being at 743 KC right now, I decided, you know what, I need to speed this up one way or another. Especially with the circumstances that I'm in as a group Ironman. The rules I set are really just arbitrary rules, and it's not like I'm playing a solo, where I just simply don't have a Twisted Bow. I think another factor that made me delay switching to using the Twisted Bow for so long is the Tumikin's Shadow that we've been using. With the way the Tumikin's Shadow works, magic damage percentage is very important. Now, as a 50 defense account, we're pretty limited. Obviously, we don't have access to Ancestral or Eternal Boots. And as such, that actually nerfs the Shadow quite a bit. But I guess my brain is mush from just grinding Tormented Demons all day, every day. And I didn't really think about that. And my brain just went to, you know what, I'm using a Mega Rare and it's not all that good. So no way the Twisted Bow is going to be good. But obviously, that's not the case. The Twisted Bow reigns supreme. Medicine Naps, let's go! Our first one on the account. 783 KC. I was wondering what this guy standing here was doing. Oh, man. Because, like, you know, usually when people, like, run here, they see someone's here and then they world hop, right? But he's just been standing here. Anyways, wow, that loot beam was really something. I knew it was going to be a juicy one, but that dopamine just hit when it showed up on the ground. Sheesh. First one at 783 KC. We finished that trip up and we TP'd out. Now we have our Tormented Synapse. We're going to be making the Purging Staff as our weapon of choice. For now, at least. Later on, we might revert it and change it into the Emberlight when we have enough Ancient Shards to turn our Arclight into the Emberlight. Once you have the Tormented Synapse, you can't just make the weapon right then and there. Whether that's the Scorching Bow, the Emberlight, or the Purging Staff, which is what we're going to be doing. First, you have to speak to Cyrodiil. Now, I do believe you can actually speak to her at any point in time, and you have to ask her about her dad, I believe, is actually Cyrodiil. And basically, we go through some dialogue here, but the gist of it is that Cyrodiil left behind a set of notes, and this is regarding the Tormented Demons and their weapons. And it looks like we actually gained just under 1.2k Slayer EXP from just simply reading the book. Very nice. Now that we've done that, we now understand how to make these weapons, and now we have to head to an anvil. Made my way to the Varrock West Bank anvil, pretty popular spot for smithing. And let's go ahead and use the synapse on the anvil. And it says we need an iron bar. Interesting. Okay. That part I didn't know. Surely we have an iron bar. In fact, we have plenty, over 1,000 of them in the bank. Back to the anvil. Let's try again. So we did have the battle staff in our inventory, so I guess it didn't have to ask us. It just knew we were going for that one. And there we have it. A purging staff. Let's take a look here. Looks pretty cool in my opinion. I've never had one on either account. Over on Wait For It, I've only had the Emberlight. Pet the stray dog, of course. Anyways, let me gear up and figure out the new setup. So this is going to be our new setup. This actually looks mostly the same as our previous one, except we swapped out the Tumikin's Shadow in favor of the Purging Staff. And because the Purging Staff is a one-hand weapon, we get to use the Mage's Book as well as our best in slot offhand. Range setup is the same. Everything else is the same. However, we do have soul runes in our inventory because we're going to be auto-casting Dark Demon Bane. And not only are we doing that, we're going to be casting Mark of Darkness because this spell right here makes your offensive Arceus spells more potent. So it's going to be a buff, and it's going to be much needed for that. Anyways, yep, that's our setup. Let's get back to Tormented Demons. We're going to be farming up another one on this account. And I think that's going to be our stopping point. Once we get our hands on another Synapse, we're going to move on and try to focus up on Black Demons, Demonic Gorillas, and get ourselves some Zenites. Back at the Tormented Demons, let's showcase the Purging Staff a little bit. So I already did cast Mark of Darkness. Here we are with the Dark Demon main spell. And pretty hard. Oh, we gotta make some room to swap into our Twisted Bow. Yeah, our KC per hour is absolutely gonna shoot up now that we're using both the Twisted Bow and the Purging Staff. Several KC later now, and I'm still thinking back about that drop that just happened. That's actually the biggest drop we've gotten on this account by far. The second biggest thing I can think of is the Blowpipe drop, the Tanzanite Fang, at Zulrah. Even then, the Burning Claws from the same location here at Tormented Demons was actually probably a higher GP value than the Tanzanite Fang. Just like that, with these new, more powerful weapons that we've been using, we're creeping up on 800 KC at Tormented Demons. Found Yat has reached smithing level 69. Very nice. What's even more nice is that we're about to snag our second Synapse right here. Never mind Rune Arrows. Working on KC 835 here, so you can tell that the KC is flying. And I was just saying that it's kind of strange, funny how RNG works, because in our first 600 or so KC, we didn't get any magic longbows. But here we are looking in our inventory, we have 2 of them sitting in our inventory. Well, it has crept up on us, but we just hit 80 Slayer. This one is actually significant, as we've just unlocked the ability to do neck reels. It's going to be a really good barrage task in the Catacombs of Kourend. You can see in the clan chat that Yat is saying, what the heck, you were just level 69 Slayer for the quest Monkey Madness 2. And yeah, after completing Monkey Madness 2 and while Guthic sleeps, I think those quests do give out a little bit of Slayer EXP. But on top of that, Tormented Demons, over 1k EXP per Tormented Demon. And hey, I mean, at this point, we've done over 800 KC here. No second Synapse yet, but we are creeping up on another important little milestone or level. And a few more T-bow hits here, we're going to be hitting 98 range. There it is. Just one more level until we hit 99. And that will be our 4th 99 on the account. Although I think it's more likely that we're going to hit the hit points level first, and then range will probably follow shortly after. Our new setup, new weapons that we've been working with have definitely sped up the task quite a bit. But nevertheless, this task I'm glad to be over, but it's going to be pretty ironic, pretty unfortunate in some senses, if we get another Greater Demons right after this. Although we are still hunting the second Synapse. But please, please give me a Black Demons task. Actually, at this point, I will also take any task that puts me in the Catacombs so that I can get some more Ancient Shards. But for right now, let's see what we can get from the last KC of the task. We will be flicking to the Bracelet of Slaughter. It'll be a little anticlimactic here if we get the proc. Let's find out. Nope, that is our task completed. 293 Greater Demons on this task. And we get a Dragon Dagger as our last drop. Let's go find out what our next task is. Moment of truth. Kuradel, what are you going to assign? 183 Hellhounds. Now, I did say previously that we would be blocking Hellhounds the next time it showed up. But I also just said that we need Ancient Shards, so any task in the Catacombs would be good. So now I have to decide. I think I will be putting Hellhounds on the block list. They are just a little too common. In fact, like I mentioned before, they're the highest weighted task available for me at this point in time. There are other tasks I could be doing. I don't know why I'm running away from Kuradel. We got to pick up another task. There are other tasks we could be doing in the Catacombs, namely Dust Devils or Neck Reels, which we recently unlocked at level 80. However, we just got a Zar task. And we're going to be skipping this one. I just currently don't feel like doing Zars, Jad, or Zuck at this point in time. We're going to pick Jad, and we're just going to enter and leave. It's going to be a free skip. Back at Kuradel once again, bunch of people standing here. What's our next task? 132 trolls? No, thank you. We're going to be heading over to Aya. After 3 or 4 skips, we finally got what we wanted. 224 black demons. Off to demonics we go, finally. For this demonic gorillas task, or black demons, we're going to be reverting our newly made purging staff back into the synapse form. I guess we do lose the battle staff there, but that's no big deal. And we're going to be turning the synapse into... Oh. Wait, I gotta go read the notes again? Okay, be right back. Alright, the notebook is in my inventory. I don't know if that's what was needed. Let's use the synapse on the anvil. You require either a battle staff and an iron bar or arc light to make a weapon out of this. What about the bow? I have figured it out. Turns out I don't have the fletching level. I need 74 fletching. I previously talked about how getting the magic longbow drop is important if you don't have the fletching level to make the scorching bow. And it's actually not the act of making the scorching bow. It's that you need 85 fletching in order to make an unstrung magic longbow. So, ironically, making the scorching bow has a lower level requirement than making a magic longbow. But as an Ironman, obviously you're going to have to get a magic longbow yourself somehow. So you either get it as a drop, or you get 85 fletching to make one. But you only need 74 fletching if you have the magic longbow to make the scorching bow. But unfortunately, I don't even have that. I'm currently at 67 fletching. We could look into whether we can easily get those levels if we have the resources. Let's find out. We're going to be training up our fletching by making some U short bows. Unstrung anyways, we're not going to be spending time stringing those. So a little bit of bank standing action here. Break from all the TDs we've been doing. But I am excited to get to these demonics with a big task for once. Working on some maple longbows here as I found some extra maple logs sitting in the bank for whatever reason. We have a whole lot of junk in the bank, honestly. Anyways, as we work our way up here, we're currently level 68 fletching now. I've been thinking I can't remember the last time I actively skilled on this account, with the exception of when I made a few prayer pots just because we were that down bad. It honestly feels very strange to be skilling on this account. We've been so PVM heavy on this account, and honestly that's mostly the purpose of it, to be fair. While fletching, I got invited to do some regular Theater of Blood. Now we're going to be potting 4s. I'm on the melee DPS roll this time around, and we do have some learners with us, so this could be interesting to say the least. My sight is on crush. Let's go ahead and fix that. And the last time we were at Tob, we were talking about how we didn't get any more salve amulets, and I still haven't, because quite frankly, I don't normally plan on tobbing. We're not quite at that stage yet where we're going to be doing a whole lot of raids constantly, but when I get invited, and when I'm up to it, I might as well come here, right? To be honest, being a 50 defense account, lacking rigor, lacking augury, the melee role probably is the best option for me. Oh, it appears we're not skipping. I thought we were. He says, yeah, I figured. No skip. No faith in the team. Come on, I believed in the skip. Actually, I don't have piety, and the other person doesn't have a sight. And the other two that do have a sight, yeah, actually, that makes sense. You know, I'm not sure the Burning Claws are worth using here at all. I didn't trade over the Dragon Claws because I figured out the Burning Claws, but I don't think Burning Claws are very good here, actually. Unbelievable, but I actually have to sip a restore dose at blow. Even more unbelievable is that we're going to have to 3 down. Okay, that Elite Void Knight robe is covering the entire tile. I can't see if feet are going to fall under him or not. I'm going to sneakily hold on to myself because I haven't got any more. Another reason why we're best fitted for the melee role is we're going to be wearing full Blood Moon anyways, and that way we can equip the dualies. Equip our sights here for the doubles. Beautiful. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, so this time around I won't be trying to single-handedly skip. I'll keep that in mind. Okay, something just majorly leaked because I glanced up at the HP bar and all of a sudden it was 46%, so I'm not sure what happened there. Ooh, we get a Ruby proc. Get our dualies out, our boppers. We're gonna call them everything but its actual name because I don't know how to pronounce it. I get to do the maze. We got it to 0 defense, very nice. This is the longest post-Screech Zarpus in existence. Jeez. Oh, and I'm out of run energy right at the end there. But we get the job done. That was pretty much a 3+1 Verzik. No purples. There were a fair amount of deaths though, to be fair. Wouldn't it be crazy if we got a pet right here? Unfortunately not, but we do get some herbs, some molten glass, which is nice actually if we want to work on crafting. And into another raid we go. What the? I have never seen that in my life. 5 consecutive tiles that were covered. What? In a regular tob, no less. .6%. I don't have anything in my death coffer too, so it's just taking straight GP right now. And just as I run out of stamina again. Perfect. There's no purple. We got done with the raid session and we've been chilling at the top bank ever since. We recently hit level 70 fletching, so 4 more levels to go. But at 70 we were able to move on to U longbows. So a little bit of extra EXP there. We are back at top this time on our maxed account with the same group of people. But I think it's going to go a little bit smoother this time since, you know, I'm on the max account and on a freeze roll this time around. Yeah, if I was on my 50 defense account, I would have been out of prayer like 2 minutes ago. Where's the purple? Also, you know, I'm just significantly weaker on that account. Even with the mega rares and all, just like the lack of piety, like the top tier prayers and whatnot. Oh my god, we did it! No way! Here comes the purple. Never. I already have 2 pet rolls on this account. It's time to get a third. 4 palm tree seeds and 39 toad flax. Alright, into another top we go. This time around we're running a trio. I am on the melee DPS roll. Whew. Any purples? Disappointment. Oh, a max claw. Will that count? I don't think it counts. I don't think that counts. Easy. Dude, there's no purple. Where is the purple? Never. After a quick little top sesh, we are now back on 416 hero. We're currently chopping or fletching the very last of our U logs into U longbows. And we're about to hit 74 fletching. And there we go, 74 fletching. You can now make the Sunlight Hunter's crossbow and Scorching bows. Kind of weird phrasing there in the text, but yeah, that's what we're after, the Scorching bow. So let's go ahead and grab our Tormented Synapse in our inventory. We're going to need a Magic Longbow Unstrung. 7 of those from Tormented Demons. And I think we need a hammer, probably. And let's get to an anvil real quick. We made our way to the anvil at Varrock West, classic location. I think we have everything on us. Let's go ahead and find out. Evidently, we don't. So I think for the scorching bow, we might not have to go to an anvil after all, which in hindsight kind of makes sense. I think what we have to do here is just simply use the snaps on the longbow. Oh? Little bit of an animation. Oh, that's just the generic fletching animation, never mind. But there we have it. We have the scorching bow. Let's put that bad boy on. And now we can gear up for some demonic gorillas.